Yo, dog. Yo, yo. There we go.
interesting story coming out. And you wouldn't think that the Trump administration would be on this side of the coin. I'll tell you about that. You're going to go, really? That is kind of hard to believe, but it is. It's happening right now. KFI AM 640. KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk. Here comes the heat. I'm Amy King, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning that starts this morning and runs into the weekend. Triple-digit temperatures are in the forecast across Southern California. Dr. Ariel Cohen with the Weather Service says parts of the San Fernando Valley could get up to 108, with desert areas even hotter. Temperatures this warm will be capable of creating an environment where extreme heat-related illnesses and even fatalities are a possibility. He's urged people to stay hydrated and stay inside with the air conditioning on, if possible. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. Boxer Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. has been deported to Mexico and sent to prison following his arrest in Studio City last month. Chavez's deportation was confirmed by Mexico's president. The feds accused Chavez of being linked to a drug cartel and having an active warrant in his native country. Chavez is the son of boxing champ Julio Cesar Chavez. A person of interest has been taken into custody for a triple murder in the Antelope Valley. 32-year-old Axel Abel Trevino is considered a suspect in a triple shooting, which happened this past Sunday afternoon off of a remote road near Lancaster. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says 2 men were shot inside a truck, while a woman was shot inside a nearby car. Trevino was arrested on Tuesday night, not long after being announced as the person of interest. Daniel Martindale, KFI News. Staff at Los Angeles General Medical Center are looking for anyone who might recognize a patient who's been in their care since July 31st. He was found in the Torrance area. He's 5'7", 166 pounds, and is possibly about 35 years old. If you know anyone who's missing and matches that description, they're asking you to call LA General. California has seen a decline in homelessness in some areas. Santa Cruz County reports a 20% drop in homelessness from 2024. LA County has a 4% decrease, and Contra Costa County is down 26%. But CalMatters reports in some communities, chronically homeless numbers have risen.
How these crypto Jews were able
to the trends, despite criticism from the California State Association of Counties over funding cuts. Last year, Newsom allocated $1 billion for homelessness, which has reduced to zero.
Were able to receive any kind of information about their faith, however distorted it often was. So, coming to the end of this, what happened to all these Jews? Simple mathematical calculation indicates there are about 100 million descendants of those crypto Jews. If you want to take the strictest definition of who is a Jew, and you say it's all through the matrilineal line, we're still talking about double digits of millions of Jews who are just as Jewish as I am and have no conception of whatsoever. This has ironically resulted, well, actually, what has been happening in the last few years with the advent of DNA testing services like Ancestry.com and 23andMe and things like that. Many people have discovered that they actually have Jewish Sephardic roots. And in fact, they can do some distinctions, whether it's the mitochondrial DNA or the Y type, haplotypes, things like that, whether it flows through the matrilineal or the patrilineal line. And all of a sudden, you have hundreds of thousands of people who are claiming Jewish ancestry with almost no understanding of what that actually means. From the 19th into the 20th century, there were various travelers who would go way into the back villages, including, if any of you are going to come on that trip with me on the Douro this year, including villages off the Douro River in Portugal, of whole communities who say, yeah, we're all descended from the crypto Jews. They're completely Christian in just about everything they do, but they have a consciousness of being essentially descended from converts. What do you do with these people? Many of them are so enthusiastic about coming back to Judaism that an organization called Reconectar, which is very active in Israel, is reaching out to such people when they find that they have Sephardic Jewish identity somewhere in their genetic history, and they're inviting them back into the Jewish body politic and saying, you'll explain what you need to know, and you can make your decisions. According to DNA testing, it appears that 1 in 20 males in Spain is of crypto-Jewish stock, and 1 in 15 American Hispanics in this country. The Northwest, actually, I should say Southwest, sorry. I don't know who types these things out. So just ignore that, right? I was in a bit of a rush this morning. But it's a phenomenal thing that so many crypto Jews are, because of science. Now, the science obviously does not make a Jew. There are many people who are Jewish. There's a lot of things that go into it. But nevertheless, it does point to a renaissance of Sephardic Jewish identity from the most unlikely of sources. Those are my comments on this topic. I hope you found this as meaningful as I did. Next week, God willing, we'll have our concluding lecture on how Rabbi Ovadia Yosef, back to the biographies, and I think you'll find his life absolutely fantastic and inspirational. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, everyone. I hope you found that lecture interesting. I know that the material in Iblis's book is just overwhelming and absolutely fascinating. I just want to share one last concluding thought. I find it so tremendously ironic on a historical level that, the identity of these crypto Jews was so tenuous under such tremendously challenging environmental circumstances, and nevertheless, so many of them made often the ultimate sacrifice to try and preserve whatever scraps of Jewish theology or practice or belief they could preserve for themselves and for future generations. And we contrast that with the way we live here in contemporary North America, with incredible wealth and unprecedented freedom and the ability to explore our Jewish background and our Jewish heritage, Jewish thought, Jewish ideas. There's such a range of possibilities for Jews today, and the vast majority of American
Here we are. Just first, before I start, I want to give a shout out to Delta Airlines for
from their
being
Jewish heritage. That's it's one of those shocking realities that it's hard to pass over. If you had a chance to watch the Jewish History Manifesto video that I recorded a long time ago, it crystallizes my thinking and putting together this Jewish history series. And I'm hoping that people will get some kind of motivation to explore the later aspects of Jewish identity and thought, the tremendous wealth that's present there, and that massive contribution to civilization. And I hope you can share this video with your other videos, or look at other videos from other people. The whole point is to try and expand awareness of this civilization.
But it's like, you guys made me so
thank you very much for your attention, and final lecture of this spring 2019 season will be coming.
Could always be worse. You know what doesn't help? You know what really doesn't help? Your life could be worse. You know that saying? I know. There's nothing worse. I know you're supposed to be thankful for you should be thankful. But when you're going through stress, whatever it might be, and somebody goes, you could be in Gaza. Yeah, I know, dude. And it's like, there's nothing worse. Now I'm more depressed because I'm depressed.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming back night, week after week to these great lectures on the history of Sephardic Jewry. We've been studying them for an entire year. I myself have grown tremendously from the experience, and I'm really grateful for the therapeutic effect you have had on my own scholarship by listening to me talk about the things that I find really fascinating. Tonight is the final lecture of the series of the semester. God willing, will return in the fall. I've already decided what the topic will be, but I haven't yet decided how to release it. But it is going to be so cool. It's going to be a totally new approach to the way that we've done these things. I've been using all the feedback that I've received from you in these classes. We're going to make something really amazing. At any rate, just a quick thank you for tonight. Tonight Tonight's lecture on Chacham Ovadia Yosef is sponsored by my friends Katie and Bill Crespin of Miami Beach. As last week, we sponsored a lecture as well. It's in honor of the 6 million and all who were killed just for being Jewish. A couple of interesting notes wrapping up the semester. I like to have a look at the metrics online just to let you know that we're not alone in this room. This is what the daily viewership was back in 2013 when I started giving these lectures, and back when I lived in Florida. And this is what they looked like when I came to Brooklyn in 2015. And thank God they're going up pretty steadily. These are when it dips, that means I was telling jokes, and it goes down. And this is when the Sephardic Jewish History series began. So thank God we're enjoying continuing popularity on the web, and I'm glad that so many people find these lectures meaningful. Also, because I really want to raise money for our students, we are ongoing with our long-range goal to reach $100,000 in scholarships. No math. We want to reach way more than that. But right now we have $13,596, including the occasional donation from the pushka on my desk. So if you are so motivated, if you enjoy the lectures, I love having you here. Your participation is sufficient sponsorship. But if you want to support our students, because they're really why this all happens, here's the website, and you can donate online. Okay. The topic for tonight, of course, is a fascinating figure, Maran Ovadia Yosef. Maran, as we shall see soon, is a uniquely Sephardic way of referring to our master. It's actually an Aramaic form that you see occasionally in the Talmud, like Rabban, our rabbi. Maran would be our master. He's also known as a Chacham, as a wise person, which is a uniquely Sephardic term for a well-known rabbi. I'll probably bounce back and forth between these various titles. My main source for tonight is a rather large work, about 600-odd pages, but I have to say I read it with so much interest in every single page was a delight, by a scholar named Yehuda Azulai, who's actually not a professional scholar, but is quite gifted in collecting materials and in relaying them in a very appealing fashion. So I highly recommend this work if you want to go deeper into the life of Rabbi Yosef, and it is where I take most of my material for tonight. So this was Rabbi Yosef. The short version is he was a famous Sephardic rabbi, originally from Baghdad, who spent most of his life in Israel. He eventually rose to the position of chief rabbi until he passed away in 2013. He is, however, a uniquely gifted individual. In my humble opinion, I would think he is the most important Sephardic person of the 20th century. Remarkable contributions specifically to Sephardic culture and to world culture. I myself, long before I gave these lectures, I was a big fan of Rabbi Yosef. I own a set of his Gabia Omer, just to give you a sense of his output. This is one of 8 volumes, and if I can balance it while holding the microphone, it's like really small double column print on every page. Phenomenal memory. Even his critics are loath to say that his memory was not verging on supernatural. An incredible eidetic or photographic memory that allowed him to retain incredible amounts of material. And a very creative scholar. He was able to bring together that material in often quite innovative ways to solve difficult problems. He was not a scholar who lived alone in an attic somewhere. He was very much a man of the people, very involved with the daily struggle of Jews all over the world, but particularly in Israel, and particularly Sephardic, for whom he felt a unique and powerful drive to return them to their earlier state of glory. And in a large way, that is exactly what he achieved. So what I'd like to do over the next 15 minutes or so is go through his biography, highlighting a few elements of his life and work, and hopefully we will leave at the end of this series with a better appreciation of what he did for Jews in general, for Spartan in particular, and for the world at large. Here's a picture I should mention, by the way. He's also known for his rather amazing fashion sense. You know, and I tell you, I myself am Lithuanian, so I don't qualify. But if I had half a chance, if they let me dress like this, I would be Sephardic in a heartbeat. You know, I just think that the turban looks so cool with this kind of Nike swoosh on the side, and the Elvis style embroidery. It's just amazing. Now, he also, when he was in his 50s, he suffered from an eye ailment that really left him blind, but for the rest of his life, he was sensitive to light. So he was always appearing with these shades. So you put together the turban, the shades, the embroidered gown, and like, my gosh, what a look. Now, I should mention, he himself detested the robe. He referred to it as his work clothing, and he refused to wear it on Shabbat, which is, when you think you would dress up, he would refuse to wear it on Shabbat unless he had to make some kind of official appearance as the chief rabbi. He preferred to wear just simple black robes, but nevertheless, this was a garment of office that indicated he was a Rabbi Rothschild, or the Rishon LeZion, the first one in time, and he donned it when necessary for the purpose of fulfilling that exalted role. But that's his classic, really iconic look that characterized much of the cabinet in the 20th century. So let's go to his background. He was born in Baghdad in 1920. Here he is with some of his younger siblings and his parents. You can zoom in on him there. This is without the beard and the glasses and everything. His father was a simple grocer, and they struggled desperately to make ends meet. While he was really a very young child,
what up, pimp? How you living, big dog?
Emigrated to Israel from that.
What's good?
Trying to figure out what's going on with his guts.
Dog, get to fucking Mexico.
Get to Mexico. I got a dog and a mom to take care of, man. It ain't just about me.
Well, you're not going to be able to take care of him in a couple months, my friend.
So at least I can have my shit set up before I have to go, man.
Dog.
All I have in the clothes, my mom and my dog.
Dog. You take him with you. Take him with you, dog.
In what car?
Do you have a vehicle?
I'm not allowed to drive. I'm not allowed.
All right. Is your mom allowed to drive?
Yeah, he's gonna help me with that shit.
Just say, Mom.
Everything I do, my mom wants nothing to do part of.
I mean, couldn't you say, Mom, let's take a vacation to Mexico, and then just never come back?
You have the money for it?
I mean, if you sold everything that you own and put it in a car, then you got the money for it.
So everything where?
On Craigslist? If you just have a moving out sale. Yeah, you just have a yard sale. And you put out all your stuff, or a tag sale, whatever you want to call it, or a garage sale, I don't know what you call it, and you say everything must go. You get a few $1,000s from that, and then you and Mom and the dog get in the car and drive to Mexico.
Mom's really not in I could help me go on my own, man.
All right, well then.
I want to help me out, otherwise I'd still be in jail.
All right, well then you just say to her, Mom, I'm gonna bounce to Mexico, and I'm gonna take the dog if you want.
I mean, she's got to pull $25,000 out of her ass.
For what?
For my bail. I'm already out on bail right now. If I jump bail, that means my mom gets held responsible for that, and she has to come out of pocket. Even further than the $5,000 she has to put up to get me out of jail.
So wait a second. She put up $5,000 for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have $5,000 you can give her?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have $5,000 in stuff you could give her?
Nope.
Okay.
All my guns and shit were seized.
Okay. Do you have like a TV?
I have a TV. It ain't gonna be worth shit.
Okay, but I mean, if you sold all your stuff right now, how much is it worth? Aside from your aside from
Probably $8,000.
okay, so you get $5,000 together, you give that to your mom, and then you bounce with the remaining $3,000.
So I expect you to make $5,000.
You sell all
And,
your sell all your shit.
I've tried to sell a lot of shit. Nobody wants to come to the middle of bumfuck nowhere. Come pick it up.
All right. Well, you can okay, so why would your mom have to pay $25,000 if you bounce on 5,000?
Because the bail bond's been put up to 20K to get me out.
Okay, and it's on her credit?
Yeah, on her credit.
All right. Well, would she be interested in moving to Mexico?
No.
Would she be interested in
She
moving?
doesn't understand. She's too racist to go to another fucking country.
How about Canada?
He still ain't gonna try to go to Canada, bro. He can give a fuck less what happens in prison for me.
All right. I mean, you could just. I mean, all right. So then, you have an attorney.
I got an appointment on the 25th. Go see an attorney.
Okay, and see if they can get it lowered. I'm telling you, if you are looking at more than 2 years, then you bounce. And basically, you can say to your mom, I'm going to go to Mexico and I'll start working there and I'll send you money as I can. You're an able-bodied individual.
I'm actually disabled.
Okay. Well, you're able-bodied enough.
Yeah, I know that.
Okay. I know you have seizures. But dude, you could go live in paradise. Go get yourself a Mexican wife. They won't chase you to Mexico over that. Doug, if you're looking at losing 4 years of your life, it's enough time that you just would say to your mom, I could make $25,000 in 4 years and send it back to you. And at least this way I'll be free. I know it's not ideal. And if you don't want to do Mexico, get to Miami and just get on a cruise ship and go to one of their ports and just fucking stay. Did they take your passport?
I don't have one.
Okay. Well, you could. I mean, just get to Mexico. Once you get to Mexico, let's see where you can go. Where can an American live in without a passport outside USA? All right. So You can live without a visa in several countries outside the United States for extended periods, though a passport is still required for entry. Okay, so you need a. The following countries allow U.S. citizens to stay for up to 180 days without a visa: Antigua and Barbuda, Belize, Dominica, Mexico, and Peru. The Dominican Republic allows indefinite stays without a visa, but has a high crime rate, making it unsuitable for long term stays. Other countries offering visa free stays of up to 360 days include Palau and Marshall Islands, with Palau offering job opportunities, especially for teachers, and the Marshall Islands providing opportunities for biomedical engineers, firefighters, and cybersecurity officers. Georgia allows stays of up to 360 days, but most jobs require knowledge of the Georgian language. Mauritius permits a 6-month stay without a visa, ideal for a long holiday. Additionally, U.S. citizens can live in U.S. territories without a passport, including. Dude, why don't you go to Puerto Rico?
It's getting to Puerto Rico is my issue.
Okay. Um. Why don't you just move out of? Why don't you just move out of state and then hope that they don't extradite you?
I did that before. I was on the run for 6 years.
But weren't you in the same state?
I've done the whole.
Hold on. Hold on. You were on the run. Hold on. Hold on. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. You were on the run for 6 years in another state?
No, I had to come back to this state after I shot myself in the head because I'm sick of fucking living.
Okay, that's another issue. But like, let's see if there are any states that don't extradite.
Okay, that makes sense. However, outside of climate change, and this is a story out of the Atlantic, the hotness level of food across the board, processed food, restaurant food, is climbing like crazy. People just want heat. For some reason, it has just expanded. And I'm saying, way above, not that what you say doesn't make sense. Well, maybe not.
It's a big what if, but there is change, and I think some of it is a stimulant.
Let me ask this, because when I love Indian food, and I love Thai food, and I never go beyond mild or medium, and here's why. Because I want flavor, and once you get into heat, that overrides flavor.
Absolutely.
And you're going to a restaurant, a good restaurant that has really good flavor, flavorful foods. Indian food is particularly flavorful. Certainly Thai food, Chinese food, there's a lot of flavor to it. You put heat in there, that kills it. You might as well go to a crap restaurant if you want heat.
My favorite Thai place in town is Cheap Lada, and it's fantastic. However, they have a part of the menu that you have to sign a waiver to consume because it is that hot. Another thing is food tech. It used to be for heat's sake, maybe a novelty for people that really wanted that stimulant, but now it's gotten much better. They've balanced. The peppers have gotten more flavorful, more floral. The flavors have changed, and so it's not just about the heat per se. The dish has gotten better. However, everywhere you look, chocolate, ice cream, all kinds of things have something now. I think there's a dozen or so different types of, chips that you can get. And I'm trying to think of the brand now, the Cheetos. But
Flamin' hot Cheetos. They have 17 different kinds of flamin' hot Cheetos.
you need enough just hot Cheetos. Where my Latinos at? With their bright orange, red fingertips. So it's not going anywhere. It's getting more. You went from like 30 some odd percent of the population enjoying heat now of consumers are really looking to see their food, and it doesn't seem to be backing down at all. And everybody's on board, every chip, everything.
Although I haven't changed my sweets a little tiny bit, kind of nice. A nice little tang is kind of nice. Beyond that, flavor. Which is why I don't think Tabasco sauce on anything. I never understood that. Why would you do that? I know people that put Tabasco sauce in their mozzarella soup. That is a tough one.
That's actually smart.
No.
Put it in your Bloody Mary.
Yeah, I don't drink, so you put it in your Bloody Mary all you want. I don't care. But I like mozzarella soup. I have actually been to Gwen's Deli, of course, my favorite deli in the world, and I saw someone put Tabasco in their mozzarella soup. And I happened to be talking to Ronnie, who owns Gwen's Deli, who's a good friend. And I looked at him, I go, throw that person out right now. If you have the right to refuse service, throw him out.
Do you think that person was Jewish?
No chance. None. All right, we are done. Coming up, Jim Keeney, and I forgot what we were going to talk about, but we are. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about why I forgot what we were going to talk about. That's coming right up. KFI AM 640. I think that's the station. Amy.
It's gonna be hot. The heat is on the way. The National Weather Service says we've got an excessive heat warning in effect starting later this morning and lasting till Sunday night with temperatures in the valleys and inland empire expected to top 100 for the next several days. The LA City Council has approved a series of measures for safety protections against immigration controls. Republican Assemblyman David Tangiba had his mic cut off when he was questioning Pellerman. California is getting ready for a November 4th special election on those new congressional maps. Counties are scrambling for ballot printers, polling sites, and staff. They say they want the state to cover the costs so local services don't get cut. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency as Hurricane Aaron threatens the coast with flooding and high winds. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist says Aaron is not expected to make landfall, but the storm is still really dangerous.
Coastal flooding already impacting some areas along the Outer Banks, with Hatteras and Ocracoke Islands under mandatory evacuation orders, with more than 2,100 people ferried off Ocracoke. Many beachside rental properties threatened by Hurricane Aaron now empty.
Residents have been urged to have emergency kits ready and to listen to weather alerts. Aaron is now a Category 2 hurricane. LA County DA Nathan Hoffman is going to honor 3 people who went above and beyond for their fellow residents. At the Westchester YMCA today, Hoffman's going to recognize a woman who intervened when a family member attacked another family member, a convenience store worker who helped stop a woman and her baby from being kidnapped, and a construction worker who stopped someone who randomly attacked a co-worker. We'll check some problems on the 91 next.
if you are living in Southern California and you're drinking the water, it's safe. I mean, there's no question about that. But God, it tastes so bad. I'm talking about sinking water, tap water coming out of your sink. And so what we do now, certainly didn't when I was a kid growing up here, is have full filter systems. It just didn't happen. And bottled water was the water that worked and that cool. So let me tell you what I've done. 14 years ago, I had a Life Source whole house water filtration system installed in my house. And I've tried every filter under the sun. I've done the salt systems, I've done under the sink, even those pitchers with the filter going down the middle, you put in the fridge, and none of them compare to a Life Source. And that's easy. Life Source delivers water from outside the house. My filtration system is in my garage. So as it flows in, every faucet, every tap produces this highly filtered, absolutely delicious water. And you don't get better than this. It's as good as bottled water. And it's all over the house. You're washing your dishes, you're doing clothes, you're bathing, you're drinking this water, as good as bottled water. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LifeSourceWater.com, LifeSourceWater.com.
Southbound weather from KFI. Heat advisories in effect later this morning through Saturday evening for inland areas. It's going to be sunny and hot. Highs in the low 80s at the beaches, 90s for Metro LA and Inland OC, 90s to about 105 for the valleys and Inland Empire, around 100 for the Antelope Valley. Hotter tomorrow with inland areas up to 109. It's going to be 80 at the beaches, or 80s at the beaches, 90s for the metro areas. It's 80, no, it's not that warm yet. It's 68 in Garden Grove, 67 in Yorba Linda. And we've got a crashing right park on the 91.
This one's on the east side of 91 and not at Sunday. Was involved in a wreck there from the right lane is what's affected. And traffic kind of slow off and on as you get away from the 710. Eastbound 91. Right around the corner, southbound side of the 5. This is going to be in Anaheim, southbound 5 in Lincoln. Crash, possibly some injuries, 3 vehicles all tangled up. And that's got traffic jammed up from before Beach Boulevard. Melissa Chris checks out an issue on the 110 freeway.
As you head into Alicia Park, you stall in the left lane of the 110 southbound before you reach the 5. And that's going to have you hitting reduced speeds all the way from Avenue 60.
Also some reduced speeds on
But he did make it to the majors. The Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
Damn.
You guys, so if I, if you can
Yeah.
do it,
If you do it, I guess have your dad be he's not a pro baseball player. No, I'm just saying. Not make all that money. Have your dad.
the dad's going, oh, I'm sorry. Did you like play for the Chicago Cubs?
You're a regular guy.
Was I too hard on you? But you played at Wrigley fucking Field, you ungrateful bastard.
Dad's side there.
I know.
Did dad do his job? Like, did dad do it? Did dad do his job? Like, yeah, maybe, but guess what? You made it. You made it. To the major. So, welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Right.
Like my
Make some money. Make some money in the major leagues.
Make some money. Meet your wife by doing that.
I mean, but
No, but I'm telling you,
if he could have his dad,
kid, yeah.
and would be working somewhere else. You're a regular guy.
His dad's like, sure, okay, keep talking shit. Meet to the pros.
Hey, forgive your dad.
Yeah, but you could call your dad.
Call your dad.
But there are crazy dads. And like,
Sure, but he did his best. His dad, yeah.
maybe, but he didn't. Or like I've seen, I've seen it personally where the dads are so like they're just tearing into the kid. Where the kid, he already knows he messes up on the field, and dad's yelling from the sidelines, from the bleachers, and then he's gonna tear into him on the way home. So you got an hour ride home. So the kid's just like, so the guy who's gonna mess up.
Yeah.
And then when you get in the car, the kid knows, and sometimes it lasts days. So you know, because you struck out or you made an error, which are kids, that for the next few days, it's going to be hell at home. That sucks.
That sucks. Serena and
Try not to do that.
I know. But Serena and Venus Williams' father, I'm glad they made a movie about it, because I've always said that's the unsung hero who literally came out of nothing, didn't even understand tennis, and figured out a way to read books and psychologically get his children. I mean, he created some of the greatest female tennis player of all time, and his daughter.
And not that the dads need credit, but like when Freddie Freeman hit that grand slam in the World
Yeah, and he hugged his dad.
Well, no, what do? He got on the mic and goes, "This is for my dad."
Yeah,
this is for my dad, who every night was thrown to me.
That's right.
Like so,
That's right.
No one talks about it, but the kids who are good, maybe football, soccer, and some stuff is different. When it comes to baseball, it takes so much work to get good at it. If you don't have a dad who's hands-on and spend time with you, it's gonna be super tough. Especially this day and age, the athletes in baseball are so good. If you don't have that dad doing the extra work, man, it's gonna be tough.
So when you see, I love tennis, and you watch tennis, and you see those women and those men, especially the ones from Eastern Europe, or Russia, or really almost anywhere. It doesn't matter where. What people don't understand is that those kids go from tournament to tournament, and they live in a van with their father. Their father's their coach, because they can't afford to have a coach. Their father's their coach for the first 18 years, 20 years, literally 21 years. And their father, they literally will live in a van. I'm talking about a Volkswagen van. And they go from thing to thing.
Well, I knew families in California that the dad worked 2 jobs, the mom worked 2 jobs just to pay for the kids' travel ball and lived in an apartment because the travel ball was so expensive for them that he would work overtime, everything, just to put his son through it. And he spent a ton of time with his son. His son was a baller. But he's 5'6", and the wife's 5'4". So you could say, well, there's a Tuve. It's like there's the one guy. That could be your North Star.
Yeah, but it's
and you could just feel the pressure on the kid. Now he dealt with it well. He's a baller. And he was a baller, but you could just tell.
Yeah.
Like when he had a bad game, like it was like he let down his dad, his mom.
There's a lot of
games. He's a baller, but you're like, man, at a certain level.
I know a kid who was said that way. He was destined to be this great tennis player, and he doesn't talk to his dad. And he hates tennis. I can't bring it up to him. He's like, at one point, I could play with anybody in the world, and I fucking hate it. I don't even look at tennis. Right
I tell parents all the time, the little advice I can give is, like, if you want your son to stop playing video games, if he's playing a lot of video games, you want him to stop playing video games, when he plays video games, sit down next to him and critique everything he does. Go, no, go left, go right. What are you doing? And yell at him, and then yell at him for the next 2 days. He's going to stop playing video games. Wow. Same thing with baseball. Hands up. What are you doing? Elbow up. Yeah. Where's your prep step? Like, your kid's going to be like, fuck this.
So, do you know, they did a study on this, and they found that the parents, the kids, the kids that played went on to play, so they were really good as kids, and then went on to be college and pro athletes. They did a study on this, and they found that the best thing a father can do is say the following words: "I love to watch you play."
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
So a lot of times it's like he doesn't want to hear critique. It's like, man, I love watching you play. God.
That's why you talk to any coach like this. Like, our favorite kids are the ones that come from parents who were athletes, because they know what it's like, and usually they're hands off because they know yelling from the bleachers it's never helped a kid in the history of baseball.
Right.
Ever.
Or it has, right? I mean,
no, never. I've never seen it work. It just embarrasses.
How do you deal with it? It's hard for you though, right? Because you love it so much.
And me and T working very hard at it. So when I see him not doing the things that we're working at, that's when I get mad. So I take myself out of the equation, and that's why I'll watch from right field.
Because otherwise
I can't help it. I yell, but he can't hear me out there, and the parents can't hear me. The parents can't hear me.
Yeah.
So I just take myself out of the equation. Let's take a little break, B.
Take a little break. So the one supplement that's probably been studied more than any other supplement on the planet is creatine. And I've done my own research on this. If you're looking for more power, better recovery, the ability to push through, most people are gassed. If you train seriously, if you're an amateur, if you're a pro, whether it's lifting, running, competing, or just staying dialed in, creatine is probably the best place to start.
It's the number one supplement.
It's the number one supplement.
Every single
good for
day.
Literally everything.
Recovery, muscle building. It's great for your brain. There's so many benefits to creatine.
So not all creatine is created equal, and this is where Beam comes in. Okay, this is exactly why people switch to Beam creatine. Okay, they send me a package. They got a little. It comes with a mixer. It's awesome. I started using their creatine, and it's been for me. I mean, I love it.
I love creatine, man, but you can't just trust any creatine because it's not created equal, right? That's exactly why we switched to Beam creatine. And I recently started using creatine. I've been using it for a hot second, but it has to be good creatine. And Beam creatine is clean, it's effective, and you can trust them, all right? But like everything else, the quality matters. Beam creatine is just that high quality. They don't use fillers like most companies. They don't use sugar, nothing synthetic. I mix in my pre-workout or in my coffee because I'm a psychopath. Just clean, pure creatine backed by science, used by people who care about staying mentally sharp and strong. With Beam creatine, you get the strength benefits, the endurance, the recovery, and putting something, you're putting something in your body you can trust. 1 scoop a day, simple as that. I use 25 grams, so I use a little more. So if you use too much,
it's literally good for everything.
Oh, yeah.
Gut health, your brain, everything.
Creatine, number one supplement. Everything else is smoke and mirrors. Creatine actually works.
And it's true that every time I go to buy creatine, there's always something else.
People are always asking what creatine use.
Yeah.
So right now, Beam is giving you guys 30% off for limited time. Just head on over to Shop Beam. That's BEAM.com/fighter. Use the code fighter at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter to get up to 30% off your first order.
What an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Love it.
And then I follow the rules. We don't talk baseball when we get in the car.
Really?
If you had a great game or a bad game, I'll take him to get ice cream.
Yeah.
But when he first started, I would only take him to get ice cream when he had a good game. That's not the way to do it.
Right.
Because then it's all based off his performance all the time.
Right.
So he's going to be like, okay, Dad's only happy when I do really well. Well, it's baseball. You're not always going to do really well. He goes, so if he does really bad, he's already embarrassed. But then he has to worry about coming home with Dad, and you don't want that.
None of my kids are going to be pro athletes, obviously, but the one thing about my son is that, I explained to my his mother, my son Finn, I was like, he'll get so much out of the sports regardless. Like, he'll get so much for showing up every day, from practicing.
Oh no! If you're only putting your kid in sports, you think he's going to go pro, you're doing it
crazy.
wrong.
Yeah.
You're doing it wrong.
Do it for the
Less than 1% are even to play college. I think it's something like 90% of kids stop playing baseball at the age of 13. Because at 13 it gets super serious.
Yes.
13 it ramps up another level. So most kids quit at 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Already at 9, trouble. It's pretty fucking serious, dude. But even the head coach, and I love it, he goes, I love that ball. Because they asked him, they go, he's like the head honcho, right? And he's won he's won everything. He's like a big deal in Texas. And they ask him, like, what do you think of Dad? He goes, I love it. You just have to know how to manage it. Because now, I love it because it means dads care and they're invested. It was because the coaches make the same money no matter what. Whether we win 4 games on a Sunday or we win 1, I don't want the coach who goes, I don't care, I'm getting paid. I want the dads who are like, no, I want to be here from 8 a.m. to fucking 10:30 at night and watch my kid play ball. So you just have to know how to manage that energy. He goes, but that means they're investing, they care about their kid.
But baseball requires a different kind of skill. Like, you've got to really work at that, no matter how athletic you are. But you can be a wide receiver in the NFL because you're ridiculously athletic, right? I mean,
to a certain point.
Right? Like, some guys,
you're going to get not in the NFL, but you're going to get to a certain level where those guys, everyone's just as athletic as you, but then they know the game, and you're going to get
okay, so you need to know the game.
You're going to have that at some point, because you're going to have to come along and invest in it.
What I saw with Travis Kelce, I kept wondering, I was like, why does he keep getting open?
Well, it's
like he gets open because he knows exactly how to split those. Like, he knows that the route, he knows how to run around.
But then there's guys like Antonio Gates who never played football, ever. And then he played basketball, and they're like, you have good footwork.
So he never played football in college?
No, never.
Are you kidding?
He didn't play football at all. Oh, until he got to the NFL.
What?
He just went in the Hall of Fame like 2-3 weeks ago.
So he's just going to run out there and catch balls.
Now his catching was amazing. His route running was amazing. His footwork amazing. His blocking was atrocious. It was a liability.
Okay.
Yeah, he couldn't block with shit. Because he didn't come up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch the UFC fights, Brett?
Dude, I could. So that party I was telling you about at my boy Ed's house was amazing. But I had this is how much I cared about watching this fight. I had a timer when the prelim started to go off on my phone. Because I was only 10 minutes away from the house.
Yeah.
As soon as that timer went off, I went, Bossy, we got to go. Ran to the car, rushed home, I watched every single fight. I was so excited for this. And the card delivered.
The card delivered. Michael Venom Page is just trying to strike with that guy is so unbelievable. Like, good luck.
Yeah, the only knock on Michael Venom Page is he should have went for the finish instead of
Made a mistake.
showboating.
Yeah, made a mistake.
He almost lost.
Yeah.
And at this level, especially Jared Cannonier, he's big, dude. So you let that guy hang around, and then you end up in mountain shit. It's like, dude, you could have finished.
Is there a 42-year-old in better shape in history of the game? Like 42 years old and just stupid shred.
Fought at heavyweight, light heavyweight, middleweight. Yeah, body the fuck up. 42.
But Michael Venom Page is
Ready to get to work.
made a different shit.
How about your boy Aaron Pico?
I was so impressed with him. I was like, damn, this kid is the new blood. Just boom, body shots coming in, wrestling.
Yeah.
But his wrestling, his boxing, everything was just unreal.
Way too
And I was like, look at this motherfucker.
I told Chin on Chop Show, I looked at my wife literally first like 20, 30 seconds if I went, oh, is he getting knocked out?
You mean because he just kept pressing forward? I didn't see
He's
that.
way too aggressive, and when he was throwing the shots, his he's like this.
I didn't see that.
His chin's over his feet. So
He knows better, doesn't he?
clearly fucking not. But it's the UFC, so you can get away with that Bellator and all that stuff. And he was so aggressive. And then you're fighting Jeff Murphy.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? I mean, yes.
You're fighting Murphy.
Yeah.
He's fighting Murphy, who's undefeated in the UFC, has beat some world-class guys. And he said in the lead-up, he goes, his aggression, he comes out really aggressive, I'm going to use it against him. At a world-class level, they go, oh, you're just going to rush in?
Because I was like, for me, I was like, oh, he got lucky with that spinning back kick. He did. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, of course. He even called it. He's like, I'll use it against him. That's what they
God.
do. There's no love
Aaron
involved.
Pico's 28 with all that experience. You'd think he'd know. Because remember we watched him and he was so aggressive and he got slept his first time.
Yeah, I was working at Madison Square Garden.
Remember?
Yeah,
It's like,
I
why
watched
so
that fight.
aggressive?
I know.
No, this was a fight companion. When he got dropped, he got shut off right away.
The
It was one of the first
one
times.
where he got choked out was Madison Square Garden. I worked it.
Yeah,
in
this is
New
the
York.
one where he got punched and just slept. And you were like, why so aggressive, right? It was this,
Oh, probably Adam Borgs.
I don't know. But it's like,
Yeah, that's probably the Adam Borgs fight because the other one.
but damn, he looks.
Oh no, maybe it was the Henry Corrales one. That's where he got KO punched
Yeah.
in 1 minute. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We did
Yes.
because we were watching because that was
Yes.
Inglewood.
Yes.
And then after that, they give him Adam Borgs, who's a beast, and then again he gets flying knee.
Dude, it's like it's.
But then he went on a tear, and he gets with Greg Jackson. But listen, the UFC jitters are real. That's a real fucking thing. MVP talked about it because they go, why do you think these Bellator and PFL guys come over and struggle? He goes, listen, I've had 3 or 4 fights, and he goes, I'm still not fighting like I should.
It's just so big.
Those guys are trying so hard, and they're coming out like in their tents. He said, because it's the big show.
So that's why he was pushing. He was like, let me get out of this.
Yep.
Oh, and you get a guy like fucking Murphy.
It was fantastic.
He's a phenomenal athlete.
What'd you think of the main event?
It's what I expected.
I
Because
think you did say Hamza decision.
yeah, I just said Hamzat is going to. There's no way that Duplessis is going to deal with that wrestling. I just saw too much of it. I watched him with everybody, and I saw what happened with Duplessis and the hell's his name? Who's the black guy wrestler? He
Benson? I'm sorry, Benson.
Yeah.
Jeff Brunson, my buddy from Derek Benson.
He was. These guys were taking him down, putting him on his back, and I said, "You're dealing with a different level." And I just don't see how. Like people are saying, he's a really good submission fighter. Your jiu-jitsu is not going to get you out of this problem. Yeah, your jiu-jitsu, right? It's not going to get you out of this problem. That problem is that top pressure. That problem is that those takedowns.
Did you enjoy the fight, or were you kind of like,
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
me too, I liked it too.
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
People didn't like it because they wanted Hamza to go for the finish, but the thing about DDP, when he would go back to scoring, he's like, don't worry, I got it. Don't worry, something's going to happen. And I was like, I believe him.
Well, he's amazing. Like, he gets put in that crucifix and somehow survives it by burying his head. Like, he is as rugged as it gets. But physics is physics. Physics doesn't care about how rugged you are. It doesn't care about your
Technique doesn't care.
The physics, yeah.
Yeah, the technique fight.
And he said it. He goes, "What's his strength? It's his incredible technique." And especially when you told me you saw him wrestling with, you saw him playing with world class motherfuckers.
And I didn't want to glaze him too hard and be on his nuts, but I was like, maybe because I've been.
You said you've not seen anything like that since Sean Jones.
I haven't seen John Jones do that. I'm telling you, I didn't want to glaze him too much, but I walked away and be like, Hulk Hogan. I was like, dude,
Yeah.
this fucking guy is a monster. Roman's like, I know. I'm like, you don't.
Yeah.
This dude is as good as advertised, if not more.
Yeah.
It's fucking scary.
So now what's going to happen? Here's my prediction. Everybody in the 185-pound weight class is going to hire Russian wrestling coaches and say, I need to learn how to stand up against this guy and escape.
You can't. There's nothing you can do.
Maybe not,
It
right?
doesn't matter. There's not enough hours that, like, DDP will never be champion again.
He'll never be able to get a Russian, like a couple of Russian wrestlers in there.
Doesn't matter. He's too old for it. He's too old.
Really?
Nobody can learn the concept to beat them.
You can't. You just can't.
There's
You
nothing
can't.
to do.
You can't.
You have your skill set. You're setting your ways, and I think DDP surviving 25 minutes is going to age so well over time because I don't think these contenders coming up.
I agree.
The only reason DDP didn't get finished is because he had good defense with the submission, and he didn't create a lot of opportunity for Hamzat. These other kids these other guys Fluffy Hernandez Fluffy will create those transitions where Hamzat will capitalize.
And DeRitter also, they're talking about DeRitter. I'm like, DeRitter's great with his jiu-jitsu and stuff when he's on the top, bottom, great. Good luck.
I think RDR is the easiest fight for him.
Really?
Rogan thinks it's toughest because his guard. This is where I think people are mistaken. You think that Hamzat is going to come up with the same game plan against RDR as he does DDP. He's going to be like, oh, no, watch this, and he's going to fucking knock him out.
Probably.
He's going to knock him out.
Probably.
See what he's
striking. Right, yeah, his
striking is horrible.
With all due respect to
horrendous.
It's not good.
No, like, you see what he did to Mershard?
Yeah.
There's no takedowns. He
Hamzat
faked it. Boom, straight right.
Hamper the fuck out of him. But I also would say, too, this. Like, jiu-jitsu is amazing and it's very important. When you have that level of wrestling, and when you're on your back, no matter what your jiu-jitsu is, the advantage is always going to be with the guy that comes up. It's just too much. You can't.
Let's take a little break because let's talk about Harry's, dude.
Harry's.
Them hairy legs. What's up, man? It's Harry's. Let's be honest. Most razors suck. They're either way overpriced or dull after a few shaves. It's a waste of time. And they leave your face feeling like it's been attacked by sandpaper. Don't get me started on overpriced refills. God, they get you. $20 for a 4-pack should be illegal in this country.
Well,
that's where our friends at Harry's. That's where Harry's.
It's got the best of both worlds. It's got a barbershop quality shave with German-engineered blades and a sleek ergonomic handle.
Those Germans, they make cars, they make blades.
That's it, bro. Literally at the price of the premium razors, the precision manufacturing process measures each blade in microns. We're talking aerospace level accuracy for sharpness and consistency, reducing irritation and
Here's the kicker, dude. Harry's isn't just one of the best engineered razors on the planet. It's also affordable. Yep. By owning their factory and cutting out the middleman, Harry's delivers top-tier blades for as low as half the price of the big brands. It's time to stop overpaying for a bull crap shave, all right? For a limited time, you guys can get Harry's trial set for only $8 plus a free gift at harrys.com/fighter. Just head on over to harrys.com/fighter to receive our exclusive discount. After you purchase, they will ask you where you heard about them. Please tell them the Fighter Kid sent you. And that's harrys.com/fighter.
Don't make races. Got a full-on grooming essential shave.
Oh, they got it all.
Body wash, all of it, man.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger,
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
You cannot deal with that kind of pressure.
Now, if you told me Hamzat's going to fight RDR and stay in his guard for 25 minutes, I'm like, he has a shot. I still don't think he wins, but he has a shot. He has to throw a Hail Mary. He'll be catching. Hopefully, Hamzat leaves a limb out or something like that, but he has more of a shot than DDP.
He's going to end up on his back, and Hamzat will be
He's
inside.
going to end up looking at the ceiling. He's going to end up knocked out. I think RDR is his easiest fight. And I'm a huge RDR fan. I don't know.
He's got his stand-up. He's got that knee, and that's it.
He's long. He has that knee against Bo Nick.
Hamzat's not hearing a peep out of him. I agree with you. He's going to punch it. You know, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see anybody beating Hamza unless he makes a mistake and they catch him with a flying knee or some random spinning back elbow. But if he's smart and calculated about it, I don't see anybody beating him.
I'd love to see a wrestling match between Kamzat and Bo Nickel, yeah. But
if Bo Nickel would change his approach to the game and use his wrestling like Hamzat does, now we're cooking.
He might be trying. That might have been. I'm sure he watched that fight. I'm sure he took notes.
How is team gonna look around and go, should we still hit this? No, dude. There's not enough hours a day for you to catch up striking wise with the rest of the division. Fucking be John Fitch. Fucking wrestle these guys and get the wins. And
be John
10 wins.
Grind that shit out.
That's it, dude. And if you find a submission, great. If not, we're winning fucking fights.
Problem is that there are guys that like DeRitter that can stop his takedowns, knee him to Kingdom Come, just punch the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying?
It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
It drives me nuts. The card was good.
I mean, dive for the ankles. Just grab that fucking the back of that knee and take him down.
Yeah, what I don't want to see is Bo Nickel in a striking war.
No.
What are you doing?
No way. No.
It's painful to watch.
Yeah.
They're just staring down the wrong road. Even DDP's team in the corner, dude, were you listening? They're just like, I don't know.
Well, they don't, yeah. I can't.
Because DDP, his main attribute, his main skill is he's really big and really tough.
Right.
And I'm sure in the gym.
And a hell of a submission wrestler. He's
pretty good. Pretty good. But again, his main thing is being this big, tough dude. Well,
and cardio.
Sure. Yeah. Well, but when big and exactly. But when big and tough isn't paying like when in the fight, they kind of
Kamzat doesn't care if you're big and tough.
What? No.
He doesn't care. He's gonna grab you about the small of the leg. Because that's my area. That's where I live. So I recognize it. And you're so big.
You grab my idea.
It's fine. We've done this before, but I want to remind you because I've been training so hard.
You're like Hamza, dude. You're like an old gray Hamza.
Well, first of all,
dude, you got a new nickname, the Gray Wolf.
Yeah. Now, I come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I never come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I don't want any of this.
You don't want this. Yeah.
I don't want any of this.
No.
But I love this.
Yep.
I love this.
Right below the kneecap.
And I love getting my head wet right there, and I drive, and your knee buckles, because you're only one man.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
One man.
Yep.
Right? Mm-hmm. And then what do we get?
You with the back injury? Your back blown out?
No, look, am I grabbing your ankles?
Oh, okay.
Am I grabbing the top of your foot? Yeah. So that's where
I'm the old Gray Wolf.
I am. So as strong as you are, I'm always on the outside. Don't let me on the outside. You'll let me on the outside. This whole area is right where I live.
Touch me, dude.
That's where I live.
All right.
Let's get back to the podcast.
Let's get back to the podcast. The old Gray Wolf.
The old Gray Wolf. He's got some tricky boos in his sleeve. Yeah, man. Is there anyone in the 85-pound division that you can see? Is there anyone in 205? Kamzat's going to go to 205.
Eventually, he has a lot of. I'm tall. I'm a big guy. Okay. Maybe Izzy, RDR, Baralio, Fluffy. He'd have to take out those guys, and if he can clear out 5 to 6 guys, then he could go to 205.
If he's dominant as hell at 85,
Ankalaev's going to be a problem.
they'll give him Ankalaev. Ankalaev's striking. I rewatched that. Don't sleep on his fucking striking.
His striking's not bad.
Wow.
Now, if he can counter Hamzat's wrestling,
which he probably has a very good chance of.
A better chance. I don't think so, but a better chance.
Strong guy.
Yeah.
Who is used to that system? Who has seen a lot of those looks,
He's
right?
familiar with it.
Right. So that's an interesting.
I think Hamza beats up Yeri. I think he beats up Carlos Goldberg.
I don't know what they do against him.
Roundtree.
Yeah. He takes them
Yo, dog.
Interesting. Jamal Haley beats Rakic.
Hey, why don't you go to Louisiana? They have a non-extradition agreement.
Yeah, if I go back to Louisiana, I've got to deal with some people that I don't think it's going to end up. It's not going to end up good.
All right.
I'd rather serve this little 4 years than to go down to Louisiana where my family's at and have to hunt down somebody. Fucking, you know, there's somebody there that if I go to that state, I'm going to end up definitely murdered.
Okay, well, what about South Carolina?
North Carolina.
No, they'll extradite you.
Montana?
North Dakota.
I don't have anybody there. South Dakota?
No, North Dakota. All right, what about okay, let's see.
Yeah, I'll call you when I get home. I gotta leave my dog here.
All right, pimp.
The Dow is down 99 points. Actually, the Dow just switched, bouncing around the block. It's now down 63 points. The Nasdaq is on 251, and the S&P 500 is down 40. We've got a crash in Seal Beach, slowing you down on the 405.
Yeah, this is going to be like northbound right there at Seal Beach Boulevard. Looks like 4 vehicles, all of them on the right shoulder. And it's kind of slow on the northbound side as you get away from Westminster Boulevard. Also affected drive westbound 22 from Golden West. Hey, we've got some slow traffic in South Orange County, it sounds like. Yeah, you know what? And I don't know why. Northbound side of the 405 really slow as you get away from the 5 past the 133 up towards Jackson Road, and then it gets better. So we might have had something in lanes into the move, so that's good. 5 southbound in Anaheim, still looking at some slow traffic there, right around Lincoln. Earlier, crashing and slow out of Buena Park. As far as LA, just slow in the East LA downtown areas, all the freeways there. Kind of bring that down for you next time around with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. And we'll close right now. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Widespread racism against the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's up to all of us to stand up, speak out, and put an end to this racism. Stop AAPI-Hate is a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the AAPI community across the United States. To report a hate incident or to learn more about what you can do to help, visit StopAAPIHate.org now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Interesting. No crazy beats.
He's got big boys, by the way, at 85, 205. They're big boys. It's a significant size difference.
Yeah, he can do it though. He can do it. It's too early. He just came middle of the gym.
I'm a little too.
That's the casual take. Like, oh, let's have him jump this.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, Yeah.
He has so much work to do at 85. He just got the belt. We're talking about the weight classes.
Yeah.
The fight would be if he could make 70 again and fight
Makachev.
Stop. Now we're cooking.
Stop it.
Now we're cooking.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
70's tough one, but he fought 70
It's
before.
really hard for him.
But Islam versus Hamzat,
Interesting. I'd love to see him at make it at 80. Islam has no problem at 80.
you're talking that bullshit right now?
Why?
Because
Catchweight.
well, they don't do that, right? You're talking that bullshit right now? Hey, is this casual podcast?
Just
is this the MMA casual?
Why not 80, bro? Take it easy.
Through collar and it's
Well,
gonna be
we
fun.
can't get
my face.
We can't
You're
get
gonna start making up divisions.
I'll go down the
You're gonna
steps.
start making up divisions. Fuck my
I'm
face.
adding a new division.
This never happens.
But I can't have Khamzat sucking down 70. It's too much weight.
He's done before?
He missed weight. Actually, it's
No, he's made 70 before.
I think it was 176. I think he missed.
He's made 70 before.
Has he?
Yeah.
See if he has.
He was there for a while now.
I feel like he
Came in the UFC at 70, bud.
Yeah.
His fights that were taking place over during COVID. Look at it.
Sucks. That is. I know he wrestled 70, but wasn't he over twice?
So he fought.
Wasn't the lightest he was 176? I feel like. Because I think for the Usman fight he was 176 in weigh-in.
Well, he made Gilbert Burns, right?
Yeah.
That was at 170. He made 170 for Gilbert.
I think he missed weight there.
No, he didn't. They did a catch weight with Kevin Holland.
No, I think he did.
No, because look, he fought Gilbert Burns at 170, made 170, and he fought your boy, the Leech, at 70. Yeah, because it would say middleweight bout. So he fought Joe Burchard where he starched him in 17 seconds. Then he fought shortly after in October back to welterweight, the Leech. Then he fought Gilbert Burns. And then he had to do a catch weight against Kevin Holland. Yeah. And then he went back to middleweight for good against Kamar Usman.
That's what I'm saying. I just said catch weight. Why you gotta be?
No, he made welterweight.
Let's have that catch weight.
No, the only reason he catch weight is because he missed the weight by so much. Remember that? They're supposed to give him Nick Diaz. I'm sorry, Nate Diaz.
Oh my god.
Nate Diaz tweeted out, "Can't fight."
I don't blame him.
Okay.
But Nate Diaz will fight anybody. But like, why? It's like fucking wrestling some wrestler like that, man. Nate Diaz has nothing to prove. It's like, no.
Yeah, that would be good.
God. Different weight class. He's a bigger man. Everything, you know. God. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't see Hamzat losing for a long one.
Because you got to solve that puzzle, that wrestling puzzle, and I don't know if anybody can.
The answer is no. You're going to have to catch him. And the odds of doing that aren't great. So he's just going to reign champ for a long time. But he could get caught. There's that.
Absolutely.
So the same with Corey Sandhagen. It's like he's fighting Marab. Again, Marab's only going to lose if he gets caught. Flying knee, flying elbow, something.
Ankle,
Maybe.
heel hook.
Maybe catch him in something like that, but Rob trains for that, you know. But you're gonna have to catch him with something that he can't expect, like a flying knee, like something random. It has to happen for those guys to lose. Right. So again, your odds are 1%. You know, so it can happen.
Give him more than that.
1%.
No, come on, Corey. You got to give Corey more. I don't like that. Don't say that.
No, Corey's my boy. The 8 down.
Yeah, I know it's not even about whether he's your boy or not. Sandhagen's got a
5%.
No, I gotta give him higher than that.
To beat Marab?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you seen the odds?
What are the odds?
The big underdog. I think he's a plus 600.
God, that's disrespectful.
Well, it's a nightmare. But again, out of anyone to do it, I like his chances better than Sugar's. I like his chances better than Aljo, any of these guys.
Okay. Plus 300.
Plus 310.
Yeah. All right.
Now I'm going for Corey. I'll be very clear. I'm going to root for Corey. That's my guy. But very tough man. But if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Corey. Because he has those Hail Marys he can pull out of his back.
Great striking. Great striking. Great knees. Great punches. Great on the ground. I mean, remember, he gave Rob, Magomedov fits for a long time.
He kept giving up his back there. Remember that? That was weird. Yeah. Rob capitalized on that.
Yeah. Well,
it's all interesting. What do you got, Chin? Did you watch the fights, Chin? Of course. I actually met up with this. This is like the first time I actually went out since I moved. Holy shit! You left the house? I left the house. I went to a place called Menchaca. Have you heard of that? No, man. Menchaca. It's a sports bar, and I met up with our old Showtime guy, Daniel. That half. Oh yeah, yeah. He's out here. Who's he working for? Dude, he works for like a beverage company, you know, and it's just like completely different. Good for him, and he's happy, so that's good. That's good. So it's just you and him? Yeah. Mandate. Dude, we're watching fights, man. Yeah, it's a mandate, though. Mandate. All right, you guys have some wings and beer? I didn't eat, but I had a couple sips, yeah. All right. What? Nothing. Nothing, mandate. Mandate. It's funny because mandate's another word, too. But what'd you say? Because mandate's a different word as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's funny. Shakari Richardson was caught at the airport, pretty much beating up her boyfriend, pushing him into like the wall. And this is at LAX, and she was arrested. So if you're doing this in public, no, this is Seattle. Seattle's Tacoma. So if you're doing this in public, you have that indoors. She beats the shit out of him. And he's also you've seen her, right? Oh yeah, she's a phenomenal athlete. So there she is right there. Where you go to the airport is frustrating. I get it. People are shitting in those bathrooms, peeing everywhere. And she's calling him a coward? Yeah, he's just kind of walking away, and then she just gets. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. But this is like. That's all a man can do. This is in public. In front of security. Everything. Oh, she's a handful. She's in his face. She's on him like glue, dude. You know, she's like Marab right now. She's got him up against it. Oh, damn! God. But if you're that guy, you're not gonna push her in public. You can't do a damn thing. I mean, you wouldn't push her anyways. Just like get away from her. That's not. She might be like, you give her a beer hug. Hey, stop pushing me. Well, you know, this is the thing. Like, is that him? Yeah. There are a lot of cases where women will beat on men for a long time. She stated that the argument all stemmed from lies Coleman had told her. Sorry? She said it came from a lie. He was lying about something. But then she said she didn't touch him, which is obviously the case. We have video, girl. Well, it sounds like there's just... But also... That looks like a jealousy thing. Okay. She didn't sock him in the face. They shouldn't be touching people, but... You know, it's one of those... Are they good now? Relationships. I don't know if they're good now. Even their kids will be fast. The fastest kids in the world. Are they going to be part of the crowd over there? Would they? Yeah, hopefully. I think so. Remember this interview with Hunter Biden? That guy? Yeah. Andrew Callahan? Yeah. Channel 5 News. So apparently Melania Trump has threatened to sue Hunter Biden. She's such a classy woman. For over $1 billion. Melania Trump is a very classy woman. Okay. But because of defamation and whatever, so I'll just play this clip for you. She threatened to sue. What's her apologize? Yeah, well, there's no evidence that Melania Trump, like this rumor that's where. Yeah, that's the reason why. It's just people love to say it, and I'm sorry I even brought her up on the podcast because I felt queasy about it. I heard it from you. She's a classy woman. Yeah, hey, I heard it from you before anybody. No, but I don't have to the ground. Like, the reason, I'm like, no. But it came out that was a rumor. Like, they said that she met Trump through. It's a delicious rumor. People loved it. That's a good one. Like, Melania Trump didn't need to do any of that shit. She's one of those women when she was younger and even still now who was so beautiful. You'd be like, oh my God. Like, she had the world. You'd be like, oh my God, get to my island. I mean, that's whatever. You don't think the richest people in the world get hotter chicks than her? Richest people. She's very attractive. Buddy, that island, I'm sure they had the primo of primo. She was a primo. I am not. She is. According to Hunter Biden, she's willing to put her money where her mouth is. That says a lot. God, what is it? She just wants an apology. Yeah. Lawsuit time. In my hand is a legal demand letter addressed to Mr. Hunter Biden from the First Lady of the United States, demanding a retraction of Channel 5's video called Hunter Biden Returns, in which Mr. Biden here makes some speculative comments about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. Okay, they knew each other well.
They spent enormous time together. According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met. Really? Epstein made the intro. Yeah, according to Michael Wolff. And so I only can go by what people are saying, and I don't know.
Well, people are saying
out of nowhere. They come from another journalist named Michael Wolff, who was a biographer that actually spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. But now here we are. And I've got $1 billion document in my hands because Mrs. Trump is seeking $1 billion in damages if we don't take the video down and if Hunter here doesn't issue a formal apology to Mrs. Trump. So now we're here, maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Fuck that. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it. He's the backing of his fucking dad.
Well, he was echoing what someone else said, right?
Yeah, but you can't do that in a public interview. This gets millions and millions of views.
You can. You can. So here's how it goes. For a defamation case, you have to prove malice. And what Hunter Biden is saying, I was just saying what other people.
Oh, he's saying I'm just saying what I heard.
That's what he's saying.
He goes, I didn't originate the story.
Yeah. So if you go to court, he said, well, I heard that Jeffrey Epstein had introduced. Jeffrey Epstein knew a lot of people, a lot of women, beautiful women, and everything else. Not all of them were hookers, but he ran with a very rich crowd, so he might have met her. And there were pictures of them together, so that'd be a really hard case.
The other thing is, too, let's say they did meet at the island. I don't think the island, every single party was whores and rich guys. Like, it could have been like a public party with a lot of
like
things.
a petting zoo, and they had little kids there.
Yes, there's also that. I think they had a kind of a smorgasbord of all that.
Sure.
Maybe they met that. That doesn't mean that she was part of this drug prostitute ring. They for sure met them. Right? That's what I heard. What else you got, Jen?
Who knows?
Let's do. I mean, if they met, there's like Lady in the Tramp, baby.
This video kind of went viral. This is a guy throwing a sandwich at a.
This is so funny.
You saw this already?
I haven't seen it.
So. But then I'll get into more details afterwards.
This is Sean Dunn, who used a Subway sandwich that was our missiles. Subway sandwich is a weapon to attack a federal officer deployed by President Trump on the streets of D.C. earlier this week. Has been charged with felony.
Since you know what's going on in D.C.
Is it a tuna?
Do you know what's going on in D.C.?
Yeah.
So Trump has just tired of driving to the White House and seeing homeless encampments. Also, just so everybody knows, I lived in D.C. when it was the murder capital of the world. And when they talk about DC's crime wave is lowest it's been in 30 years. 30 years ago, you dummies, it was the murder capital of the world. Okay? So I will tell you this, when you go to DC, they lock up the toothpaste in the Walgreens. Hey, bro.
I'm listening. I just got breaking news.
What?
Oh, keep going. I got breaking news. No, the toothpaste in D.C., dude. No, what's that?
Breaking news.
I had the mayor from D.C. text me.
I love that Brian called you out on this. This is perfect.
Hey, bro.
I'm sorry, man. It's a late pod. I get shit going on
All right.
in the family.
Take it easy, Jack. Keep going. Take it easy, Jack. Holy shit. I mean, you'll just say, what the fuck is going on over there?
I bet Jim was on the single shot,
Oh, man. I guess he should be. But,
keep going.
I get it. But it's like, DC's a shithole right now. And he's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's my city. So, no. You guys are, I'm going to take this over because the police are hemmed in by the, city council probably and all this stuff. So, and I believe he is constitutionally within his right in DC to do this.
Let me see the video, Jen. Yeah. Is it a 6-inch meatball?
It looks pretty big.
It's hot. Those come out.
And you get some white guy. Judging by the way he dresses, I like the way he's dressed, but he looks like he's probably not taking a lot of punches to the face. Looks like he's pretty comfortable in his life.
Oh.
Look at the way he runs. Look at the way he runs.
This is a significant. This is not a power line issue. Despite
Wait, Did he get arrested after this?
Yes, and by the way, he also got fired from his job. And guess what his job was?
What?
He's an attorney for the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so just so everybody knows, okay?
Drunk?
No, let me just say this. This is an exact example of an asshole, this generation that's never been punched in the face. I would never do that to cops. If I saw a bunch of cops, forget, even if I didn't like them, and I saw a bunch of cops like that, dressed up like that, that is, you gotta know that you're gonna take a fucking beating and should when you get that
Are
cop.
we in the paddy wagon? The boys, you know.
It's like, but I just would never do that. I'm not gonna go fuck you unless I'm really willing to take, unless I'm willing to fight. Yeah, unless you're willing to really fight, then you gotta throw a sandwich at the guy.
Also, those guys are just doing their jobs. They might not agree with it. They're just doing their
I'm
job.
calling him a fascist.
Yeah,
You don't know what fascism is, you fucking dummy. You live in America, you privileged American.
So he got fired from his job first?
Yeah, after that.
His girl dumped him to her, man. No. Follow up on the story, bro.
So he got fired.
Yeah.
He was an attorney, a trial attorney. Wow. Throwing a sandwich at a federal agent.
He must have been drunk, though. You know,
You would assume.
Yeah,
But
maybe.
the other thing is,
Or
too,
just
is
a dick.
do you think throwing that sandwich was going to change the policies?
Let's take a little break. This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can get a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find your options within your budget. Try it today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Do you think by throwing that sandwich, let's say it hit him in the face, you think anything was going to change, Dum Dum?
And he ran away, too. It's like, what are you doing?
No, he doesn't look very athletic.
No,
Now he got fired from his job. He's probably like, God damn it.
yeah, that's what
He's
happened.
going to have to leave DC.
You know what it is? It's spoiled behavior. There are other ways to voice your opposition in this country, and you should voice your opposition if you have a problem with it.
Yeah, do it like the Democrats. Get paid for it.
Yeah. By the way,
What else you got, Jen?
see a mugshot of this fucking guy. It's connected to you.
Is there a mug?
mugshot? See what he looks like.
I'll Google his name. I don't think it'll show, but
You always got to take a good mug shot. How would you take it, babe?
Like this.
I don't think you do anything with your hands.
Just this.
Yeah, mug shot. Yeah, see, you go viral with that. Yeah.
And not in a good way.
I like the ones where the guys get kind of like, whoops.
That might be it.
There's no mug, huh? It's all right.
that's not him, right?
Is that him?
That's Brian Callen.
I know. Way too
That's
fast.
not him.
Hold on.
Rose Subway.
No, it's not.
I guess
Oh,
that's
sorry, that's a Marine.
It's a Marine. How dare you, Joe?
No, I'm just
This
looking.
guy breaking it down. That's all right.
Oh, look, he's a runner.
No, this is David Goggins. I guess he finished the Bigfoot 266 hours. I have no idea what reference this is. As
Do you
far
know
as
that his knees, they've had to do experimental surgery on his knees?
experimental.
Yeah, that bad.
He's lost like all cartilage and stuff. Like he should. It doesn't make sense. He can run.
It looks like he's not running great.
His knees look like they're hurting.
Yeah, 66 hours. Look at this. The way he's walking.
He's missing like cartilage and shit.
They're so knock-kneed, too. They're all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what he does for motivation? He reads the haters' comments and then records it, and then he plays the haters' comments.
Okay.
The current record for the Bigfoot 200-mile ultra marathon run in Washington State is 44 hours, 57 minutes, and 16 seconds. The race features over 44,000 feet of elevation gain, descent, making it a challenging event. So 44 hours is the record, basically 45. And what did he finish it in?
66.
Still. That's insane.
66 hours.
Placed 23rd overall.
So average is 106 hours.
Holy shit, he's cooking this.
Yeah.
My lord.
Wow, that's impressive. All right, what do you got, Jim?
I think
Just a man pretending to be Justin Bieber tricked XS nightclub at Wynn Las Vegas and the legend performed. Everybody fell for it. And this is hammered. Let me see.
Oh, that's so good, dude. What a great story. These kids are all like,
I feel like that bodyguard's not buying it though.
oh man, wait, something look into it. Let me see this. Apparently all of the Win actors got duped by a fake Justin Bieber last night. He performed everything.
They performed everything before they realized it was an end. Keep going down, Chin. Keep going down. Yeah, can someone explain why this is a thing, going this far to look like somebody, or him and Justin working together to promote something? Not going to lie, he almost had me fooled. Clearly had all these other people fooled. Play it?
That's so
It doesn't even look like it.
It kind of does, though.
Not really. I mean, not at all.
I wouldn't know. I'd be like,
I would, and those young kids. Come on, dude.
kind of looks like Amnesty at the same time.
I mean, like a tiny little bit, but I guess they have this. Justin doesn't have a beard like that. His beard's not that thick.
No, that's
yeah, but to me, they're totally different. Weird.
okay.
I like to think I wouldn't be duped by that. You would, 100%. You take pictures of your kids and shit. Trying to promote your shows and shit. Oh wow! So I took a picture of the baby.
And he doesn't even wear glasses like that. If he wore like regular sunglasses, it would probably look.
Yeah, those are terrible.
Yeah.
That guy's hilarious.
Great story.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's
That's not real, is it? Is this confirmed? It says WNBA players turned down a deal that would have quadrupled their pay, minimum 66K to 250K, maximum 250K to $1 million.
Let's go ahead and play this quick.
We got a proposal from the league, which was one big slap in the face. And I think we really have to put an emphasis on the players that are in our league right now. But I love to see the league growing. I think, adding these teams in Philly and Detroit, like that, how amazing is that the league can grow, but how cool would it also be to have a little bit expansion on the rosters? Like, let's focus on the teams that have everything set up right now, and maybe focus on the teams also that find excuses continuously to lack investment into their players before we focus on adding more to the brain of people that can't.
But you don't make any money. Nobody wants to watch.
I wonder if they actually did. I wonder if that's just a rumor, because obviously WNBA, I don't fucks with it either, but people, I don't think there's any official reports they offered him 250K minimum. I would doubt it. How could you offer more money when you're losing money?
You're losing money. Why doesn't anybody want to watch the WNBA? Just saying.
You know what? I'll watch Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, but
hey, good. The rest of them aren't very good.
good level of skill is.
But if I'm going to sit down and watch a basketball game, I want to see the very best man or woman. I want to see the best of who's better. Oh, the Chicago Bulls are the best basketball team in Chicago? Oh, the LA Lakers are better than the LA Spark? Well, I'm going to spend my fucking time watching the LA Lakers.
Yeah. That's right.
But I wonder if that's a real story. I doubt they would turn down 250,000. That sounds.
You're not making any money.
If they did, they're
watches
just
you.
dumb.
Nobody watches them. That's charity.
I'll watch Caitlin Clark, but even I'll be frank, I'll watch the highlights. Yeah, I watch WNBA like you watch UFC. I catch the highlights.
No, that's not.
Hey, catch the highlights.
No, I watch them.
I would never pay for it.
I always pay for my fights. I don't do that shit.
So according to Yahoo Sports,
I'm saying I would pay for the WNBA.
Yeah, but I don't pirate UFC fights. I don't.
Hey,
I really don't.
hey,
No, I don't.
they told you did one.
No, I did it one time. Somebody said, "Here's a website and pay for it." Said I missed the fights,
Yeah.
and they sent me the website. I watched it, and then I was like, "This is still shitty to the players. I mean, the fighters."
So it doesn't matter. They make the same money.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
The top dogs don't have to get pay-per-view points. The rest of them get pay-per-view points.
I don't do anything.
Hey, sure you don't.
No, I really. I wouldn't even know where to go.
Hey.
I wouldn't even know where to go.
Hey, you're the same guy that was watching Madden on YouTube and thought it was a live game. So, hey.
That's not true. That's
What else you got, Jen?
I was gonna say, according to Yahoo Sports, it says it is true, and they're just holding out for a larger raise.
I mean, you guys aren't worth it. You don't
If
make money.
that's true, that is
You
wow.
don't make money.
Alright, let's check out some of these here. Is it too late to say sorry? You guys remember Nelly Furtado, right?
Oh, she got. Oh, I know where you're going.
Nelly Furtado got.
Do you remember her?
She was not binary for a while.
Bro, she got stupid thick. Like, hey, you know me, I like thick girls.
No, she got
fat.
truck driver.
Hey,
It's not even like just fat. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, no, she got power slap thick. She got power slap thick.
You ain't lying.
Yes, sir.
You ain't lying.
She power slap thick. That's a
She was
difference.
not binary for a while.
Sure.
Someday she wake up, she'd be a guy. So,
I want to go, hey, excuse me, ma'am, did you eat all your feelings?
well, she was in a coma. She's had a history of drug issues. There's a lot of issues with Nelly.
She
Furtado.
power
She
slap
can
thick.
sing her ass
That power slap thick is a different level of fat.
She can sing. She can
Yeah.
sing. Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, so I saw her pop up recently, but so, I thought I honestly thought
Was
this
that her now?
I thought this was
She looks like Tom Photoshop off Tropic Thunder.
Okay.
She's thick. She looks like Ben Stiller from Dodgeball when he goes down south.
Okay. Yeah.
it's kind of wild, right? Like it's not like she
Her and
looks,
Lena Dunham. Really.
Hey, I like this comment. God forbid a woman feels comfortable in her own skin. Yeah, no doubt. Did you see before she got power slap
I don't
thick?
think she feels very.
No. Although she's kind of owning it.
yeah, this is her walking
I
down.
don't care. She can sing. I don't
Remember when like Steve Nash? Steve Nash is like, thank God I didn't sign up for that.
It's wild though, yeah.
The truth
I've
is,
heard before.
Nelly's. Damn. Gorgeous there.
Yeah, yeah.
Gorgeous.
Here,
Power slap thick.
Beautiful.
What
Probably
happened?
starving herself. You know, I don't know, man.
What are you saying? Starving herself?
Be embarrassed.
You're the opposite. Fucking hey,
No, right
the
there.
opposite.
I'm saying
Oh, you're on the before. You're saying there's no starvation. That's just her living life, and then something.
Hey, wait a minute. That guy's teeth has got something to say.
Yeah.
That's a close up too.
Oh,
We gotta take care of this
this
teeth.
bitch is. He has food in him.
Yeah.
Video. Hey, that's Timbaland, baby.
Video here.
He does have food in there.
Yeah, he does. It's disturbing.
Okay, that's all right.
Small.
It is what it is. Now she.
Do we know what happened with her?
That looks like
Give us some other
Bobby Knuckles'
pictures.
teeth after Jemiah.
Yeah, it does.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Now she's had a tough time of it.
It's tough when you're a performer.
Well, she generally has a tough time. She's coming out as this, she's coming out as that. She's
Go to the orange one.
Yeah. But even there, she's not as big as the one we see.
She ain't small.
She's small, but I mean, look, it's like
It's kind of
she probably
that was her
battles with a lot of
cheeseburgers.
She's starving there. She's starving there.
I can't even
One
imagine.
piece of cheese in 2 days, right there.
Did she get kidnapped in a Burger King and eat her way out? That's the only way to explain this.
She just
Power slap thing.
It's called yo-yoing.
But I mean, her frame is so small. I don't see how.
Because she turned into an evil villain. What happened?
Yeah, she's
the Penguin. She's Colin Farrell the Penguin.
Yeah. There's a lot going on there.
She can't be happy.
I mean, she's smiling a lot now.
That doesn't mean much.
How she's embracing her new silhouette.
There are a lot of enablers. There's a lot of stuff going on.
That's the problem. She needs friends of fat shamer. Right?
I think she has some.
Like if you showed up like that,
Yeah.
we would be on the air. I go, hold on. You're so fat.
You know, it's good. Girls, 100%. I don't. Whoa.
Never do that to each other.
Brian, are you competing in power stop with a fucking Under Armour shirt
I
on?
just show up and I'm
You're so fat. And you go, it's what, dude? Stop fucking eating.
That's how guys talk to each other.
Stop eating.
Girls don't talk to each other that way. But she had, I think she's had like serious issues in general. Like, didn't she go into a coma for drug overdose?
I don't know. I'm sure, Brian. I think
she
she did.
did.
Amy Winehouse, and she
No, I'm
died.
talking about Nelly Furtado. Who is the one who's into MMA for a while?
Drug addiction into MMA.
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking Gina Carano. Sing.
No.
Wait. Sorry.
The one who can sing.
You're thinking of homegirl who can sing.
Yes.
Dane Luke Rockhold.
Yes.
Oh, Demi Lovato.
Demi Lovato. I've been thinking about this whole time.
Who's a dime?
That's what I've been thinking about. Demi Lovato.
Big difference.
Okay,
Demi Lovato never got power slap thick.
Okay, so now this is Nelly Furtado. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Demi Lovato.
That's what I was thinking. She can sing. I was thinking about Demi. Okay. Demi Lovato.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh, she was very skinny too before.
Yeah.
But then
she does the same thing. She goes through these things where
she's dumb talented.
Oh, dumb talented. Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, she's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But Gina Carano too, she gained a lot of weight.
Well, Gina's just a big.
But Gina's cutting weight. She has excuses, and she's fine now.
She's an athlete. Her dad was a pro football player. She's back.
But Nelly Furtado, she didn't take any punches to the face.
No. Okay.
You see, come on.
Who's that?
That's Gina Carano. Not now. She ain't doing her like that. No, seriously. Fine. As of, I think today, or as of present time, she got really big. No, she's not big anymore. She's not like super big. She was really big. She's better. And then plus, I think she was pregnant too, so that's also part of it. I don't think she has any kids, Jen. I see you trying to get yourself out of this. She didn't have any kids, but with that, yeah, look at her face. Look at her face.
So pretty.
Look at her face in the hat. No, she's gorgeous. That's her right now.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, that's so filtered though, but yeah. But she's always been pretty. Yeah, she's really pretty. That's why she was nice try, Chen. Sorry she doesn't look like her Strike Force days, you piece of shit. And she won the lawsuit against Disney, so I had all in Elon Musk.
How big is she? How tall? You've hung out with her, right?
Yeah, I've seen her a few times. She's great. She's not huge. Yeah, I'm a fan. My bad.
Okay. I need auto parts, but I need friendly, knowledgeable service. I want new wiper blades. What if I want my battery changed when I'm still in my car, Brendan?
I'm glad you asked, buddy. That's why our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. Right, whatever you need, whether you're a rookie or an expert in the car game, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, and best of all, super friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. Nice try, Jen. Whatever, dude. I thought this is hilarious by Brian, too. Let me just play it. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
What are they doing? I know.
Yeah, for anybody who cares, this is Turkish oil wrestling. Great sport.
Yeah, Timberland's teeth, huh?
And this is the reason, not one of the reasons, but the reason that P. Diddy is a much better wrestler than people give him credit for. You guys gotta get your mind out of the gutter. Everybody's like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Anybody who's a fan of Turkish oil wrestling knew immediately that this was what was actually going on. P. Diddy clearly knows how to train and take his wrestling to the next level. Because let me tell you, you oiled up, if it works when you're oiled up, you and your partner, it's going to work when you guys are dry. And so that's the one, probably the only good thing I can say about Diddy is he takes his wrestling seriously and trains properly. I don't like any of the other stuff about it. But either way, I'm looking forward to this Kamzat Duplessis fight. And I always say to all my UFC buddies, oil up, bro, oil up. And when you get out there, it's going to make a big difference. But nobody listens to it.
I mean, he is in his ass.
I know, what the hell?
That's what you do. You got to use the old pants.
I've been around wrestling a long time. I never seen that.
You got to do that, man. You got to get your
I
hands.
wonder why they're doing that.
It's a whole tournament, like a yearly tournament. It's so weird. They oil up, then they fuck each other.
Yo, pimp.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was hilarious. I don't know how legit this is, but this is apparently a pit stop for an electric vehicle race.
They're so gay. They make no noise.
Money comes on when it
The water itself is going to do anything to you. It's just
body up.
you are trying to
Some more bricks to hold the body.
end up wearing yourself out, and that's where
Back out the bolts on the battery packs. Jack the car up. Battery packs hook over the side rail. Jack.
futures they are preventing people from going into the water. They say you can't go on.
Oh no. Underneath. Come to the battery so the terminal is safe for a electrical contact.
What about the tires?
Taking a long time.
Well, what about the tires?
There's so many things.
The batteries die before the tire. They need to switch tires?
Yeah.
I'd rather watch Nelly Furtado eat a fucking 6-inch sub.
Guys, like, this hurts to watch.
I'm with that guy.
Watch
Ugh.
this. This
This is not as straight as that oil wrestling. Ugh.
And it just takes forever.
It's taking forever.
Take a long time.
Yeah, because that pit crew is probably not a professional pit crew. Because it's EV.
The governor's call for reinforcements.
Come on.
Batteries are fires,
Drop the car.
and some U.S. citizens with
He's already lost
There
the race.
has to be a better
He's
way.
lost the race. Lost the race. Took way too long.
Someone said, the main thing says, hopefully they will get faster.
Yeah. And to hold the body on. Man. All right, guys. You guys, a couple cheetahs out there. Look at this.
10 minutes later, you boys ready? Race is over, bud. Get going.
Start the computer.
I hate it all.
It's so boring. All right.
I hate it all.
Yeah, fuck that.
This is installing updates 1 of 20.
That's fucking Eric Griffin's car every time we get in it. Yeah, it's always updating. We get locked in there. I hate that thing.
Took a Waymo.
I don't know what the fuck.
I took a fucking Waymo. Is that?
Oh, the self-driving?
Yeah. It's by Google. And let me tell you something. I literally.
Can you grab the steering wheel?
Doors wouldn't open. And then it drove away from me. And I had to run after it. And then it takes a long way. It goes super slow.
That's what you get.
That's literally the history where nobody's gonna be driving.
What's this? Creepy Crawly creeps out her performance?
This is Jennifer Lopez, and how would you guys react if this actually happened to you?
Oh, that bug?
Yeah, did you see it?
What is it though?
It's only like a grasshopper or a cricket or something. I wouldn't give a fuck, but you wouldn't know. Like if you felt that on your neck.
Oh, dude, that's a locust.
She tossed it though, right?
Dude, she's like a badass.
Nice job, Jennifer.
She's a professional. He's trying to get to that ass. So you threw him away.
Good for her. She was like, nice throw too. She kept it going.
I'll show you a clip on Wednesday, right, about some EV stuff as well. But this is probably the last one for today. Have you guys seen this? This has gone viral.
Now, the homesick Aussie punter going viral. Australian teenager Archie Wilson broke down when discussing being away from his family while chasing his American football dream. So he's trying to do what? Well, he's at Nebraska. He's an Aussie kid playing for the Big Red.
Okay, so just play for it.
Oh, I turn 19 tomorrow. So I'm 18 right now. So, like, first time you're away from them? Yeah, that part's hard. I mean, I'm sorry.
Oh man, get him home. Oh man.
Yeah, I love it a lot.
Poor kid. Yeah, it must be tough.
Yeah, I have 2 little brothers and a mom and dad.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, that's the tough part about being here. I love them a lot, and I miss them. But it's, I mean, they know this is what's best for me, and it's good I can still talk to them on over the phone, and they're coming in to see the first few games, so I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, that's a good kid.
Yeah, good kid.
Good fucking kid.
And he has 2 little brothers. Yeah,
Dude, he missed the shit out of your family.
Dude, and Australia is so far away.
So far.
It's not like they're in Florida. You can just fly over. Australia is so far. Where are you going to be at, B?
I'm going to Australia to see his family. I'm going to Australia to see his family. Because I missed them too. It's so far. Oh man, he's terrible.
For him.
Jesus. San Diego,
bud.
Mike Drop Comedy Club. I'll see you this weekend, Friday, Saturday. I can't wait. And then Covina, Laugh Factory, September 12th, 13th, 14th. Let's go. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th and 20th. And I got Albuquerque, New Mexico, man. We're packed. I'm loving this.
A long ways away.
Yeah, baby. All right, so we'll see you in a bit.
10 days left. There's 10 days left. We are finally giving away the TRX with over $50,000 in mods. I'm sick of staring at this thing. I'm looking at it right now in the shop here. It's all going down. You have 10 days to enter to win the TRX with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash. You got Kibby Tech, you got King Shocks, Fiberworks Carbon Fiber, Lock Off-Road Wheels, Toyo Tires, Sig Motorsports built. This thing is wild. You have 10 days to enter to win this badass Ultimate Dad rig. Go to drivefastallgas.com. 10 days. I can't wait to see who wins this bad boy. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win. So head on over to drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. We love you guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. This is really the Fighter and the Kid.
Here we are. So first, before I start, I want to give a shout out to Delta Airlines for being terrible and being so much worse than they used to be. Thank you for those smelly bathrooms always, and thank you for always being delayed. I don't know. I don't even like to go in too hard in the paint on an airline.
So what are you gonna do?
It's like a bus service, and they have so much to do all the time. It's they're dealing with airports. Maybe
So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Not fly Delta?
I'll get
What Delta does? Love it.
No, I'm a platinum member, so what I do is I
don't care.
I text them and I get points. But it's like, you guys made me so late. And then we sat on the tarmac. But is that the airport floor? And it doesn't matter, does it? Because
Shit happens.
Shit happens.
Could be worse. Could have crashed.
Could always be worse. You know what doesn't help? You know what really doesn't help?
Your wife?
Could be worse. You know that saying? I know
there's nothing worse.
I know you're supposed to be thankful for you should be thankful. But when you're going through stress, whatever it might be, and somebody goes, you could be in Gaza. Yeah, I know, dude. And it's like,
there's nothing worse.
Now I'm more depressed because I'm depressed that there are people suffering more, like way far.
Also, that didn't help anything.
And it also makes me, you piss me off that I'm being a bitch.
Well, the third person tell you the worst thing that happened to you is the worst thing that happened to you.
Fuck, dude.
Yeah, I could be in Ukraine or God. I hear
things.
But I'm not.
Yeah.
So today,
and it doesn't help to remind me that other people are miserable even more than I am by far.
None of it helps.
No.
But those bathrooms at the airport, whatever it is, the guys are just like, I'm at the airport, I'm going to shit everywhere. Oh, guess what?
Do you mind if I write my name and shit on the wall?
What is that?
I don't know. People are a little weird.
Oh, I hate when I don't shit at the airport. When I just have to take a piss, and you got to walk by all the guys just holding their shit in, waiting for the shitter.
God, it's so
and there's a line of 15 at all times.
And they look, and they all, for whatever reason, look exactly like the kind of guys that do that. Then you see them, they're like,
and they just are. No, not ashamed of it. Just
and they sit on the seat and their clothes are draped over everything. They're generally a walk-in petri dish.
Those bathrooms are disgusting because you hear, and then it'd be pee next to here. And no one laughs.
What bothers me? I laugh.
Yeah.
What bothers me is when I'll see a guy push his clothing against the urinal. He pushes everything. Everything is touching the urinal. This fucking spaz. And he's pissing. I'm like, you are fucking disgusting, man. Everybody's gross.
And the guy, the old guy, just no fucks him. Just
yeah.
Just lets it go. Like, get it for you, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh God.
Get me
God,
out of here.
Texas, I'll admit, Texas is a little hot today. The past few days have been hot. When it hits 100 here,
it gets a little. I was in the mountains of Utah. Let me tell you something.
It's about 80, 85?
About 75, 70, 65 at night. Still clean mountains.
Yeah, that's why they got fair skin out there, man.
So many wealthy people out there, just hanging out with people so much richer than I was. My buddy has a house up there, and you think I'm kidding? He's got a house, right? So it's nice, except for he has a river running through it. Yeah. So he has a river that runs through his house.
Backyard. Oh, through the house?
Yeah, through his house.
Is it the guy who lived at Sundance?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Ken.
Yeah.
The best.
Yeah.
Owns all the land that they leased it.
That place. Yeah, I remember that room.
Yeah, you remember that? You were there.
I was there. We stayed there.
Yeah.
During Sundance.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. How about that house? How big was that?
Yeah,
and that guy trying to fight you on the, come on, let's go. You're like,
no.
please save me. Please save me.
God, dog. Yeah.
That was great. That guy was super wealthy too.
These guys are balling.
It's like they ball and they just hang out. They wear jewelry and they.
Yeah, opposite here, because for all like the baseball families in the area we live in, everyone goes, "Hey, you're going to," I forget the guy's name, Ed. You're going to Ed's. I'm like, why would I go to Ed's? I don't know Ed.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're going. It's at 3:30. I'm like, what is it? They're like, oh, it's like to kick off the season. So I'm like, all right, I guess.
So they take sports very seriously. Your son
it's
is
life.
Your sons are
right
9 and 5.
5, yes. So
and even there it starts.
Oh, so they go, you gotta go to Ed's. I'm like, okay. Pull up. There's no close parking. It's like a Broncos game. So if I park far away, I walk in. He has his house. Like, house is cool. It's an old school house, but he redid it, so the house is nice. It's not like some mansion. And then he just has a huge front yard, and the backyard's massive. And it's right by my son's school. Massive. He built, it's a sports for him. He's a sports dad. He has 2 sons. He built a baseball field in the back so the kids can practice.
Yeah.
But again, it's not like some ritzy thing. It's like, he was like, nope, I want this house with the land because I want my kids to be good at sports. They built a full baseball field, full bleachers, and all the kids from the neighborhood from his boss who's there, from 5 to 12, they do a home run derby. And there's like 300 kids. And there's a food truck, there's Pete Terry's food truck, there's ice cream, there's swimming.
What a great time.
Oh, dude. And then the older kids, the high school kids are pitching the young kids. The one high school kid I'm talking to,
It's just one of those.
he's a junior in high school and already signed with the University of Texas because he throws 99 miles an hour.
What? How big is he?
6'4", dime piece, 6'4". But you can just tell it's like, he's the man. You know, like he was like, yeah. No.
You know, you're like Joe Burrow quarterback by the time he was.
It's like Varsity Blues, but for baseball. And you just, I was like, I bet that kid can dick sucked, bro. Nonstop.
Yeah, how old is he? 18?
18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Handsome big dude. You ever see it, Texas?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
You just go to school and go, have you heard of Longhorns? Very cool. That's all. Full ride. That's what the dream everybody wants. I mean, the number 1 in baseball. Football. Yeah. But it was like Pleasantville, and all the dads there just, it's just different. It's just all about sports, family, religion. And they love that. Oh, it's the best. And the dads are so nice.
What if your kids are not athletes like that?
Oh, yeah, well, we can't come in, right? Like
really?
I would tell.
So it's only for athletes.
You know. Oh, but all their kids, like, even if they're not phenomenal athletes, here's the other thing: the area we live in, there's so many former pro athletes. I'm one of a handful. There's so
a whole genetic
monster
thing going on.
Oh, there was this giant black kid, remember, his ass up his back. He's huge. Now you go, Well, fuck, how old is that kid? And I'm not gonna say his dad's name. And they go, you know, I go, that's his son. Because I go, what grade is it? 4th. Just like a giant Great Dane. 4th grade. Yep. Picks up the ball.
Destined for.
That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're dealing with.
Wow.
And then Tiger and Bossy.
Great time for the boy.
Oh, dude. And for me, it's fucking awesome. Of course. And now Bossy and Tiger start football this week and baseball this week. The Team Tiger's on some majors team. So, you know, so it's intense. So they have to have a meeting for the parents.
A meeting for the parents.
About, you know, just because they call it daddy ball. So it was just kind of giving an overview on what not to do as a dad.
Parent etiquette.
Basically, like, and also, like, hey, this is about baseball, but it's also, what's more important is the relationship with your son.
Yeah.
Like, there's been a lot of dads that ruin their relationships over baseball.
They had a meeting like this?
And just like, yeah, like, this is how you should handle it.
Because dads get crazy.
Oh, buddy.
Because they didn't, this is their chance to be the baseball player. They weren't.
And then also on the team Tiger plays for, you know, there's a staff. I'd say half of them played major leagues. The other are college coaches. Oh, wow. University of Texas. So that's the training they're getting. But these major guys were talking, and this one guy talking goes, I'm just going to, this whole daddy ball thing, putting the pressure on a kid and yelling at a kid on the way to the car. He goes, I had that dad. And he goes, I made it to the pros, but I lost my dad. Like, we don't have a relationship. He goes, so I made the MLB, and, you know, he brought me to the cages, and we did all that work. He goes, but we don't even talk to him.
Damn. He lost his dad.
Because that was so hard on him.
But he did make it to the majors? The Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
Damn.
He goes, so if I could redo it,
I guess have your dad be not a pro baseball player. No, I'm just saying, not make all that money.
I bet the dad's going, oh, I'm sorry. Did you like play for the Chicago Cubs?
You're a regular guy.
Was I too hard on you? But you played at Wrigley fucking Field, you ungrateful bastard.
Dad's side there.
I know.
Did dad do his job? Like, did dad do his job? Like, yeah, maybe, but guess what? You made it to the major, so welcome.
Yeah, welcome.
Right?
Like,
Make some money in the major leagues.
Make some money, meet your wife, right? Doing that?
I mean, but
I'm telling you,
he could have his dad.
Yeah.
Be working somewhere else. Be a regular guy.
His dad's like, sure, okay. Keep talking shit. Wait till the pros.
Hey.
Call your dad.
Call your dad.
But there are crazy dads. Like,
sure, but he did his best. His dad, yeah,
maybe, but he didn't. Or like I've seen, I've seen it personally where the dads are so like they're just tearing into the kid, where the kid,
despite expectations to the contrary, often with a slightly amused or ironic feeling of wouldn't you know it, or of all things of all people, etc.
So it's
definitely or exactly stated.
And then
specifically wiser just to annoy, just to be contrary day, school Jewish, grade school, where students learn both Jewish and secular subjects. The general name given to private Jewish schools in the United States and Canada Jades dialect are Abeshahada. Don't try to find prizes. Liner dating a rabbinic judge who may directly question and cross-examine witnesses. A judge. Daphne Lit. Page of the day refers to the program of study. Conservative Judaism.
Get his children. I mean, he created some of the greatest female tennis player of all time, and his daughter.
And not that the dads need credit, but like when Freddie Freeman hit that grand slam in the World
Series. Yeah, and he hugged his dad.
Well, no, what did he do? He got on the mic and goes, "This is for my dad."
Yeah,
this is for my dad. Who every night was thrown to me.
That's right.
Like so, that's right. No one talks about it, but the kids who are good. Maybe football, soccer, and some stuff is different. When it comes to baseball, it takes so much work to get good at it. If you don't have a dad who's hands-on and spends time with you, it's gonna be super tough. Especially this day and age, the athletes in baseball are so good. If you don't have that dad doing the extra work, man, it's gonna be tough.
So when you see, I love tennis, and you watch tennis, and you see
oh my God.
those women and those
a long life used to grieve a mourner after someone has died.
Or really,
A neck tiger talk not on your life. and impossible occurrence.
What people
Forget
don't
about it.
understand is that those kids go from tournament to tournament, and they live in a van with their father. Their father's their coach because they can't afford to have a coach. Their father's their coach for the first 18 years, 20 years, literally 21 years. And their father, they literally will live in a van. I'm talking about a Volkswagen van. And they go from thing to thing.
No, I knew families in California that the dad worked 2 jobs, the mom worked 2 jobs just to pay for their kids' travel ball and lived in an apartment because the travel ball was so expensive for them that he would work overtime, everything, just to put his son through it. And his son was
Oh my God.
His son was a
A long life used to grieve a mourner after someone has died.
He's
A necktie for Todd, not on your life.
So
An impossible occurrence.
it's
Forget
well,
about
there's a
it.
duvet. It's like
Who is he
there's
trying
not just
to
the one
kill?
guy, there's one guy. It's
Father,
like that could be
father,
an
dad, daddy,
Yeah,
I'll
but
be
it's-
present
it's,
as long as
and
you're
you just feel
healthy.
the
You
pressure on
can
the
be
kid.
happy.
He dealt with it
A churn, chubby, the very last one is beloved. Last but not least.
When he had a bad game, like it was like
Ethno slang adjective, interjection. Awesome, excellent, great, the best apparent, latter-day religious authorities. Scholars of the Renaissance and later times liner. Acts out now, immediately at K that I catch so much. Has it gone this far? Why, sir? Expression of wonder regarding the extent or intensity of something. Admeta Esra Mayuki, she lived until 120, often used as a birthday wish for long life, or when mentioning a person who is getting on in years. Filipino, the Ladino Cuban term for a slowly cooked stew of meat and vegetables, similar to the Ashkenazi cholent.
Same thing with baseball. What are you, hands up? What are you doing? Elbow up.
Certainly, by
Where's your
all
prep
means.
step? Like your kids can be like, fuck this.
But you know, they did a study on this. They found that the parents, the kids, the kids that played on, went on to play, so they were really good as kids, and then went on to be college pro athletes. They did a study on this, and they found that the best thing a father can do is say the following words: "I love to watch you play."
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So a lot of times it's like he doesn't want to hear critique. It's like, man, I love watching you play. God,
that's why you talk to any coach. Like our favorite kids are the ones that come from parents who were athletes because they know what it's like, and usually they're hands off because they know yelling from the bleachers it's never helped a kid in the history of baseball.
Right.
Ever.
Or it has, right? I mean,
no, never. I've never seen it work. It's just embarrassing.
How do you deal with it? It's hard for you though, right? Because you love it so much.
And me and T work very hard at it. So when I see him not doing the things that we're working at, that's when I get mad. So I take myself out of the equation, and that's why I'll watch from right field.
Because otherwise
I can't help it. I yell, but he can't hear me out there, and the parents can't hear me. The parents can't hear me.
Yeah.
So I just take myself out of the equation. Let's take a little break, B.
Take a little break. So the one supplement that's probably been studied more than any other supplement on the planet is creatine. And I've done my own research on this. If you're looking for more power, better recovery, the ability to push through, most people are gassed. If you train seriously, if you're an amateur, if you're a pro, whether it's lifting, running, competing, or just staying dialed in, creatine is probably the best place to start.
It's the number one supplement.
It's the number one supplement.
Every single
good for
day.
Literally everything.
Recovery, muscle building. It's great for your brain. There's so many benefits to creatine.
So not all creatine is created equal, and this is where Beam comes in. Okay, this is exactly why people switch to Beam creatine. Okay, they send me a package. They got it comes with a mixer. It's awesome. I started using their creatine, and it's been for me. I mean, I love it.
I love creatine, man, but you can't just trust any creatine because it's not created equal, right? That's exactly why we switched to Beam creatine. And I recently started using creatine. I've been using it for a hot second, but it has to be good creatine. And Beam creatine is clean, it's effective, and you can trust them, all right? But like everything else, the quality matters. Beam creatine is just that high quality. They don't use fillers like most companies. They don't use sugar, nothing synthetic. I mix it in my pre-workout or in my coffee because I'm a psychopath. Just clean, pure creatine backed by science, used by people who care about staying mentally sharp and strong. With Beam creatine, you get the strength benefits, the endurance, the recovery, and putting something, you're putting something in your body you can trust. 1 scoop a day, simple as that. I use 25 grams, so I use a little more. So
If you use too much,
research, it's literally good for everything.
Oh, yeah.
Gut health, your brain, everything.
Creatine, number one supplement. Everything else is smoke and mirrors. Creatine actually works.
And it's true that every time I go to buy creatine, there's always something else.
People always ask me what creatine you use.
Yeah.
So right now, Beam is giving you guys 30% off for a limited time. Just head on over to shopbeam. That's BEAM.com/fighter. Use the code fighter at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter to get up to 30% off your first order.
What an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's great. That's great.
Love it.
And then I follow the rules. We don't talk baseball when we get in the car.
Really?
If he had a great game or a bad game, I'll take him to get ice cream.
Yeah.
But when he first started, I would only take him to get ice cream if he had a good game. That's not the way to do it.
Right.
Because then it's all based off his performance all the time.
Right.
So he's going to be like, okay, Dad's only happy when I do really well. Well, it's baseball. You're not always going to do really well. He goes, so if he does really bad, he's already embarrassed, but then he has to worry about coming home with that. You don't want that.
None of my kids are going to be pro athletes, obviously, but the one thing about my son is that, I explained to his mother, my son Finn, I was like, he'll get so much out of the sports regardless. Like, he'll get so much for showing up every day, for practicing.
Oh no! If you only put your kid in sports, you think he's gonna go pro. You're doing it crazy. You're doing it wrong.
Do it for the
less than 1% are even to play college. I think it's something like 90% of kids stop playing baseball at the age of 13 because at 13 it gets super serious.
Yes.
13 it ramps up another level. So most kids quit at 13.
Yeah. Yeah.
Already at 9, trouble. It's pretty fucking serious, dude. But even the head coach, and I love it, he goes, I love that ball. Because they asked him, they go, he's like the head honcho, right? And he's won all these, he's won everything. He's like a big deal in Texas. And then they get asked him, what do you think of Daddy? He goes, I love it. I love it. You just have to know how to manage it. He goes, now, I love it because it means dads care and they're invested. And it was because the coaches make the same money no matter what. Whether we win 4 games on a Sunday or win 1, I don't want the coach who goes, I don't care, I'm getting paid. I want the dads who are like, no, I want to be here from 8 a.m. to fucking 10:30 at night and watch my kid play ball. He goes, so you just have to know how to manage that energy. He goes, but that means they're invested and they care about their kid.
But baseball requires a different kind of skill. Like, you got to really work at that, no matter how athletic you are. But you can be a wide receiver in the NFL because you're ridiculously athletic, right? I mean,
to a certain point,
right? Like, some guys,
you're going to get to, not in the NFL, but you're going to get to a certain level where those guys, everyone's just as athletic as you.
Yeah.
But then they know the game, and you're going to get.
Okay, so you need to know the game.
At some point, because you're going to have to come on and invest in it.
What I saw in Travis Kelce, I kept wondering, I was like, why is he getting open? Well, it's like, he gets open because he knows exactly how to split those.
Like,
he knows that the route, he knows how to run around.
But then there's guys like Antonio Gates who never played football, ever. And then he played basketball, and they're like, you have good footwork.
So he never played football in college?
No, never.
Are you kidding?
He didn't play football at all.
Oh,
until he got to the NFL.
What?
He just went in the Hall of Fame like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
So he's just going to run out there and catch balls.
Now, his catching was amazing. His route running was amazing. His footwork amazing. His blocking was atrocious. It was a liability.
Okay.
Yeah, he couldn't block with shit. Because he didn't come up with it.
Yeah. Did you watch the UFC fights, Brett?
Dude, I could. So that party I was telling you about at my boy Ed's house was amazing. But I had a ton. This is how much I cared about watching this fight. I had a timer when the prelim started to go off on my phone because I was only 10 minutes away from the house.
Yeah.
As soon as that timer went off, I went, Bossy, we gotta go. Ran to the car, rushed home. I watched every single fight. I was so excited for this. And the card delivered. The card delivered.
Michael Venom Page is just trying to strike with that guy is so unbelievable. Like, good luck.
Yeah, the only knock on Michael Venom Page is he should have went for the finish instead of
made a mistake. Yeah, made a mistake.
He almost lost.
Yeah.
And at this level, especially Jared Cannonier, he's big, dude. So you let that guy hang around, and then you end up in mountain shit. It's like, dude, you could have finished.
Is there a 42-year-old in better shape in the history of the game? Like 42 years old and just stupid shred.
Fought at heavyweight, light heavyweight, middleweight. Yeah, body the fuck up. 42.
But Michael Venom Page is made a different shit.
How about your boy Aaron Pico?
I was so impressed with him. I was like, damn, this kid is the new blood. Just boom, body shots coming in, wrestling.
Yeah.
But his wrestling, his boxing, everything was just unreal.
Way too
And I was like, well, look at this motherfucker.
I told Jen on Shop Show, I looked at my wife literally first like 20, 30 seconds, I went, oh, he's gonna get knocked out.
You mean because he just kept pressing forward? I didn't see
He's
that.
way too aggressive, and when he was throwing the shots, his head's like, he's like this.
I didn't see that. I didn't see that.
His chin's over his feet. So
He knows better, doesn't he?
Clearly fucking not. But it's also, it's the UFC, so you can get away with that Bellator and all that stuff, and he was so aggressive, and then you're fighting Jeff Murphy.
I'm sorry.
What'd you say?
I mean, yes.
You're fighting Murphy. You watch it?
Yeah.
He's fighting Murphy, who's undefeated in the UFC, has beat some world-class guys, and he said in the lead-up, he goes, his aggression, he comes out really aggressive, I'm going to use it against him. At a world-class level, they go, oh, you're just going to rush in?
Because I was like, for me, I was like, oh, he got lucky with that spinning back kick. He did. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, of course. He even called it. He's like, I'll use it against him. That's what they do.
Aaron Tito's 28 with all that experience. You'd think he'd know. Because remember we watched him and he was so aggressive and he got slept his first time.
Yeah, I was working at that square. Remember?
I was like, why so aggressive? No, this was a fight companion. When he got dropped, he got shut off right away.
The one where he got choked out was Madison Square Garden. I worked it.
Yeah, this is the one where he got punched and just slept. And you were like, why so aggressive, right? It was this.
Oh, probably Adam Borgs.
I don't know. But it's like.
Yeah, it's probably the Adam Borgs fight because the other one.
But damn, he looks.
Oh, no. Maybe it was the Henry Corrales one. That's where he got KO punched.
Yeah.
In 1 minute. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We did a.
Yes.
Because we were watching because that was Inglewood.
Yes.
And then after that, they give him Adam Borgs, who's a beast. And then again, he gets flying leads.
Dude, it's like it's.
But then he went on a tear. And he gets with Greg Jackson. But listen, the UFC jitters are real. That's a real fucking thing. MVP talked about it because they go, why do you think these Bellator and PFL guys come over and struggle? He goes, listen, I've had 3 or 4 fights. He goes, I'm still not fighting like I should.
It's just so big.
Those guys are trying so hard and they're coming out like in their tents. He said, because it's the big show.
So that's why he was pushing. He was like, let me get out of this. Yep. Oh, and you get a guy like fucking Murphy who's just.
It was fantastic.
He's a phenomenal athlete.
What'd you think of the main event?
It's what I expected. Because
I think you did say Hamzat decision.
Yeah, I just said Hamzat is going to. There's no way that Duplessis is going to deal with that wrestling. I just saw too much of it. I watched him with everybody, and I saw what happened with Duplessis and what the hell's his name? Who's the black guy wrestler? He
Brunson? I'm sorry, Brunson.
Yeah.
Jeff Brunson, my buddy from
Derek Benson. He was. These guys were taking him down, putting him on his back, and I said, "You're dealing with a different level." And I just don't see how. People are saying he's a really good submission fighter. Your jiu-jitsu is not going to get you out of this problem. Yeah. Your jiu-jitsu, right? It's not going to get you out of this problem. That problem is that top pressure. That problem is that those takedowns.
Did you enjoy the fight, or were you kind of like?
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
I liked it too.
I enjoyed the fuck out of it.
People didn't like it because they wanted Hamza to go for the finish, but the thing about DDP, when you go back to square, he's like, "Don't worry, I got it. Something's gonna happen." And I was like, "I believe him."
Well, he's amazing. Like, he gets put in that crucifix and somehow survives it by burying his head. Like, he is as rugged as it gets. But physics is physics. Physics doesn't care about how rugged you are. It doesn't care about your
technique. Doesn't care.
The physics, yeah.
Yeah, the technique.
And he said it. He goes, "It wasn't his strength. It's his incredible technique." And especially when you told me you saw him wrestling with, you saw him playing with world-class motherfuckers.
And I didn't want to blaze him too hard and be on his nuts, but I was like, maybe because I've been.
You said you've not seen anything like that since Sean Jones.
Yeah, I haven't seen John Jones do that. I'm telling you, I didn't want to blaze him too much, but I walked away and be like, Cole Rogan. I was like, dude, this fucking guy is a monster. Rogan's like, I know, but you don't.
Yeah.
This dude is as good as advertised, if not more.
Yeah.
It's fucking scary.
So now what's going to happen? Here's my prediction. Everybody in the 185-pound weight class is going to hire Russian wrestling coaches and say, I need to learn how to stand up against this guy and escape.
You can't. There's nothing you can do.
Maybe not, right?
It doesn't matter. There's not enough hours that, like, DDP will never be champion again.
He'll never be able to get a couple of Russian wrestlers in there.
He's too old for it. He's too old. Really? Nobody can learn the concept to beat the palms up. You can't. You have your skill set. You're setting your ways, and I think DDP surviving 25 minutes is going to age so well over time because I don't think these contenders coming up. I agree. The only reason DDP didn't get finished is because he had good defense with the submission, and he didn't create a lot of opportunity for Hamzat. These other kids these other guys Fluffy Hernandez Fluffy will create those transitions where Hamzat will capitalize.
And DeRitter also, that's what I'm DeRitter. I'm like, DeRitter's great with his jiu-jitsu and stuff when he's on the top, bottom, great. Good luck.
I think RDR is the easiest fight for him. Really? Rogan thinks it's toughest because his guard. This is where I think people are mistaken. You think that Hamzat is going to come up with the same game plan against RDR as he does DDP. He's going to be like, oh, no, watch this, and he's going to fucking knock him out. Probably. He's going to knock him out. Probably. See what his striking is. Yeah, his striking's horrible. With all due respect to it's not good. No. Like, you see what he did to Mershard? Yeah. There's no takedowns. He faked it. Boom. Right. Hamper the fuck out of him. I also would say, too, this. Like, jiu-jitsu is amazing and it's very important. When you have that level of wrestling, and when you're on your back, no matter what your jiu-jitsu is, the advantage is always going to be the guy that comes up. It's just too much. You can't. Let's take a little break because let's talk about Harry's, dude. Harry Legs. What's up, man? It's Harry's. Let's be honest, most razors suck. They're either way overpriced or dull after a few shaves. It's a waste of time, and they leave your face feeling like it's been attacked by sandpaper. Don't get me started on overpriced refills. God, they get you. $20 for a 4-pack should be illegal in this country. Well, that's where our friends at Harry's. Harry's. It's got the best of both worlds. It's got a barbershop quality shave with German-engineered blades and a sleek ergonomic handle. Those Germans, they make cars, they make blades. That's it, bro. Questions? Literally at the price of the premium razors, and the precision manufacturing process measures each blade in microns. We're talking aerospace level accuracy for sharpness and consistency, reducing irritation and razor. Here's the kicker, dude. Harry's isn't just one of the best engineered razors on the planet. It's also affordable. By owning their factory and cutting out the middleman, Harry's delivers top-tier blades for as low as half the price of the big brands. It's time to stop overpaying for a bull crap shave, right? For a limited time, you guys can get Harry's trial set for only $8 plus a free gift at harrys.com/fighter. Just head on over to harrys.com/fighter to receive our exclusive discount. After you purchase, they will ask you what you heard about them. Please tell them the Fighter Kid sent you. And that's harrys.com/fighter. Don't make razors. You got a full-on grooming essential shave. You got it all. Body wash, all of it, man.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator. I will have my vengeance. Good Burger. This is what I call fast food. Beverly Hills Cop. The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo. And Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
You cannot deal with that kind of pressure.
Now, if you told me Hamzat's going to fight RDR and stay in his guard for 25 minutes, I'm like, he has a shot. I still don't think he wins, but he has a shot. He has to throw a Hail Mary. He'll be catching. Hopefully, Hamzat leaves a limb out or something like that, but he has more of a shot than DDP.
He's going to end up on his back, and Hamzat will be inside.
He's going to end up looking at the ceiling. He's going to end up knocked out. I think RDR is his easiest right. And I'm a huge RDR fan. I don't know.
He's got his stand-up. He's got that knee, and that's it.
He's long. He has that knee against Bo Nickal.
Hamzat's not hearing a peep out of him. I agree with you. He's going to punch it.
I don't see anybody beating Hamzat unless he makes a mistake and they catch him with a flying knee or some random spinning back elbow. But if he's smart and calculated about it, I don't see anybody beating him.
I'd love to see a wrestling match between Hamzat and Bo Nickal. Yeah, but
if Bo Nickal would change his approach to the game and use his wrestling like Hamzat does, now we're cooking.
He might be trying. That might have been. I'm sure he watched that fight. I'm sure he took notes.
How is team gonna look around and go, shoot? We still hit this? No, dude. There's not enough hours in a day for you to catch up striking wise with the rest of the division. Fucking be John Fitch. Fucking wrestle these guys and get the wins and
be John 10 wins. Grind that shit out.
That's it, dude. And if you find a submission, great. We're winning fucking fights.
Problem
is
that There are guys that like DeRitter that can stop his takedowns. Need him to Kingdom Come, just punch the shit out. You know what I'm saying?
It drives me nuts.
Yeah.
Drives me nuts. The card was good.
I mean, die for the ankles. Just grab that fucking the back of that knee and take him down.
Yeah, what I don't want to see is Bo Nickel in a striking war.
No.
What?
No, no way. No.
It's painful to watch.
Yeah.
They're just staring down the wrong road. Even DDP's team in the corner, dude, were you listening? They're just like, oh.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can't.
Because DDP, his main attribute, his main skill is he's really big and really tough.
That's right.
And I'm sure in the gym.
And a hell of a submission wrestler. He's
pretty good. Pretty good. But again, his main thing is being this big, tough dude. Well, and
cardio.
Sure. Yeah. Well, but when big and exactly. But when big and tough isn't paying like we're in the fight, they kind of just go.
Kamzat doesn't care if you're big and tough.
What? No.
He doesn't care. He's gonna grab you about the small of the leg, because you know that's my area. That's where I live. So I recognize it. And you're so big.
You grab right here.
It's fine. We've done this before, but I want to remind you because I've been training so hard.
You're like Hamza, dude. You're like an old gray Hamza.
Well, first of all,
dude, you got a nickname, the Gray Wolf.
Yeah. Now, I come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I never come here.
Where the teardrops at?
I don't want any of this.
You don't want this? Yeah.
I don't want any of this.
No.
But I love this.
Yep.
I love this.
Right below the kneecap?
And I love getting my head wet right there, and I drive, and your knee buckles, because you only one man.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
One man.
Yep.
And then what do we get?
You with a back injury? Your back blown out?
No, look, am I grabbing your ankles?
Oh, okay.
Am I grabbing the top of your foot? Yeah. So that's where I'm
the old Gray Wolf.
I am. So as strong as you are, I'm always on the outside. Don't let me on the outside. You'll let me on the outside. This whole area is right where I live.
Touching me, dude.
It's where I live. All right. Let's get back to the podcast.
The old Gray Wolf.
The old Gray Wolf. He's got some tricky booze in his sleeve. Yeah, man. Is there anyone in the 85-pound division that you can see? Is there anybody at 205? Kamzat's going to go to 205.
I think eventually he has a lot of work to do because he just became champ. Hopefully he's an active champ. That's the one knock on him. He's not active enough. So and that's why I love DDP because he's active. So hopefully he's an active champ. But he would have to fight Strickland. Maybe Izzy, RDR, Baralio, Fluffy. You know, he'd have to take out those guys. And if he can clear out 5 to 6 guys, then he could go to 205.
I mean, if he's dominant as hell at 85,
Clive's going to be a problem.
They'll give him Clive. Clive's striking. You know, I rewatched that. Don't sleep on his fucking strike.
His strike's not bad.
Wow.
Now, if he can counter Hamzat's wrestling,
which he probably has a very good chance of.
A better chance. I don't think so, but a better chance.
Strong guy. Yeah. Who is used to that system? Who has seen a lot of those looks, right?
Familiar with it?
Right. So that's interesting.
I think Hamzat beats up Yuri. I think he beats up Carlos Olberg.
I don't know what they do against
Roundtree.
Yeah. He takes them
down. Would be interesting. Jamal Hill he beats. Rakic, interesting. Donald Gracie beats.
He's got big boys, by the way, at 85, at 205. They're big boys. It's a significant size difference.
Yeah, he could do it though. He could do it. It's too early. He just came middle of the champ.
I'm a little too.
That's the casual take. Like, let's have him jump this. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
He has so much work to do at 85. He just got the belt. We're talking about the weight classes.
Yeah.
The fight would be if he could make 70 again and fight
Makachev.
Stop. Now we're cooking.
Stop it.
Now we're cooking.
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's interesting.
70's tough. But he fought 70 before.
It's really hard for him.
But Islam versus Hamzat,
interesting. I'd love to see him make it at 80. Islam has no problem at 80.
You're talking that bullshit right now? Because
Catchweight.
well, they don't do that, right? You're talking that bullshit right now? No. Hey, is this casual podcast?
I'm just saying.
Is this the MMA casual?
Why not 80, bro? Take it easy.
Dude, Collar and him, it's
Well,
gonna be
we
fun.
can't
Fuck
get
my face.
We can't
If you
get
start making up divisions,
go down the
if you're gonna
steps.
start making up divisions, fuck my
I'm
face.
adding a new division.
This never happened.
But I can't have Khamzat sucking down 70. It's too much weight.
He's done before?
He missed weight, actually. At 70.
No, he's made 70 before.
I think it was 176. I think he missed.
He's made 70 before.
Has he?
Yeah.
See if he has.
He's been there for a while now.
I feel like he
came in the UFC at 70, bud.
Yeah.
His fights that were taking place over during COVID. Look at it.
Sucked. I know he wrestled 70, but wasn't he over twice?
So he fought.
Wasn't the lightest he was 176? I feel like. Because I think for the Usman fight he was 176 at weigh-in.
Well, he made Gilbert Burns, right?
Yeah.
That was at 170. He made 170 for Gilbert.
I think he missed weight there.
No, he didn't. He did a catch weight with Kevin Holland.
No, I think he did.
No, because look, he fought Gilbert Burns at 170, made 170, and he fought your boy, the Leech, at 70. Yeah, because it would say middleweight bout. So he fought Joe Mershart, where he starched him in 17 seconds. Then he fought shortly after in October, back to welterweight, the Leech. Then he fought Gilbert Burns, and then he had to do a catch weight against Kevin Holland.
Yeah.
And then he went back to middleweight for good against Kevin Holland.
I'm saying, I just said catch weight. Why you gotta be?
No, he made welterweight.
Let's just have him at a catch weight.
No, the only reason he catch weight is because he missed the weight by so much. Remember that? They're supposed to give him Nate Diaz.
Yeah, oh my god.
Nate Diaz tweeted out, "Can't fight."
I don't blame him.
Okay.
But Nate Diaz will fight anybody. But like, why? It's like it's fucking some wrestler like that. Nah. Nate Diaz has nothing to prove. It's like, no.
Yeah, that would be good.
God. Different weight class, just a bigger man and everything, you know. But God. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't see Hamza losing for a long one.
Because you got to solve that puzzle, that wrestling puzzle. And I don't know if anybody can.
The answer is no. You're going to have to catch him. And his odds of doing that are great. So he's just going to rank champ for a long time. But he could get caught. There's that.
Absolutely.
So the same with Corey Sandhagen. It's like he's fighting Marab. Again, Marab's only going to lose if he gets caught. Flying knee, flying elbow, some
ankle,
maybe.
Heel hook.
Maybe catch him with something like that. But Marab trains for that. You know, but you're gonna have to catch him with something that you can't expect, like a flying knee, like something random. It has to happen for those guys to lose.
Right.
So again, your odds are 1%. You know, so it could happen.
Give him more than that.
1%.
No, come on. You got to give Corey more. I don't like that. Don't say that.
No, no, Corey's my boy. It's the 8 down.
I know it's not even about whether he's your boy or not. Sandhagen's got a
5%.
No, I got to give him higher than that.
To beat Marab?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you seen the odds?
What are the odds?
He's a big underdog. I think he's a plus 600.
God, that's disrespectful.
Well, it's a nightmare. But again, out of anyone to do it, I like his chances better than Sugar's. I like his chances better than Aljo, any of these guys.
Yes. Okay. Plus 300.
Plus 310.
Yeah. All right.
Now I'm going for Corey. I'll be very clear. I'm rooting for Corey. That's my guy. But very tough fight. But if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Corey. Because he has those Hail Marys he can pull out of his bed.
Great striking. Great striking. Great knees. Great punches. Great on the ground. I mean, remember, he gave Magomedov fits for a long time.
He kept giving up his back there. Remember that was weird. Yeah. Marab will capitalize on that if you do that.
Yeah.
Well, it's all interesting. What do you got, Chin? Did you watch the fights, Chin?
Of course. I actually met up with this is like the first time I actually went out since I moved here.
Holy shit, you left the house?
I left the house. I went to a place called Menchaca. Have you heard of that?
Nah, man.
Menchaca. It's a sports bar, and I met up with our old Showtime guy, Daniel. That half.
Oh, yeah. He's out here? Who's he working for?
Dude, he works for like a beverage company, you know, like just like completely different. Good for him, and he's happy, so that's good.
That's good. So it's just you and him? Yeah, mandate. Dude, we're watching fights, man. Yeah, it's a mandate, though.
Mandate.
All right, you guys have some wings and beer? I didn't eat, but had a couple sips, yeah. All right. What? Nothing, man.
Mandates.
It's funny because mandate's another word, too. But what did you say? Because mandate's a different word as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's funny. Shakari Richardson was caught at the airport, domestic, pretty much beating up her boyfriend, pushing him into the wall. And this is at LAX, and she was arrested. So she's doing this in public. No, this is Seattle. Seattle's Tacoma. So if you're doing this in public, I bet indoors she beats the shit out of him. And he's also you've seen her, right? Oh yeah, she's a phenomenal athlete. So there she is right there. Where you go to the airport is frustrating. I get it. People are shitting in those bathrooms, peeing everywhere. And she's calling him a coward?
He might. Yeah, she's.
Oh. He's just kind of walking away, and then she just keeps.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do.
Oh, but this is like.
That's all a man can do.
This is in public. Oh, this is in front of security. Everything. Oh, she's a handful.
She's in his face. She's on him like glue, dude. You know, she's like Marab right now. She's got him up against it. Oh, damn!
God. But if you're that guy, you're not going to push her in public.
Can't do a damn thing.
I mean, you would push her anyways, just like, get away from her.
Yeah, she might be like,
you can give her a beer hug. Hey, stop pushing me.
Well, you know, this is the thing. Like, is that him?
Yeah.
There are a lot of cases where women will beat on men for a long time.
She stated that the argument all stemmed from lies Coleman had told her.
Sorry?
She said it came from her lie. He was lying about something. But then she said she didn't touch him, which is obviously the case. We have video, girl.
Well, it sounds like there's just.
But also,
that looks like a jealousy thing.
Okay. She didn't sock him in the face. You shouldn't be touching people, but.
Hey, you know, it's one of those.
Are they good now?
Relationships.
I don't know if they're good now.
You think their kids will be fast?
The fastest kids in the world.
Are they going to be part of the crowd over there?
Would they?
Yeah,
hopefully.
I think so.
Remember this interview with Hunter Biden? That guy? Yeah. Andrew Callahan?
Yeah.
Channel 5 News. So apparently Melania Trump has threatened to sue Hunter Biden.
She's such a classy woman.
For over $1 billion.
Melania Trump is a very classy woman.
Okay. But because of defamation and whatever, so I'll just play this clip for you. She threatened to sue apologize.
Yeah, well, there's no evidence that Melania Trump, like this rumor that's where.
Yeah, that's the reason why.
It's just that people love to say it, and I'm sorry I even brought it up on the podcast because I felt queasy about it.
I heard it from you.
She's a classy woman.
Yeah, hey, I heard it from you before anybody.
No, but I know.
I'm
like, the reason, I'm like, no.
But it came out that was a rumor. Like they said that she met Trump through.
It's a delicious rumor. People love to.
That's a good one.
Like Melania Trump didn't need to do any of that shit. She's one of those women when she was younger and even still now who is so beautiful. You'd be like, oh my God. Like she had the world.
Like, oh my God, get to my island.
I mean,
that's how much. You don't think the richest people in the world get hotter chicks than her?
Richest people.
She's very attractive. Buddy, that island, I'm sure they had the primo of primo. She was a primo.
I am not. Listen, she is.
According to Hunter Biden, good chance
she's willing to put her money where her mouth is. That says a lot. God, what is it?
But she just wants an apology.
Yeah.
In my hand is a legal demand letter addressed to Mr. Hunter Biden from the First Lady of the United States, demanding a retraction of Channel 5's video called Hunter Biden Returns, in which Mr. Biden here makes some speculative comments about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein
and Daddy's money, though.
Bring it, bitch. Okay, they knew each other well. They spent enormous time together. According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met. Really? Yeah. Epstein made the intro. Yeah, according to Michael Wolff. And so I only can go by what people were saying, and I don't know.
What people are saying
out of nowhere. They come from another journalist named Michael Wolff, who was a biographer that actually spoke to Jeffrey Epstein. But now here we are. And I'm going
got $1 million document in my hands because Mrs. Trump is seeking $1 billion in damages if we don't take the video down and if Hunter here doesn't issue a formal apology to Mrs. Trump. So now we're here, maybe to give you the platform to apologize to the First Lady for your statements that you made about her possible connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Fuck that. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, he's not gonna do it. He has the backing of his fucking dad.
Well, he was echoing what someone else said, right?
Yeah, but you can't do that in a public interview. This gets millions and millions of views.
You can. So here's how it goes. For a defamation case, you have to prove malice. And what Hunter Biden is saying, I was just saying what other people.
Oh, he's saying I'm just saying what I heard.
That's what he's saying.
He goes, I didn't originate the story.
Yeah. So if you go to court, he said, well, I heard that Jeffrey Epstein had introduced. Jeffrey Epstein knew a lot of people, a lot of women, beautiful women, and everything else. Not all of them were hookers, but he ran with a very rich crowd, so he might have met her. And there were pictures of them together, so that'd be a really hard case.
The other thing is, too, let's say they did meet at the island. I don't think the island, every single party was whores and rich guys. Like, it could have been like a public party with all
like a petting zoo and they had little kids there.
Yes, there's also that. I think they had a kind of a smorgasbord of all that.
Sure.
Maybe they met there. That doesn't mean that she was part of this drug prostitute ring. They for sure met there. Right? That's what I heard. What else you got, Jen?
Who knows?
Let's do. I mean, if they met there, it's like Lady in the Tramp, baby.
This video kind of went viral. This is a guy throwing a sandwich at a.
This is so funny.
Saga started.
I haven't seen it.
So. But then I'll get into more details afterwards.
So it says Sean Dunn, who used a Subway sandwich. Those are missiles. Subway sandwich is a weapon to attack a federal officer deployed by President Trump on the streets of D.C. earlier this week. Has been charged with felony.
Since you know what's going on in D.C.
Is it a tuna?
Do you know what's going on in D.C.?
Yeah.
So Trump has just tired of driving to the White House and seeing homeless encampments. Also, just so everybody knows, I lived in D.C. when it was the murder capital of the world. And when they talk about D.C.'s crime wave is lowest it's been in 30 years. 30 years ago, you dummies, it was the murder capital of the world. Okay? So I will tell you this. When you go to D.C., they lock up the toothpaste in the Walgreens. Hey, bro?
I'm listening. You just got breaking news.
What?
Oh, keep going. I got breaking news. No, the toothpaste in D.C., dude. No,
That's breaking news.
I had the mayor from D.C. text me.
I love that Brian called you out on this. This is perfect.
Hey, bro.
I'm sorry, man. It's a late pod. I get shit going on.
All right.
Family.
Take it easy, Jack. Keep going.
Take it easy, Jack.
Holy shit. I mean,
What the fuck
is going on over there?
I thought Jim was on a single shot,
Oh, man. I guess he should be. But,
keep
I
going.
get it. But it's like, DC's a shithole right now. And he's like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. It's my city. So, no. You guys are, I'm going to take this over because the police are hemmed in by the, city council probably and all this stuff. So, and I believe he is constitutionally within his right in DC to do this.
Let me see the video, Jen. Yeah. Is it a 6-inch meatball?
It looks pretty big.
It's hot. Those come out.
And you got some white guy who probably, just judging by the way he dresses, I like the way he's dressed, but he looks like he's probably not taking a lot of punches to the face. Looks like he's been pretty comfortable in his life.
Okay.
Oh. Look at the way he runs. Look at the way he runs.
Wait, did he get arrested after this?
Yes. And by the way, he also got fired from his job. And guess what his job was?
What?
He's an attorney for the Department of Justice.
Yeah, so just everybody knows, okay? No, let me just say this. This is an exact example of an asshole this generation that's never been punched in the face. I would never do that to cops. If I saw a bunch of cops, forget even if I didn't like them, and I saw a bunch of cops like that dressed up like that, that is, you got to know that you're going to take a fucking beating and should when you get that cop.
Are we in the paddy wagon? The boys, you know.
It's like, but I just would never do that. I'm not going to go fuck you unless I'm really willing to take. Unless I'm willing to fight. Yeah. Unless you're willing to really fight, and then you're gonna throw a sandwich at the guy.
Also, those guys are just doing their jobs. They might not agree with it. But they're just doing their job.
I'm calling him a fascist.
Yeah,
you don't know what fascism is, you fucking dummy. You live in America, you privileged American.
So he got fired from his job first? Yeah, after that. His girl dumped him to her, man. Follow up on the story, bro.
So he got fired.
Yeah.
He was an attorney, a trial attorney. Wow, throwing a sandwich at a federal agent.
He must have been drunk, though. You know, you would assume.
Yeah, maybe.
But the other thing is, too, is do you think throwing that sandwich was going to change the policies?
Let's take a little break. This podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find yourself playing the budgeting game, shifting a little money here, a little there, and hoping it all works out? Well, with the Name Your Price tool from Progressive, you can get a better budgeter and potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car insurance, and they'll help you find your options within your budget. Try it today at progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law. Not available in all states.
Do you think by throwing that sandwich, let's say hit him in the face, you think anything was going to change, Dum Dum?
And he ran away too, which is like, what are you doing?
No, he doesn't look very athletic.
No,
And I got fired from his job. He's probably like, God damn it.
Yeah, that's what happens.
He's going to have to leave DC.
You know what it is? It's spoiled behavior. There are other ways to voice your opposition in this country, and you should voice your opposition if you have a problem with it.
Yeah, do it like the Democrats. Get paid for it.
Yeah. By the way.
What else you got, Jed?
See a mugshot of this fucking guy.
Is there a mug?
See what he looks like.
I'll Google his name. I don't think it'll show, but.
You always got to take a good mug shot. How would you take it, B?
Like this.
I don't think you do anything with your hands.
Just this.
Yeah, mug shot. Yeah, see, you go viral with that. Yeah.
And not in a good way.
I like the one for the guys because it's kind of like, whoops,
that might be it.
There's no mug, huh? It's all right.
That's not him, right?
That's Brian Callen.
I know. Wait, dude,
that's not him.
Come on. Throw Subway. No, it's not.
I guess that's
all right. That's a Marine.
It's a Marine. How dare you, John?
No, I'm just
This guy breaking it down. That's all right.
Look, he's a runner.
No, this is David Goggins. I guess he finished the Bigfoot 266 hours. I have no idea what reference this is.
You know that his knees, they've had to do experimental surgery on his knees.
Experimental?
Yeah, they're that bad.
He's lost like all cartilage and stuff. Like he should. It doesn't make sense he can run.
Yeah, it looks like he's not running great.
We've been talking about the hot temperatures coming up triple digits. You want to keep that heat on the outside of your house.
His knees look like they're hurting.
Yeah, 66 hours. Look at his, the way he's walking.
He's missing like cartilage and shit. And
they're so knock-kneed, too. They're all.
Yeah. You know what he does for motivation? He reads the haters' comments and then records it, and then when he runs, he plays the haters' comments.
Okay.
The current record for the Bigfoot 200-mile ultra marathon run in Washington State is 44 hours, 57 minutes, and 16 seconds. The race features over 44,000 feet of elevation gain, descent, making it a challenging event. So 44 hours is the record, basically 45. And what did he finish it in?
66.
Still. That's insane.
66 hours.
Placed 23rd overall.
So average is 106 hours.
Holy shit, he's cooking that.
Yeah.
I'm bored.
Wow, that's impressive. All right, what do you got, Jen?
I think
This is a man pretending to be Justin Bieber tricked XS nightclub at Wynn, Las Vegas, and let him perform. Everybody fell for it. And this is hammered. Let me see.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles.
Oh, that's so good, dude. What a great story. These kids are all like,
I feel like that bodyguard's not buying it though. Something look at
oh man, wait, something look at it. Let me see this. Oh,
what?
apparently all of the Win access got duped by a fake Justin Bieber last night. He performed everything.
They performed everything before they realized it was an good. Keep going down, Chin. Keep going down. Yeah, can someone explain why this is a thing? Going this far to look like somebody, or him and Justin working together to promote something? Not going to lie, he almost had me fooled. Clearly had all these other people fooled. Play it?
So
it doesn't even look like it.
It kind of does, though.
Not really. I mean, not at all.
I wouldn't know. I'd be like,
I would. And those young kids, come on, dude.
kind of looks like Amnesty at the same time.
I mean, like a tiny little bit, but yeah, I guess that Justin doesn't have a beard like that. His beard's not that thick.
That's so
yeah, but to me, they're totally weird.
Okay.
I like to think I wouldn't be duped by that. You would, 100% would be. You take pictures of your kids and shit. Yeah. Try to promote your shows and shit. Oh wow! So took a picture of the baby. And he doesn't even wear glasses like that. If he wore like regular sunglasses, it'd probably look. Yeah, those are terrible.
Yeah.
That guy's hilarious. Hilarious.
Great story.
Yeah, that's funny. That's not real, is it? Is this confirmed? It says WNBA players turned down a deal that would have quadrupled their pay, minimum $66K to $250K, maximum $250K to $1 million. Let's go ahead and play this clip.
We got a proposal from the league, which was one big slap in the face, and I think we really have to put an emphasis on the players that are in our league right now. But I love to see the league growing. I think adding these teams in Philly and Detroit, like that, how amazing is that the league can grow. But how cool would it also be to have like a little bit expansion on the rosters? Like, let's focus on the teams that have everything set up right now, and maybe focus on the teams also that find excuses continuously to lack investment into their players before we focus on adding more to the brain of people that can.
But you don't make any money. Nobody wants to watch.
I wonder if they actually did. I wonder if that's just a rumor, because obviously WNBA, I don't fucks with it either, but people, I don't think there's any official reports they offered him $250K minimum. I would doubt it. How could you offer more money when you're losing money?
You're losing money. Why doesn't anybody want to watch the WNBA?
I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas.
Just saying.
Show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super
fan,
you know what?
Secrets, theories, Easter eggs.
I'll watch Caitlin Clark.
And general knowledge.
Yeah, but
hey,
We'll also use
good.
him and our relationship.
The rest of them aren't very good.
good level of skill.
But if I'm going to sit down and watch a basketball game, I want to see the very best, man or woman. I want to see the best of who's better. Well, the Chicago Bulls are the best basketball team in Chicago. Oh, the LA Lakers are better than the LA Spark. Well, I'm going to spend my fucking time watching the LA Lakers.
Yeah. That's right.
But I wonder if that's a real story. I doubt they would turn down $250,000. That sounds.
You're not making any money.
If they did, they're
watches you.
Dumb.
Nobody watches them. That's charity.
I'll watch Caitlin Clark, but even I'll be frank, I'll watch the highlights.
Yeah.
I watch WNBA like you watch UFC. I catch the highlights.
No, that's not.
Hey, catch the highlights.
No.
Yeah.
I watch them.
I would never pay for it.
I always pay for my fights. I don't do that shit.
So according to Yahoo Sports, I would pay for the WNBA.
Yeah, but I don't pirate the UFC fights.
Hey, sure you don't.
I really don't.
Hey.
No, I don't.
They told me you did one.
No, I did it one time. Somebody said, here's a website. I didn't pay for it. Said, I missed the fights.
Yeah.
And they sent me the website. I watched it. And then I was like, this is still shitty to the players. I mean, the fighters. So
it doesn't matter. They make the same money.
Do they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
the top dogs don't have to get pay-per-view points. The rest of them get paid.
Yeah, I don't do it.
Hey, sure you don't.
No, I really don't. I wouldn't even know where to go. No, I wouldn't even know where to go.
Hey, you're the same guy that was watching Madden on YouTube and thought it was a live game. So, hey.
That's not true. That's all.
What else you got, Jim? I was gonna say, according to Yahoo Sports, it says it is true, and they're just holding out for a larger raise.
I mean, you guys aren't worth it. You don't
If
make money.
that's true, that is wow.
You don't make money.
All right, let's check out some of these here. Is it too late to say sorry? You guys remember Nelly Furtado, right? Oh, she got. Oh, I know where you're going.
Nelly Furtado got.
Do you remember her?
She was non-binary for a while.
Bro, she got stupid thick. Like, hey, you know me, I like thick girls.
No, she got
fat.
Truck driver.
Hey, it's not even like just fat. It's kind of weird. No, she got power slap thick. She got power slap thick.
You ain't lying.
Yes, sir.
You ain't lying.
She power slap thick. That's a different.
Non-binary for a while.
Sure.
Someday she wake up, she'd be a guy. So
I want to go. Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Did you eat all your feelings?
well, she was in a coma. She's had a history of drug issues. There's a lot of issues with Nelly.
She power
She
slap
can
thick.
sing her ass
That power slap thick is a different level of fat.
She can sing. She can sing.
Yeah.
Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, so I saw her pop up recently, but I thought I honestly thought
Was
this
that her now?
I thought this was she looks like Tom Cruise of Tropic Thunder.
Okay.
She looks like Ben Stiller from Dodgeball when he goes down south.
Okay. Yeah.
It's kind of wild, right? Like, it's not like she looks...
Lena Dunham. Really?
Hey, I like this comment. God forbid a woman feels comfortable in her own skin. Yeah, no doubt. Did you see before she got power slap?
I don't think she feels very
No. Although she's kind of owning it. Yeah, this is her walking down.
I don't care. She can sing.
Remember when like Steve Nash? Steve Nash is like, thank God I didn't sign up for that. It's wild though, yeah.
The trick
is her before.
Nelly's damn gorgeous there.
Yeah,
Gorgeous.
Here, power slap thick.
Beautiful. Starving herself? I don't know, man.
What are you saying? Starving herself?
In there?
The opposite. Fucking. Hey,
no, right there.
The opposite.
I'm saying.
Oh, you're on the before. You're saying there's no starvation. That's just her living life, and then something.
Hey, wait a minute. That guy's teeth has got something to say.
Yeah.
I'll take a close up too.
Oh,
we gotta take care of this
teeth. He has food in him. Yeah. Video. Hey, that's Timbaland, baby.
Video here.
He does have food in there. Yeah, he does. It's disturbing.
Okay, that's all right.
Small.
It is what it is. Now she.
Do we know what happened with her?
That looks like
Give us some other
Knuckles'
pictures.
teeth after Jemiah.
Yeah, it does.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does.
Now she's had a tough time of it.
It's tough when you're a performer.
Well, she generally has a tough time. She's coming out as this, she's coming out as that.
Go to the orange one? Yeah. But even there, she's not as big as the one we see. She ain't small. She ain't small. But I mean, look, it's like, it's kind of
I think she probably
battles her
with a lot of
cheeseburgers.
She's starving there. She's starving there.
I can't even
one
imagine.
piece of cheese in 2 days, right there.
Did she get kidnapped in a Burger King and eat her way out? That's the only way to explain this.
She
power slap thick.
It's called yo-yoing.
But I mean, her frame is so small. I don't see how. Because she turned into an evil villain. What happened?
Yeah, she's
the Penguin. She's called Farrell the Penguin.
Yeah. There's a lot going on there.
She can't be happy. No. I mean, she's smiling a lot now.
That doesn't mean much.
How she's embracing her new silhouette.
There are a lot of enablers. There's a lot of stuff going on.
That's the problem. She needs friends to fat shame her. Right?
I think she has some.
Like, if you showed up like that,
yeah,
we would be on the air and I go, hold on. You're so fat. You would not do that. Girls, 100%, I'd go, whoa.
Never do that to each other.
Brian, are you competing in power stop with a fucking Under Armour shirt on?
Show up and
you're so fat. And you go, it's what, dude? Stop fucking eating.
That's how guys talk to each other.
Stop eating.
Girls don't talk to each other that way. But I think she's had, like, serious issues in general. Like, didn't she go into a coma for drug overdose?
I don't know. I'm sure about it. I think she did. Amy Winehouse, and she died.
I'm talking about Nelly Furtado. Who is the one who's into MMA for a while?
Drug addiction. Into MMA?
Yeah.
Oh, you're thinking Gina Carano. Sing. No, wait.
The one who can sing.
You're thinking of homegirl who can sing.
Yes.
Ding Luke Rockhold.
Yes.
Oh, Demi Lovato.
Demi Lovato. I've been thinking about this whole time.
Who's a dime?
That's what I've been thinking about. Demi Lovato.
Big difference.
Okay,
Demi Lovato never got power slap thick.
Okay, so now this is Nelly Furtado. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Demi Lovato.
That's why I was like, she can sing. I was thinking about Demi. Okay. Demi Lovato.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Well, she was very skinny too before.
Yeah. And then she does the same thing. She goes through these things. Where is she?
She's dumbed up talented.
Oh, dumbed up talented. Yeah, amazing.
She's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
But Gina Carano too, she gained a lot of weight.
Well, Gina's just a big.
But Gina's cutting weight. She has excuses, and she's fine now.
She's an athlete. Her dad was a pro football player. She's a bad.
But Nelly Furtado, she didn't take any punches to the face.
No. Okay.
See, come on.
Who's that?
That's Gina Carano. Not now, Jen. Why are you doing her like that? No, seriously. Fine. As of, I think today, or as of present time, she got really big. No, she's not big anymore. She's not like super big. She was really big. She's better. And then plus, I think she was pregnant too, so that's also part of it. I don't think she had any kids, Jen. I see you trying to get yourself out of this. She didn't have any kids, but with that, yeah. Look at her face. Look at her face over there. Look at her face in the hat. No, she's gorgeous. That's her right now.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, it's so filtered though, but yeah. But she's always been pretty. Yeah, she's really pretty. That's why she was nice try, Ched. Sorry she doesn't look like her Strike Force days, you piece of shit. And she won the lawsuit against Disney, so yeah, ball in Elon Musk.
How big is she? How tall? You hung out with her, right?
Yeah, I've seen her a few times. She's great. She's not huge.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
I mean.
Okay. I need auto parts, but I need friendly, knowledgeable service. I want new wiper plates. What if I want my battery changed when I'm still in my car, Brendan?
I'm glad you asked, buddy. That's why our friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs. All right, whatever you need, whether you're a rookie or an expert in the car game, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, and best of all, super friendly. Professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. Nice try, Chet. Whatever, dude. I thought this was hilarious with my Brian, too. Let me just play it. Hold on.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
What are they doing? I know.
Yeah, for anybody who cares, this is Turkish oil wrestling. Great sport.
Yeah, Timberland's team, huh?
And this is the reason, not one of the reasons, but the reason that P. Diddy is a much better wrestler than people give him credit for. You guys gotta get your mind out of the gutter. Everybody's like, 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Anybody who's a fan of Turkish oil wrestling knew immediately that this was what was actually going on. P. Diddy clearly knows how to train and take his wrestling to the next level. Because let me tell you, you oil up. If it works when you're oiled up, you and your partner, it's going to work when you guys are dry. And so that's the one, probably the only good thing I can say about Diddy is he takes his wrestling seriously and trains properly. I don't like any of the other stuff about it. But either way, I'm looking forward to this Kamzat Duplessis fight. And I always say to all my UFC buddies, oil up, bro. Oil up. And when you get out there, it's going to make a big difference. But nobody listens to him.
I mean, he is in his ass. I know. What the hell?
That's what you do. You got to use the old pants.
I've been around wrestling a long time. I've never seen that.
You got to do that, man. You got to get your hands.
What are they doing then?
It's a whole tournament, like a yearly tournament. It's so weird. They boil up.
gay.
Then they fuck each other. Yeah.
Well, I thought this was hilarious. I don't know how legit this is, but this is apparently a pit stop for an electric vehicle race. They're so gay. They make no noise.
Battery box is out. Mine comes off with 810.
She told her mom, I don't want to be with him. I want to
Battery full of place. Body up.
She was going to do that.
Couple of braces to hold the body.
Working on the paperwork needed to bring the suspect
Back out the bolts on the battery pack. Jack the car up. Battery pack flip over the side rail. Yeah.
Don't speak English or traffic stops. The system is built right into an officer's body camera.
Roll a dolly underneath. Cover the battery so the terminal stays for a technical contact.
What about the tires?
Taking a long time.
Well, what about the tires? There's so many things. The batteries die before the tire. They need to switch tires?
Yeah.
I'd rather watch Nelly Furtado eat a fucking 6-inch sub.
Guys, like, this hurts to watch.
Yeah, I'm with that guy.
Wow, yes.
This is not as straight as that oil wrestling. Ugh.
And it just takes forever.
It's taking long forever.
Take a long time.
Yeah, because that pit crew is probably not a professional pit crew. Because it's EV.
Come on.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency with Hurricane Mary turning offshore. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist reports the storm is not expected to make landfall.
He's already lost.
There has to be a better way.
He's lost the race. Lost the race. Took way too long.
Someone said, the main thing says, hopefully they will get faster.
Yeah.
And then to hold the body on.
Man. All right, guys. You guys, a couple of cheetahs out there. Look at this.
The Trump administration is launching a review of Smithsonian.
10 minutes later, you boys ready? Race is over, bud.
So boring. Calling them woke. Critics argue the Smithsonian's
Get going.
story of history.
Start the computer.
Israeli government is calling up more service members.
I hate it all.
That's so boring. All right.
I hate it all.
Yeah, fuck that.
This is installing updates 1 of 20. That's fucking Eric Griffin's car every time we get in there. Yeah, it's always updating. We get locked in there. Hate that
Took
thing.
a Waymo.
I don't know what the fuck.
I took a fucking Waymo. Is that?
Oh, the self-driving?
Yeah. It's by Google. And let me tell you something. I literally.
Can you grab the steering wheel?
Doors wouldn't open. And then it drove away from me. Then I had to run after it. And then it takes a long way. It goes super slow.
That's what you get.
That's literally the history where nobody's gonna be driving.
What's this? Creepy Crawly creeps out her performance? This is Jennifer Lopez, and how would you guys react if this actually happened to you?
Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, 81 degrees in Oklahoma, 78 in Orange, 84 in Studio City, 83 in Santa Monica.
Oh, that bug? Yeah, did you see it? What is it, though? It's only like a grasshopper or a cricket or something. I wouldn't give a fuck, but you wouldn't know. Like if you felt that on your neck.
Oh, dude, that's a locust.
She tossed it, though, right? Dude, she's like a badass.
Nice job, Jennifer.
She's a professional. He's trying to get to that ass until you threw him away.
Good for her. She was like, nice throw, too. She kept it going.
I'll show you a clip on Wednesday about some EV stuff as well. But this is probably the last one for today. Have you guys seen this? This has gone viral. No, the homesick Aussie punter going viral. Australian teenager Archie Wilson broke down when discussing being away from his family while chasing his American football dream. So he's trying to do what? Oh, he's at Nebraska. There's an Aussie kid playing for Big Red. Okay, so just play for him?
Oh, I turn 19 tomorrow. So I'm 18 right now. So, like, first time you're away from them? Yeah, that part's hard. I mean, I'm sorry.
Oh, man, get him home. Oh, man.
Yeah, I felt that a lot.
Poor kid.
Yeah, it must be tough.
Yeah, I have two little brothers and a mom and dad. And
That's tough.
Yeah, that's the tough part about being here. I love them a lot and I miss them. But it's, I mean, they know this is what's best for me, and I can still talk to them plenty over the phone, and they're coming here to see the first few games, so I'm looking forward to that.
Good kid. Yeah, good kid.
Good fucking kid.
He has two little brothers. Yeah,
Dude, you miss the shit out of your family.
Dude, and Australia is so far away.
So far.
It's not like they're in Florida. You can just fly over. Australia is so far. Where are you going to be, Uppy?
I'm going to Australia, dude. I'm going to Australia to see his family. I'm going to Australia to see his family. Because I miss them too. It's so far. Oh, man.
I'm doing crying for him.
Jesus. San Diego,
bud.
Mike Drop Comedy Club. I'll see you this weekend, Friday, Saturday. I can't wait. And then Covina Laugh Factory, September 12th, 13th, 14th. Let's go. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th and 20th. And then I got Albuquerque, New Mexico. Man, we're packed. I'm loving this.
A long ways away.
Yeah, baby. All right, so we'll see you in a bit.
10 days left. There's 10 days left. We are finally giving away the TRX with over $50,000 of mods. I'm sick of staring at this thing. I'm looking at it right now in the shop here. It's all going down. You have 10 days to enter to win the TRX with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash. You got Kibby Tech, you got King Shocks, Fiberworks, Carbon Fiber, Lock Off-Road Wheels, Toyo Tires, Sig Motorsports built. This thing is wild. You have 10 days to enter to win this badass Ultimate Dad rig. Go to drivefastallgas.com. 10 days. I can't wait to see who wins this bad boy. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win. So head on over to drivefastallgas.com. That's it, kids. We love you guys. Thanks for watching. This is the Finer Kid. We're out.
A nice heat wave coming through Southern California. Today we'll see temperatures approach the triple digits, but if you're out in the desert, it's going to get well above the triple digits. The bigger issue, I think, coming through is going to be Friday, Saturday, into Sunday. The potential for monsoonal thunderstorms. They're talking about localized flooding, reflows, destructive winds, potential lightning that come in, and that could obviously cause some problems. The center of Hurricane Aaron is out past North Carolina's Outer Banks, distance of less than 300 miles or so right now, which means they are seeing some significant winds and rain. Most heavy wave action is going to be through today and tomorrow because of Hurricane Aaron before it moves farther north. Loses some strength. It's still going to cause problems up and down the eastern seaboard though for a couple of days.
Would you like your Jeopardy question?
All right, I love it.
What's that idiom for $1,000? A different way to say from one place to another is the expression from pillar to this support.
Post.
Yes. I'll kick you up.
We are just getting news, by the way, that former chief of the LA Fire Department, Christine Crowley, has filed a formal tort claim against Mayor Bass. The claim sets out a pattern of dishonesty, scapegoating, and unlawful retaliation that destroyed the career of a 25-year public servant, not because of any failure in her duties, but because she told the truth. This statement came out from her attorneys. The tort claim makes clear that Chief Crowley did her job. She told city leadership and the public that Mayor Bass's budget cuts and the city's decades of neglect had left the LAFD underfunded, understaffed, and ill-equipped to handle the rising demands of a growing city, especially one at risk of dangerous wildfires. Instead of addressing those concerns, Mayor Bass retaliated.
Briefly, sounds like Tahoe resident is tested positive for the plague.
That's not funny.
No, they think that the person got this after being bitten by an infected flea while camping in South Lake Tahoe, which we've all done.
Yeah.
In this room. Yeah, the plague, that one that killed 25 million Europeans in the Middle Ages. It's back.
Welcome to the 1700s.
It's not for 1600s. Yes.
There's a competition between some of the cheap and other line. I don't know. Kissing babies. I'm stealing their lollipops.
Here we go. Your problem is that our leaders are dumb.
The other side never quits.
Not fucking good in my swamp. So
imagine what can be unburdened by what has been,
Americans have always moved up. Good story. A political blunder is when a politician actually tells the truth. Swamp Watch. Our Swamp Watch segment brought to you by the Good Feet Store. If you're looking for foot pain, have been diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, you can visit the Good Feet Store and learn how you can find relief without shots, surgeries, or medications. The Good Feet Store. So the biggest issue out of D.C. continues to be what sort of brokering President Trump is going to be able to do between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. U.S. and NATO military officials are set to meet today to talk about the potential for security guarantees for Ukraine, because the White House is at least a baby step closer to some sort of a summit between Zelensky and Putin. President Trump had made clear that this, whatever security agreements we come up with, would not include American boots on the ground, but might see American airplanes in the sky as part of that agreement. The Kremlin said it's ready to discuss a settlement with Ukraine, including security guarantees, but any talk that does not include Russia, like the ones today, would be a road to nowhere. It also is in no rush to actually sit down with Zelensky. You mentioned this yesterday. One of the biggest stumbling blocks is Vladimir Putin doesn't see Ukraine as a country. Vladimir Putin does not even see Volodymyr Zelensky as the president of a country. So he's going to have to kind of go against what he has publicly said repeatedly in order for this summit to actually take place. If that were $10 by September 30th, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's not going to happen.
Right.
You say it.
I say they will meet before September 30th.
Okay. I love that for us. Gotta have a little skin in the game.
A little challenge.
Skin in the game. $10 will get you, $10 get half of a Starbucks drink. Maybe. I mentioned this earlier. In the Sacramento swamp, there was a shouting match at a California legislative hearing yesterday. A Republican lawmaker got into it with Democrats over this plan to rewrite the U.S. House maps to win the Democrats more seats. It got ugly. Women yelling at each other. It's always on.
Women yelling at each other.
Women yell at each other. It's worse. It's like a fight in a football stadium. Yeah, you'd rather see men throwing beers at each other. When it's women, it's worse. But anyway, the redistricting fight is getting. Everyone's trying to make a name for themselves, which is why I'm not naming names, because you've never heard about these assembly members. I'm certainly not going to give them name recognition for behaving like children. But it did get heated.
At least at the assembly side, I did see a report earlier that was diagramming that fight basically, and they said at the Senate side things were much more calm.
Sure.
I don't know if
you expect that out of the Senate, don't you?
Yeah, the state Senate. Meanwhile, in Texas, legislators are scheduled to vote on that plan to redraw their congressional maps. Democratic lawmakers did head back to Austin. If you remember, a couple of weeks ago, they fled to places like Illinois, California, and New York to try to prevent the state house there in Texas from having a quorum that was required to vote. Several of them actually spent last night on the floor of the state house in protest, which I guess matters. State Republicans here are also suing to try to block the action on Gavin Newsom's redistricting gerrymandering plan, because there are a couple that they argued in their emergency petition to the Supreme Court, state Supreme Court. The Constitution bars consideration of the plan until September 18th because new legislation, according to the state constitution, new legislation would require a 30-day review period before lawmakers can act on it. And Republicans are arguing that the governor and others opposing this plan are not following the Constitution when it comes to this legislation.
Well, there are different theories on what makes a good life. One says good life is a happy life. You're pursuing comfort and satisfaction and joy. The second says a good life is a meaningful life, purpose, connection, make the world better. Recently, researchers have come up with a third answer. We'll tell you about it when we come back.
Gary and Shannon will continue. Rashida D'Agostino's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. California lawmakers weigh a plan to let taxpayer money fund political campaigns to even the playing field for underfunded candidates. Plus, new research warns don't believe every flashy scientific study you see. And President Trump says Europe, not the U.S., will carry the load if Russia strikes Ukraine again. Going to a wreck in Dive into our own 60.
Westbound, right-brain ran down. There's several cars involved in this. One of them is making a second lane from left, the rest over on the right shoulder. It's stopped right now from the 71. In Marino Valley, 60 westbound and Redlands Boulevard got an accident in the center lane. It's heavy from the WLC Parkway. Anaheim Hills, 91 westbound Imperial Highway. Got a stall trying to clear from the middle lane. And in Hollywood, 101 southbound before Melrose Avenue. Got that disabled car cleared from the right lane over the right shoulder. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Ahmed.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. And more. iHeartRadio commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
Here's some info from you guys. Strangers call about me. Some big voice my direction. All the stereotypes that we work so hard to break are just going to be reversed. And I won't let that happen.
We all have to play our part.
With plasma, I've been making boss.
You deserve respect as much as everybody else. I'm a nurse.
I'm a delivery woman, chef, a neighbor artist.
Bus driver. I'm a doctor.
Fight the virus. Fight the virus.
Stop the spread of anti-Asian racism by visiting iHeartRadio.com/fightthevirus. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels, the Ad Council, and iHeartRadio. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Rock City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about back home. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians, people like Ed Helms. I climbed up and it was just like, ah! Diane Guerrero.
And then she goes, you're on your own. You have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water ski across the boat. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Pick up the free iHeart app. Listen now.
iHeartRadio brings you News View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of reality docu-series With Love Meghan, with the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle. Next Wednesday, the launch of the Netflix docu-series Katrina, Come Hell and High Water. Next Thursday on Netflix, the season 2 debut of the kids' animated series Barbie Mysteries. Season 2 of the romantic drama My Life with the Walter Boys, as well as the new Netflix mystery comedy The Thursday Murder Club starring Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, and Ben Kingsley. Next Friday, the premiere of the Netflix documentary Unknown Number, The High School Catfish, as well as the new Spanish mystery series Two Graves. Next Tuesday on Hulu, the launch of the docu-series Ruby Red-Handed, stealing America's most famous pair of shoes. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the debut of the reality series Love Thy Mater. Next Thursday on Hulu, the premiere of the documentary film Imported. Next Friday on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the music competition series K-pop, as well as season 2 of the kids show Shape Island. Next Monday on Disney Plus, the debut of the movie Lego Disney Princess Villains Unite. Next Monday on Paramount Plus, the streaming premiere of the movie The Friends, starring Bill Murray and Naomi Watts. Next Wednesday, the season 2 launch of the Disney Plus series Shipwreck Hunters Australia. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video, the new
action drama series The Terminal List Dark Wolf, starring Chris Pratt and Taylor Kitsch, a prequel to the original Terminal List series. And next Thursday on AMC Plus, the debut of the Ripped from the Headlines true crime series Kidnapped, the Chloe Ailing story, starring Nadia Parks.
And that's to you on iHeartRadio. Happy listening.
AMI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Well, it says Sunday, it's already the 20th, but I believe it's Wednesday.
Who said that? Oh, wow, look at that. Is it August 20th for real?
It is the 20th.
Okay, but it's not Sunday.
It's not Sunday. It's
Weird.
last time we did a show on Sunday. Was it when there was an attempt on the president's life? That may have
I
been the last time we
usually
did
have things on Sunday.
Again, the developing story out of downtown Los Angeles, former LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley, of course fired by Mayor Bass after the Palisades fire, has now filed a legal claim against the city and the mayor. Bass fired Chief Crowley back in February. 6 weeks after the fire started, she actually praised the chief and the firefighting effort early on, but said she later learned that there was an additional 1,000 firefighters that could have been deployed on the day the fire started. Bass also said that Crowley rebuffed a request to prepare a report on the fires that would be a critical part of investigations as to what happened and why. The legal claim that was filed today by the former chief demands immediate retraction of all false and defamatory statements, a formal and public apology to former Chief Crowley, and to end all ongoing retaliation. If you remember, the big deal, the big nail in her coffin, so to speak, was the interview that she gave with Gigi Graciette from Fox 11, asking whether or not the city failed the chief and the fire department.
It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say justifiably what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community.
Did they feel you?
That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs.
Did they feel you?
Yes.
That is yes. So, Chief Crowley suing the city and the mayor.
Researchers have proposed a new way for you to have a good life. We've always heard about a happy life driven by joy, a meaningful life driven by purpose. That's 40 plus years of research on those two, but now we've got a new third answer. A good life is a psychologically rich life. What is it marked by? New experiences, perspective shifting insights, complexity, discomfort, and challenges. Psychologists at the University of Chicago first conceptualized this psychological richness, and we wanted to capture more explorative, adventurous, creative types of good life, like those of artists and poets, people who struggle because they don't make any money in life. That's where the discomfort and the challenges come in. But you keep an open mind, that can be a recipe for a happy life. I said, the psychologist said happiness can be thought of as a batting average. It goes up and down with good and bad experiences. Psychological richness, on the other hand, is more akin to career highlights. How many interesting stories and experiences we have over our lifetime. Travel, meeting interesting people, reading books, overcoming challenges. I love that. What a full life that is. It asks us to leave our comfort zones, being open to changing our mind. It is cognitively and emotionally uncomfortable to realize that the world is one way and then realize it is another way. That I'm thinking it's one way and realizing it is not.
I fully agree.
I do too. Totally.
So, is it suggesting then that discomfort is okay?
Yes.
Because why do so many people fight discomfort?
Because we've been telling people that discomfort's not okay and you need to take drugs to fight it. Discomfort needs change most of the time. And if you're not changing, if you're not growing, you're boring.
Facts. This is the worst motivational speech I've heard.
Well, that's because, well,
go on. I know what you're going to say.
What was I going to say?
You're going to say, I don't like change.
You don't like change.
But I also know that discomfort is the only way to grow.
Yes. I think that you are an example of a person who lives
acceptably
a meaningful life. But I also believe that your mind is not closed to leading a more psychologically rich life. You know that you are a person who doesn't like change, for instance.
Sure.
And you're willing to open your mind to new things within reason. You're not, throwing caution, but you're not going to go on a meditative retreat and take mushrooms, but you were willing to try a sip of that matcha the other day.
And that was a difficult step for me.
Baby steps. But I like this because it shows that when you struggle, you grow as a person, and that growing as a person really can lead to you being satisfied on the deathbed.
There's a study of obituaries that people did in terms of trying to flesh out the differences between the happy life, the meaningful life, and the psychologically rich or good life. And they said psychologically rich lives are often meaningful, but they're not usually super happy. Any good story does involve a challenge or involves a problem. And I'll go back to that. In every context of your development, human development, whether it's nutrition, health, wellness, attitude, personality, something, in order for you to get better at that thing, you have to have gone through some amount of discomfort, whether it was intentional discomfort, accidental discomfort, whatever it is.
Mental discomfort.
Hopefully you come out more positive on the other side, or you come out having learned something on the other side, having developed some, some strength that you didn't have before. And again, it's all context of human development. Strength, health, mental health, all of that stuff. But I guess it's just, how far do you go to develop this psychologically rich life?
You don't have to go far, but you're picking up golf. It's a new experience.
I suppose that's one way, but that's what people do, right? It's kind of cliche, isn't it? If you're 50,
it's okay to be cliche. They're cliches for a reason. That's what I tell myself every time I take my collagen gummy and my protein bar at 45 years old. Everyone's doing this, and they're all doing this for a reason.
Speaking of everybody doing this thing, there is a growing trend. It's not spectacular. It's not blowing the doors off of adoption agencies, but there's a growing number of straight single men who are going about parenting alone. And there's an interesting article in The Atlantic about this growing cohort of single dads who are choosing to do so. Not after a divorce, not something losing a spouse or something like that, but choosing to go about fatherhood by themselves.
Well, they say the cohort is growing. Did it go from like 2 dudes to like 6 dudes in the country?
They reference, the writer does reference that the number's bigger than that, and that other groups that deal specifically with men having babies, right, that's one of the group's names, that they've seen an influx in the number of people who want to do this thing. So we'll talk about that up next. Gary and Shannon will continue. Regina D'Agostino's live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The former Los
Angeles fire chief has filed a new legal claim against the city. She says she was wrongfully fired after January's wildfires.
In her legal filing, former Los Angeles fire chief
Ik ben al zo lang samen met dezelfde frisdrank. Er zijn gewoon geen verrassingen meer.
Ching, chang, chong.
Te lang samen met je...
Fucking chicken scratch.
ABC's Alex Stone says Crowley claims she was fired not for failing her duties, but for telling the truth. She criticized Mayor Bazzi.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey and Lisa Ann here for the Church New Testament. It's Tuesday, the 19th of August. Chip, chip. Labor Day's around the corner. You can't dress in white no more and all that stuff. But anyway, we're here for another fun-filled episode. Also, today's 5 years ago today, I moved to New Jersey. What a nightmare. So fun. We'll be right back. Oh, Uncle Joey's back. I gotta talk to you about something. If you're sick and tired of always being sick and tired, listen up. Bioma is here to fix all that. With the blend of pre, pro, and postbiotics that'll get you back into the zone. Taking these smooth shits again. Your mood, your digestion, your energy, basically your whole life revolves around your gut health. How many times have you felt bad? You take a big fucking shit, and next thing you know, you feel like a king. All the time. This is what I'm talking about. Bioma probiotics. I was just on antibiotics for 3-4 months at a time. I was walking around with a little gut like I was pregnant. I took a couple of these biomas. I took a shit, the toilet broke 2 times. You understand me? So when you're looking to drop some weight, take care of your hair, skin and nails, or need to get your feminine health on track, Bioma has what you need. Like I said, I love Bioma with all my heart. This, I've taken other probiotics, but this one changed the game for me. Look at my teeth, I got none. Antibiotics. Look at my ears, I got none. Antibiotics. My whole life has been antibiotics for last year. Bioma finally brought me back. I got some color to my face. I got energy. Listen, your gut is the foundation of overall health and vitality. If you want to be a motherfucking savage, you better keep it in check. So do me a favor. I'm going to take 15% off Bioma order when you press in code CHURCH. CHURCH at goldbioma.com/church. CHURCH. That's 15% off with code CHURCH at goldbioma.com/church. Or just click the link in our show notes. Enjoy. This is going to change your life and your stomach and your toilet and everything around you. Kick this motherfucker, Julie. What's happening, you savages? Uncle Joey here. What's happening, Tarzan? I'm doing good. Are you taking Labor Day off? I don't know what I'm doing. What's wrong with you? You came in. Are you excited for Florida? Well, we got to do Philly first. Let's do Philly first. Then you got Labor Day, and then we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. I'm not even thinking of Florida. No. I don't know how you care the fuck less about Florida. I got a show Wednesday. I got a show Friday. I got a show Saturday. And then I got 2 more weeks of training. Then we got fucking Labor Day. And then we got Florida. So Florida's not even on my horizon. Not even thinking. Don't even care. People call me now. Hey, can you go on a list? There ain't no list yet. Call me 2 days before. Bye. I've been getting Facebook from all my friends in Miami that I went to McKinley with. And I'm like, I ain't taking no requests right now. And then 2 days before your phone's gonna die. No, I'm all of mine. Half of them hit me up on Facebook. But I just can't. Guys, I've never been able to do that. That is my weakness in life. I like to focus on what's in front of me. Because if you start, you ever say, and you know, all of us like sports. How many times you gotta play the Bulls, but you're talking about Golden State in the finals, and you're like, I'm betting against these motherfuckers because they're not focused. It's so weird how people do not focus on what's in front of them. That's it. Today is Tuesday. Today's Tuesday. All I care about today is Tuesday. I got jiu-jitsu and I got bocce tonight. Anything else that comes in. But that's all I'm worried about. If you call me about Thursday, you know what I'm going to tell you. Go fuck yourself. And I do it to everybody now. It's over. Like, I used to be kind of nice. Like, yeah, no, listen. Because I don't have that time. I got a daughter. I got a life now. It's not like comedy's all I do. Right? But even when I do, I see these people in their schedules at comedy clubs. And you talk to them, and they'll tell you, oh, we had a bad weekend with George. No. Because you already advertising fucking Nick in September. Right. Keep Nick away from that fucking computer. You should be just pushing George. If you want a busy weekend. But no, you're pushing the Smothers Brothers in December at a New Year's show. Nobody's even thinking about that. You know the economy sucks. Nobody's thinking that. Let's go. Nobody. All this pre-sale shit, unless you're the Beatles, that shit's gonna end. Because people are not gonna decide what they have to do till the week of.
Not even then sometimes. Usually it's like day of for people.
It's a day of. It's a week of. We live in New Jersey. Nothing gets called till Friday night in this town. Am I lying, George? Am I lying, Nick? The week is the week. If you talk to people in Jersey, the week is the week. We just came back from the shore. Holy shit, it was a party. Okay. But the week is the week. But they'll tell you, like, they'll start checking the weather Tuesday. Jersey people. And they don't know anything until Friday. So if you got a show on Saturday, they're holding on. And then it's going to rain. So now okay, Georgie's at Atlantic City. How much is a hotel for the night? $500. We ain't doing that. We ain't doing that. We don't even buy the ticket. We're dropping $500. Right. And that's the thing. That people are going to call up and how much for hotel? $5. This ticket is one. That's $8. That's $7. That's without parking. You got to eat. You got to throw some dice. And then you think about your vacation with the kids to Disneyland in August, and you're like, fuck George. We'll stay home and play Monopoly. Yeah. So every week is very, and this is the life we live in now.
But you've been like that pretty much the whole time I've known you. It's like you don't, like I think, we were planning on shooting the documentary, and I was asking you questions about like where we were going to shoot and who we were going to, and like I think eventually your wife was like, why do you keep asking these questions?
Don't ask me any questions. You do a lot. Anybody does a lot better, but they don't have to ask me a question. But you do a lot better in life with no question. When you don't, like, what time is the show Saturday? I don't even answer that. It's 2 in the afternoon. Tell people that 2 in the afternoon. Really? No. Then why the fuck did you ask? Right. You just fucking want to aggravate me. Right. Well, give me conversation. There's no conversation. Look straight ahead. Look straight ahead. I know, it's tennis. Make believe you're watching it. Just make believe. Give it a hard fucking try.
Do you do that now that like you're hearing? So you just pretend like you can't hear people all the time?
No, I'm to the point in my life that I can't hear it all. So you can talk to your green the fucking face. And it's so funny because people say things to me and they look at me because maybe I replied differently to them. But that's what you got. You hear music, you look at my face. Look at somebody's face. So whatever your fucking stupid story is, you're focused on it without looking on my face and the pain that this conversation is bringing me.
Do you show it in your face when you're like just dying on the inside?
Think of your face when somebody's talking to you and you don't know what the fuck they're talking about. If I secretly taped you talking to an Arab that just pulled in front of you, what's his, the brothers halal? You don't know what he's saying. And same thing if you sent somebody from Israel here and stood in my face and just started going off. That's the same thing when you're deaf. Right. So it's not that I'm deaf. There's music on. It's over. That's it. We didn't come here to chit chat. I came to buy you a drink and hopefully you suck my dick. That's it. That's the bottom line. Am I lying? But no, like it's just I can't hear if there's music. Right.
No, I know that.
And then if you're 3 people away from me, I just stare at you. Yeah. Good. No shit. Come on. I got the same thing I'm recording. It's like a button. I press. Come on.
You're like Woody from Toy Story. They just keep pulling the string.
Yeah, I pull a string and it's the same conversation. Really? Wow, nice to hear. Come on. So I think they're asking me something else. I'm like, come on. And they're like, okay, you can't even talk to this guy. He's an idiot. No, I don't know what you're saying.
I gotta be honest.
And even if I tell somebody, here's the funny thing. If I embarrass you and go, can I talk to you for a second? I can't hear a word you're saying. 9 out of 10 times, what do you think they'll do?
Say it again.
No, they double up. Now they give me a bigger ear beating than the one before. Now my blood pressure's not boiling. Because I already told you, I can't hear a word you're saying. Now you want to tell me more. You want to double up. I just don't even look at you anymore. I stop looking at you. I just look straight at the bar, like I was doing, until you go away or something happens. I mean, because I'm fucking deaf. I just told you, right? I can't hear a word you're fucking saying.
And they just want to say it. They don't really care.
New Year's, I went out. Some guy kept talking until I just got up and walked away. And his brother-in-law came up to me. He's like, dog, I'm sorry. He's on shit. And then he gave me a gram of coke. And I gave it to my friend. That's why he was talking to me like that. And he didn't care. It was the same story over and over. I saw episode number 300. You and Lee were fun. And then he'd have a drink. And I saw episode 300 8 times. I gotta go to the bathroom and take a shit and stick it in my mouth. I smell, so you don't talk to me no more.
Oh, I'm very envious of like how you will just like yell at people or just like I just let it happen. I feel bad.
I let it happen. You've all judged me. I've let it happen. You've witnessed me let it happen, and then it just doesn't end. It's like a bad rape. It just doesn't fucking end. Like this guy hasn't come yet. 22,000 people come in a minute. This guy's been fucking me for 18 hours straight. You know what I'm saying? It's the same fucking thing.
Right.
Like, it's just, you know, after a while, the thing is, guys, even in my fucking cocaine days, I don't remember lighting people up like that. Like, I shut the fuck up. I did coke.
Really?
I didn't say, yeah, because at that point, I didn't say much. It was like the first 10 years, then I burned that dopamine, whatever the fuck that is, and then I just got, after a while, you just shut the fuck up and let people talk. I just let, if I was with a girl and I was trying to get in the pants, I knew she would, it was like going to jiu-jitsu with a fat guy. Just run around him. He's going to gas out eventually. Just give him more coke. They keep talking. But then you got to watch because their jaws might be tired. So you got to control the fucking.
I don't know. Like you, it sounds like you did coke. Like no, like every time you describe you on cocaine, sounds like no one else on cocaine. You gained weight. You didn't really do much. You did it by yourself. Like yeah, like maybe it's like some women sometimes, but like
no. But you got to remember, I was up to 99. That road stuff was great. But after I started dating Terry, it was like I had to do it by myself.
Right.
I do it by myself unless I had a guy friend and who wants to start coke with a guy.
Really?
Look at your titties at 4 in the morning.
Welcome. What up? How are you?
Oh, do guys do coke? Really?
Good evening.
I'm kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods? How are you?
What?
I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. How are things in your neck of the woods? How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
How'd you find out about me, pimp?
You said what?
How'd you find out about me?
Yeah, I just logged into the server.
I know. How'd you?
I saw you, the video.
How'd you find out about me, though?
In this server.
I know. How did you find this server?
Okay, you sent me an invitation.
Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going?
Yeah. Oh, fine.
Excellent. Are you the guy? You had a picture in front of a mountain or something?
No.
Okay, that might be somebody else.
I'm younger than that.
How old are you?
26.
Oh, okay, that's good. I just want to make sure 18. All right, so do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever. Data, according to The Economist magazine, is Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, and I have more data online than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, my friend Pascal, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family, all are made financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to have generational wealth. And most of all, I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own to help the world. How does that sound?
Incredible. Incredible. Nice.
Excellent.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. So, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
Actually, I like to play football.
Like soccer?
Football and yeah, soccer. And actually, I'm a graduate.
Oh, you're a graduate?
I'm an engineering graduate.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations.
Yeah.
What kind of it?
Electrical electronics engineering.
Oh, you're a smart person. Good on you, man. That's great. So, what do you are you an electrical engineer?
Yeah, I'm an electrical engineer.
Okay, very cool. And what do you work for a company?
Actually, not yet. I'm just self-employed.
Oh, you're self-employed?
Self-employed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very well. Well, cool, man.
Yeah.
What are your
Thank you.
aside from soccer or football? What are your other hobbies?
Actually, I read books. I read books.
What kind of
I read books.
What kind of books do you like?
I think novels, they're not too bulky because they get boring when it's too much.
Word, dog. All right. Very well. Do you like any other sports aside from soccer?
Yeah, absolutely. Basketball, baseball, volleyball. I
Oh,
love them.
that's
I play them
amazing.
as well.
Oh, excellent. All right. So, in soccer, what position do you play?
I play as a number 11 and 7.
No.
And sometimes I'm deployed.
What position?
Oh, okay. I play as an attacker, a forward.
Oh, okay, good. So you like to score.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Excellent. Are you good at it?
Sure.
Amazing.
I bet you can watch me. Very good at it.
Okay, excellent. And now basketball.
Yeah.
What position do you play?
Actually, I just play random basketball, not too serious about it. You get. So I don't actually have any sure position.
That's okay. And what about the other sports you named? What else did you name?
Oh, volleyball.
Oh yeah. What do you play in volleyball?
Is I play the defense.
Oh, okay.
Volleyball. Yeah.
Okay, very well. Do you like board games?
So what?
Do you like board games?
I play games.
No, yeah, okay. What kind of games do you like?
COD, soccer, many of those mission games, finger research, brain thinking games, anything that has to do with the intellectuality.
Good on you, man. You're a smart person.
Okay.
I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. So if you ever need anybody, you ever want to talk to anyone, I'm always here for you. And I'm just chilling right now. And you should know that I'm always here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world.
Absolutely.
And just most of all, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here for you. Okay, big dog?
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, my friend.
So do I call you Robbie?
Yes, you do.
Oh, Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Yeah. I'll be going offline. Then I'll come back and probably come talk to you.
Excellent. Sounds like a plan. I'll be here, my friend.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care, my friend.
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
Take care.
Yes, sir.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
I asked her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen. Can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio brings you News View, streaming edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the second season of the reality docu-series With Love, Megan, with the Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle.
my water out of the refrigerator. Someone told me yesterday that I should be drinking cold water for weight loss. I had a bottle of warm water, and you said, have you heard that cold water helps you lose weight?
That's not what I said.
So I promptly put this in the refrigerator and then forgot about it and drank no water all day. It was parched.
Reds beat the Angels again yesterday, 6-4. They played good tonight. Dodgers beat the Rockies 11-4. They also played good tonight. It seems like some of the chickens may be coming home to roost when it comes to the semaglutides, GLP-1s, etc.
You knew there would be lawsuits, right? I mean, everything comes with a lawsuit. But just how indicative are these to true side effects? These lawsuits add up to about $2 billion so far. Patients that are on the Ozempic are claiming stomach paralysis, vision loss, and lasting health damage.
I don't know why they never just throw in a couple of testicular implants in there too, just for
I love that side effect because you said it's just a Tuesday.
sometimes. I mean, it's
When's
been a
the
long
last
time.
time you felt pain in your testicles?
Months. Just, you mean like out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Many months.
But not the last.
Moments.
Were you driving?
Probably. I don't know. I think it's probably a sitting thing.
Totally. They get cramps.
A little, yeah.
You gotta stand up and go like this.
It's your skinny jeans. It is my skinny jeans. When I wear my skinny jeans.
No way. If this fucking worked.
Yeah, I can't tell what you're doing with your body, but it's not. I have never done that. That's for certain. Now, when it comes to Ozempic lawsuits, like we said, there have been about 1,200 GLP-1 lawsuits that have been consolidated into multi-district litigation in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. You mentioned some of the symptoms that they're talking about: stomach paralysis, which is gastroparesis, vomiting, vision problems, saying that the company that makes Ozempic specifically, and again, this is just the Ozempic, not the others, Mounjaro, Wegovy, or anything like that, but they say that Novo Nordisk, the company that makes Ozempic, did not provide adequate warnings. Company has continued to deny wrongdoing, said it's safe if you use it the way we tell you to use it. Plaintiffs have argued that the company failed to fully disclose the risks, especially when it comes to the off-label use when it comes to weight loss. Because Ozempic is only FDA approved for diabetes. Period. It's not approved for weight loss. Although that's one of the things that it does, that's not what it's meant to do, according to the Food and Drug Administration. And the companies argued that the off-label weight loss use has exploded beyond what they meant in the first place. If you're using it to lose weight, at least the Ozempic part of it, you're doing it on your own. You're doing it on your own volition. You're not doing it because that's what they tell you is going to happen. So, but we don't know. It's going to be years before we finally get a full reckoning as to what happens, especially for the people who are on it for a couple of decades and they can either get off or have to get off for whatever reason. That's what their bodies.
We don't know. It is here. Our first news and brews of the 2025 summer. Summer started late. It hasn't been hot till this weekend. As soon as the heat came, so did the news and brews. Hey, what's the party you got going on? Is it tomorrow or Thursday?
Tomorrow is. Tomorrow is.
Anyway, I'm coming down.
Hot soup and cold.
Yeah, get it.
BJ's Restaurant and Brew House in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard. Stop by. We're giving away a bunch of stuff, including Chargers tickets, Dodgers tickets, Carrie and Shane show swag, BJ's gift cards, among other things. BJ's Restaurant cold beers, signature deep dish pizzas, hot soups, and the world famous Bazookies. All of our trending stories coming up next on Gary and Shane.
Firing back on Michelle Magazine live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a claim against the city and Mayor Bass.
Crowley accuses the mayor of defamation
discrimination and negligence. The former chief says she was fired after the January ball fires in Pacific Palisades as a scapegoat. She says her 25-year career was destroyed not because of her own actions, but because she told the truth. Rally called at the time that the fire department had its budget cut by Mayor Bass. Before the fire, she was fired soon after. She's demanding an immediate retraction and public apology. Michael Oaks, KFI News.
It is brought to you by Sellers Advantage. Some political groups in California are going after the guy funding the fight against California's redistricting plan.
Charles Munger Jr. is a physicist from Palo Alto. He's reportedly contributed over $150 grand to socially conservative causes over the last 25 years. Some of the causes include independent redistricting and legislative transparency, but the Democrats are said to be focusing on his other contributions to organizations that oppose abortion rights and religious groups that are against LGBTQ plus rights. Those organizations say funding those groups speaks volumes about Munger's values, but the billionaire spokesperson says the attack was just a distraction. Jason Campodonia, KFI News.
In case you haven't noticed, it's hot out there.
We're really going to be seeing this as a significant heat wave of temperature soar.
The National Weather Service warns of a multi-day heat wave lasting through Saturday.
Well over 100 across many interior sections in Antelope Valley, looking at temperatures upwards of 105 to 100 Fahrenheit.
Hunter Ariel Cohen from the National Weather Service says it's also going to be hot at night.
Overnight lows will actually be on the warmer side, potentially staying above 70 degrees, and this is going to cause stress.
Red flag warnings are in effect, and thunderstorms could spark fires. A slight cool down is expected Sunday, but temps won't return to normal until Tuesday. Heather Brooker, KFI News. The age-old tradition of grabbing fast food at lunch or after a big game has come to an end at a Chick-fil-A near Dayton, Ohio.
The restaurant near a middle and high school has put a new policy in place to, as it put it, ensure a safe and respectful environment for all guests. Anyone 17 and under must now be accompanied by a parent, guardian, or adult chaperone to dine in. The policy is similar to restrictions put in place at Knott's Berry Farm on certain days. On social media, some are complaining that all are being punished for a few minors getting out of line. Others support the new policy put in place a week ago, saying nobody there makes enough to constantly remove disruptive teenagers who are unruly and disrespectful. Amy King, KFI News.
The border wall in New Mexico is getting a new coat of paint. During a visit to the southern border, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said the president wants it painted black.
In the high temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to find.
Noem said the cost of the wall renovation was included in President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Sony is raising the price of its PlayStation 5 gaming console. Starting tomorrow, the cost goes up $50 in the US. The standard model will now sell for $550. Southland weather from KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the valley's IE and high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. On Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, it's 85 in La Palma, 85 degrees in Orange, 88 in Studio City, 87 in Santa Monica. The KFI financial report, the Dow is down 4, S&P 500 down 22, NASDAQ down 171. Right now we're going to a crash in Ontario on the 10.
So on the 10 westbound, right before you get to the 15, try to clear this from the center minor area over to the right shoulder. Marino Valley, 60 westbound Redlands Boulevard. That accident clearing from the center lane over to the shoulder as well. In the Good Hills, on the parking lot at Ventura Road. Got a disabled car going to be blocking at the right shoulder area. They just got that moved. Still pretty heavy though from Oso Parkway. Glenwood, 105 westbound connector to northbound 710. Got that accident virtually in the left lane of that transition. And good news in Downey, 5 southbound for Paramount Boulevard. They cleared that detached trailer from the center lane. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jenny Arnett.
There is a viral sickness in this town. Plastic precinct. Take a deep breath. Let it out.
For iHeart Podcasts, written by our this is coming to a new fiction podcast sets in the Bridgewater Body Reviews. Listen to Habitat on America's #1 podcast network, iTunes. Follow Habitat. Start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
done around the house. I'm working out more. I'm reading my book. I'm not watching television in bed. What's going on?
Still the rinse ice cream and all that sort of stuff.
Getting constantly area about telling how good he is at whatever. I wonder why that is.
Maybe high after self-esteem issue, but she doesn't.
That was accurate.
What else is going on?
Time for What's Happening.
Well, we've been mentioning this ever since the news broke just about an hour ago. Former LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley suing the city and the mayor. This goes back to the fires and the fire response from January. The mayor was out of town and came back to hellfire in terms of public perception on her being out of town when she knew the forecast. So it seemed like a head needed to roll, and LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley was that head. Called out to the carpet by Max, who said she didn't do an after-action report, she didn't put enough firefighters on the line, all of it.
And again, most of it stemmed from an interview that Crowley did with Fox 11 about who was responsible and did the city let down the department.
It's my job to stand up as a chief and exactly say justifiably what the fire department needs to operate to meet the demands of the community. Did they fail you? That is our job, and I tell you, that's why I'm here. So let's get us what we need so our firefighters can do their jobs. Did they fail you? Yes.
In the lawsuit or in the claim, the quote is the lies, deceit, exaggerations, and misrepresentations need to be addressed, but the only thing that can refute them, the truth. As firefighters, we run towards uncertainty and are willing to risk it all. Doing the right thing even when it's hard is always the right decision. And Crowley writes, that is why I'm continuing to fight for the resources our firefighters need to keep us all safe.
West Hollywood has chosen to ban retail sales of nearly all live animals. They had an existing ban on the retail sale of dogs and cats. That's been in effect over a decade. So is this like puppy stores and things like that, like the designer puppy? Is this what he's trying to crack down on?
I guess.
Listen, people that are rich are going to buy their fancy animals not in a storefront. There's numbers, there's a network of people. How did you buy your fancy dogs? You know somebody.
We had somebody who came in here who had a Scottish Terrier, and that's what we were looking for, was a specific Scottish Terrier.
Right. If somebody is going to buy an animal,
it was but through connections. It wasn't.
It's not a store, right? I mean, we've seen the documentaries about the stores, though. They're horrific. They're awful. The way these designer puppies are treated, the chihuahuas and the like. But anyway, nearly all live animals. What else were people trying to buy? Reptiles, rabbits, rodents, hermit crabs, amphibians, arachnids, birds, and fish.
Hermit crab?
Where am I supposed to buy a fish if I can't get it in the fish store? I have a connection to buy goldfish.
Go to the carnival, probably.
I could
throw the ping pong ball into the bowl and you get the fish.
It's awful, isn't it? They've outlawed that, right? It's poor little goldfish.
Food and Drug Administration, speaking of animals, investigating contamination reports in frozen shrimp sold at Walmart.
We should get a fish.
We've done that before.
We never had a fish.
According to a press release from the FDA, they found cesium-137 detected by Customs and Border Protection in shipping containers that arrived in the ports of LA, Houston, Miami, and Savannah, Georgia. Samples found the presence of the cesium-137 in a shipment of breaded shrimp, most of it being sold in the South and the Midwest. Please do not eat radioactive shrimp.
In that vein, we've got the plague. The plague has made a comeback. I'm assuming the bad shrimp ends up with gastrointestinal issues. I think that's how the plague starts, right? Anyway, the plague, yes, this is the same plague that wiped out all those people in the 1600s in Europe. It's in Lake Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe. Somebody went camping, got bit by an infected flea, and now they have tested positive for the plague. Squirrels and chipmunks carry these little darlings. Let's see. Symptoms include they have within 2 weeks of exposure.
They include fever, nausea, weakness, swollen lymph nodes. You can take antibiotics and you'll be fine. The plague is much more sexier to say than it actually will kill you.
Swollen buboes.
What's a swollen bubo?
Isn't that what they call them? Isn't it the nodes that get swollen?
A bubo?
That's why they call it the bubonic plague.
Really? What a fun name. Bubo.
You can do a Labubu knockoff and call it a bubo.
You're reading my mind.
Disneyland and resort hotels are going to change their early theme park entry program. This, if you were lucky enough to have stayed in one of the hotels, they used to allow you 30-minute early access before everybody else, the tours, were allowed to go to Disneyland. So now, instead, starting January 5th of next year, if you have a valid hotel reservation, you'll receive one complimentary Lightning Lane entry for a Lightning Lane multi-pass attraction during the day. Not all of them have them, but you can always go check it out. Disneyland's the early entry program was not widely used, which is strange. You did it 30 minutes before everybody else does.
Why are they called the bubo nodes? The bubo nodes and not the lymph nodes instead. Bubos is so much more fun to say.
Maybe somebody thought it was too fun and science gave it.
Probably. See, bubos is what the guy who's fun at the bar side was doing.
Unless somebody got running down the hallway and tells us,
Let's have some random.
it's been a while. She and Christina's line, you can't buy 24-hour digital.
Here's the latest. Extreme heat is moving in. The National Weather Service says triple digits are on the way with fronts in the San Fernando Valley hitting 108. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Kelly takes on the city and Bear Bass, saying she was unfairly pushed out, and the families of young girls killed in a Texas summer shooting are breaking their silence. Right now we're going to a ranking reminder for on the one part westbound connector from northbound 710, stuff in that crash on the shoulder of the transition. We saw the authorities most accurate traffic reports on Jim Harmon.
Listen to Habitown on America's #1 podcast network, iTunes. Follow Habitown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling Live Good and This is our new podcast, rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with his partner Hayes. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use Indian and then our relationship to movies 20 years later. Let's talk about life, love, art, and everything.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Cole, and I'm watching a podcast called Good Hand Revelation. I asked some of my friends to send me some videos and videos.
Just be yourself.
Is there any way you Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for the good act. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighborhood is out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that Ned Ford was a professional product, so you understand the cats.
I figured this great deal out before he realizes it and started living a green cloud. Getting con artists to pay for their crimes isn't easy. And I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline Dunn. This is I used to down my skin on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Zero odds.
We all have a certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos, violence. These very crimes are the worst I've ever seen. Careful what risks you choose to apply. I'm Keith Morris. This is Murder and Gunfire, all new podcast from Daytime. You can listen to all episodes now.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
TMI chance exhorting more stimulating songs.
Hi guys, I just wanted to chime in and say that I love Robert's voice. It's great. Love you guys. Have a great day.
Thanks very much. That's not the first time we've heard that either.
Oh, thanks, stranger.
You're right. I wanted to bring this to your attention. There was a survey of doctors released today. It's from NBC News. We talked about, WebMD and all the protocols of Googling whatever your ailment is and how it's going to lead you to think of cancer with a reflex. But apparently, it's gone crazy. It's gone crazy. It's not just online, but also within the walls of medical exam rooms where doctors and patients talk. Medical falsehoods become like fake news, really. That's what the doctors were saying, fake news. People become obsessed with things on social media, whether it's skinny talk or it is different medical treatments for your face, different procedures, what have you, and they just snowball. Like one conversation snowballs into a trend, snowballs into a truth, and it's got peak crazy according to the Physicians Foundation. 61% of doctors now say they've encountered patients influenced by misinformation or disinformation over the past year. And yeah, if we're going to get into it, some of it's political as well.
This is I wonder how much of an impact social media has on this. Obviously, it's significant, but I want to know how significant. Because 40 years ago, your grandma had a remedy for everything.
Yes.
Was it based in science? No. It was based in trial and error.
We should put oil in science, but was it oil in Malay? Put that on it.
Yeah, or the silly from
Big Fat Greek Wedding. Yeah, Chris Rock and the Big X bit.
Well, that was Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Oh, was that
grandpa would drink Windex.
Chris Rock's was cousin.
Yes. The overwhelming majority of physicians, 86% of the incidence of falseness medications increased over the last 5 years. Now, this is something we cannot ignore. How absolutely botched up the public health community screwed everybody during COVID.
But it's been screwed up for years. Like the food pyramid we grew up with,
Good example.
is baloney.
And when it came to a head at COVID, when everybody looked to public health for clear, unadulterated, scientific guidance, we all got slapped around like children. I mean, we were taken advantage of because so many people were afraid of what we were told. We were told that children were dying in the streets from this random bad flu.
It wasn't just fear, it was people using COVID for political gain and for power. It was a power grab. Yeah, you can't tell me that Gavin Newsom didn't love everyone running to their television at noon to hear what he told you to do. He loved having that godlike power. A lot of politicians, they use it for their own benefit. So there's that. There's the social media that knows more than your doctor. It's the politicians know more than your doctor. And it's got to be frustrating as hell to be a real doctor and then put up with people coming in thinking that they know better than you. So of course, the food pyramid that we had to say to eat bread like all the time, all day, eat bread. And we did. Oh, man.
Come figure out
The 80s, you had bread.
75% of adults have diabetes.
You had bread with every meal. I mean, you had toast in the morning, you had sandwich in the afternoon, you had bread in supper. Did we say supper? Do I say supper now? Holy hell. Is that how we learned to love bread?
We just watched this big parade, sold us bread as being healthy.
You know, and then we got pissed. There was anarchy or riots in the street. We went the other way to sort of making us pay for bread in the restaurants. You want bread with your meal, you have to pay $6 for it.
Something Chinese meal.
My mom was still do that. She'll get bread. My mom is going to eat bread, but it's just the safety, the principle of having the bread on the table.
Some places where the bread is necessary.
Yeah. All of them are.
Here's a question.
You need the bread still.
You have diagnosed yourself at stage kidney failure.
I left work because I thought my kidneys were good enough. I was convinced my mind is so freaking powerful. And I went to the whole of WebMD and Oscar said it. You're in office and he's like, you're going to get yourself cancer. Click, click, click. Immediately, I'm out of here. I totally remember calling our boss at the time on the way on the 210. I called her. I'm like, yeah, I'm left work. I'm going to share today. She's like, okay, what's wrong? And I was like, I think I have kidney failure. I'm going to the urgent care. And she said to me, in the most calm voice that is only reserved for the craziest of crazy people that you're basically taking to their 5150 situation. Oh, that sounds really scary. Like she used that tone, that verbiage. That's what you say to somebody who's nearing a break-in.
She caught that line drive with softness.
It was masterful, and it worked in the moment. I didn't even know what she was doing. I was like, thank you. Yeah, okay, I'll let you know. Fine. And I zoomed in the urgent care.
She telling us that my kids will be transplant donors.
The woman in the urgent care saw that line drive, and she caught it, and she threw it back at my head. She said, what are you talking about? Basically, she told me like, you say dumbass, well, dumbass is complete dumbass.
You may not be the right person to ask the question, but how do you keep one foot in reality if you are looking up stuff on the internet? I mean, because you're going to go to a doctor and you're going to say, oh, I saw online that if I mix 2 cups of brown sugar, some cayenne pepper, and lemon juice, it will replace my synthetic thyroid medication.
That concoction will do a lot for you.
Okay, this is but the doctor will the doctor catch that line drive with soft hands and say, actually, it's not a great idea.
And I'm glad you brought up my thyroid condition because I was really out of commission at that time when I thought that I had late-stage kidney failure. It was having a very hormonal impact on my thinking process. I turned out to be slight back pain and kidney failure is bonkers. That's insane. That's an insane person. Well, that's how powerful the thyroid is. Check your thyroid. Check your thyroid.
And that is important because we have to be able to find a way, especially with the amount of information that's available to us online. How do you synthesize the information that's available to you and make an accurate decision? Or even this, how do you come up with the right questions to ask your doctor? Your doctor's human too. Your doctor is fallible. Your doctor can get things wrong. Hopefully not. And hopefully if they have questions that they ask their doctor friends or whatever, I mean, that's the whole process of the scientific process is going to be the trial and error. But is there a way for us to do this and keep ourselves grounded in reality and not go off the deep end, not get ourselves?
For some of us, yes. For some of us, never know. There's some people who are always going to jump to conclusions with their ailments.
All right. What you watching Wednesday when we come back? Do not forget that tomorrow is our news and news going to be live at BJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse on Beach Boulevard in Huntington Beach tomorrow. Stop by for your chance to win gift cards to BJ's. Gifts are guaranteed. Joe Swag, all the Dodgers tickets, the Chargers tickets. Grab a Suzuki, grab that deep dish pizza, grab a burger. They have great steaks there as well. Maybe salads or just eat everything. Just go there and say, I want everything. And make it a large.
My sister just texted me, Watkins liniment oil and Vicks Vapo Rub.
Yeah.
People probably have these things that works for
I've
everyone.
never heard of Watkins with that Vicks Vapo Rub.
Does it work?
I've never used it. Methylated was humongous in my house. You could solve probably 90% of medical ailments with just a quick swipe of methylated somewhere on your body.
Yeah. Well, like Ben Gay, can I just rub that everywhere?
You could.
That works for muscles.
Probably to keep away from your eyes. And I think that combo together will be safe heavy.
Would you have 7 up on your body? Drinking. Not bad.
Very excited. Appreciate it. Taking us live in the KFI 24-hour extra.
The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning that starts today and runs into the weekend. Triple-digit temperatures are forecast across Southern California. After areas warm, the Weather Service says parts of the San Fernando Valley could get as hot as 108 degrees. Desert areas even hotter.
Temperatures this warm are capable of creating an environment where extreme heat-related illnesses and even fatalities are a possibility.
He's urging people to stay hydrated and to stay inside with air conditioning if possible. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a legal claim against the city and Mayor Bass. It's the first step before a potential lawsuit. Crowley says she was scapegoated after the Pacific Palisades wildfire and was fired in retaliation for criticizing department budget cuts. Crowley is demanding an apology and retraction. Families of the girls who died in flooding on the 4th of July at Camp Mystic in Texas are speaking publicly for the first time today.
In support of a state bill to protect children's camps in Texas from future flooding threats, the parents of the girls who died at Camp Mystic gave emotional testimony. CeCe Williams Stewart's 8-year-old daughter, Seal, has not yet been found.
38 days later, Seal remains somewhere in the devastation of the Guadalupe River.
ABC's Alex Stone says she told lawmakers her family feels betrayed and protocols were ignored. Country superstar Morgan Wallen won't be the running at the 2026 Grammys. Reports say he's not submitting his latest album, I'm No Problem, or any of its songs. His team hasn't explained why, despite his huge success. Wallen is yet to win a Grammy. We're going to check the 710 freeway next.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life. We want you to be empowered in that situation.
That's why we told you for years now to call Sweet James. One of our listeners was hurt in a motorcycle accident. Was pretty shocked by the offer, the very low offer he got from the insurance company.
Remember, 4 wheels carry the body, 2 wheels carry the soul. Anyway, he called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he could recover as quickly as possible and get back up on that soul delivery system.
And they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win for him. If you're ever in an accident, you're gonna need a team of local attorneys with the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you.
Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that's why they win 98% of the time. They win big.
So call Sweet James 800 9 million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but you want to make sure you have it by your side.
800 9 million, 800 9 million.
800 900 0000 or go to sweetjames.com.
Upland weather for Camp By today, Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. Valleys, IE, high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperature soaring to 109. Right now it's 83 degrees in Fountain Valley, 85 in Garden Grove. Let's do a crash on the 710 in Long Beach. South Bell, or I could go for a run. Got a good run off the semi. Trying to clear the shoulder. Make Will Park on the 91. Will Park. We got some down transported engine lane closures there. Gray at 57 North of Gray Canyon, west and Baltic Semi is moving over to that off-ramp and casino on the 101 westbound Painters Avenue. As there's some metal debris in that sunny minor area, partially sticking into the left lane. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Martin.
There's a place. Western sunset. Take a deep breath. Cut it out.
For iHeart Podcasts and Urban Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Hamilton. A non-fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Happytown on America's #1 podcast network. Follow Happytown and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
My name is Dale Consistency. I'm a volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community. Learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it. Give, advocate, volunteer. Living on it. Go to livingoniit.org. Brought to you by Highway and Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Etcher Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences, each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. Virginia Patriots, music and culture record. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahan Newman, Neil Cave, and Harry Cupcake Cole. We will be there. Of the state penal system. They will come in and stand around the wall and sweat with pull off them just like it pulled off first, just to illustrate. They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeart Radio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app for podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak, the elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place. Thank God we lived to tell the tale. I got the best through, and I'm lucky enough to do something in Roadhouse, and so many commercials about that. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't think this space is crowded enough. Get ready for Great as It Seems, a comedy podcast about the wildest risky stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and was just like, wow! And she goes, you're on your own. And Jessica Love. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most wild risky stories of all time. Like what? Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the road. So
We'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Questions are swirling over who actually threw California's proposed legislative plan.
The reality is that collaboration binds a lot. While New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint, if the high temperatures down here where something is painted black, it gets even warmer and it will make it even harder for people to tolerate.
To keep some camps at flood zones requiring emergency plans and weather radios and warning sirens.
We did not send them to a war zone. We sent her to camp. We trusted she would be safe. KFI AM 640, your number one reset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's going to get warm the next couple of days, but the bigger issue could potentially be monsoonal moisture that comes in. There's a chance we see some thunderstorms beginning Friday, which could bring lightning and maybe even some localized flooding, depending on how much moisture is in there.
Did you know it's National Radio Day? Do you see something? Did you see John Cobalt's picture? Yeah, it's the best one. Everyone's posting pictures of their radio career, and I love them all. But John wins the day. How long ago was this? It says it's John's first radio job in back east in Canton, Pennsylvania, working at 100.3 WKAD-FM from 1983 till 1985. Don, are you out there? It's not. Sounds like a lie. Anyway, check it out. It's on his Instagram at John Cobalt Radio. It's a great picture. It's actual turntables. Just the outfit, the glasses, the hair, the whole bit.
It's hard to imagine. That's the best part of looking at some of those pictures is the amount of equipment that existed in that old radio studio.
Real equipment.
From mid-80s, late 80s.
Yeah.
At least two turntables, sometimes four. You had reel-to-reel machines, you had cart machines. You did not have computers. You did not have these stupid TVs.
No. When I first got into radio, they had computers, but it was very rudimentary. It was like the first computer in your elementary school, or my elementary school from like 1985. Right? And those were the computers in the radio stations. They didn't have like the latest technology or programs or anything like that. And that was the late 90s.
There were not every song now is obviously digital. Think about your Apple Music, Spotify, iHeartRadio, everything is digital. You could have digital commercials back then when I started, but you didn't have digital songs. It would take way too much space for you to record a song digitally. So the extent of how advanced the computers were, I told the story before about when I met my wife. She saw that I had a pager on my head. I made a joke about me being a drug dealer, but that was hooked up to our transmitter at the radio station I worked at, so that if the transmitter ever went down, I could on a touch-tone phone beat the right combination of numbers and reboot the transmitter. That's how that worked. It's not me.
That's very cool. It is cool. Like if you like radio and the way it used to be. You also had a nice buggy that you took to work.
Horses.
Donkeys. You weren't fancy enough for horses. Right now. years ago. And she goes on, she gets married, she has 3 kids, she's 40-ish, I want to say in the show. He is the same. He owns a brewery, kind of came up through bars and stuff, and ended up, partners, a couple guys, and they own a brewery downtown LA. And they were friends. They were the best friends. He was like the best man, or the maid of honor, or wedding, or what have you. And then he also got married. And the reason that they start talking again is because he's going through a divorce. He's divorcing this woman. So she reaches out, like, I should reach out to my friend. It's been a long time, and it's falling out because she didn't like the wife when they were dating and then soon to be married. And so you know that if you're a dude, and your wife doesn't like one of your friends, and it's a female, you're probably not going to see her. You're probably not going to see her that much. It's just the way it is. The wives kind of make the social calendar. That's just the way it is. And that's what happened. And so now he's divorcing a woman that didn't like Rose, whose name I can't remember in the show, Sylvia, which is kind of a funny plot point as well. Anyway, and so they pick up their friendship again, and they're great friends, and it is funny, and it's fun to watch somebody who's our age-ish and what that friendship looks like, especially because we're all in that same boat. We had these great friends in our 20s, and then people get busy with life, and you move on, and you have kids, and that's your priority, as it should be, and then when you hang out again, it's kind of cool. You regress a little bit. You kind of have to find your road about how your friendship's going to look 20 years later. And I gave up on it because I thought it was going to be one of those obvious rom-coms where they're friends and it's platonic, but it's bored and they end up together. And I didn't want to sign up for that because it's been done. When Harry Met Sally can't be touched in my opinion. So that's why I gave up on it. I thought I saw the writing on the wall. And then I saw something about season 2 of Platonic, and whatever I saw about it is they're still friends. They're not, that was never a thing. And I thought, I'll give that show another chance. And so I did, because I had run out of the internet. Like, I'd run out of shows to watch. I started watching The Real Housewives of New York, but it's the vacation one with the old housewives. And I was like, I gotta find something to watch. This is Monica and Meryl stuff. And I think it's like the Real Housewives Vacation Edition or something. I don't know. It was pretty bad. And so I'm watching Ramona, for the 100th year of my life. And I'm like, I gotta find something. And I bounced back to Platonic. And I loved it. And I liked it. Episode 6.
The second season just came out a couple of weeks ago. So there's 10 episodes in season 1. There's 10 episodes in season 2. And the first, I think it's 4 episodes of the second season are out now. There's some strange, I can't figure out exactly who it is. There's a strange Saturday Night Live connection to this. There's a handful of recurring cast members on Saturday Night Live. So I don't know. I don't recognize any of the other names, like producers or anything like that, or writers. I just haven't. Listen, I tried to watch Seth Rogen in the studio, and I got about 5 episodes in. I was choking that thing down like it was a healthy meal, and I just couldn't. I don't know what it is about Seth Rogen.
I get it too, but I really enjoyed it in the show. Okay.
Cinnamon and Rex. And the dog is a great actor. Do more of what you watch Wednesday.
Their ancient will continue. Regina has news.
Here's the latest. A long-awaited report on the Palisades fire is delayed again. Northern California police are testing AI body cam to help officers communicate with people who speak English during traffic stops. President Trump is blasting Smithsonian museums, calling them woke for critics push back, and overseas, Israel is sending more troops into Gaza. How then weather from KFI brought to you by Audible. Today, sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the Valley high, high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring all the way to 109. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, we say good morning to all of Toyota's full lineup of full emission vehicles. Right now we're going to a crash in Pico Rivera, 605 southbound Washington. New accident on Route 5. Looks like this is in the lanes. It's already still running from the 60 all the way down to the 5. Take a look at 710 southbound at Delano. Now that accident involving a semi blocking the right lane. It stepped up from the 91. Ignition being held. On the front road that will pause, we get a disabled semi is going to be blocking the right lane. And on the side, we've been crashed right here from that off ramp. We South California's most accurate traffic report. Sign Hi, I'm Shelly. This is my Cloudflare second. Same logo, same subject line, I see your word types. I clicked it before I even thought about it. Look up within seconds. Cloudflare flagged it maliciously blocked. Our whole system could have been compromised. A customer could have been just one click. One mistake, but Cloudflare stopped it cold. Thanks, Cloudflare.
Security awareness month. We help sometimes all it takes is one click, one fake login, one scammer, and your company could be at risk. Cloudflare can stop threats in real time before they ever reach your end. Cloudflare. Connect, protect, and build everywhere.
Trusted DJs, breaking news, play. This music and podcast just for you. It's the free radio app. You already have it. Download the free Radio app, the #1 app for radio.
That is me. Moms with family. Getting back to the moments of mess starts with getting get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccinanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The journey of the path to spiritual healing is personal. Join the Around the Street podcast. You can also join the Around the Paralyzed Live on the podcast as she uncovers the disappearances and death of all Westerners who are taking a spiritual pilgrimage to reality.
Because this is a vicious rock for your
Listen to us today on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. With iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections online. And link the cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you can have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in
Squirrels eat loops and runs a big spot throughout the U.S.
This led reports and anticipated tips for taking photos. The AI is able to see
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Big stuff. What you watching Wednesday? Talking about that are on right now. Coming up, there's a couple of trailers that I've seen. Or did you ever watch that you not been on your radar? On the video game, say the most apocalyptic sort of 50 it's design of it's a really fantastic show. Season 2 is coming out in December. They just released the trailer for season 2. And the terminal list followed Chris Pratt as the main. This was the first series, and then the terminal list is the prequel series, and it's going to star Taylor Kitsch, who of course from Friday Night Lights was
Taylor was the it's about long time.
But one of the reasons we said his name is because he's not coming back to the Friday Night Lights reboot. But he was in Friday Night Lights, and his name was
Tim Brothers.
So, we also fell into that thought was a time without shows. So we started watching on Amazon Chief of War. Jason wrote it's better than I think it's not Hawaii, unfortunately, but it's
It's like an advertising project. Always have a very low bar.
and that's why I was afraid of it. But Don
Body coverage.
yeah. It's great, isn't it? Subtitles. Subtitle of FX, which was a this one was not
That's an animated film.
This is a police officer and they're investigating inside the scene, inside the house. They went to the shop. And if they're officers kill the young, officers kill. So they are not really trying to figure out
disappearance of a former inside job. Well, they're alluding to some things early show. And I do think they're obviously they're going to be connected. They would put both of them in there if they weren't connected. But it's somewhat hard to follow because the access gets so thick. They're speaking a big important break action. That's what I like. My close captions. We've got a big day tomorrow. Come see us. It's going to be nothing but fun. We promise you fun. We can promise DJs are Huntington Beach. That's our music or sports. So we're to get out there. And guess what? Tomorrow's going to be hot as summer. So come to this. We are going to be giving away Dodgers tickets, Chargers tickets. You get a chance for a BJ's gift card. Every time. Gary's wearing a new shirt. Steve might come out. I'm sure. That'd be interesting. I don't think so. So extra points if you bring friends. I don't know if points go towards, but extra points. Yeah. So proceeds of BJ's restaurant in Brew House on Beach Boulevard there in Huntington Beach. John Cobell next. Oh yeah. One. The American people, because that was horrific. Gary. I minded language. I was going to be that was waiting to the D'Agostino Live by 24-hour newsroom. The release of Palisades Fire has been delayed. Said Tuesday that the action report on the devastating and deadly release. Investigators complete their investigation. She says the Department of Justice asked the city to hold off on releasing the report as the feds continue to report details the firefight lessons learned during the response of the Newark wildfires. Strike again, Jason King at High News. News brought to you by Seller expanding its animal protection laws. The Utah City Council voted to ban the sale of nearly all live animals. There is only one pet store in West Hollywood that sells live animals. Petco on the PD that sells hamsters, guinea pigs, and occasionally fish. The new rule takes effect May of 2026. Have a birthday, honey. A man seen on video tracking what turned out to be the body of his dead wife in Lancaster is now in Peru with their 3 sons. The woman was reported missing last Tuesday, and her remains were discovered Saturday in the Adams National Forest. A friend of hers tells KTLA the woman had been abused for a while. She told her mom, I don't want to be with him, I want to report him. And that's what she was going to do that day. Authorities are working on paperwork needed to bring the suspect back to the U.S. The Campbell police in Verona, California are testing a new AI tool to help communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. The system is built right into an officer's body camera and helps translate conversation. And this is the first department in the country to use the technology. The AI system supports more than 50 languages and records interactions so they can be used later in court. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein has declared a state of emergency with Hurricane Erin turning offshore. NBC's Aaron Gilchrist reports the storm isn't expected to make landfall. Coastal flooding already impacting some areas along the Outer Banks. Manhattans and islands under mandatory evacuation orders. The 2,100 people ferry off Ophir. Risk threatened by Hurricane
asked to have emergency. Listen to weather alerts. Erin is now break to hurricane. Smithsonian Museum. President Trump says they focus much on what's wrong with the country. But critics argue the Smithsonian's job is to read, including the good and bad. The Israeli government is calling up more service members to send into Gaza. Israel's military has said the leader of soldiers to need the manpower needed to take over Gaza City. In addition to 2,000 and the 20,000 reservists have already been pulled up and they received more orders. rights groups. They want to expand. Today, Metro County, it's sunny inland tonight in the valleys, IE and high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning. 109. The same right now in Tarzan degrees. Fort Beach 97 in Valencia 9 in Mission Viejo. KFI financial reports being down 16, S&P 500 down 15 and down 142. Just push that all over that fuel stuff. From the Washington had that great crash to your right shoulder. In East 710 for season. North of Pond. Semi-trailer. Still kind of slow from the 73. With some California, Jimmy Arnold. Visit Lenovo.com. The free iHeartRadio app is music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use iPodcast Preview. From the creator of the Bright Sessions. I know you like to do your own, but this is a serious investigation. I need to figure this out.
Damn, girl.
Radio and us all in one app.
And we're here. We're on every Hawkins John Cobell show on the which I'm sure people are celebrating all over the states right now. Our little treat for that day had nothing to do with this. Next, you will see kind of a format. And my first job in Pennsylvania, and then me over 40 years later. It's like a before and after. And so I want to see those two photos from my first job. I don't know if it's the last thing, but you can go to X, go to Instagram, and see
us that are left in the district. We all hope next national radio. There's a lot of good news today, like more good news. Former fire chief of the city of Los Angeles, you may remember her. She is filing a lawsuit against the city. Some of Washington Bass is a stinking liar. Kristen Crown. And she is accusing Mayor Bass of defamation. Bass, when she was getting everybody else in this honest, and she encouraged the African party and said that as soon as she realized this, I thought, oh, God, destroyed my grandmother. Oh, this is bad. Everybody was shocked when she from Africa, reporter chased her for about a minute and a half, and she gave her total silence. Really bad. I mean, she wouldn't even offer a fake bit of empathy of people who were actively losing their mind. And then finally stopped. Yeah, she should have been here. Pretty position on Santa Monica Mountain, especially on South Side. Allison, Blair, and Hollywood Hills, and but she didn't hold that meeting. She didn't care. There's no two ways to put it, you know. It didn't matter. She was there in Los Angeles. Weather Service would give out for it. There's actually never one that's perfect. And she realized she had to believe something. And so she lied about risking rally, according to the press. It's called a criminal tort. And the law, you have to file that first. And the city dismisses it. You go to the lawsuit. And here's what Rabbi said that raised and responded positively. But as criticism mounted, to Crowley, stating that was not really anticipated, but lost mistake. 70,000 firefighters would have fallen flames, and this represents the crux of when everything went haywire to a vast crowd because Bass had fire department money. And crowd went on Fox 11. The quote was, breathing to be properly funded. As of January 10th, mayor's office and listened to Bass's response. She cut it $10 billion. Eliminated, according to Crowley, the socialist carriage trucks. Crowley they're screaming properly funded. Crowley and his luckily around say stuff to the media. We talked to and because you did cut the funding, and you cut the funding in ways crimped fire department's response. And the public in the media is the
structure that's drawing up fake public relations statements to sock up the fact that the fire department was funded at a 50%. You're supposed to have, I believe, the recommendation is to fire. Firefighters per X and one firefighter per X. We didn't protect them. Not we didn't have repair people. Obviously, water and gas never come that vehicle. The vehicle at all worried about the fire danger. Well, Texas, I gave fire season's coming. We have enough firefighters. I know the reservoirs have gas. Gas is one per. Should not be. She should resign now. In her blame, said she the fire department worsening and staffing crisis before the fire, and said the aging infrastructure and the surging emergency call drinking staff risk. She didn't do that. She's right. And then fires. Everything. She's going to have my son next out. He tells it go through self-explain. Probably says fast. I think we all do. We got fired. She couldn't talk around being an actor. She actually said on television, I saw her see this. Fire. She played nobody. And what it said about much of the public collectively has their hand scrolling on their God. But this woman's a disaster, and a disaster of a mayor. We had steady for 9 years, and then passed. We had this go on long enough. Look at our notes only half. And nobody's in place. This coming up, we'll talk a lot to cover with Newsom's nonsense district. And Stino's live in their market.
Overseas. Strike says talks meeting hangs in the air.
Guardian Payroll is not a call center. Build a system that's accurate, tailored to your business. Pick up the phone. They'll safely mistakes and get the actual trust. Go to Guardian Payroll Services. Build it right from the start.
The Southern California Toyota doing traffic. This full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Right now we're going to a crash studio city. Mattress is in the lanes. In Acton, 14 South Actor, Silver Bend, scooting over the shoulder. And then there's some big repair down by Washington. That accident has moved to the right shoulder as well. Spending time outdoors can improve wellness. Take advantage of nature's health benefits of responsibly to yourself and others. Make the outdoors safe and well for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you from the National Environmental Education. Sustainable living in your own radio.com/earth. Radio everywhere. Ways to experience on the go, iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. To connect to iHeartRadio, Xfinity customers. Available free on Xfinity X1 on Xfinity Flex. The easiest way to access iHeartRadio, just press on your Xfinity remote and say iHeartRadio. And you may be iHeartRadio. Listen to all your favorite music radio stations.
1932.
Plus, check out Xfinity Ambient Moods to send beautiful photos and videos paired with and curated play radio to set the right mood. Watch the movie home and you never knew that it was radio. Where you want to listen. It's there.
Stimulating talk. I'm Coach Virginia on the show of Scott through with all the answers. Things that related. Happy birthday to me. He hates that. Just realized right now the worth is life. This is career to this thing. That's his judgment. He's the same. Anyway, happy birthday. Warriors have released the official, we call it a formal tour answer to the lawsuit against the state. Because that's with using case of massive defamation, retaliation, scapegoating, unlawful retaliation to destroy her career, not because she did wrong, but told the truth. We're going to play this here. Mentioned in the last segment. Because the president has gotten it out. They're not really. Yeah, well, the pounds are coming together. TV, Ritz, 19 was a we, you know. Some nights I come home, like I used to do. I love when a friend of mine comes home together at 2 long night. And I come home at 3, and George comes home at 3 was always a great. What do you got left, George? I got this. That's what I got left. And then at the end of that, George, what do you got? You gotta work them. No, I had it. I went to the bathroom to pee and it fell out of my pocket.
Gee, drugs like that are better alone? No. Do you like to do it with people? I like it. Yeah.
I like that some of the night shows are a lot better when people do something. All of a sudden, you spit it. Something. You're fucking high, but I'm around 20 people giggling, and nobody's gonna even if now it's over, you just laugh in their face. You just start laughing.
I love laughing in people's faces.
Oh my God. When they come over, they're like, yeah, and you're like, yeah, that's the important thing for an actor. Like I love because people don't understand this in life. Okay. Our first scene is arguing about the business. What'd you do with that truck last week? I fucking washed it. You washed it. It was supposed to be a transmission. And when you look at okay, in that scene, arguing with Lee, he just said hello to George, sandwich, whatever. The scene before, you look for the page, it's not there. For an audition. Because you wanted it in mind. Right before he walked into that. I don't know if this guy, I don't know if he found this, I don't know if he found it. And this is the same way you have to think about it. I know what George walks off. I might go up to George, he's doing, go, what's up, cocksucker, hit him. And he'll go, fuck you, I'm George. Got hit by and they sit walking around with a wooden foot. I don't know. And when you're driving and that guy comes and you go home and throw a pencil at him, go, fuck you. And the guy pulls over and they shoot you. Maybe it's a car accident. She was pregnant with it.
Yeah. So you like make all that stuff up for the.
But you also want to see where he walked in from. I know what he walked in from. I don't know if I'm working on a fucking piece of 5 stitches. I don't know when he dropped his daughter off. She told him she forgot he had to go all the way back home. And now he's 55. All those things people should be considered in life. I don't know when and I don't know so hands up. I want to 5 minutes before you come up here and go, hey, can you I just got it. Yeah. I don't know. You don't know who your 6 little goofy friend. Hey, good picture. You don't know.
You have to take a shit.
Yeah, people don't understand what life is really about. They don't know.
We really
fuck Segovia. Hey, Jordan, fuck you. I'm trying to fucking live it. But I could always call George to pick me up. But on that particular day, I'm happy. Yeah, fucking meet the fire department or some stupid shit. I don't know that. And I'm very wrong for doing it. Because you can. Why don't what happened when you do? That's why I drink my coffee. Because I relax my life. When I think about my life, what I want to do, and what I'm grateful for. And on that, right? And then thing to see if I go fucking thing. Yeah, they had a every the end of the week. Like 2,000 weapon rounds. I want social media. That's the fun stuff. Hey! Start thinking about it. He was a little big motherfucker, but he got fired a job. Suicide. So you always gotta what they're doing. It's why are they doing that way? tell George all the time, don't. Yeah, instantly. You know what? 20% of it is good, but there's always percent of people that get a job that day. They want to be a stand-up comic, and now you are. And fuck you fuck! You know. Okay. Just did the garden 3 weeks ago. When I suck. On this, when I suck. If that's what you think about where that guy was walking. What happened to this day? To this monkey, this fucking Lego? You know, his mom found his Legos. 38, he lives at home, and that's the assumption you make. Right. You're like, no. Some guys like you and I, somebody said something back to them, and now you have area or no success in there, but they feel dumb. I don't have to tell you. I just know the podcast comments. I can tell you what they are. Oh yeah, put this guy on, put that guy on, do this, do that, who's giggling, who's this. When you do a podcast and you do 10 years and you last, then you're done. Oh, you should put a carpet. Oh, your fucking mouth. But you can't say that. I don't know where that comes from. Right. You were saying you were talking before the podcast, but I think you're 1,000% right. Is that something shifted over to what it was when Kobe died? Kobe died. When the world changed. A month later, we got hit with Kobe. Yeah. Look at the 29th. One of those. The world. I got a 405 that lived in California for 23 years, and I never saw the 405 thing. And there was the leaves of me I had never saw. As a 405 at home, and I heard all the ambulances and fires. I didn't know what it was. My year old 5 next street there where you have the or something there. No, before that. Oh, okay. My daughter and my wife, I walked into the back. Yahoo computer on it. The Yahoo page just said, down the hell. You could still hear it. Yeah, you could still. It was, and I just remember the way the sky looked. It was landed at LAX. It was cloudy and very weird. That was a very good for me because my gig got in November, which we were going to Atlanta, right? And we had to remake the date. So I said, you know what, Brown, and not make the date. Just give. I'm just doing that. No, I can't do that. You listen. I'm just doing fucking Atlanta. So I'm leaving. I come back fucking Sunday, and that's it. We're gonna focus on Atlanta. As a man, I own the date. I do it. Steve left Friday night. Airport was fucking weird. That I think I got a favorite story. And a lady came in the mangled Asia. Mangled. Her hair was pulled. No. There was something I didn't know about COVID, which was the Valentine's Day. That was the first time I heard COVID because Kimo was there. And he's security for Guns N' Roses. And he said cancel all that day except one date in Mexico. That will not get canceled. That the Mexicans do not get COVID because they have right. Oh, that can't happen. That can't happen. From there is when I was COVID is real. This is real. He told me, you're not take the next fuck. She came in the elevator. We get the fuck. But that was on the way out. But on the way back, we got to Atlanta. Trying to myself, am I tripping on acid? Because first of all, this is chocolate city. Why all these Asians landing? And then when I got home was when, and then we got on the phone with we found out Kobe was done. But they took a shift and, like, remember, everybody all of a sudden, Lane, Judge, Mao, had a fraternity 2 years earlier. Fucking Me Too women started. I remember 55, Joe D. Elevator. Insane. I'm sitting there, what's going on? Like the world, which is changing. And I'll never forget that this dumb girl was a fucking coke-whore comic. I didn't know where she is. They took the kid away. She snorted so much coke. Selling her. We did a show. I don't think I stayed with you that night. I did a show called. I had to go to Harlem to do the Disney bus. At that, so they wanted you, if you did something at the Disney and you did the parking ride, they wanted entertainment for the buses. Bucks. 5 each way. You went home. You had to be there at 8 in the fucking morning. Well, guess what? I was out all night with a package. And when I showed up to the job, I had a package. So I'm sitting down on the back of the bus because they said the comics. I will put the microphone. The bus is moving. You got to do comedy. A horrible. Just fucking. You were standing. The bus is moving. Oh no! Let's get to the fucking story at hand here. The bus, and I meet this public, and she knew what time it was. She's like, "Were you partying last night?" And she's like, "Oh my God, what were you?" She grabbed me like, and I go, "Yeah." I couldn't. I wasn't until I met this broad. So I go, "Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go in the bathroom, do a line, and then you meet me, go in there." What was the other way around? They will take the package, go in there. When you come out, give me the package, and I'll follow you in there. You get out of the package. So fucking bus. People even stink in the fucking package. So I go to the package, and me and George go. 5 minutes go by. Now 10 minutes goes by. 15. We get to the city. I'm about to get on fucking. Well, I don't know if it's on stage. I'm about to stand next to the bus driver and do a little fucking musical there. I thought I'm waiting out there, and I'm like, she's been when you're so tough. You're like, this bitch is doing all my door. So I start pounding on the fucking door. I thought you were right. Lasted 15 minutes. Maybe she'll D like the chicken. The chicken boogie night, she had blood all over her face. And then, you know what happened? The guy smacks her in the face. Shut up. Shut up. The second girl that OD'd this week. Maybe you should get different stuff. That was the best line. Son, stop doing it. Just get different stuff. She finally opens the door and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Where's the coke? And she goes, right here. I was taking care of myself. So I took the coke and she went out. I thought about it again. I think I gave her the rest of the package. Let me sort it again. Then do I just go to dummy? And then she was one night telling me about this.
Your mother, we just called it. We're watching 208 episodes of I Met Your Mother on the show. I know my Craig along with Carter Reeves. Well, if you're a super fan, we're getting into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs, pineapples, and general knowledge. Also, you add to it once a year. I love art and everything.
Questions are swelling over who actually took California's proposed new legislative map. The reality is that was if we're going to paint in the high temperature zone here where something is painted black, it gets even warmer and it would make it even harder for people to hide. Those are summer
Listen Hurricane. He said AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI, AM 640, more regulated. AM 640, it's 4 o'clock, after 4 o'clock, John Koval show on demand on the podcast. So in Texas, as many Republican congressional districts as possible by redrawing the lines. Now, he can't do that because the Constitution says that the lines have to be drawn by an independent commission. So his idea is to put on this November's ballot a referendum to redraw the districts to overturn the Constitution, or at least those amendments, and give the Democratic legislature the power to redraw the districts as they see fit, as Newsom sees fit. Instead of an independent panel, instead of outsiders, Newsom wants control. And he thinks if he whips up enough anti-Trump hysteria that he'll win, even though 2/3 of the state doesn't want this system touched. 2/3 of the state, as of last week, wants congressional districts to be drawn by an outside panel. And the Republicans are now filing a lawsuit against Newsom's redistricting plan. Because when you produce your legislation, you're supposed to give the public 30 days to review it. We're getting 3. So that is a violation too. But in case, the judges are quite biased to progressive governors that appointed like Brown and Newsom. So if the Supreme Court fails at its job, then we're going to have to vote. Now the question is, who specifically wrote these redistricting plans? Who's drawn them? Newsom approves them. He didn't draw them himself. It's pretty complicated. You have to draw a zigzaggy border to try to pull in as many Democratic votes as possible while eliminating Republican votes in any given district. Their goal is to get 48 of the 52 districts to vote Democratic. In other words, no matter what the Republicans put up as competition, no matter if there's any independent candidates, independent and Republican voters will almost never have a choice. In 48 out of 52 districts, it's going to be drawn so the Democrats always win. Which, of course, is disgusting. But that's what he's doing. Now, nobody seems to want to admit who is drawing the maps. I'm going to play you this clip. And you are going to hear Sabrina Cervantes. She's the California State Senate Elections Committee chairman. Ashley Zavala from Channel 3 in Sacramento, KCRA. He's grilling Cervantes about who drew the maps. And listen to Cervantes do the big dodge.
So the U.S. committee was responsible for putting the maps onto our public website, the city's committee on elections. So that has now been posted since Friday and then adjusted on Monday per 8604. Okay, so did this committee meet then to draw the lines? We were just trying to ascertain who exactly is responsible for drawing these maps at this point.
So the criteria remain the same for the CRC. 76% of the districts remain the same, and that is what Californians will see. There are many folks, stakeholders who have input on the map drawing process, but ultimately this is up to the decision of California voters, whereas the CRC, which we respect, we want to make sure that there's a nationwide citizens redistricting commission, but But the reality is we are in an emergency. And this is our emergency.
Stop. There's no emergency. Not one person outside of Gavin Newsom has this in the state of California. I have no interest in what they do in Texas. Not our business. We're going to have tens of thousands of people who are independent or Republican, and they will have no chance to have a Republican candidate in the district get elected. What in God's name does that have to do with Texas? That's their business. The Texas people don't like it, they can have their own revolt. Why are tens of thousands of people getting punished? And they're going to get their choice denied. The Democrats are pro-choice. Apparently not when it comes to that big Congress people. We got a lot of stuff here. Let's try a little more of this.
And this is our emergency response. We're giving Californians over 2.5 months to review these maps thoroughly and make a decision on whether or not moving forward.
Right, stop. There's not going to be any reason scholarly analytical process going on here. It's just going to be people screaming about Trump trying to whip up the anti-Trump passions. That's going to be the extent of the campaign. Because most people don't pay attention to any of this. Listen to one top one here. The Assemblywoman Alexandra Messina trying to get a straight answer out of the Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguilar-Curry. Messina's a Republican, Aguilar-Curry's a Democrat. Same question. Who drew the redistricting map? Nobody wants to say.
Who drew these maps? And I'm not saying general groups, I'd like specific names. Who specifically drew these maps?
So these are the legislators' maps, the legislature's maps. We did 3 important things. We took the knowledge and public input from the Academic Commission. We keep the more cities whole within the commission's map, and we are letting our voters see the maps and make the ultimate decision.
Not a majority. I understand. I've heard all that. Who drew the maps? It's a very simple question. Names, preferably. Okay, I'm in the assembly and I did not draw these maps. No, and I'm aware of that. But the same way that in this bill it says that the Assembly Elections Committee, not Chair Pellerin, not Assemblymember Salache, not Assemblymember Bennett, I am a part of that group. So by association, I have been lumped in, Mr. Bennett. So I'm asking, who drew these maps?
The legislature drew the maps.
Who specifically in the legislature?
The legislature drew the maps.
This is transparency that we don't get to know who drew the maps.
Legislature drew the maps.
Again, over 76% of this.
That's not what I'm asking. I've heard the maps. I have heard your response to that. I'm asking you specific
Commission, which is bipartisan. Let's have one person speak at a time.
And my question has not been answered. The information you've given, I've already heard. I've got it here.
The question has been answered. You just don't like the answer.
You said the legislature. I am the legislature. I am part of the legislature. Is that correct, Madam Chair? Because I am not a Democrat.
Can I just try to answer?
It's my turn, Paul.
Yeah, we could. But when we say the legislature, all kinds of things happen in the legislature. We're not all involved in one, but they're all controlled by the legislative leadership. The legislative leadership wrote these maps. Combination, we have a leader right here.
So
she's part of the leadership.
So you wrote the maps, or helped write the maps?
Leadership team.
So then there you go. She's in leadership, and she just said she didn't write the maps.
She was part of the leadership team.
Okay, can we bring the debate back to the chair?
It's a team. Okay, you know who the team is.
I think we've answered the question has been answered. Do you have another question? And I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say, you can all verify this week's edition of Capital Weekly podcast. And Paul Mitchell is our guest for political data. He spoke about the fact that he will go on an Italian vacation with his family in order to work on redrawing these maps.
Fantastic. Why can we not have Paul Mitchell here then to testify?
Some mystery guy.
Do you have other questions about it? Let's go ahead and move forward with those questions.
Okay.
So some mystery guy named Paul Mitchell. While these people were lying, I'm saying it's the leadership. It's not the leadership. These people are stupid, these simple people. They can't draw complex maps to conform variables so that they can rig the election. Got another one. Come back. It's never marked. It's Virginia Dynasty. Live KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. LA's former fire chief says she was scapegoated by Mayor Bass and is taking legal action. In San Bernardino County, the search for a missing baby takes a new turn as the parents stop cooperating with investigators. A federal judge shuts down the Justice Department's push to unseal Jeffrey Epstein's grand jury records, and a new poll shows most Americans want the UN to officially recognize Palestine. We're going to check the 210 freeway next.
GetMeTheBid.com is already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better with GetMeTheBid.com's big cash giveaway. Get Me the Bid is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. You get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. For more details, go to the website GetMeTheBid.com. At that site, enter your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes, well above any dealer quote. GetMeTheBid.com is America's best car buy.
Sell us your car. GetMeTheBid.com. So easy you can do it in your right.
Southland weather from KFI brought to you by Life Source Water System. Today, sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. The valleys, IE and high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. Let's go to a crash on the 210 in Fontana.
Just outside of 210, right before Citrus, had a car hit some metal debris. Now they're trying to get over to the right shoulder. Now it's San Bernardino, 259 south before Highland. Got to report some mulch catching fire over on the shoulder. It's also reported on that 215 southbound, right before you get to the 210 in San Bernardino. In Anaheim, 91 westbound before Brookhurst. Still got that stalled van in the second lane from your left. And in Fullerton, 57 south of Overland Boulevard, some metal debris in the left lane. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, sign Jenny Harmon.
The iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
How much do you know about the person you love and who they really are? This is a story about a young couple who fall for each other despite everything.
How can you be so sick?
It's a story of manipulation on an epic scale.
This case, oh my god, where to start? What the hell is going on?
Everything on the television program people that would see it was completely unrealistic. It's about who we are online, how little we know, and uncovering a 10-year scam.
The only thing I have is truth from my side.
I'm Alexi Mostrous. I'm a journalist at Tortoise Media, and this is Sweet Bobby.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Live concerts. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust and can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, an investigative reporter with the Boston Globe Spotlight team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Cops will make me away with anything, okay? They lie. They just lie.
Like something out of it. On TV, like smacking out. I don't want to. You wouldn't want to be labeled a rat. Not around here.
This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KMI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
On the next Bill Handle show, we were thinking of the good life. Discomfort, challenges, this show aren't in the picture. Or maybe they should be. And that's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Handle show.
John Goodall, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. So, divided in Sacramento because the Democrats found some strange data. I guess his name was finally given up. Paul Mitchell, he's the guy drawing these congressional districts so that Republicans can't get elected for Congress in California anymore. And this plan works. It'll be 48 out of the 52 districts. And where the meetings go. Ashley Zavala from KCRA TV is trying to find out who it is. And so are a number of California Assembly people. And the Democrats are lying and covering up. And then finally somebody said it's a guy named Paul Mitchell who's got some data from him. Apparently went on vacation in Italy to draw up the lines to screw tens of thousands of people out of a choice for who they want as a congressman. Now here's Ashley Zavala going after another California Assembly elections chair. This is named Gail Pellerin. Against in question who triggered redistricting maps, and listen to Pellerin do this dance.
Who exactly is responsible for the maps? Who do we tell California voters drew these?
Well, so the maps have been posted on our website since 8 o'clock yesterday. The lines are very clear. We can go on and observe and see what we're doing. There are adjustments. Many counties and many districts are not being touched at all. So,
Chair, sorry, my question is, who is responsible for the maps specifically? Who do we let California voters know are responsible for the maps that they are being presented?
I think it was a collaboration. Yeah, several people involved.
Who specifically?
I don't have the full list right here with me, but we can certainly get that to you. But these maps are transparent. They're there for voters.
The names of the people, the organizations. I mean, Governor Gavin Newsom promised that no special interests or this would be transparent. This would not be done in a back room. So we're trying to ascertain in the very short amount of time that you have to deliberate this, who exactly are the maps responsible for it?
Very quickly, and the folks that were drawing the maps went back to the Independent Redistricting Commission's testimony and what they heard during their time when they were deliberating this, and they themselves ran out of time to do the work that they needed to do. And so we're basing these on the Voting Rights Act, and we're looking at really bringing the voters into this process, and that's why we're going to an election level government board, because in the day,
we're asking because voters back in 2008, 2010 took the power away from politicians to draw maps. The because they did not like it. It was an incumbent protection plan. So you just need to know. I mean, that's why we're asking.
These are definitely unusual times. We are no longer governing in a democracy. We're governing in a authoritarian government. We are seeing things that we care so deeply about in California. We have education, food for children, our immigrant community, our LGBT community. They are getting decimated by this administration. This is an all-out assault on California's democracy and the rights and values. So we have to move quickly, but we are bringing the voters on to this process. We're letting them know that the maps have been posted on the website. We have this election on November 4th, and at the end of the day, the voters will decide what is important to them and whether they want to adjust these maps to give California the voice it needs in Congress.
Whether or not state lawmakers involved in drawing maps, any state lawmakers at all.
Not to my knowledge.
So if you adjusted them last night at 8 p.m.
It's my understanding that they were by 8 a.m. They were out there.
There's an adjustment.
Collaboration between the people that actually did that work.
So then why does the legislation say the detailed maps are prepared by the Assembly and State Senate Elections Committee?
So the reality is it was a collaboration, and we can get those specifics, but I think what's most important is the maps are out there for people to see, to evaluate, to make a judgment on. The lines are the line.
When you consume something, don't you want to know who makes it? When you are presented with something, don't you want to know where it's coming from? Don't voters deserve to know?
If I'm a restaurant, I don't need to meet the chef. I just enjoy the food.
If you're paying attention closely, and I know it's hard to the three clips we play, they would give different answers to the same question. First thing was always the legislature. Trying to find a way to get Ashley's father to shut up. Was that nasty? They didn't want to admit it. Legislators didn't do this. They're not smart enough to do this. It's this data group called Rothschild. And they run through computers and they come up with what's the way to maximize Democrat votes so that you're at 100% of the districts ended with a Democratic candidate winning. That's what it was. They probably used AI. Some advanced analysis technology. Well, it was the legislature. Well, no, it wasn't the legislature. So. And then they say in unprecedented times that democracy is being threatened. So democracy is being threatened. You're taking away the choice from tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of voters by reinforcing one-party rule in California. And only Democrats can win congressional seats over 90% of the time. That's what they're doing. And they figure if they talk fast and they contradict themselves and just blather and babble, you're not going to notice.
I have the 11th pick. Can you please give me the best strategy under these conditions for fantasy football team? But I think I'm going to wait to have the last two picks be a kicker and the defense because I'm going to switch them out every week. Do you think that's a good strategy?
Trying to hide the extent to which she undermined public safety. That's to the fire department as well.
Crowley had criticized Mayor Bass for allegedly cutting the fire department's budget by millions of dollars before the fires. She was let go shortly after. News brought to you by Sit and Sleep. Bed Bath & Beyond execs have decided it's not in their best interest to operate in California.
The decision isn't about politics, according to a statement from Marcus Levinas, the executive chairman of Bed Bath & Beyond. He claims California has made it nearly impossible for businesses to succeed. Blames overregulation, higher taxes, higher fees, and higher wages that many businesses can't sustain. The strategy for California will be to instead offer products directly through their website, 24 to 48-hour delivery. The business model aimed prices fair. Anthony Gonzalez, AFI News.
San Bernardino County investigators are looking into a reported Kern County sighting of a missing 7-month-old from Yucaipa. The parents have stopped cooperating and the father has hired a lawyer. His car has since been impounded. If you haven't noticed, it's hot out there.
week, temperatures soar.
The National Weather Service warns of a multi-day heat wave lasting through Saturday.
Temperatures well over 100 across many interior sections. In Antelope Valley, looking at temperatures upwards of 105 to 110.
Dr. Ariel Cohen from the National Weather Service says it's also going to be hot at night.
Overnight lows will actually be on the warmer side, eventually being above 70 degrees, and this is going to cause stress.
Red flag warnings are in effect. Thunderstorms could spark fires. A slight cool down is expected Sunday, but temps won't return to normal until Tuesday. For the record,
The federal judge has rejected the Justice Department's request to unseal Jeffrey Epstein's grand jury record. ABC's Catherine Falters reports the judge says the government should release the entire set of files instead, totaling tens of thousands of pages. Note of the Republican-controlled oversight committee in Congress, headed up by Chairman Comer, he sent a subpoena to the Department of Justice requesting the full unredacted Epstein files. So that would be a number of documents that DOJ and FBI have said that they have reviewed. Now, they were originally supposed to turn over the documents to Congress on Tuesday. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, is serving 20 years in prison after her conviction for helping Epstein sexually abuse girls and young men. Epstein died in jail awaiting trial. The new Reuters Ipsos poll shows more Americans want the UN to recognize Palestine as a state. 58% support recognition, and nearly two-thirds say the U.S. should send food aid. The results come as close allies like the UK, France, and Canada move toward recognizing Palestinian statehood. Sony is raising the price of its PlayStation 5 gaming console starting tomorrow. The cost goes up $50 in the U.S. The standard model will now sell for $550. Sunland weather from KFI today in Metro LA, Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the 70s to 90s. In the valleys, IE high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. On Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, 101 in Northridge, 95 degrees in Laguna Woods, 75 in Rancho.
No
75
way.
in Santa Monica and 92 in Rancho Santa Margarita. The KFI Financial report: the Dow gained 16, S&P 500 lost 16, NASDAQ went down 142. It's going to be a crash in Long Beach on the 710. Southbound right-of-way 91. We got a new accident. This one's going to be blocking the middle lanes, and it's already a call from the 105. We had an earlier crash past that on the 710 southbound right at 405. Did get that one cleared. In Anaheim, 91 westbound approaching Brookhurst Street, trying to get that stall cleared from the second lane from your left. You're going to hit brakes from the 57. Now in Fullerton, 57 southbound Overlook Boulevard. That earlier metal debris has been cleared from the lanes. Westminster, 22 westbound at Oldwood West Street. Center lane is going to be blocked with some debris. In Fountain Valley, 405 northbound Magnolia Street, they got that accident cleared from the lanes. And in Laguna Hills, on the 5 northbound, right on La Paz Road, clearing a stall from the lanes as well. West Southern California's most accurate traffic reports on Jenny Harkins.
There is a wild sickness among this town. You must exorcise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Women Mile from Mary Kate, this is Habitat, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater popular universe. Listen to Habitat on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitat and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Less than 1% of water on Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use by taking shorter showers and turning water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast.
Got some strong ass legs.
150,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. The party soon disappears. Everybody's a suspect.
At Public University in Middle California, so frustrating that it can't be resolved.
You can't think of a safer location. However, it's just like any location. There are one or two people who can destroy someone's life.
Tell me everything that your son has told you about tonight. When there was hope about it.
That's baller.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
John Copeland Show, King Line, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Every day we are on 1 to 4 o'clock. You can count on that. After 4 o'clock, John Copeland Show on demand. People the iHeart app to catch up on whatever you missed. We opened the show by telling you about Karen Bass. Now being targeted by the former fire chief Kristen Crowley. Officially, it's a claim that Crowley's making. This leads to a lawsuit. She's saying Bass defended when she got fired over fire fiasco. Palisades. Bass was there. Michael Hunts was deeply distracted, and he has more details.
I'm holding the claim in my hands, and it's interesting to look at this thing because it's basically the same document you would fill out if you fell down the steps in City Hall, or if a city vehicle might have run over your foot. In fact, they've got this, our listeners can't see it, but you can. There's a diagram where you can basically indicate that with an X, which part of the street this crash might have happened on. So it's a very simple city employee document that she has filed. But as you know, this is a legal claim that could be the precursor to a lawsuit. So let's go back to earlier this year. Palisades catch on fire in a very significant way, destroys this neighborhood, and where Karen Bass is under public pressure. And Chief Crowley claims here that the mayor wanted to deflect some of that pressure towards her when she made this announcement back in February.
As you know, I have called for a full investigation of everything leading up to January 7th. A necessary step to the investigation was the president of the Fire Commission telling Chief Crowley to do an after-action report on the fires. The fire chief refused. We all know that 1,000 firefighters that could have been on duty on the morning the fires broke were instead sent home on Chief Crowley's watch. These actions required her removal.
So that was the day that Chief Crowley was fired. And you recall that shortly after that, there was a pretty dramatic hearing at LA City Hall. The firefighters showed up to support the chief, but she did not peel off enough support from city council members to overturn Mayor Bass's decision. So today, we learned this was not the last that we heard here from Chief Crowley.
I'm sorry, I thought you were leading up to it. She's looking for money ultimately here, right? She wants to be made whole because she
does claim she lost wages. As I mentioned, this is a pretty typical city document, and so it's like, is your claim under $25,000 or more than $25,000? She checks more than $25,000.
She's not fooling around. She's claiming that Bass defamed her. She said she knew that trouble, but she told the truth, specifically when she went on Fox 11 and she was asked repeatedly, did the city bail us? And she finally said yes. And she said, we've been screaming for funding, we're underfunded. The whole routine. It didn't seem like that was the turning point in the relationship there where she decided enough of this, I'm going to tell the truth. And Bass has defunded us to some extent.
That's exactly right. When you go back to that era, even to the city council meeting where they decided they would not overturn the mayor's decision, you saw people expressing sympathy for the position Chief Crowley found herself in, and saying that this relationship between mayor and chief was clearly irrevocable at this point. So it was for the best of the city that the chief moved on with her life. But in a longer claim filed in addition to the city document, Chief Crowley spells out each date in which one, in 2024, she begged the city for more money for the fire department to support her claim that she's now making the city cut her fire department budget by more than $17 million. And then she goes on the attack against Karen Bass, the mayor, by early 2025, saying that the mayor knew well in advance that wildfire potential was extremely serious, but she went to Ghana anyway. And the reason the mayor fired the fire chief is because she was derelict in her own duty and needed a scapegoat.
It's impossible to believe that Karen Bass didn't know the firestorm was coming. And station. But that was big news for a number of days. That was coming. The warnings went as early as January 2nd, I think, and it was January 7th when this happened. And she was here until 4th or 5th. I'm astonished. She's sticking to the story that she had no idea she was possible.
The timeline provided by the fire chief in this complaint and this claim, she spells out where Bass was basically minute by minute on January 7th. Okay, she statements saying not only was the mayor talking about the danger that the area was facing, she was praising the very fire department that Chief Crowley was leading for the position.
So she said out public statements about the fire possibility.
By almost noon on January 7th, after Chief Crowley, this is a quote I'm reading from the claim, Crowley again updated Bass's office on the Palisades fire. Bass posted a message on X accurately advising the public that in preparation for high winds, LAFD deployed strike teams in and near areas prone to wildfire. Firefighters now actively and aggressively respond.
Nobody saw those strike teams in the Palisades. I got a lot of friends who worked there. Nobody was there. Well, in the morning, in fact, nobody was there, even to sunset. Nobody showed up.
And the questions that you're raising are related to the job that was done by the LA Fire Department. I don't think we've seen a full picture on what the plan was, and we're still waiting on the after-action report, which was just delayed again this week. So we still don't know
because it should have been out by now.
That's right now. It's been delayed
because they're claiming the feds have gotten involved.
It was a very strange position for just bystanders, especially Palisades residents, to find themselves in this Karen Bass versus Kristen Crowley battle, because there were apparent deficiencies in both of their performances leading up to the fires and in the aftermath of the fires. So a lot of people felt weird perhaps having to take a side in this battle, because it does seem, well, it might be fair to say that each of them made mistakes.
A lot of the charges came from LA Times reporting, for example, claiming that Crowley sent home 1,000 firefighters, that there were supporting engines sitting idle and could have been used. The Times reported that, and Bass is also taking that information to bolster her argument that Crowley had to be fired. Crowley is outright denying those claims.
Completely denying them. And you notice, you look at the claim of the mayor when she announced the removal of Kristen Crowley as fire chief, she only named two things. She did not say Kristen Crowley went on Fox 11 and said we didn't give them enough money, even though we knew that was where the relationship started to break down. She said two things. One, we asked the fire commission to do an after-action report. The chief allegedly refused to participate in that. And two, there were 1,000 firefighters who should have been available for someone instead on the fire chief's watch. That's what the mayor said. Yeah, that's why Kristen Crowley had to go.
Yeah, and then the Times reported that's not that Bass would admit.
And also something that Crowley very adamantly denies.
I don't know how to sort of this.
Well, again, first to a lawsuit. We shall see another lawsuit that the city might have to pay.
With what?
We're never going to get out of this hole.
All right, Michael Lutz, very good. KFI News on the case. And it's Deborah Mark, we got Virginia D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. LA County's top prosecutor has tough words on the Menendez brothers' push for release. A California resident has tested positive for the plague. Parents of the girls killed in that Texas summer camp flood are demanding new safety laws. And in Gaza, Israel's defense minister has signed off on a major new phase of the war. We're going to check the 605 freeway next.
If I've ever heard an accident, I'll talk to Sweet James. I already know that's the team I want on my side, and so should you. Because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win the most. One of my listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light, and the insurance company offered him $60,000, which might seem like a lot of money. But they got Sweet James to fight for them instead, and they were awarded $745,000. Not just 60. They can't guarantee the outcome of the case, whether it's a car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident. The attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable. Pursuit of justice, and you pay nothing until they win. So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James. 800-9 million, 800-9 million. Free consultation, easy number to remember. And don't wait. Waiting can hurt your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James, 800-9 million, 800-9 million, sweetjames.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's whole lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We're now going to be a crash on the 605 in Baldwin Park.
605 southbound, right into the Woodlawn Route. After you crash, try to click up the 2 right lanes. Looks like you're just now getting into the shoulder, but you're already stacking from Arrow Highway. In Rosemead, 10 east at Rosemead Boulevard, heads a little lighter in the left lane. In Boyle Heights on 5 south at Indiana Street. Got a new accident making its way to the shoulder. It's going to be a slow ride all the way down to the 605. And in Encino on the 101 north at Wino. And that stall cleared from the left lane. It's going to be backed up now all the way to Woodman. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, side Jim Carmen.
There is a grave sickness in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts, Green Mile from Aaron Mackey, this is Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kate Nolan, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go ahead and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not like I get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal, because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility, nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different the forest occupation and things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement is visiting the damaged sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip upload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondering, Campsite Media, Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters got busted off. There's now.
I'm not Ushing. Follow We Came to the Forest. They said that we came to the forest. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
ESPN 644 speed rating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, it's party time.
It's going to be the first news and brews of the summer at the BJ's Restaurant and Brewhouse in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard.
It's going to be the most fun you've had in so long.
We'll be there starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Jeff Copeland Show, Cape 9, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 2:30, we're going to have Kevin Kiley on, the Northern California congressman. And two things to talk to him about. One is he is trying to get a bill passed in Congress to get rid of these middle-of-the-decade redistricting ideas, which is what Newsom wants to pull off here in California, and also stop it in Texas as well. None of this ought to go. This is wrong in Texas. This is wrong here. And it's especially wrong here because Newsom's only doing it because of what's going on in Texas. And that's not our business. He's taking away Californians' choices when it comes to voting. We're only going to have Democrats win 48 out of 52 congressional seats. Well, there's a lot of independent voters, a huge number of independent voters in the state. I think more than a third are independent or Republican. And suddenly they're in districts where they can only vote for Democrats, even more districts. That's this, and then he blustered around with authoritarians. But a fraud, fake, but a phony. We're going to talk to Kevin Kiley about Newsom's big plan here. Also about the firing money he's got, and another congressman have said they wanted accounting. It's a county investigation. $100 million in firing money put out of savings, and it went to ultimately a bunch of nonprofits. Nobody seemed to figure out if it went to any of the people who lost their homes. We'll talk about that coming up. One more thing about Palisades Fire, which is that Michael Monk's in because Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a recursion for a lawsuit claiming that she was unfairly fired and defamed by Karen Bass, who lied about what Crowley did during the fire. And there's supposed to be an after-action report that state law requires the report to examine the city's response to the fire. But Bass says the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Fed, through the Bill of Sailor's office, reached out to LA City leaders to postpone its release. Their own government, specifically the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, is still investigating what started the fire on January 7th. This is such a peculiar case. The longer it goes on, the longer I think that there's something bad here that nobody wants publicized, or some big lie was told. I don't really get it. They know that the story is teenagers started the fire early New Year's Eve morning, 2, 3 in the morning, and it burned a number of acres. Fire department put it out, but the big winds a week later may have stirred it up again, which is possible. Not likely, but it's possible. And if it is possible, why did the fire department have a crew right there on the spot? It didn't start near where the old fire happened. And I don't know how 7 months later they don't seem to have a handle on this yet, or at least nothing they want to admit to. Bass had a statement saying, according to state regulations, cities are required to complete an after-action report. Last week, the U.S. Attorney's Office requested the report be held to avoid interference with the ongoing federal investigation. Don't know what that's about. I don't know if you saw this today. LA Times had a story. You know that downtown skyscraper that has graffiti all over it? It's the most disgusting eyesore imaginable. You see it whenever they cover a sporting event in LA. If they have an aerial shot from a helicopter, this is one of the towers that sticks up into the sky and it has all this primitive-looking graffiti all over it. Just nonsense. And
because you had all these local street thugs climbing over the fence, climbing up the stairs, and they painted honest graffiti on 3 unfinished high rises. You can see it on the 110, you can see it on the 10. And it's right across the street from the crypto arena. And it's still there. And no action's been taken to get rid of this. It's so embarrassing. I've never seen anything like this. This is like a sign of LA's total decay, total collapse. They want to get rid of it before the World Cup comes next year, and certainly by the Olympics. The towers, one of them is 49 stories high, and it's really depressing. Casey Horton is co-founder of the Downtown LA Residents Association and said the graffiti towers have worldwide infamy. It's like this beacon that shines and says, come create mischief down here and we'll get in trouble. This is the spot to do it. I don't know why. I don't understand why the city can't go in and clean it up just so it doesn't look so gross. They're waiting on a new owner. They're going to auction the property off September 17th. Actually, they auctioned it off September 17th, but the winner couldn't come up with the money. So the real estate broker handling the case said there are 2 companies that are competing as bidders, but it might be the end of the year before it closes. There's a lot of debts to pay, and it's obviously very expensive to continue to rebuild. They should be covered, or they should send a team up there and scrub that away, and they should build impenetrable security. You know, kind of like the border wall. Speaking of the border wall, I don't know if you saw, but Trump is having the border wall painted black, so it's always really, really hot, and it'll make it difficult to climb, especially in the summertime. It'll be hot steel. So that border wall, because you're still going to build, I think, about 700 miles. And this might stop the construction, but it's going to be so hot. And they're also drilling spikes deep into the ground. So those spikes are going to be deep in the ground, and there's going to be spikes on the top. And it's 120 degrees in the desert there, so God knows what the temperature is on the steel itself. And this is the answer to, I've been hearing this for years. It's like, when you build the wall, we'll figure a way over it. They'll go under. It's like, no, they won't. You build the spikes deep enough, you can't go under. You build it high enough, make it flat. If they touch it, they'll burn their hands off. That's how you do it. You can always make something impenetrable. Our prisons are all impenetrable. Nobody gets in, nobody gets out. El Salvador's got that Supermax prison. Yeah, moving through the hole. Stupid excuses. All right, we come back. Kevin Kyler is the Republican congressman in Northern California, and he has a bill out to try to stop redrawing of districts in the middle of the decade, wait to the census. And he's going to talk about Newsom's shenanigans. Newsom wants to get rid of Kevin Kyler. They've been at each other for years, and so they want to redraw Kyler's district out of existence. Also going to talk about the fire situation, because that's $100 million, and nobody knows if it went to any homeowner in Palisades or Altadena, which are a lot of nonprofits. But you know what nonprofits are like when it comes to homeless and green energy. So we'll talk to Kevin next. It's them targets with Gina Davis, live. We have like 24-hour
newsroom.
LA County's top prosecutor isn't mincing words.
DA Nathan Hoffman released a scathing statement today on whether Lyle and Eric Menendez, the brothers convicted of murdering their parents in 1989, should be freed from prison. Hoffman says the pair have never accepted responsibility, continue to promote a false narrative of self-defense, and remain a risk to society. He compared their case to Sirhan Sirhan, who was denied parole for assassinating Robert F. Kennedy. Hoffman says renewed media attention doesn't change the facts. He says the Menendez brothers were convicted of brutal murders, and justice must be guided by law, not spectacle. Heather Booker, KFI News.
News brought to you by St. James Accident Attorneys. A resident of California has tested positive for plague.
Now recovering at home, a resident in South Lake Tahoe has tested positive for the plague. According to local health officials, they believe the person was bitten by an infected flea while camping. In a separate incident last month, a person in Arizona died from the plague.
ABC's Alex Stone reports plague is a disease caused by a type of bacteria. There are about 7 cases every year in the U.S. and it circulates among wild rodents and other animals. Questions are swirling over who actually drew California's proposed new legislative map. During a hearing Tuesday, Assemblywoman Alexandra Macedo asked for details, but Elections Committee Chair Gail Halloran would only say the work was done by several people without offering names.
The reality is it was a collaboration. If we know specifics, I think what's most important is the maps are out there for people to see, to evaluate, to make a judgment on. The lines are the line.
Republican Assemblyman David Tonkipa had his microphone cut as he questioned Hillary. Vice President J.D. Vance and other administration officials visited National Guard troops at Washington, D.C.'s main train station.
Hey guys, how you doing? Chance of D.C. could be heard as the Vice President delivered hamburgers to National Guard troops at Amtrak's Union Station.
You can hear these guys outside here screaming at us. Of course, these are a bunch of crazy protesters.
J.D. Vance said he's involved in verbally accosted by vagrants with his family in the station years ago.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy reports White House advisor Stephen Miller says the protesters should go home and call them stupid white parents. The parents of 27 girls who died in last month's flooding at Camp Mystic are calling on Texas lawmakers to back new bills aimed at making summer camps safer. Michael McCown, who lost his 8-year-old daughter, says more protections are needed.
We did not send Letty to a war zone. We sent her to camp. We trusted she would be safe. No parent should ever again face what we are living through now.
If passed, the bills would keep summer camps out of flood zones, require them to have emergency plans, weather radios, and warning sirens. Israel's defense minister has approved a new phase of operations in Gaza's most crowded areas. The military says it will call up tens of thousands of reservists, but rights groups warn the expanded assault could worsen the humanitarian crisis. We're going to check the 57 freeway next.
If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they're going to make you a cash offer. No need for repairs with Seller's Advantage. There's no real estate agents. So the closing deals. They buy with cash, as is. They might offer a $10,000 advance to help with you. Go read the reviews online and call for a no obligation offer at 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com. DR number 0196-1658.
Southland weather from KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast, with highs in the mid-70s to 90s in the valleys, IE and high desert. Sunny and hot with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. Right now it's 87 degrees in Irvine, 91 in Brand. It's going to crash on the 57 in Orange.
57 southbound line at the 22. Got a new accident on the big rig. They are clearing that to the shoulder, but you've already got delays from Hall Road. In Pomona, 10 eastbound after 57 got stalled, blocking the right lane. In Baldwin Park, 605 south at Ramona, that crash cleared from the 2 right lanes. Still some slowing there, though. 605 north, just before the 60, got stalled in the left lane. And in East LA on 5 south at Calzona Street, a new accident scooting its way over to the right shoulder. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jay Harmon.
We all remember that one teacher who made a difference. Now's your chance to say thank you in a big way. iHeartRadio's Thank a Teacher, powered by Donors Choose. Nominate an outstanding teacher in your life to be among the winners of $5,000 to stop your class at iHeartRadio.com/teachers.
Mix and match sets to create your own unique set combo that is as unique as you are. Mix, match, or happy with Jay.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Bus driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department
podcasts all day long. Discover your podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What if they never return? And here's the official police advice. In some situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborates, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police will properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police do missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place, and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live or Die in LA. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Nobody covers this like KFI. Questions are swelling over who actually drew California's most recent legislative act. The reality is that it's a collaboration and live with live. The border wall in New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint. In the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder for people to find. Those who keep summer camps on flood zones require them to have emergency plans and weather radios and warning sirens. Not simply to water, suburban camp. Trust you is safe.
KFI AM 640, your #1 preset for breaking news in Southern California.
KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk radio. John Cobell Show. Every day from 1 until 4, and then after 4 o'clock, you can listen to what you missed on the podcast. John Cobell Show on demand. We have Congressman Terry Kelly from Northern California, Republican, coming on with us. Two things. One, he and another congressman have called for some kind of accounting investigation into what happened to the fire aid money that was supposed to benefit homeowners in the Palisades and Altadena, $100 million. And there's been a lot of questions, a lot of complaints saying, hey, we don't know anybody's seen the money. Also, obviously, we have to talk about the district idea to do some ads because they're trying to redistrict and how we have resistance. So let's get Kevin on. How are you?
I'm doing right. How are you?
I'm all right. Let's start with the district thing because that's the hottest thing going at the moment. And talk about fire aid. It's like, so you're under threat personally if his redraw goes through.
Well, you know, what else to do? He's going to come after me whenever we can. We defeat every attempt that he made for obviously from all the heat and the staff member or the new last year, the one that 40,000 votes. So, one way or another, even if it's here again, that goes through. I'm confident that I can beat him again, but we're going to make sure it's up there. This is absolutely outrageous for the front to the voters of our state. It is an attempt to throw off our state constitution. And so we have a lot of ways to stop this. I'm working on a bill in Congress. We've got lawsuits coming and we can beat them at the ballot box despite every attempt to do to keep draft voters.
Is there a federal angle to this legally? That a federal lawsuit could be filed to stop this nonsense?
Well, there will be lawsuits that come to voting rights act probably at some point. Most of the illegal habits though are going to be in court.
Right. And it just surprised you that it seemed to blow up out of nowhere and he suddenly, he's in response to text still. Right? scale was very full last week. They were 64 to 36. I think most people like having, and I know this is not a perfect battle, but it's better than what he's proposed. Are you surprised to see that he's on?
Well, I guess I'm not surprised that there's nothing that he's surprised to me. There seems to be sort of no limit to his corruption and what he will do in terms of overturning the will of voters, in terms of restoring what is legally allowable in order to expand his own political self-interest. But, I guess to your point, I guess the old guys are like chicken parties that you don't know.
All right, on to the firing. So $100 million had raised. Our company did a lot for publicize the concert, and because the fire was raging at the time, aware of the details, he couldn't explain to people what was promised or what was implied as to where the $100 million was going to end up.
Yeah, so, it's a massive concert, and, a lot of celebrities came from very generous, and then you had Californians and people across America who gave just amazingly generous way, raised over $100 million for the fire victims, and that is the place that has been time and time again that is protection for the funds. This will be their funds that are going to go to the victims. And so we now learned that actually the funds did not go to the victims. None of the money went to the victims. Instead, it was distributed to a whole host of nonprofits. So that raises the question, all right, who are these nonprofits, and what exactly did they do with the money? And, when you look at the list, to the extent that we have one now, there are some that are minority groups, like food banks and that sort of thing. But then there are others that don't seem to really have any connection to fire relief. There's one group that was focused on the voter registration granted after I explained it up, and now give us the money back, or at least going home. But we've asked for investigation. I asked the Attorney General, Senator Trump will refer it to the Attorney General, and then Chairman Jordan and I on the Judiciary Committee have just directly asked fire if you want a full list of all the nonprofits where they got the money.
And then you're going to go to the nonprofits and ask, what did they do with the money? Prove where it was spent.
Right, absolutely. When I fire, I should have the record for us. And then, if there's any questions, we'll follow up.
It's a sense in these communities that this wasn't right, and something changed.
Well, I'm sure so. I mean, even before this really national story of the past month or so, a few months ago, the Palisades community council actually wrote a letter to fire asking about this very issue, saying we actually haven't seen any that can be distributed to local groups. So this is very much an issue that there isn't from those in the affected area. And I think that, it's vital that people get to causes like this towards what it was intended for. Otherwise, people will be less likely to get into this in the future. So we want to make sure that we can restore trust among the donors and people in terms of how they go.
Nonprofits pretty questionable culture. There's so many millions that disappeared for nonprofits. It's supposed to be us here in California. So I'm sure you know. Again, there's some on that entire that. And I was just reading a story today about the nonprofits connected to climate change. We sound like PTA trying to find out where $20 billion again, everything's gone through nonprofits. So this whole system seems to be really corrupt.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we also want to make sure that there's going to be a relief measure coming from Congress for the victims in LA that we don't then see anything repeat itself on a larger scale. Because we've seen, that certainly nonprofits that have benefited from government grants and from the rise Sherlock was the recipient of a substantial amount of state and from federal funding.
$34 million they got from the state. I saw the documentation. $34 million.
Exactly. $34 million, and then they helped
that all happened after the fact outside of my heart's control. All right, more coming up. John Cobell Show, KFI 640, and we have Virginia D'Agostino. It's Deborah Mark live at the KFI News Center.
Here's the latest. A man has been arrested on suspicion of pulling off a multi-million-dollar cargo heist in LA. Northern California, police are testing AI body cams to help officers communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. President Trump is blasting Smithsonian museums, calling them woke, while critics push back. And overseas, Israel is sending more troops into Gaza. We're going to check the 605 freeway next.
GiveMeTheBid.com is already the best place to sell your car. Now it's even better. GiveMeTheBid.com big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheBid is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Get 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. And for more details, go to their website, GiveMeTheBid.com. They want to buy your daily driver, pickup truck, SUV, minivan, exotic car. Go to GiveMeTheBid.com and enter your car's VIN or license plate number. That'd be better than any other dealer's offer. Enter your car's VIN or license plate number. GiveMeTheBid.com is America's best car buy. Sell your car.
Southern weather KFI brought to you by Pick It Up. Today, sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. In the valleys, high desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temperatures soaring to 109. Especially a crash on the 605 in Almonte. On the south side of the 605, right at the 60 directly west in Guantanamo Lane, your base stop from the 10. And on the 605 north, just before the 60, trying to install clear from the left lane. It's already slowed from 5. West Covina, 10 west of Sunset, heads up Wood Valley in the left lane. Willowbrook, 105 west of Long Beach Boulevard, got an accident in the St. Minor area, and in South LA, the 110 north at the 105. And a report of a stall in the fast track lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, signed Jenny Martin.
Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, endless music, and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio app. Radio is your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Serial Productions and the New York Times. I'm Brian Rand, and I'm to say, it's the true coursing of history, parts, a lot of people don't know.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeartRadio Earth this year with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you
iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from your remote or with voice controls, and it provides large color on double screen. You can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
AM 640 for stimulating talk.
Discomfort, challenges, this show want to be, maybe they should be, and that's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next campus.
Check in by AM 645 everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Coming up after 3 o'clock. I want to bring you something from one of my favorite writers, Joel Cotten. And he wrote this on a website called Spike, a popular website. Joel Cotten has had on the show many times, and I think I'll have him again soon just to talk about this. But I want to read you some of this stuff. In a column for Spike, he's not only a writer, he's a researcher, he's a presidential fellow in American Studies at Chapman University. Also does research at the University of Texas. And he has written like the most eloquent indictment of Gavin Newsom, just by explaining what's really happening in people's lives here in Southern California in terms of how bad the economy is here, and the unemployment, and the lack of wages. Because Newsom is on a thing where he's got those strange little nerds and weirdos on his staff write all these incendiary tweets, sometimes mimicking Trump style, sometimes just nationalist, and they think it's really cool. And there's political obsessives who think it's really cool. It's got nothing to do with working person's life. And it's kind of hijacked all the stories about this. So, about his life. Look at what he says, look at what he's making fun of. And it's behind all this redistricting nonsense, too. None of it has anything to do. There's a lot of struggling. More than any other state, not just in raw numbers, which we're the largest state, but in terms of the percentages. And Joel Cotten puts this together so well. And I'll read you something. It's something you absolutely have to listen to, because in this distracted, hyperactive media company, you can only think of one thing at a time. You can only read one thing at a time. You can only discuss one thing at a time. And everybody gets so far afield worrying about Twitter feed, next week, and they completely forget what it's like for most people just getting up in the morning and trying to make it to the end of the day, the end of the week. So I'll tell you about that coming up. I mentioned in the last segment we had Kevin Howard on, and he wants, well, House Representatives has said official legal letters, they want to know what happened in the firing that was made for the Al-Qaeda and Palisades others. Talking about nonprofits, and a lot of these nonprofits are just, they're just fronts for criminal operations. Do you remember earlier this year, they sold it as the Environmental Protection Agency, and he said there was $20 billion that the Biden administration sent to nonprofits that was being thrown out the door. Remember that there was an undercover interview done with a Biden bureaucrat who admitted he was unboxing gold bars off the Titanic after Biden lost the election and Trump was coming in, and they knew all the energy spending was going to be locked. Well, Zeldin went on a podcast with the New York Post has called Hot Force One, and he said they started investigating with great enthusiasm and eagerness. And every time we overturned a rock, this is about $20 billion in that brand new deal spending, we found something under it that was either filled with self-dealing and conflicts of interest, unqualified recipients, or reduced oversight. so. This is how they do it. The Biden administration decided to have a certain bank that had about $20 billion in an account. The Citibank. So Biden's government put $20 billion in the Citibank, and they decided to have that bank send their money through 8 pass-through nonprofit groups. There's only 8 nonprofit organizations. Stocks. Executed by former Obama and Biden officials and Democratic donors. And this was EPA climate change money. Brought in via nonprofits and stolen. From the slush fund. For example, they had a slush fund called Power Forward Communities. It's all coalition of nonprofits. It's layer after layer after layer. They connected to a former Georgian gubernatorial candidate, Stacey Abrams. Remember her? That nonprofit was worth about $100. They had $100. The Biden EPA gave them $2 billion. $2 billion. They had nothing to do with climate change, but they got $2 billion worth of funding. And Sheldon seems to be working for the last 8 months to try to claw this money back. This is the nonprofit scam. It is certainly infested the entire pharmacy industry here in California. Not to mention the green energy industry. And depending on how it suspects there was some chicane going on with the money that was supposed to help out the fire victims, the Altadena and Dallas. So if we stay on top of that, when we come back, we'll read you from Joe Cotton. He's a Democrat. And he wrote a great indictment of Gavin Newsom. If you ignore all his public hysterics, tweeting, maybe look just at what he's done to the state. It's astonishing. It's simply real. I got to read it, and I knew what it was. Virginia Dam Steel Water can't fight 24-hour
Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
Cargo heist and Virginia Casino live in the KFI 24-hour news run. The LAPD says a man under arrest accused of stealing more than $4.5 million worth of goods from cargo shipments moving through LA port, air, and railways. Police Chief Jim McDonald says the items were swiped in transit and then resold through a business called DJ General Tool and Wire.
Joe Jones Park, 41 years of age, in Montebello, who was operating these store fronts, was arrested and booked for receiving a stolen property. With his arrest, he is stopped him from being able to profit on these stolen goods.
Merchandise including tools, appliances, e-bikes, and other items stolen from brands like Dyson, Lockheed, Walton, and Ikea. News brought to you by Sellers Advantage. West Hollywood is expanding its animal protection laws. The New York City Council voted to ban the sale of nearly all live animals in pet stores, including birds, reptiles, fish, rabbits, and rodents. The move is built on a 2010 ban selling cats and dogs. Animal rights groups are praising it as a major step towards more humane treatment of pets. There is only one pet store in West Hollywood that sells live animals, a Petco on Topini that sells hamsters, guinea pigs, and occasionally fish. The new rule takes effect May of 2026. Other worker a man seen on video dragging what turned out to be the body of his dead wife in Lancaster is now in Peru with their 3 sons. The woman was reported missing last Tuesday, and her remains were discovered Saturday in Angeles National Forest. A friend of hers tells KTLA the woman had been abused for a while. She told her mom, "I don't want to be with him. I want to, report him." And that's what, she was going to do that day. Authorities are working on the paperwork needed to bring the suspect back to the U.S. Campbell police in Northern California are testing a new AI tool to help communicate with people who don't speak English during traffic stops. The system is built right into an officer's body camera and helps translate conversations. Antonio White says it's the first department in the country to use the technology.
This is cutting down those language barriers, I think, from the standpoint of where people candidates about providing a better level of service.
The AI system supports more than 50 languages and reports in our
also admitted in court filings that they didn't believe any of those materials would necessarily be new. So we do know that previously 2 federal judges denied that request. So this is the latest federal judge to deny this request. The judge says the government should release all the Epstein files instead, which numbered tens of thousands of pages. Epstein died in jail while awaiting trial on charges that he sexually abused young girls. The Trump administration is launching a review of the Smithsonian Museum. President Trump says they focus too much on what's wrong with the country, calling them quote unquote. Critics argue the Smithsonian's job, however, is to tell the full story of history, including the good and bad. The Israeli government is calling up more service members to send into Gaza. Israel's military has said, well, they could have 60,000 reserve soldiers to meet the manpower needed to take over Gaza City. In addition, more than 20,000 reservists have already been called up, and they'll receive a notice extending their current orders. ABC's Matthew Willie says the expanded military operation has been criticized by international leaders and rights groups. They want an expanded assault to worsen Gaza's humanitarian crisis. Weather from AMI is being measured in Orange County. Sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast, high 70s to 90s. In the valleys, ID and high desert. Hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning. Temperature soaring to 109. Thursday, it's more of the same. Right now, 101 degrees in Encino, 97 in Laguna Woods, 75 in Santa Monica, 95 in Westminster. BKFI Financial Report, the Dow gave 16, S&P 500 lost 16, NASDAQ down 142. Let's go to a slowdown on the 101 in Calabasas. It's the southbound side. You see heavy stretches of slowing between Las Virgenes and the 170 and the 5. So, yeah, the 170 and the 134 side. Now, beyond 101 southbound, slows ahead in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. It's also crowding up on the 5 southbound. This is getting out of Burbank with the Alameda. That's pretty heavy as you continue all the way to the 605. The 105 in Hawthorne has been delays from the 405 all the way to Lakewood Boulevard. Also heading out to Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound. The delays that started in Anaheim from Kramer Roselle all the way to the river. Talking Corona, 15 southbound, leaving the 91 freeway, taking you ahead to Tabasco Canyon Road. For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu. Full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet? Okay, forest animals, kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Catchy, I like it. Remember, once the temperature is refreshing 52 degrees, man, I love it. Jordan, he's not here yet. He's late every morning. Okay, Sparrow the Forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Recent enterprise and mayday and items report from the Eric's City. From all the this morning, Lafayette was asked if she has to pay taxes 52 times. Suspects.
Gambler locally insured for $125,000 jury
Charges against him was included. What? Say that you didn't have any friends. You were told not to.
The guy? The guy.
He said, we have a very good responsible person was. From CBC Podcasts and CBC's The National, hosted by me, Ian Henrys, and Johanna Wexler.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
This was, I've never seen this. Undercover Season 2. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Show on demand podcast, so you can pick up whatever segments are not available here live. And on social media at John Cobell Radio, headed towards 35,000 followers. And today's special treat, International Radio Day, Eric has put together two photos. One from my first job, radio job, in Pennsylvania, 1980. And then a photo from today, actually yesterday. Took it yesterday, right? So this is an up-to-date, you can do an up-to-date analysis of just what 42 years can do to somebody. So I think I could come out looking okay all this time. But it's not easy. And to look at those pictures. And it's on X, it's on where is it? Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all this. I really admire the upper echelon of admiration. And one of them is Joe Biden. Presidential fellow at American Studies at Jack University. He also does senior research fellow at the University of Texas. And he writes in a lot of publications, including Spike.com. And he's been around but he is so appalled by Gavin Newsom. He wrote a column today entitled Gavin Newsom, the Chameleon who Destroyed California. And let me just tell you, Joe Biden is not right incendiary. He is a extreme political scholar. And what he does here is he lays out very little of this is covered by the day-to-day media for all the entire reasons we're just talking about. And he's not trying to do this he's for his staff. I really not doing himself. His staff puts out these Trump-like announcements, and all the sycophants go, we're really fun Trump. And it's like a bad imitation. It's more like a high school kid, too. It's really pathetic. I don't know how they don't see how pathetic it comes across, but, that little bubble, oh, wow, that's big. Trump is fighting. And then they have their own, they're not imitating Trump. They have their own nastiness. And it's just no way to stay, no way to communicate with the voters. He's got this stupid redistricting idea. But here's what Biden wants. Gavin Newsom may be savage and awful, but the California governor is rapidly emerging as a leading bad race for the presidential nomination. How is this possible? He says the legislators Newsom has the ultimate deficit generation. He's a political chameleon who changes positions compulsively, not according to facts, but whatever best seems to fit the national mood. I'll give you one example here. He gives several. One of his core issues is climate change. Okay? This time he writes, but in April he basically fell on his knees before big oil after two companies said they were shutting down California oil refineries. He does something insanely irresponsible and stupid and dangerous, taxing and regulating oil refineries out of business. And then when they say fine, and add a year, it's like, oh, what did I do? What can I do for you? We need oil, we need gas. Like a joke. He says that the trying to appeal to MAGA voters after Trump's victory is back to leading the position. here's what he's actually done. Here's the resume. And this is what's really important. He says the state was once the infield. Now we have huge wealth concentrated in a few hands. And we have half of America's homeless population. We have the highest poverty rate in the U.S. We have the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. And get this statistic. Almost 20% of Californians live in poverty, and another third live near poverty. That's 50%. 50% of the state is near in poverty. Ever seen in this space in any form? It's the biggest state in the union. It's almost 40 million people. We have 20 million near or in poverty. I saw the other day only 15% of the public can afford to buy a home. It is the single worst state by new rights for creating above average paid jobs. But it's number one for producing below average and low paid jobs. California averaged 1.6 million above average paid jobs in the last decade, more than twice as many as any other state. We lost 1.6 million above average paid jobs. 1.6 million in 10 years. Since 2008, we created 5 times as many low-wage jobs as high-wage jobs. Few areas have exposed the incompetence, nuisance economics, and energy policy. California now has the highest energy prices in the continental United States, 30% more than the national average. This is a really stupid green policy. This has hugely increased day-to-day living costs for poor and working families. Rising energy costs have led to traditional blue-collar jobs in construction, logistics, and manufacturing have disappeared. The California metro area ranks in the U.S. top 10 for well-paying blue-collar jobs, but 4 cities are in the bottom 10. Ventura, Los Angeles, San Jose, and San Diego, bottom 10 for well-paying blue-collar jobs. On his watch, African Americans and Latinos in California perform far worse in terms of income and homeownership than the rest of the country. Even immigrants, because there's a lack of good jobs and high housing costs, are headed elsewhere. In the last decade, Los Angeles has lost foreign-born residents. They've been going to Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Miami. Migration to California, adjusted for population, is lower than virtually any other state. This is his record. This is what he's done to us. This is what he's done to you. And I'm reading every day about a snarky tweet and some a-hole and stabs it down. And that's cool. Look at this indictment here. It is comprehensive. There's nothing he's touched that hasn't turned to crap. He's destroyed the economy with his policies. We got more coming up. It's for Deborah Mark. We got Virginia D'Agostino live again by 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. The kidney disease outbreak is hitting sea lions along California's coast and it can spread to dogs and people. A Texas judge puts the brakes on a new law that would require the 10 Commandments in classrooms and overseas Ukraine and Russia trade drone strikes. We're going to check the 5 freeway next.
Time to sell your home. Maybe you want to downsize. Maybe you want to move. Maybe you inherited a home that you don't want to hang on to. Whatever your reason, you call Seller's Advantage. They've been buying homes for decades. Their seller reviews speak for themselves. They offer and will buy with cash. And then closing dates. And you don't have to worry about spending money in repairs or preparing your home to be shown. So if you want to sell, you call Seller's Advantage. Free no obligation offer. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-AS-IS. 888-321-2747. SellersAdvantage.com.
disadvantage will fire up, make it easy so that you don't have to worry yourself happy and so does advantage.
Stealing number 01961658.
Upland weather from KFI brought to you by unbound.org. Today, sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast, highs in the mid-70s to 90s, valleys high in the desert, hot and sunny with an extreme heat warning and temps soaring to 109. Let's go to a slowdown on the 5:30. South and southbound side, things crowd up at the Alameda along the racing stretches as you continue all the way to the 605. Let's also head out to U-Haul. This is for the 5 northbound right past the 14 freeway. A car fire off to the shoulder sparked a little brush fire. Currently, all lanes are stopped. This is just where they get things situated, and we are starting to see a backup here that's all the way from the 405 merge out of Selmar. It's causing some spectators slowing on the southbound side as well, from just about Calbro. If you see this, count 250 keyword KFI traffic. Southern California is most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez. Get it to Center with IREs. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to microwave and more. Commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app and search iHeart and making your next reset.
Hello everyone, this is Billy Morgan here, and welcome to my new show, Magnificent. I can't believe it got out. I don't know how I can break it over. So let's get real. Magnificent Others is a long-form show where we explore with great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives. And those creative Hello, everyone. Yeah, we're on today's show. We got Jimmy Coleman straight up and back in the site. Join me, I'm Magnificent Others. Very curious, one of the highlight stories. America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
We're Caitlin and Tyler Volterra, and we've got a new podcast. We're trying to figure it out.
Been through it all. Marriage, raising kids, work, trauma, and figuring out who we are this next phase of life. Marriage isn't always easy, but it's worth it. And then there's just figuring out how to survive being 30-something adults to survive.
So follow, rate, and review Caitlin Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome. My name is Paula Perez, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and giving perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Come to the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
2 miles from the glass spires of the big town in America lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the boys became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for. We gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility named Cop City. There, in the forest, we built a different community. The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like the whole ass thing off. Wondering if that maniac intended this. Follow
Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished. This is over. The road is not going to work. You got to get rid of those guys. It's a fact.
Leave the gun, take the cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I stripped back the margin of history and talked to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the gun, take the cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book with the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind the Godfather's book from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get the truth of what really happened. Leave the gun, take the cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola, Robert Evans, James Hahn, what's coming next? Success like that. Boy, you up and drive around, lots of power. Lots of I got a call from these guys. It was basically a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And the others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not. But we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who's involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. This is America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Your free iHeart app to listen now. KMI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, it's party time.
It's going to be the first news and news of the summer at the DJ's right in front of his house in Huntington Beach on Beach Boulevard.
It's going to be the most fun you've had in so long.
I'll be there starting 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Check out your KMI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app around from 1 until 4 o'clock. With podcast posted after 4 o'clock. We're talking about history by Joe Clockton. He's a presidential urban studies champion, University of other things. He's survivingonline.com, advocacy of the alien destroyed California. And this is all factual stuff. He puts his opinion in here. He's a Democrat. His opinion is based on the backside I gave you. I'll just briefly run through the beginning as you join us. We have half of the homeless population of the country. We have the highest poverty rate in the U.S. We have the highest unemployment rate in the U.S. If you add up people in poverty and people near poverty, that's 50% of the state. It is the worst state for creating above average paying jobs. We've lost 1.6 million above average paying jobs. Twice as many as any other state. Highest energy prices in the continental U.S., 30% more than national average. Bill California Metro area ranks in the top 10 for well-paid blue-collar jobs. 4 are in the bottom. We're losing even immigrants. We've lost far more residents in the past decade. They're going to Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, and Miami. Even with the highest percentage of billionaires in the U.S. We've got these huge budget deficits. And the states that he criticizes, Texas and Florida, have large budget surpluses, generate more jobs, and have introduced tax cuts. Yeah, Florida and Texas, budget surpluses, more jobs, tax cuts. Compare this Newsom's bullet train farce. He refuses to kill this disastrous high-speed rail project, which devours billions of dollars in taxpayer dollars. Billions of taxpayer dollars. And its chances of being finished before he grows very old is increasingly remote. Pocket says far more critical infrastructure needs, such as roads and water supply, have fallen behind the wayside. He quotes a venture capitalist, Mark Andreessen, who said 3 years ago, compared California to the late decaying Roman Empire. He says the liberal media may ignore these issues like they did with Joe Biden's mental deterioration. But the rest of the country's not that have the wool pulled over its eyes so easily. And he says people here in California, they know something is off. Most people, according to UC Berkeley polls say the state is headed in the wrong direction. By a 2-1 margin, Californians see Newsom as more concerned with the president than being a decent government. Only 1 in 3 residents think California is a good place to achieve the American dream. And an LA Times survey found that only 50% thought California was a model other states. But he blusters on with his nonsense and lies, stupidity, and now it's mimicking Trump's tweets. Now it's violating the California Constitution and redrawing the district lines because he wants to fight Trump. I mean, he is a mental patient, a narcissistic ego, a manipulative, narcissistic psycho. And he's done real deep damage to the state. And he's like, educator mass. Didn't prepare for the big fire, ran off to Africa instead. It is just rage that he is governor and she is mayor for even another minute. It's unbelievable. His confidence destructive incompetence. Not this kind of laissez-faire, this was aggressive competence. And all he can do is have his weirdos on his staff write stupid, snarky tweets. And they're supposed to allow him with that without thoughts. Oh, that's it. Your ears. Embarrassing. We're all going to get in the car. We're going to pump the $5 gas. Now realize just how far the place has gone, huh? We're coming up with Days That Never Mark. GDD and Steelers Live. We can't find 24-hour news.
Some new residential developments in LA could be built with only one stairwell and exit.
Supporters argue requiring just one exit and stairwell would make it cheaper and easier to build much-needed housing in LA. City Councilwoman Tracy Hart disagrees. She says she's concerned about fire safety.
I, for one, would like to hear directly from the LA Fire Department, Fire Marshal, and the Fire Prevention Bureau.
Hart was the only councilman who voted against a measure asking the city attorney to draft a new ordinance for consideration that would allow for one stairwell and exit in residential developments up to 6 stories. Legal Lumps 29 days.
The kidney disease outbreak is sickening sea lions and it can spread to dogs and people. The illness is called leptospirosis and is carried in animal urine. Wildlife centers say about 200 cases have been reported in sea lions this year, mostly along the central and northern coast. Dogs can be vaccinated against it, but people risk infection if they come into contact with contaminated water. A new Texas law that will require public schools to display the 10 Commandments in classrooms is on pause. ACLU attorney Tommy Busser Clancy says the judge sided with their argument that the law is unconstitutional. The judge said forcing students to see a state-approved Christian version of the 10 Commandments is coercive. The case is expected to head to the Fifth Circuit, which already blocked a similar law in Louisiana. Ukraine and Russia traded drone strikes today, more than 90 into Ukraine, and Russia says it downed over 40 from Ukraine. There's still no date for a possible meeting between Presidents Zelensky and Putin. ABC's Tom Silvey-Burridge says Zelensky talked about what that meeting would look like.
He's saying that we're planning for possible bilateral between Putin and himself will be made on the US side by the likes of Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, and J.D. Vance, and saying that the Ukrainians don't have any direct contact with the Russians about sending that message, that potential meeting up. And the Ukrainians don't have any real preference of a venue.
He says they'd like a neutral European country to host, but won't rule out other venues. We're going to check the freeways next.
If you're getting close to retirement or just thinking ahead, you really have done a solid job saving. But here's something that most people don't consider. How much of that money is just sitting in cash? You might think save, but holding too much cash can be one thing. You're losing purchasing power. Inflation eats away at it, the dollar's value keeps slipping. That's why more people are looking at real assets like physical gold and silver to protect your savings. One company that makes it easy is Noble Gold Investments. You can buy gold or silver, coins or bars, and have them shipped to your house. Don't be ask you something that you know about. Gold is a fair, transparent process. They don't pressure you. Just solid information, real options. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com, noblegoldinvestments.com, noblegoldinvestments.com. When you own real assets, you have real wealth. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions.
Southland weather from KFI today in Metro LA and Orange County. It's sunny inland, partly cloudy on the coast with highs in the mid-70s to 90s. Valleys, IE, high desert, hot, sunny, extreme heat warning and temps soaring to 109. Right now it's 88 degrees in Irvine, 94 in Brea. Going to a car fire on the 5 in Santa Monica.
This is on the northbound side, just past 14. Started off as a car fire, off to the right shoulder, then that car fire sparked a brush fire. Now the wind was blowing all the smoke from this over into southbound lanes. So here's what's happening now. They've got southbound lanes blocked off due to smoke, and they also have the truck lanes blocked off as a result of all the smoke. This is according to the Highway Patrol. Northbound also, mainline lanes are blocked, but they're saying that the traffic is squeezing by on the far left shoulder. Fire crews are on the scene, dousing the flames. So things are just about out, and it says they just about have this fire out, so things should be rolling here shortly. But in the meantime, it was caused a little bit of a jam up. That 5 northbound pretty jammed all the way up Selmar, away from the 405 merge. And you have some delays on the southbound side as well. West Chandler closing down the old road as a result of the smoke that was blowing across. So we may have some restrictions there. If you see it on 250, keyword heading out by traffic. That's what Tom in LA did. Thanks for the call. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rachel Martinez.
Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael. Commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and making your next reset.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the helping time today. Here's that song again. It's been on your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cray cray.
You love your kids enough to watch that TV show about a bajillion times. You love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat, their age and size. Show them you love them and keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/theright seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the advertiser.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Chabad. Anush, Lit. People of our brotherhood. The Lubavitch community. Aser Bishvul Shetaisasher, tithe so that you shall be rich. Askin/Iskanis, activist/ism. Obalim, mourners.
The story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped. A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill. It just baffles me that somebody just takes that life. Most evil person you've ever met. Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Nobody covers it like KFI.
Questions are swirling over who actually drew California's proposed new legislative map.
The reality is that it was a collaboration and a line to line.
The border wall in New Mexico is getting a fresh coat of paint. In the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even
and harder for people to find.
KFI News is on it.
Those who keep summer camps have flood zones, require them to have emergency plans and weather radios and warning sirens.
Uncertain ways reports are send her to camp. You trust that she will be safe.
KFI AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California.
KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk. John Production, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app, and also happy birthday to Ray Lopez, our producer. And cake. It was good cake. And Ray has been working with me and with Cam for that for now 26 years. 26 years. Half his life wasted producing this radio show. It's a lot of good work he's done. No, he has. This wouldn't exist. So I want to thank him. Well, because, it's just that never say nice things. Saying something nice to him. He has been the most important person. This show. And happy birthday. It's soft. Just a tad. Just a little bit. All right, I was talking about how disastrous this has been. I read you that Joel Cochran article. By the way, go to spikeonline.com and go read it for yourself, because I only can give you a piece of it. And then I happened to find this. Bed Bath & Beyond. My wife is still in mourning that Bed Bath & Beyond closed all their stores. Now, it's not something that means a lot to me, although I spent a lot of time going with her and carrying enormous amounts of stuff back to the car. But she said it was the all-time best store for getting supplies and furnishings for the home, right? And honestly, not only goes by, but she doesn't ignore that it would be closed. And it's still existing today in any way online. But now, there is. Imagine it. Marcus Lemonis is executive chairman of Bed Bath & Beyond, and he's announcing that they are coming back. And they've opened one store, and they're going to open more across America. They're going to bring the brand back, and they're going to be following along with what they used to do and make it better and all that. But he made it clear that the one place they will not open, that they will not operate a store, is in California. It's the only state that's off limits, according to Lemonis. And he said it's overregulation and the exorbitant overhead costs in the state. He says this decision is not about politics, it's about reality. California has created one of the most overregulated, expensive, and risky environments for businesses in America. It's a system that makes it harder to employ people, harder to keep the doors open, and harder to deliver value to customers. And all the statistics prove that true. Hundreds of businesses have left the state, thousands and thousands of jobs. And nobody wants to start a business out here. He's far from the first one to say this. Now, if you're the governor and you hear that, and your state is suffering financially, right? Highest unemployment rate, highest poverty rate, half the state in or near poverty, half the homeless people in the state, most unaffordable state for housing. You hear all this, and you're thinking, wow, this guy made the opening in the other 49 states, but not my state. What can I do about it? What have I done? What can I do? I told you that his press office is now full of these snarky jerks, which is right. They're a bunch of a-holes. And they write nasty things all day, and it doesn't matter what the subject is. So the press office put on X, after their bankruptcy and closure of every store, like most Americans, we thought Bed Bath & Beyond no longer existed. We wish them well in their efforts to become relevant again as they try to open a second store. What? Newsom and his staff are a bunch of jackasses. No, you call them up and say, hey, you're coming back. You got the financing, you got a great name, used to be a big. I mean, my wife and her friends, as far as I know, board this place like no one.
let's just say they wouldn't agree with the snarky jerk at Newsom's press office. Wow. And that line right there encapsulates everything that's wrong with those people. They're nasty, arrogant, whack jobs. And they go through here this story. Other corporations that have left: Tesla, Chevron, Charles Schwab. Now they've been leaving for years. In fact, here's what Ross Allen, head spokesperson for Chevron, said when they announced they were moving to Houston. We believe California policymakers have pursued policies that raise costs and consumer prices, creating hardship for all Californians, especially those who can least afford it. Now, going back to Marcus Lemonis, the head of Bed Bath & Beyond, he says the result has been higher taxes, higher fees, higher wages than many businesses. These businesses cannot sustain them. Endless regulations that strain growth. Even when the state announces a budget surplus, it's built on the backs of ordinary citizens who are paying too much, and businesses are squeezed until they break. So, if you're in California, and you want to shop at Bed Bath & Beyond, you're going to have to order online. Other states will end up getting these shops opening up. Lemonis said California's system makes it nearly impossible for businesses to succeed, and I won't put our company, our employees, or our customers in that position. And instead, all you're reading about is how Newsom wants to redraw the congressional districts, make it nearly impossible for Republicans to win any congressional seats. They're allowed 4, but the other 48 are going to be Democratic if this scheme goes through. Am I insane? I mean, really? Am I insane, or is this all insane? What covers? We got Virginia D'Agostino live in the Game 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. Police say a workplace shooting in Huntington Beach started with a dispute between coworkers. Hurricane Aaron is churning up the Atlantic with dangerous surf and flooding possible along the East Coast. And U.S. and NATO leaders are huddling today on security guarantees for Ukraine after President Trump says Europe will shoulder the burden of Russia attacks again. We're going to check the 5 freeway next.
If you're a business owner, I want you to listen. You can't afford to get HR wrong in California. One bad hire, one missed deadline, one complaint. If it goes sideways, you could be staring down a 6-figure lawsuit. And that's why I want to tell you about Guardian HR, a full-service HR support team with real employment attorneys on call. Whether you've got 5 employees or 500, they're going to guide you through compliance handbooks, terminations, harassment claims, you name it. It's like having an in-house HR department without the overhead. Even get your own dedicated HR manager who gets to know your team and your business. Get the support you need with Guardian HR. Protect your business from costly lawsuits. And find out why thousands of businesses are using Guardian HR. Visit GuardianHR.com today and schedule a tour of their platform and tour their services with a member of their team. And tell them John sent you. Very important. Protect your business from the nonsense. GuardianHR.com. The HR compliance partner that you rely on.
All right, let's go to a brush fire on the 5 in Santa Clarita.
It started on the northbound side, just past the 14, and they had all northbound lanes stopped for a few minutes while fire crews got ahead of everybody and doused the flames. They even shut down southbound lanes, including the southbound truck lanes. Highway Patrol telling us now that truck lanes are open. That's the southbound side, so that's flowing. You may still have a restriction or two on that northbound side. From what I'm seeing, delays are pushing back out of San Fernando, getting away from Rinaldi. So looks like traffic is squeezing by on the northbound side, but watch out, you may still have a lane restriction in place. Thanks for the calls. Now 250 Keyword KFI traffic. Also, the drive along the 210 in Pasadena, eastbound slowing from Mountain and stretches to Foothill with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation from Madonna And more. iHeartRadio goes commercial free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next reset.
Catching up after work.
You said that?
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm not saying it's okay to rob the bank, but in my world at the time, I found a way to justify that pretty quickly. This is Tony, and yeah, he's a bank robber. Turns out he was really, really good at it. He robbed 30 banks in about a year. Just you can catch the guy always just behind him, you know? Well, what really hooked me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man to a grain, from clear sky for miles. But then, while Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies, he took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. Oxycontin. It was like a miracle. Ruby Pharma's powerful painkiller seemed to work like magic until it took over his life. Oxycontin destroyed my life. I accept full responsibility for the crimes I ended up committing and stuff, but the real boiling point was my addiction to Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way to stop. Like, this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh Dean. How does our system even allow for something like this to happen? For these people to walk away billionaires when so many lives have been destroyed.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast app store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. I'm Mary.
KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
I'm Mark Schneebers from Conway Jr. Later today on The Conway Show, a veterinarian stops through with all the answers. You're going to love Jeff Werber. The doctor comes through to talk about all things pet related, and with the heat well into blast mode, we have some questions for him about keeping our critters. All of that later on Conway.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And Thursday for Conway in moments. Today is an anniversary. It is the 36th anniversary of Eric and Lyle Menendez blowing their parents' heads off. Yes, and tomorrow, possible reward. They could be on the verge of getting parole. Eric and Lyle have spent 35 years in prison for killing Jose and Kitty. And now, after all this time, it turns out life in prison does not mean life in prison.
Apparently the TikTok girls have convinced the system that it's wrong to put away two guys who blew their parents' heads off and then party for months afterwards. And never had to explain if life was so terrible, and sure it was. Why didn't you just walk out the door? And why did you do that to me? Who was crawling away on her hands and knees? Why'd you do that? The time to get out, and they're only in their 50s. Can you imagine the amount of money they're going to make? Oh. More television shows, more Netflix streaming specials, more one-on-one interviews with major television anchors, maybe personal appearances, maybe a line of merchandise. If the parole board recommends either or both for parole, and one brother is getting his hearing tomorrow, and the other on Friday down in San Diego, then it goes to America's sweetheart, Gavin Newsom, who's going to have 90 days to accept or reject the parole. And they also have attorneys, Caragos, have asked Newsom to consider clemency. Just end the sentence, one stroke of the pen. Gavin Newsom is going to let these two psychopathic, narcissistic monsters. But then again, Newsom himself is a narcissistic psychopath, so he'll probably find some comic relief if he goes through the case. Mark Thompson.
You had me at psychopathic, narcissistic monster.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, very, very cool. We've got a big show, John Cobelt. I know you're out of here. You're going to go, I don't know what you do with your estate, Cobelt estate, where you live there.
I just spread out and turn the radio on.
Exactly. That's
what else would I do with my life?
So, there's the lawsuit. We'll talk about it. Didn't you know that when there was the back and forth between Chief Crowley and Mayor Bass, that I thought somehow this is going to spill all over everybody.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was clear what was going on at the time. That's what you get for telling the truth.
Yeah.
You get fired.
No, I mean,
you always get in trouble for telling the truth.
You want to toe the party line. I mean, from LA to Washington, that is the deal.
Yeah.
And if you don't toe the party line, see you under the next bus.
Yeah, right. It's not what they told us in school.
That's right. That's right.
To be honest.
That's true.
Turns out that's a joke.
No points for honesty.
No.
Although she may get money for honesty in the end, right? I mean,
she'll get money.
The city is no stranger to settlements, so I think it'll probably happen. Anyway, we'll start with that. We're going to talk to Fuchs today, who is getting recovered from that incredible carbon from his hospital bed. That and more. It's a packed show. It's also hot. And it's only, I think tomorrow's going to be worse. That's what I was reading.
Worse?
Yeah.
I'm like, is there a limit to how hot the earth can get? I guess we're going to find out, aren't we?
Apparently not. Yeah, anyway, good times. So, all right, that's exciting. Yeah, so it's the Conway Show. Conway returns Monday, but we'll do the show today.
Mark Thompson in for Conway this minute. It's Michael Crusher live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Hey, this was coming. I'm Michael Crusher live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former LA Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has filed a claim against the city and Mayor Bass.
Crowley accuses the mayor of defamation, retaliation, and negligence. The former chief says she was fired after the January wildfires in Pacific Palisades as a scapegoat. She says her 25-year career was destroyed not because of her own actions, but because she told the truth. Crowley claimed at the time that the fire department had its budget cut by Mayor Bass before the fire. She was fired soon after. She's demanding an immediate retraction and public apology. Michael Lumps, KFI News.
This report watched by Simmons take place in Huntington Beach said the woman who shot an employee at a California Closets warehouse was a co-worker.
Police say Lucero sent Pedro Castro to fire on two co-workers, wounding one and missing the other.
About 2 hours later, she was pulled over by Southgate police officers who shot her to death after she allegedly pointed a handgun at them. The man who was shot at the business suffered major injuries but is expected to survive. Motive is unclear. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
Executives at the company that provided LA County with voting machines have been charged with bribery and money laundering tied to election contracts in the Philippines. KFI Group says federal prosecutors say Smartmatic had bribery in its business model.
Companies ordering 3 other company officials allegedly overcharged LA County and other customers for voting machines. In Times reports, Smartmatic then used the extra money to bribe election officials and undeclared contracts.
The LA County Registrar's Office says the county's found no evidence of surplus charges alleged by the government. Hurricane Aaron has strengthened as it creeps toward the mid-Atlantic coast. ABC's Olivia Rubin says the storm could cause high winds, dangerous surfing, and flooding in the beaches up and down the East Coast.
With every single passing hour, we are seeing the effects of Aaron as it turns up north, as it gets stronger, as it gathers more wind. And we've seen some lifeguards coming out here. They pulled a swimmer out of the water. I spoke to her a bit ago, and she said she just wanted to see what it was like in there.
Aaron's expected to peak over the next 48 hours. It's unlikely to make landfall before turning farther out to sea. U.S. and NATO military officials are meeting today to talk security guarantees for Ukraine. President Trump said yesterday Europe will bear the front load of the burden to help Ukraine if Russia invades again. ABC's Rachel Scott says Trump also said sending U.S. troops to Ukraine is off the table.
The United States could help by providing air defenses to Ukraine if there is a peace deal, and that's a big if.
White House is currently working on arranging a summit between Ukrainian President Zelensky and Russian President Putin. Country superstar Morgan Wallen reportedly will not be Symphony's latest album for the next year's 20 Grammy Awards. Multiple reports say Wallen and his team will not be putting up I'm the Problem or any of its songs for any Grammy category. His team didn't give any further comment or detail beyond the decision. Despite being one of the biggest stars in country music, Wallen's never won a Grammy. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear and comfy through the night tonight. Lows in the mid-50s, sunny tomorrow, and another 5 degrees hotter. Highs mid-80s at the beaches. Mid-90s, Metro LA, Orange County, and maybe 115 further out the Inland Empire, 100 and up in the San Fernando Valley, 105 in the Antelope Valley. Maybe a degree cooler Friday, or hotter, I should say. And then a degree or two cooler Saturday. Right now, 79 in Lagoon Beach, 91 in Orange, 94 in West Covina, 98 in Thousand Oaks. KFI Financial Report, Dow was up today, 16. Nasdaq was down 142. S&P was down 16. Let's head out to Santa Clarita.
On the 5 northbound, just past the 14, that's where an earlier car fire sparked a brush fire. So it caused all types of mayhem out on the freeways. It had southbound lanes shut down for some time, even including the truck lanes. But southbound lanes have opened on the northbound side. What we're hearing is that the 2 left lanes are now open for business. But huge delays as a result of loading up on the 118. It's affecting the 210 westbound from Yarnell, and the 405 northbound slammed from the 118 northbound to 5 merge. If you see which lanes are blocked northbound, you can always give us an update. Now to the northbound traffic following the northbound crash. The 118 eastbound delays from DeSoto looking a lot better once you make your way past Reseda Boulevard. And in Orange County, this is the 5 northbound in Irvine delays leaving the 133 to Los Angeles. And the tour can be adapted for more in time. They believe the tour was inspired by God and written by humans, so can be interpreted according to the times.
Whatever it is, usually you list the house with a real estate broker, commission, paint, clean, repair, RES roads. Not with directbuyers.com. They'll buy your house for a fair price, no commission, and boy, it goes quick. Cash.
The Jewish Holy Day
Direct buyers. 844
short before
sell. 844 sell. Visit directbuyers.com. It's official. 30% federal solar tax credit ends this year. The time for thinking about going solar is over. The time to act is now. Don't find yourself.
laws given by God and Moses that tell Jews how to behave in their daily lives over 3,000 years.
Thousands of 5-star reviews. There's no time to wait. Go solar now or pay 30% more later. Call 877-211-5591 or SolarSolaris.com. Consult your tax advisor. See website for details. Expires 2025. See
ASD appointment Saturday, September 6th. Bill Handel and Wild Foods in Long Beach, 2 to 5 p.m.
All of the usual suspects are here to make the show happen. And so we proceed. I will mention those who follow the show closely know our pal and engineer Stefoosh. He's called Stefoosh, but call him Stefoosh. Or on Bush's accident. That's right. They calling him Foosh. With that Rick Chambers kind of like, a very stylized way of speaking with authority. Anyway, Foosh will join us at 4:30 from his hospital bed. So that's what I'm getting to. Robin doing the heavy lifting in his place today. All right, Michael Monks joins us from KFI News. This, I felt somewhat inevitable, but nonetheless, when the ex-fire chief sues the city of LA and claims that the mayor defamed her, so that basically it was defamation, and I don't know what the specifics are. That's why you were here, but it seemed to be inevitable once the back and forth started.
No question about it. I think you also had this coming earlier in the year, right after Fire Chief Kristen Crowley was ousted from her position by Mayor Bass. What were we just talking about a couple days ago, Mark? The city controllers and exasperation over the rising cost of legal settlements that the city has had to make. When you look at a 500% increase over 20 years, $500 million in the past 2 fiscal years alone. It's been a big elderly one on that. Right now, it's just $8 million. That's all the former fire chief response is that. This saying that the mayor defamed me and has hurt me economically, and so is seeking some sort of reason he's claiming damages of more than $25,000. That's all we know right now.
So we'll switch to that in a second. Just for those who missed it, I'd like to reference the fact that the city is really suffocating under these legal claims and payouts, and it's LAPD, it's related to trip and fall on the sidewalk, it's all that stuff of the city, but it's become so enormous that, as you reported a couple days ago, just to be able to live, it's really becoming kind of to being able to do things around the city because we're so busy cutting checks and legal checks.
Look, you live in LA, I live in LA, I'm trying to find the right sidewalk to trip on, so I get my payout from Santa Barbara. Because they cut these checks so easily. So, again, this is just a legal claim that the fire chief has. Look, let's go back to January.
Yeah, exactly.
Palisades catches on fire. Massive rain across the street. Remember the political tension that was surrounding, forget the emergency for a moment. Mayor Bass was taking it on the chin all over the nation because she happened to be in Africa at the request of President Biden to represent the nation at something happening in Africa. People didn't like that. She was gone. So she had gone out of the country. Palisades caught on fire. So she was facing a ton of criticism.
Back then, and they strove to.
Doing a heck of a job, the best that they can. They were on it.
Make a living there. The family, while traditional and very religious, nevertheless harbored strong political sentiment. That Ovadia himself was not politically inclined, but his brothers were very much associated with the Etzel movement, which is on the more towards the right wing of the political spectrum, associated with, if you recall last year, we talked about Jabotinsky, Beitar, movements like that. And in fact, on one notable occasion, his political activity consisted of helping his brothers hide their weapons from the British mandate soldiers by putting them behind the many books that he collected in his bookcases. At any rate, he was noted in his childhood as a gifted matmid. Matmid or masmid in Lithuanian pronunciation means someone who is permanent, whose frequency is constant. From the word tamid, meaning always. That he was always studying. And his teachers and his parents and even his siblings noted that he was just simply not interested in playing. The whole idea of recess to him was, oh, I get to open a different book that I started before we learned this.
The statement that's been crafted on behalf of the former fire chief is over 400 pages long.
How many branched candlestick that hold either 7 or 9 candles?
Timelines in 2024 and the draft of a budget.
Challenge.
And she's going line by line about how many times she spoke to the city council, the budget committee, the full council, and we need this money.
A Jewish person on Shabbat.
The former fire chief said, look, we were trying to get money out of the city. The city would not give us as much money as we had requested. Therefore, we were not as prepared as we could have been for the fire.
An intense period of mourning that lasts for 7 days.
A lot of things you read of her, John Gobel's on his show, Mayor, she told me in Africa. The mayor knew exactly what the
Jewish wedding had been.
and was not forthcoming about that in the aftermath of the fire. And for her to abandon this place, and that the mayor has now chosen to see
A Jewish divorce.
failures.
Wow. So when you say it's a statement that's 400 pages, it's legal.
Food that doesn't contain your
There's an allegation here that will be followed by a case or something.
This is really interesting because the claim is
a group of at least 10 adults. Minimum number of Jews required for a Jewish religious service.
This looks like any other claim that you would pick up in the clerk's office.
Britt Elon.
On the sidewalk. That's the first thing that you do. And again, it's not a lawsuit. This is a claim. This could be a precursor.
Ceremony of male circumcision. The removal of the foreskin for religious reasons.
Questions you can expect of somebody who maybe car got hit by a sanitation truck. You go down and you fill out these paperwork. So the stakes are very high here. We're talking about former
The second section of the Torah.
against the mayor.
The prophets.
And I think the question is, how did damage or injury occur? And Kristen Crowley's attorney writes in this claim, they're giving asses and they retaliated.
Suffering on the behalf of somebody else.
Kristen Crowley because of Crowley's speech and concerted activities protected by the labor code and the state and U.S. constitutions. Crowley engaged in protected speech to hold a curtain covering LAFD budgetary and other issues that left Angelinos exposed to danger to punish Crowley for protected speech and tarnish Crowley's stellar reputation, asking for heated issues and false public statements about Crowley and remove Crowley from her position as fire chief based on this false.
Well, the last part of that is where you've got real defamatory claims, meaning everything before that is sort of like, this is why this happened. Retaliatory is this, is that. The very end, the last sentence there speaks to, you have damaged my client reputationally and in other ways, and that damage will be something that we will, it's odd, we'll be seeking something for the damage you did.
And this is something that has to be, I think, adjudicated first in some sort of city hall
A traditional Jewish prayer that declares faith in one God.
The mayor was facing those political headwinds during the fire. She's gotten a little bit of political momentum going because she's been able to, whether you agree with her position on this or not, she's been able to assert herself more forcefully in the wake of the That's much better for her narratively because she's showing some fight. She's saying, I'm on top of this, we're fighting for Angelinos, we're here legally or not. But to get anything back in the headlines related to the fires and her position at the time, especially this combative fight that she had with the former fire chief, that's not serious.
I had this very thought when I saw the headline. I thought, oh my God, if your mayor passed, what you want is any mention of the fires or the fire chief or controversy or, to relive where she was when the fires broke out. You just want none of that.
And so one who told the boy in his black forest circumcision. So we got no comment.
On the ongoing personnel thing, the mayor is focused on current equal potential violent danger.
Yeah, there you go. This is a true to be continued. Thank you, my
A platform in the synagogue from where the Torah is read.
A triple threat, extreme heat, fire risk, and
Aaron
thunderstorms. That's what Southern California faces right now. That
The art, the holiest part of the synagogue, which contains the Torah's
back
scrolls.
on Monday, Mark Thompson sitting in on KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. The KFI 24-hour newsroom. Oh, no, that's not right. What's wrong? Oh, okay. What's going on?
A building for Jewish public prayer,
Somebody
study,
else, and I saw
and
it
gathering.
looked like, no, don't do that. And, all right, everybody remain calm. Now,
Showtime.
24-hour newsroom, here's Michael Crouch.
Accused of killing 2 people inside their home
A trophy flashes to instrument use on Rosh Hashanah.
today. NASA's Webb telescope says it's found a new tiny moon around Uranus. Uranus, just 6 miles wide. The Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center
A
saying
Jew
more than
performs
Toyota was pulled out of a few emission vehicles. Surprising industry.
Contestants on the 605, it's northbound just before the 60 at last check. It was
Jewish skull
and the left lane. That drive is slow moving, getting away from Whittier Boulevard. Atwater Village is southbound car on the 2 southbound before Fletcher Drive. Middle lanes are blocked, sending you
A
back
symbol
on
of
Ridgeville
Judaism
Road.
said to represent the shield of King David, who ruled Israel in the 10th century.
It's the right lane that remains off limits to mop up after this earlier car fire gets sparked.
Entertainment.
Big delays are served up all the way out of Burbank, getting away from Buena Vista. It's affecting the 210 West
A table light.
now.
A light that is confirming in the synagogue about the art.
For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Rachel Martinez.
Hey, it's Dean Sharp. Is there a problem with your home's foundation, sinking, rotating,
A
or
clear
deteriorating
container attached to the doorpost of a Jewish house.
Then it's time to call My Foundation Guys, Mark and James
Cottage.
at Foundation Repair LA. Failing foundations, slabs, retaining walls,
A clear set by a Jewish order that prays with God and asks the
There's
police.
nobody better, nobody I trust more. Find them at
Pepper
foundationguys.com.
Torah.
Foundationguys.com. CSLB 999-247.
The physical Torah scroll.
Sarah Spain for Iron Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. On Tuesday, Indiana Fever announced that Sophie Cunningham will miss the rest of the season after suffering a torn MCL in the right knee in the team's
Festival in remembrance of the Jewish Exodus Convention that is celebrating its history.
Olsen and Harry McDonald to season-ending injuries. All-star Caitlin Clark has missed 22 of 35 games this season due to various injuries.
Prescriptions are preventing. Means
As a
Torah.
founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports, Capital One helps you stay connected to top female athletes and earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining, entertainment, and grocery stores with the Capital One Secret Card. Yours in your wallet. Terms apply. Visit CapitalOne.com.
Messages from Spain. Portugal and Africa.
Experience adventure in Palm Springs Area Tramway. Ride the world's largest rotating tramway. Explore over 50 miles of scenic trails in pristine wilderness. Dine at 8,500 feet.
According to rabbis.
That perfect souvenir. Adventure at its peak. Learn more at pstramway.com.
Because it actually looks frightening. I'll watch it during the day. That's all. Surely you must have like a blanket you can wrap around yourself.
A commentary on rabbis on the Torah. It contains Mishnah and Gemara together in one collection.
Later with Paul Miller. This evening at 7 on KFI AM 644, stimulating talk.
The third section of the Tanakh. The writings. Mikvah. A Jewish ritual bath.
Have you been impacted by the Southern California wildfires this year? You don't have to
Gino.
recover alone. Join us for the Ashes to Answers, a wildfire expert panel event August 21st and 23rd
And
at the
Lake
Western
Forgotten work on home days.
hosted by the Rise Relief Project. We support those impacted by the wildfires with
Mishnah.
supplies, resources, and emotional care. Get real answers about insurance claim
The
recovery.
first written version is Jewish or law. Part of the Talmud.
And find out if you qualify for a wildfire class action lawsuit. Our
Bar
team of
mitzvah.
experts, legal advisors, and community partners will be there, offering resources, support, and
Celebration of the boy coming to an age of 13.
You need more than
Little son of the
you
commandment.
can count on Rise California. Relief, intervention, support,
empowerment. Call 800-484-RISE or visit RiseReliefProject.com to RSVP.
It's one full of books of Jewish scriptures.
August 21st or 23rd. 800-484-RISE.
Back to school, back to savings. Your son is getting all ready for the fall hustle with brand new windows or doors from American Vision. Best part? You get 2 of these smart upgrades. Free expert installation, free sound package upgrade, free sun matrix package upgrade. We pay the tax, 0 interest for 18 months. Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com to get an A+ home improvement before this deal goes out for recess. Number of credit and over 6 windows. Call visit AmericanVisionWindows.com for details. Offer expires 8/31/2025. See something number 778-326.
Got issues with youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, offers more than 1,000 free online resources for youth and high school sports coaches, parents, students, and administrators. Visit PCADevZone.org.
There's a mild sickness around this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Really Mild from Aaron Mankey, this is Habitat, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Habitat on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Habitat and start listening to the free iHeartRadio app today.
KFIDM 640 for stimulating talk. On the next Bill Handel show, if you're thinking of the good life, discomfort, challenges, this show aren't in the picture, but maybe they should be. And that's coming up after 7 o'clock tomorrow morning on the next Handel show.
She's not a traditional Jewish prayer that... Yeah.
KFIDM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Our top there is national radio, which I didn't even realize when I went into social media and everybody I know in radio was pop something up. For national radio news, like there was a shot of John Cobell. He might have been, I don't know, 18 or something. He was like, this young DJ doesn't look anything like John Cobell. You wouldn't have picked it out as any similarity.
He does look like his sons, though.
Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yes. And it's just fun to see all that stuff. I didn't have the, they're not, there are some pictures I'm going to try to find one maybe, but what was your first job in radio?
Coast. I did music research for Coast FM. I was the one that called you at 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night when you were having dinner and said, hey, what kind of radio do you like? What
Brett Menorah, 10 Commandments.
That is the way they used to do it.
That is absolutely.
So they'll play you the hooks for all these songs.
We had to go through, a checklist.
Laws given 10 laws given by God to Moses that tell Jews how to Shita.
And if their answer is adhered to, then basically you
Torah.
can listen without saying that. Then you go on to the next level of listening to the music.
I
So like, what kind of music do you like? Do you like this? Soft reading, soft hits and things like that. And once they got to that point, it was like, oh, here's we can use this. Here's some people, I need a boost.
And then from the research job, you went to.
I became their Coast's only board op at the time in the late 80s. And so I ran, I was at the station for Coast, and I did the weekend when we ran public affairs stuff, and then eventually I moved over to KFI, where I became a board op.
Oh, it's funny, the board op thing is kind of like a way into.
Yeah,
right. I mean,
and it's a great way in, once you get trained up and stuff, because you really understand. Because the ultimate responsibility of what goes on in the air, you are the final leg of it. Sure, it all falls down to you. So you have to keep an awareness of everything that's going on, and you need to know what the station sounds like and adhere to that.
Yeah.
John, what was your first radio job?
I was during the summers from college. I was a fill-in DJ at 2 different rock and roll stations in Washington, D.C. And I was, if I can say this, and I say this because the general manager up in San Francisco later told me, he said, it was weird because you're this young guy. He said, when the mic cracked, you sounded like a lead old pro. It was like unreal. He said that, and it lingered always felt like there are no recordings from back then, so I can't even go back. So, your sense of it is that you're just, it took a while to get it, but I so wanted it. I so rehearsed it. I so did it. In college, I was on college radio. I was always at the radio station. I always worked hours and hours and hours. I would do the studying on the side. That by the time I cracked a mic in Washington, D.C., I was kind of ready, And so when that guy gave me that compliment, it was like it meant a lot to me. So
did you have this voice at that time, or did it evolve?
No, he was younger. I was higher. I mean, he was a good radio voice, but it didn't sound like this. When I sounded older, I was much more.
Give us an example of Young Mark.
It was a rock station, though. So it's all like, so my first full-time job, though, which is really, so that was summers. Was at KB Radio, the WKBW 50,000 watt clear channel radio station. And I was the night guy, 7 to midnight. And you know who the afternoon guy was? Somebody that all of you are going to know. And his name was Fritz Coleman.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Fritz Coleman was the afternoon guy. And I was the night guy. And I had like a very kind of, it was nice, high energy. It was like, KB Radio, Alpha Rush on the way. It was kind of like a hard charging sort of a tempo. And Fritz was very funny, just terrific. I loved Fritz. Fritz seemed to me, I felt this from the way I saw him. I felt like a kid doing radio. And I saw Fritz as an adult. He was like the first friend of mine. I thought, well, that's a grown-up doing radio. I'm just getting it together. Everything about Fritz seemed like an adult to me. And I just remember in Buffalo, New York, we were fast friends, and we remain fast friends today.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so that was...
You both become weathermen, too.
I know, that was kind of weird. Yeah, that is sort of weird.
Did you want to do music radio, or did you want to do talk, or did you have aspirations for TV when you first started that job?
I had aspirations for TV. I did.
Because you're so good looking.
Here's what happened.
You wanted to share your looks with everyone.
I had to get my looks out there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing on music radio. I'm just going to be honest. This is all I want to do is be on music radio. I love music radio. I love the talk-ups. I like the tightness. I like the jingles. I like everything about music radio. After 6 months, I was bored, super bored. I couldn't believe it. Like when you get to the mountaintop, KB, where I was, a huge radio station, WKBW, like really a massive kind of cornerstone station. And I was bored after 6 months. So television was where I went. And I got all the training, I got all the meteorological training and everything when I went over to their television station. And then, to me, talk radio seemed like much more fun, much more interesting, much more dynamic. I couldn't see, but I still have a place in my heart for music radio. I do. I just think for great jocks, great personalities, I really miss that. I love but that's because it probably is something I grew up with, so it kind of lands with me that way. Do you remember FM radio, guys? Who remember who are Angelinos? AM radio, that rock radio, I'm talking about the pop radio, it's like that high energy, KLOS, whatever the colors are. But then you had that, remember the FM stations are, they were like, if you imagine KB, we've got another 3 songs for you coming up. It was a very, the album rock sound, you know what I'm talking about? AOR.
How before you did rock.
Thank you. And so that coexisted with the Kiss FM, which is kind of Rick Days in the morning, and Kiss FM was that kind of thing.
Steely Davis.
That's exactly right. FM. So anyway, in Southern Southern California had legendary stations, right? And KFI was a music station.
Yeah. Standards.
Standards, and then they were a rock station for a short time. Because I'd hear recordings back on the East Coast. I was so into radio that I get recordings on KFI in LA.
But it is a small family. It is. I growing up in DC like you, there was I heard one jock that was on the air. Her name was Liz Kiley, and my first job here when I worked at Coast. She was the assistant program director out here at Coast.
Oh, that's so
she basically became my boss, and I remember growing up listening to her in D.C.
The guy who became I think he replaced me in San Francisco doing the weather. His name was Steve Raleigh. His dad, Bob Raleigh, was the morning guy in Washington, D.C. at WPGC. I used to listen to him all the time. It was just so weird. It's the same kind of thing you're talking about, like when the lives overlap, and you just felt connected through radio, because radio connects you with personalities.
It is a club.
Yeah. But what a great legacy in Los Angeles. Just great, Charlie Tuna and Robert W. Morgan and all those Rick Dees, my God. Just so cool. And now the new generation things have changed, but it's really cool. National Radio Day, I didn't even know that it existed. And it's kind of cool. It just makes me nostalgic, sort of. So, anyway, happy National Radio Day, all you radio people and radio listeners. We are KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the air. There was no streaming back then.
Enjoy it while it's here.
Yeah, that's it. Thompson for Conway. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's my
The husband of a woman whose body was found in the Angeles National Forest has left the country.
The body of Lancaster resident Sheila Gutierrez was found on Saturday. The LA County Sheriff's Department believes her husband, suspected of killing her, has fled to Peru. Gutierrez's family says Jose Cabrera kept changing his story ever since his wife went missing more than a week ago. First he claimed ICE took her, then he said she left with another man, and he said she'd been in an accident. Authorities say video shows Cabrera dragging something large wrapped in fabric. Gutierrez's body was found wrapped in similar material. David Martindale, KFI News.
Candlelight vigil taking place at Lancaster City Hall. We're set to begin right now. This report brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. House Republican lawmakers in Texas have approved new congressional maps that would give their party as many as 5 new seats in the House of Representatives. The federal House of Representatives, President Trump pushed for the mid-decade revision of congressional maps to give his party a better chance of keeping control of the House of Representatives in next year's midterm elections. Maps need to be approved by the Republican-controlled state Senate and then signed by Republican Governor Greg Abbott before they become official. It's expected to happen. Families of the girls who died in the flooding on the 4th of July at Camp Mystic in Texas are speaking publicly for the first time.
In support of a state bill to protect children's camps in Texas from future flooding threats, the parents of the girls who died at Camp Mystic gave emotional testimony. Cece Williams Stewart's 8-year-old daughter, Seal, has not yet been found.
38 days later, Seal remains somewhere in the devastation of the Guadalupe River.
Alex Stone says she told the lawmakers her family feels betrayed that protocols in place were ignored. It'll now cost gamers more to buy a PlayStation 5. Sony announced the prices for each model of the popular video game console will go up by $50 in the US starting tomorrow. The standard PS5 model will now cost $550. Mostly clear and comfy overnight, sunny and 5 or more degrees hotter tomorrow. And a much more heat on Friday, then down a smidge on Saturday with some more cooling on Sunday. Right now, 88 in Culver City, 90 in Santa Ana. There's a stall in Tustin.
This one's on the northbound side of the 5, and it's coming up on the 55 freeway where it's been cleared out of lanes to the right shoulder. The delays are moving up out of Irvine, heading away from San Canyon Avenue. We're also checking out a terrible drive ahead on that 5 northbound at Calzona in East LA. There's a wreck in the left lane, and it's adding to a very slow drive getting away from Rosemeads out of Norwalk. The drive on the 10 eastbound leaving Santa Monica, loading up at Cloverfield all the way to the 5 Boyle Heights. And we're heading out to Rubidoux, 60 eastbound. Delays from Rubidoux Boulevard as you continue ahead towards University. Of Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
It's your sports-loving buddy Conway here. And nothing is better than this time of year. We got football, we got baseball, and I'm the king of fantasy sports. With Prize, yes! Prize Picks is very simple. That's the way I like it. All you got to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projection. If you get them all right, you can cash in and win up to 2,000 times your money. That's right, a $5 bill can turn into 10 grand. Woo! And another thing that's great about Prize Picks, they put their members first. It's easy to fund your account, and withdrawals are super easy and fast. Rise fixes the app and use the promo code Conway. You're going to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You know, it's back up and down, my feet up on the coffee table watching the game. Rise Fix. I'm not using that kind.
A short selection from the prophets read on every Saturday in Jewish synagogue following a reading from the Torah.
You're going to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Rise Fix. On your game.
Mishnah.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes in, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/reach.
Jewish teachings explain and elaborating on written Torah, hands down all of the obligatory literacy, what it means to be written down in one between the Talmud. Includes Mishnah and Talmud.
You can qualify candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter
Sefer HaTorah.
within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you
A
can try
handwritten scroll
ZipRecruiter
in public. The Torah is not right from the book, but from written without vowels or punctuation. Because actual kosher Torah cannot be touched because it's sacred, must be read in Hebrew even if the audience doesn't understand it. Talmud. Mishnah plus Gemara, part of Judaism, after the Bible, most studied by Jews, greater than there are two. The Talmud of the land of Israel, completed about 450 CE. The Babylonian Talmud, completed about 550 CE. This is larger than Rothschild and considered to have greater authority. Written Torah.
walking, working, and exercising, and imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery, and no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your name. Stop on the good news.
Dialogue and held between Machiavelli and
We
Montesquieu.
have 11 area locations. Find the one closest to you at goodname.com.
Thanks to the store.
Guide for the perplexed.
Hereditary transthyretin.
Masterpiece of Jewish philosophy and theology written by rabbis. Profession of difficult theological concepts written from the perspective of an Aristotelian philosopher. Ramblin harmonizes religious tradition with philosophy.
45 milligrams for adults with polyneuropathy and hereditary ATTR.
Jerusalem.
Lowers vitamin A levels, which is serious what common. Take supplements as directed by your doctor.
The
Vomiting is
holy
also
city
a
of
common
Judaism.
side effect.
King David's capital and the site of King Solomon's temple and the second temple. Since ancient times, Jews have faced Jerusalem during prayer and have prayed daily for a return to Israel and Jerusalem.
More vitamin A use may harm your baby. There's a lot to know about each ATTR, and as a matter of fact, WeKnew. Talk to your doctor about WeKnew. Visit WeKnew.com. That's WAINUA.com. Call 1-844-292-4682. Save up to $1,000 on
Traditions about Bible from a beginning to study, to seek out or to investigate. Stories elaborating on incidents in the Bible, to derive a principle of Jewish law or provide a moral lesson.
Current book that we're in, and he was just constantly in his books. He really enjoyed studying to an unusual degree, but he didn't show like exceptional promise beyond that, with the exception of one very special moment that occurred a little bit later when he was about 10 years old. The family was having an incredibly difficult time making ends meet. This is the Depression era. Depression, of course, was worldwide and affected Israel. And the father decided that his eldest son had simply had enough education. It was sad, but he had to come into the family business and he had to clerk in the grocery store. And so he took his son out of Porat Yosef Yeshiva and had him studying there. And then one day, a couple of days after Ram Ovadia was missing from class, the Rosh Yeshiva, Ezra Atiyah, Chacham Ezra Atiyah, came to the father's door and said, "What's going on? How come Yosef hasn't come back to school?" And the father said, "What can I do? We're so impoverished, we can't make ends meet." And so the Rosh Yeshiva took off his robe, rolled up his sleeves and says, "I will work for you. Send your son to school." It is far more important to the Jewish people that your son continues to learn than I continue to perform my function as Rosh Yeshiva. The father felt, oh my gosh, how are we going to do it? So he managed to scrape together some more support and in fact sent his son, the young Obadiah, to school where he continued to flourish. In his early teens, he was active in writing, and in fact, one of his very first writings bears the title of his most famous collection that I just showed you, Yabia Omer. It's actually a verse from the book of Psalms, and it is a little bit of a play on words because it means, it will certainly be said. The word Yabia and the word Omer are related to each other, or related to the idea of expression of speech. And Yabia is a reverse acronym of his name. Ovadia, Yosef, and Yaakov, spelled backwards, is Yabia. So he kind of like that. It's like the reverse acronym of his own name, speaking. He actually composed some of his own original thoughts at age 16. And eventually he came out with a book called Chazon Ovadia, the Vision of Ovadia, that towards the end of his life he wrote many, many volumes of it. But as we shall see, when it first came out, he wrote a thin volume on the Haggadah, on the customs and rituals of Passover, and it was actually burned by other Orthodox Jews. And how many times do we see this, that Jews write great books, they get banned or burned, and then they soar in popularity? Now, in his approach, which is going to relate to the issue of why they were burned, he took an unusual approach that separated him from his Baghdadi origins. Remember, he's living in Israel right now, and he's also thinking about what it means to be Sephardi. Perhaps I should mention to you something that hasn't come up yet. What exactly is a Sephardi? What does it mean to be Sephardic? He came from Baghdad. He did not come from Spain. 500 years after the Spanish exile, what does it mean to be Sephardic? Does it mean that you have to have some kind of genetic heritage that goes back to Spain? Because he certainly never claimed that. In fact, there are many communities, say Greek Jews, Turkish Jews, Bukharian Jews who are Sephardi, that do not say that we are descended from the Spaniards. Syrian Jews in this community, a lot of Syrian Jews, clearly very Sephardi, but they identify as Syrians. Who would say that they are directly descended from Spanish Jews? Now, to be sure, there's going to be some admixture when you have the expulsion of the Jews from Spain and they travel to these areas, they intermarry with them, then there will be some sort of illusion of categories. But it's certainly not a kind of Sephardi tahor, like a pure Sephardic lineage. So one of the key ideas that he came up with early in his youth, and he stuck to this principle throughout his career, was the idea that a Sephardi is someone who follows the path of the Shulchan Aruch, the path of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who is also known for his status as Maran. The Sephardi call him Maran, our master, and adhering to the Shulchan Aruch and its style of approaching the rituals and so on, that is what makes a person a Sephardi. The ethnic things are all very nice and so on, but they're not as relevant. And in this regard, he relied on a very old Jewish tradition that defined Jewish status primarily through its relation to the Torah. That we are a people, says Saadia Gaon, we are a people by virtue of our connection to the Torah. Yes, there is a biological element. Yes, there is an ethnic element. But the fundamental element is connection to the Torah. Of course, if you have converts coming into the Jewish people, and we have such a wide array of converts from all over the world who just kind of blend into the Jewish people, the idea of an ethnic component alone is silly. So it is fundamentally the ideological attachment to the Torah, however we understand it, that makes us Jewish, according to this line of thought, which we see best expressed in the 9th century Saadia Gaon. So the Rabbi Yosef used the same idea to say that Sephardim are those people who fall within the umbrella of the thought of Rabbi Yosef Karo, distinguished from those who follow, for example, his contemporary Rabbi Moshe Isserles, which would be the Ashkenazic community. If you follow the Rabbi Yosef Karo and not necessarily the Ramad Seder, you fall within the category of Sephardim. Whether you're from North Africa or from the Middle East, from Baghdad, from Cairo, from Aleppo, you're all Sephardi. So that's all fine and good. And oh, by the way, he said it's also very important because halachically, according to Jewish law, every place kind of has to have its own local tradition. The major rabbi, who is the fundamental authority for that region, which can last for hundreds and hundreds of years, and in Eretz Israel, the land of Israel, who else would be the fundamental authority other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, who lived there towards the end of his life? He lived in Sfat in particular. So Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who lived in Poland, was not the local authority. Rabbi Yosef Karo was. So therefore, for two reasons: A, because Sephardim fall within the umbrella of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and B, because Rabbi Yosef Karo, 500 years prior, was the local authority of Israel, then he felt that in Israel, Jews should observe Sephardic ritual unless they have a specific connection elsewhere. So that was all fine, except for all these Baghdadi Jews who said to him when he's a young man, "What are you talking about? We follow the Ben Ish Chai. We follow the great Baghdadi thinker who himself, although he was clearly Sephardi, he also took on a lot of Kabbalistic ideas that were not necessarily in Rav Yosef Karo's main work, the Shulchan Aruch. He took on a lot of stringencies that were clearly of European derivation, things that look more like Ashkenazic customs than Sephardic customs. And so in a few key places in the Passover rituals, he wrote in Chazon Avadia that here we are in Israel, and we're following the Shulchan Aruch, and we're not following those Baghdadi traditions. And so the Baghdadi community, from which he himself derived, was infuriated that a scion of their community should express a normative statement such as that, and some of the hotheads in the community actually burned his books. Someone who would become the greatest of the generation, they burned his books. It is rather an amazing statement. But he didn't stay unpopular for very long because he was a gifted teacher. Here's a great picture. This is more like what we imagine he must have been like as a young man. And he was known for bringing together large gatherings of young people, and young people who are not part of the traditional Torah community, meaning like he gathered together just people who wanted to hear a shiur that was entertaining. He was known for telling hilarious jokes. He always began his classes with a joke, which is kind of musser to me. I should really go back to telling jokes. But he told them well. That was the difference. But he would tell jokes. He would tell stories. He was a very strong believer that even simple people, as we shall see, simple people want to learn Torah. And it is the responsibility of the educator to make it palatable for people who are not necessarily steeped in all of the fine details of Jewish thought. He married early. This is his wife, Margalit Fatal, who was equally dedicated to the idea of raising a family with a husband who was completely involved in studying Torah, and she supported him to an incredible degree. Before they moved to Cairo, when they had just a few kids more than this, they lived in tremendous poverty, even though he was a very popular lecturer and so on. He also was a bit of a controversial figure. That was part of the reason, by the way, he left Israel, was because of the controversy over Chazan Obadiah's first volume. He says that they used to put the kids to sleep in an empty tomato box covered with rags. And they only had a 2-room apartment, one room which was used as a synagogue, and the other room was for everything else. And so when he would study during the day in the synagogue part, she would keep them quiet by sitting them underneath the kitchen table and playing with the fringes on the tablecloth. I mean, amazing kinds of stories of Benyuri that we don't understand He also spoke about it much later in life as well. At any rate, they had a very strong, close bond, and I'd like to close the lecture later tonight with an amazing story about his wife. But we'll move on. At any rate, they lived the typical Kollel family kind of existence, especially when the fathers-in-law were not so wealthy themselves, and combining that with the controversy over his work, he eventually decided to take a position in Cairo. He was offered a rabbinic position there, and actually he received mixed reviews from his work in Cairo. Here you can see him surrounded by his students at the yeshiva in Cairo. They're all requested to wear these distinctly Egyptian hats. That was actually something that the government wanted them to wear, the fezzes, yeah. So he was tremendously valued as a teacher. There are stories, by the way, I forgot to mention in the previous class, stories about when he was trying to leave Israel to go teach in Cairo. His students were literally laying down in front of his automobile. You know, the automobile was taking him to the border, that they did not want him to leave. It's also a fact, well, I won't tell you that story right now, but he was a great success, brilliant success as a teacher. As a rabbi, not so much. He encountered tremendous degree of entrenched resistance to a more strict observance of Jewish law. He had notable conflicts and repeated conflicts with the communal authorities in place over basic standards of Sabbath observance and in particular kashrut. He was especially disturbed that they had a home there for older people, and it was communally run, and the kitchen promised to keep kosher, but there was no Jewish supervisor of the Arab cooks, that they simply washed the dishes in water between milk and meat, and he was aghast with the low standards. Ultimately, he had to leave. He could not change the standards of the community, and therefore he left to leave. But while he was there, he gained in particular experience with one of many distinctly Sephardic issues that later would be very important for him in his work in Israel. He ended up working quite heavily on gitin, which are divorces in Egypt, a task which is part of the regular rabbinic repertoire. And as I'm sure you're aware, divorces are extremely serious things, because when a woman is married, she is forbidden to any other man in Jewish law. If she were to be with another man, there are grave consequences, not only for the partners, but for any children that would be produced. So if a marriage is dissolved, it must be dissolved completely in order for the woman to go and marry a second husband if she so desires. And therefore, the documents that attest to divorce are written with tremendous precision, and they have to be supervised to a very high degree. All of this goes without saying. Why is it specifically Sephardic? Because they were very lazy in Egypt and in Israel, as it happened, with the pronunciation of Sephardic names. Since the names have to be recorded in Hebrew letters, it was crucial that they had to be recorded phonetically and not orthographically, meaning you had to write it down the way it sounded. And a lot of Spartans had names which were borrowed from many other languages, and the Ashkenazi rabbis would just sort of guess at it, and the Rabbi Yosef would know that would make the entire get pasul, would make it invalid, and if she were to remarry again, it would be a tragedy. You would have to make sure it's done right. So, for example, what if a Spartic guy has the French name Georges?
The following is a conversation with Jack Weatherford,
so in French, Georges. So we don't have the letter je at the beginning, or je at the end of Georges. How do you actually write that? So you got to combine various letters, add little diacritical marks and things like that. But if you were to use Georges just for George, no one would call us like George, you wouldn't know who he was. So he got very deeply involved in the precise writing of Sephardic names as they were pronounced. Something that also he was involved
He's
in
a
very
truly
heavily.
brilliant, thoughtful,
In
kind soul.
1973,
This was
he
a huge
was
honor and pleasure.
immediately, with the Yom Kippur War,
This is the live
entrenched in
stream
a
podcast.
very
Supported.
deep
Please check
and
out our sponsors
agonizing
in the description
attempt
and consider
to
subscribing
free
to
ugly
this
notes.
channel.
I don't want to take too much time for
Now,
this, but it
dear
is
friends,
important.
here's Jack.
There were 970 women in Israel whose husbands
1162
went missing in
the
action
conqueror
during
of the
the
largest
1973
contiguous
war.
empire in
You
history.
recall the Yom Kippur
Before
War,
that,
was a surprise attack.
He was a
Israel
boy
was
named
caught off guard.
Intelligent.
They
Who at
suffered
9 years
punishing
old
blows
lost
until they were
everything. His
eventually
father,
able
his
to
tribe, living in
reassert
poverty,
themselves.
abandoned
So
to the harshness of
970
the
women
Mongolian steppes.
who
From
were
a boy with
left
nothing
in
to the conqueror
uncertain
of the
state.
world. So,
If
tell
the
me about this
bodies
boy,
of the
his
husbands
childhood,
were claimed
and
or
the Mongolian
identified,
steppe from
then
which he
they
came.
would be widows.
The story
But
of
if
Genghis
they were
Khan,
not
like the story
identified,
I think of
then
all of
they
us,
would technically still be
doesn't
married
begin at
to
birth.
these men
It
who are
begins at the
MIA,
beginning of
and
life.
they would
The
be
story
classified,
begins
as we
long
know,
before
as
birth.
chained
And
women and
sometimes it
unable
can
to
be
be married.
generations
There are
before,
several
sometimes only
measures that
shortly
Israel
before.
takes
But I
currently
think with
to try
Genghis
and
Khan,
avoid
the
such
crucial thing is to
circumstances of
understand
future.
how his
And by the
parents
way, in
met,
America,
and then how
particularly,
he
there's a real
was
problem
conceived.
with husbands who aren't
And that
missing in
is,
action, but they refuse to give
one
their wives
day,
a whole other
a
discussion.
cart was coming across
Rabbi
our
Rothschild felt this
territory.
this responsibility weighed on him very heavily, and he literally went sleepless for many nights, agonizing over each one of these women until every single one of 970 women had found a way to be released from their marriage. This was part of his thought as well. He was what they call a no-kill, someone who was able to find leading and he found all kinds of them. So I'll give you one example. In halakha, in Jewish law, let's say a guy falls overboard from a boat, and you can see him fall overboard, but they don't know if he swam to shore or what happened to him. They don't know if he's alive or dead or whatever, but they're not even sure who he is. But they find his personalized wallet, has his name on it. So it looks on the surface like this is the guy that died. Although, you don't have 100% certainty. So that's not considered acceptable proof in normative Jewish law. What about if you have dog tags? Your dog tags are also designed to identify persons. If a person is possibly burned beyond recognition, you still have the dog tags and identify that someone wearing this chain was in fact killed. Could you say that the person is in fact dead and therefore the wife is newly married? Rabbi Yosef said this is not at all like the personalized wallet. The personalized wallet, a man could give his wallet to someone else and say, here, can you go to the store and buy something for me, or can you watch the wallet while I go out the shower, or whatever he's going to do. A dog tag, a soldier never takes it off. That specifically is, it's not given to someone else in a gift. So on these kinds of logical inferences, whatever he could find to release these women was part of his time. And he spent a tremendous amount of hours with remarkable success in so doing.
He rode away.
He returned from Cairo, took a few jobs in Central Israel until finally he ended up being promoted to being chief rabbi of Tel Aviv. It is here primarily that he wrote his magnum opus, the Yabia Omer, which is a collection of halachic legal decisions that shaped how Sephardim in particular observe Jewish law. I'm going to show you some of the most creative ones shortly. He was also at this time caught up in yet another war with Israel. We discussed the 1973 war. This is, of course, the 1967 war, which is still very much in the news today with protests going on at the Gaza Strip. But the 6-Day War, we should recall, I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of what those events of June 1967 meant, when it looked like all of these Arabs, all of these Arab armies surrounding Israel were going to push the fledgling, and then it was a remarkable, uncanny, supernatural miracle. Within 6 days, the Jews had not only defended their little strip of land, they had actually expanded it beyond it. This was the era when the 1967 border between East and West Jerusalem was removed. This is an iconic photograph showing the soldiers first approaching the Temple Mount, which was behind Jordanian lines, until 1967. But perhaps even more significant for many Jews was this moment when Chief Rabbi Shlomo Goren the shofar while holding a Torah scroll at
how did
the
this happen?
Temple Mount.
Who was this
Truly a
person?
moment when many Jews were shivering with the idea that perhaps the Messianic redemption really is at
and it's
hand.
the
To
childhood that
imagine
created
a
him.
rabbi of
And
great
it's
stature
that
blowing the
episode
shofar. It
that was
turned out
before he was
that
born.
both Rabbi
All the
Goren
things that happened
and
throughout
Rabbi
his
Rabbi
childhood
Yosef were both
made him
appointed
into the
to
man
be
that
chief
he
rabbis of Tel Aviv
And so
together.
he was
So he, the Ashkenazi chief
suddenly
rabbi, and Rabbi Yosef, of course, the Sephardic chief
unusual
rabbi of
situation was
Tel Aviv, the
created
city.
where a child
And it
is
was
going
an
to be
uneasy
born
kind of
to a
partnership
kidnapped woman
because they held
who was
very
being held
divergent
by
views
strange
on
people,
many
the
things, not
Mongols.
just
They were not
what
her
you
people.
can eat on Passover. They held, for
And he already
example,
had another
tremendously
wife,
divergent
her husband.
views on politics.
He had a wife named Sochiko.
Shlomo
He had
Goren,
at that
Rabbi
time already
Shlomo
one
Goren,
son.
tended to
Later
be
he had
more
another
of
son
a
with her.
hawkish individual,
It was a very odd
very much in
situation.
favor
And in
of
fact, the father, it wasn't even there.
annexing the
when
West Bank
Temujin
and
was
Gaza
born.
and
He was
not
off fighting
holding
the
it for some kind of
Tatars.
negotiation,
And during this campaign
whereas
against
Rabbi
the
Yosef was
Tatars,
much
he
more
killed
dovish.
2
He
Tatars.
felt that
One of them was
Israel could, if it so desired, trade the East. He was incidentally very friendly with Shimon Peres. He felt that no amount of land, even the holiest land in the world, is the same value as a human life, and so he held a much more, peaceful kind of position vis-a-vis the situation in the Middle East. At the same time, however, especially towards the end of his life, he lost his confidence that the Arab interlocutors were acting in good faith, and that the exchange of land for peace would actually be effective. He did, however, believe it in principle, and he began to doubt it in specific practice. But the two of them nevertheless managed to eke out a modus vivendi on a host of issues, even though they held quite divergent political views. So let's look at some of the rulings that he made that were specific to Sephardim and had a really huge impact on bolstering the central idea of Sephardim as having a distinctive value tradition. For example, weddings during the 3 weeks. The Ashkenazic custom is between the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av, which falls in July and August months. No weddings may be had. The Sephardim have a different calculation of when that period of mourning is, and they say, come on, you're wiping out half of this time. And so even though wedding halls, which were all kind of dominated by the Ashkenazi mafia, Sephardim couldn't marry during this time. So he insisted that they in fact should be open. I should also mention, by the way, that while he was ordering the wedding halls to allow weddings at this time, he was taking away weddings on Saturday night, which is a really popular time, because Saturday night weddings are almost impossible to manage while observing the Sabbath during the day. And it's just like a charade. Yeah, we're not going to hold the wedding until 30 minutes after Shabbos is over. So try and prepare your food and your bride 30 minutes before Shabbos is not going to happen. I know that my daughters took at least 3 weeks to get ready for it. So that was kind of one example. Another, Harak, the Ashkenazim, including in places as stronghold of Ashkenazi Jewry as B'nai Brak, held a much lower standard of what makes an animal kosher. Specifically, there are these small sort of imperfections that develop on the lungs of a cow, they're called sirkas. And they're like little punctures, little ruptures in the lungs. It's especially true, by the way, if they're fed all kinds of antibiotics and all kinds of artificial things rather than being grass-fed. So the Ashkenazim say, when they slaughter the animal, they feel the ropes of the lungs. And as long as the lungs would hold enough air that you could put them underwater and you wouldn't see bubbles, that's close enough. That's called kosher, and it is totally kosher. The Sephardim, on the other hand, say, no, we don't want to even rely on that. We want to feel the lobes of the lungs and make sure that they're totally smooth, which is the Yiddish word black. They're totally smooth, and they have not developed those circles, whether or not they're empty. And so the Sephardim said, we want it to be halak, or halak kosher, using the Yiddish term. And they set the standard. Ashkenazim ever since have kind of find cultures that don't serve
The clan is
black
going to
kosher
move to
now.
a new
It is ironic that you
They
look
go
at
to
places that are dairy and they say
And
they're
they
black
have a
kosher, which is
ceremony
absurd,
for the
but
ancestors.
nevertheless. So
And they
he
started the
kind of like
ceremony
forced the Ashkenazis to kind of live up to their game.
And so
I'm going to post
she
the
came,
things
she was
on
angry that she had
Matzah, on
left
Passover
off.
observance,
The old women
because
said,
that's where you see a lot of
"You're the
differences.
one from
Matzah
we do not
Shira,
have
for
to
example,
call.
which is matzah
We will
baked
feed you if you
with
come, but we do not
any
have
liquids other
to
than
take care of you." Letting her know
water,
that as a
like fruit juice and
as a
things like that.
captive
Here's one of
woman,
my favorites.
she was at a
The
real
Tel
life
Aviv
in
Passover
view.
guide. They would do
And
this
that was
every
really
year,
the
and
signal that
they
when
would
they
bring
moved
this
camp,
guide
they
on
were
what's
not
kosher and what's
taking
not kosher.
her
They would
with
bring it to
them.
the chief rabbi to
They
sign,
packed up,
and he looked at
they
it,
took
and
her
he said, "No, this is not right." It said in the original, rice and beans are
At
forbidden.
that moment, she still had
That's
one
Sephardim
horse
allow
for
them,
moment,
which is in
and
fact
she
a
jumped
tradition.
on the horse
Rice
and
and
she took
beans
the
are called
banner of her
kitniot.
husband, and she
Ashkenazim don't
raced
eat them,
around the
Sephardim
people.
too.
And
So
the
he said,
banner
"No,
after
you got to
that
change the
contains the
language
soul
to
of the
read
person.
rice and beans are
And so
permitted,
she raced
but
around and they were a
Ashkenazim
little bit
forbid them."
nervous, and so they kept for
So
one
he
night.
like turned it
And they
around.
waited
This is a
until
lot of his way
it
of
was
thinking
dark.
of like, hey, the Sephardim have a point, and it's not like we're deviant from the
One of
Ashkenazim.
the
I mean,
friends of the
the
family
Ashkenazim
came
are
running out
deviant.
to try to stop them.
He did generate controversy with so many rooms. We're talking really about a man
He was
who
a
made
little
more
boy,
than thousands
8
of
years
rulings
old.
in his life, many of
There
which
was
were
nothing
very
he could do. He was
controversial.
just a
So,
little
for
boy.
example, he
But now
was
his
in
family is
favor
left there
of the Heter
on the
Mechira,
step.
a very controversial
4 children,
law
possibly
or
5
stock
already.
that had been in place since the beginning of the
Subsequent
century,
other woman
that
with 2
during the
children,
7-year sabbatical
all left there to
cycle,
die on
the
the step.
land belonging to
Winter
Jews
comes,
could be
they will
sold
surely
to
all
non-Jews,
die.
which would render the produce permissible, even if it was
Mother Earth,
actively
in
farmed.
the words of the
Many of
secret
the
history,
Ashkenazi rabbis
she
felt
pulled
that
her
that
hand
was
down over her,
it was
and
not a valid
she took
sale
her
for
black
many
stick,
reasons, and
and she
therefore
ran
they did not want to
down
rely on the
banks of the
permission
river,
of
digging
sales,
out
which is what
roots
Heter Mechira means.
to
And so
feed
there's
the
a lot of
belly
back and
of
forth
her
between
brood.
Ashkenazi and Sephardi rabbis.
She
Rabbi
fed
Yosef,
to the
however,
winter. She found
really
food,
believed not only in
digging up
the power of
whatever she
a
could, finding
logical
whatever
argument,
she
even if
could,
it turns out to be
everything she
lenient.
could.
He also
And
believed
even at
in
this
the
young
suffering
age,
that would
Georgia was
ensue
already
to the
beginning
farmers
to go out
if
to
they did
collect
not
things.
allow these leniencies.
He
He also
could
felt
get
that,
fish. He could
you know,
do a
if we
few
do not
tasks to help feed
tell
the
them
family.
that if we do
Was
not
an
make this
extremely
permissible, they're going to
awful
do it
struggle
anyways,
at
because
this
most of the
point.
farmers in
But
Israel were
she
secular
saved every
Jews.
one of the
They would
children.
do it anyways, and then we would have really non-kosher food flooding the markets. So on that calculation, his opinion was dominant in the state.
Yes, even after
He
this,
also
he
was more
kidnapped
permissive when it came to sherut or meat for women.
by
In Israel, in the 1950s, one of the what's called the status quo agreements was reached between the great Ashkenazi thinkers, Chazon Ish and Rabbi Rothschild, that men who were learning in yeshiva full time would not be exposed to the draft, very contentious issue even in contemporary Israel, and religious women would also not be required to be drafted. They simply had to declare that they were religious and they were exempt from military service. If they wished, however, said the state, they could enlist in what was called Sherut Lavi, which means national service. And they would do all kinds of non-military kind of assignments for a few years, like wrapping bandages or maintaining way stations or whatever was needed logistically behind the enemy on our side of the enemy lines. The Ashkenazi rabbis forbade this as well. It was too much like conscription for women. Rabbi Yosef was lenient. He said, no, there's nothing permitting women, there's nothing prohibiting women from engaging in sherut levi if they wish to do so in an appropriate manner. He also, just to give you one that's perhaps more pragmatic that you may even have seen, the dominant mode, and one of the most common Jewish rituals is Friday night candlelighting. The procedure is women, Ashkenazi women will light the candles, will kind of wave their hands over the candles, and then cover their eyes while they say the blessing. The reason for this is kind of a contradiction in circumstances. The rule is you say a blessing before you perform the action. You say a blessing on the apple before you bite into it. You don't say the blessing after, unless there's some reason specifically to do it afterwards. But if or if you say the bracha, then you have made it Shabbat,
So
and the
he
first thing you do is transgress it by lighting a match. So therefore, the Ashkenazi custom is
We think
light
that's how it is.
while you
We
still
just have the
consider it
word.
Friday,
They don't say
and then you close your eyes as if to
we
say,
know
I'm
that
pretending
his
the
body
lights
is
are not
trapped.
there, I'm
But
saying the
from
blessing,
all
and then you
evidence
see
we
them for the
have,
first time.
it's the
That's
hands
the
and the
idea.
head.
The Maran Yosef Karo, the Shulchan Aruch says no.
Yes.
Just light the candles
He has to go
and
out
then say
and
the
find
bracha.
wherever his
And that's in
family is.
fact the ritual for Sephardic
This,
women.
in part,
And
was the foundation
Rabbi
of
Yosef
his
made a
breakthrough
big
with
deal out
Rabbi
of saying,
Rothschild.
why is it that
Kinship
Sephardic women
is
have
the most
ignored
important thing
this
above
very
all else.
normative
Because
halacha
here's
that
one
has
story
this,
where he's abandoned
clearly
over and
said,
over and
stated
over.
so in the
His
Shulchan
father's
Aruch.
own
So he
brother.
advocated that women
See, the
should in
men
fact
who
follow the
kidnapped
Sephardic
her,
custom if
they
they were
had an
Sephardic.
obligation under local
Let me
law
give you some
constantly
examples
to
of
marry
these
her when
rulings
her husband
that are
died.
outside of specifically
They
Sparta,
did
but
not.
nevertheless demonstrate
They
his
should take care of
leniencies
her
in
and her
very
children
great ways.
because her
He
children are the
recognized
children of their
brain
brother.
death.
They count
He was
as
one of the
the
first
sons of the
rabbis
clan.
in
Well, they
Israel
should.
to
Well, no, they
recognize
had
that
all
there was
deserted,
such a
all
thing
betrayed.
as
He learned very early on
being
that
placed in
we cannot
a
trust
situation
family.
where life is artificially
You
sustained
mentioned
by
that
contemporary technology.
Genghis
And
Khan's
this is a
childhood
tremendous leniency because the Talmudic
was
definitions of
marked by
death
extreme
are
drug
all
violence. Can you
cardiopulmonary,
describe sort of
heartbeat, and breathing.
the state
But
of affairs
as
in the
we all
steppe?
know,
How much
people
violence is
can,
there? How much
unfortunately, or
kidnapping is
may
there?
be placed on
The
heart-lung
story
machines, and they can be kept
of
breathing
Gucci
and their
is
heart
not a
beating
unique story for that
indefinitely.
time.
So he was
Now,
the first to
as an
pioneer the
isolated family
concept of
outcast,
what's
of course,
popularly
he's
called
not
brain death. It
participating
is not a
in the
simple
various
test.
feuds and the
There are a lot
raids
more
of the
stages
people
to it than we
around
would
him.
have in North
They
American
are
hospitals.
constantly
But
raiding
nevertheless, he
in the
did say
winter.
that
And
there are
for women
grounds
and for
for
horses and for any
considering
kind of valuables that they
those
can
on life
find.
support nevertheless.
It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China.
Cosmetic surgery, one of my
That one
favorite
group
exchanges.
raids the other
His
in
study
order to find
partner
out whatever
was
they have for
Rav
textiles or
Eliezer Waldenberg.
almost produce
Tzitz
nothing.
Eliezer.
They
And
could
they
produce
both were very
felt
much involved
to
in
make their
medical
tents, but
halacha,
they were not
medical
craftsmen.
technology.
And so they
Has
had to
advanced
get
so
these
far in the 20th century
items
that
from
they're
somewhere, and it
constantly
was
dealing with
through
questions.
raiding.
And one of the
So
questions
even
that
in
was
the
sent to
genealogy
Tzitz Eliezer was, may a
you see
woman
going back
have
generation after
cosmetic
generation
surgery
of
performed on
women
her
having been
face?
kidnapped,
She wanted
children born who
rhinoplasty,
are not
she wanted to have a
necessarily the
nose job.
father's child.
And the Tzitz
Unclear who
Eliezer,
the father
I don't know,
was.
he just kind of
And
like
all of these issues
takes
go back
off
for a
his
long
jacket
time.
and rolls up his sleeves and starts
Later,
berating
Genghis
his
Khan
questioner
will
and saying,
realize once he becomes
why are you
Genghis Khan,
dissatisfied
he'll
with the way
realize
God
that the
made
true
you?
source of
You know,
most
you're
of
a
the
creature of
feuding on
God,
this
the image
earth
of God,
is
and you know,
over women.
for whatever
And
reason,
later he
you
will
have this
outlaw
nose, you should
the
deal with your
kidnapping
nose,
of women
whatever,
and the
and
sale
he
of
essentially,
women.
you know, put it on.
In part
And
not
Rabbi
because of
Yosef,
what
on
had
the other
happened
hand,
to
he
his
said,
mother,
why not?
but what
He
happened
said,
next
you
in
know,
his life.
there's no law in the
And
Torah.
this is
If
one
it
of the
is
things to
safe,
talk
you know,
about.
there would be a
This,
law in the Torah if it's
in
not
some
safe.
ways, the love story
Anesthetic is dangerous, the operation
with his
dangerous, then
wife
it
was
would be forbidden.
her
But if
kidnapping
it's a common
was the
procedure,
defining.
it's done all the
You
time,
can point to
it's
one
very
place
religious, and it'll make you
Genghis
feel
Khan
better
or
about
conqueror
yourself,
was
and maybe
created.
it'll make your
It's
husband like you
that
better,
point
who knows
that
what
his
is.
wife being
Why
made
not?
that.
Even
Can
if
you,
you're not
can you
married
describe,
and you want to
first of all, his
improve
love
your appearance for
for this
dating or
woman and
whatever,
what that
also
means,
why not?
and
Very,
what
very
the
lenient,
kidnapping of
great
her meant?
contrast to Tzitz
At age
Eliezer.
16,
Similarly, also in women's halachas,
the
bat
girl he had
mitzvah.
met when he was
The
3 years
rabbis,
old,
especially
she
in
was
America, they
She's
tried
now
to
17.
they got
She
very
and her
upset about
mother
the idea of having a bat mitzvah, because after all, it's something that was really pioneered by the non-Orthodox movements.
what it was like
I
with
think
a
the first bat
16-year-old
mitzvah in
boy
history,
who has
like the
suffered these
celebration of bat
indignities
mitzvah
of
when a girl
life
turns
in
12
every
days
way
old,
that you can
12
imagine.
years and a day daughter was, I think, Mordecai Kaplan's daughter. She was the first bat mitzvah. That would be like in 1940 or something. And in America, it just, took off because, we have a bat mitzvah, the sons, they grew up. Why don't we do something for our daughters? And the rabbis here in America really drew a line in the sand. It's me or the bat mitzvah. You can't have both. That's why you say, why not celebrate? She's now, obligated in the mitzvah as well. Have a party, And so he was bringing me into these moments. At the same time, I don't want to color this too broadly. He was very strict. He forbade animal experimentation for cosmetic purposes. He said you could not cause pain to an animal to develop cosmetics. For other health-related medicines, things like that, that's a different story. But simply for cosmetics, he said you can't torture an animal.
She rouses
And
the
here in
family.
a most amazing
Mother
discussion,
Erlund is in charge.
he
Mother
wrote
Erlund
that
is still in
if
charge,
you
even
are
though
a
Temujin
match
is not married.
for someone who
She
needs a
puts all of her
kidney,
children on a horse.
you must give
She
the
takes
kidney.
the baby girl to
Not you
live
may,
in her own lap.
you must give the kidney. He's specific. Well, the way that
She has one
responsa works
extra horse.
is the rabbi is asked a specific question
But she
with a
won't
specific
take
situation,
horse.
and the rabbi will answer that
Because she
specific
knows, she doesn't know who
situation.
the men are.
And
She
so
has
he
no
was asked
idea.
about siblings,
They're coming
and one
in
sibling
the dark.
needed a kidney
They're
transplant.
coming.
The other one had it.
They
A
know
little
there's a
nervous
girl
about doing
there.
it.
This family of
Asked Rabbi
outcasts
Yosef, he
acquired a
says,
wife.
what do you tell me?
And they
You must
know
give your kidney to your
that
sibling.
they're coming
There's
for
no,
that.
you know,
So
you don't
she
feel like
leaves
it, you're
Sochiko,
scared of it.
the other
You must.
wife.
And that was
She leaves
much
this old
further
lady,
than any
Granny
other rabbi
Claus,
was
who
willing
actually
to
has her
go
own card.
at the time. So
And
you
she
definitely
leaves
be very
Buster.
strict as well.
They
But
pile
we
into
know him
Granny's
primarily
car.
as a very
So
creative
he locks the
individual
door
who
so
found
they don't get too
leniencies when
far
people needed it.
before the attackers get
So
there.
he,
But
and I
Mother
think
Erlund
one of
is
the
right.
things that
She's
made him
able
so
to get her
beloved
children off to
as
the
a
mountain
chief
and
rabbi
Khaldun,
was his
to the mountainside,
remarkable
away from them,
tolerance
because
of
the men are so
diversity.
focused on
Even
this
though
card,
he has the whole kind
finding
of
out how many
Elvis
women
getup,
are in there
he
and
was
who they
really
are.
very, very relaxed around non-observant
Saved her
Jews.
family.
He was
But in
you know,
a clause,
welcoming to them, he
suddenly,
was warm to them, all kinds of
Temujin
things, because he
realizes
felt that they were part
he's
of
obeyed
one
his mother,
people, and he
but
did
he's
not want
lost
to
the most
alienate them
important thing in
under
his
any
life.
circumstances.
And I
So he
do
was
think
elected
this
with
is
the
the
support of
defining
many
moment of
Ashkenazi
his
rabbis,
life.
including Rabbi Eliashib,
The story
to
began
be
back when his
Rishon
mother was
LeZion,
kidnapped.
that means the
But now the
first in
kidnapping
Zion,
of his
or
wife,
the Sephardic
but he
chief
used to
rabbi,
define, what
in
will he do?
1973.
What should he do? What can
And
he do?
one of the first
Is he
things he
going
did
to just
was he defended
resign
the
himself
Sephardic
to it?
practice of Hebrew.
Is he going to go out
There's
look
a
for
phrase
another
called levirate
wife?
marriage. The
And he
law
decides
is
that
if a
life
man
is not
dies
worth living
childless,
without birth.
then his
He has
brother
found
is
something
expected
good
to
in this
marry
life.
the widow.
And
When
if
you
he has
read
to
the passage
die
in Deuteronomy
trying
that
to
talks
get
about
her
it,
back,
it's very
he will
clear
die
that
trying to get
this
her
is
back.
considered a
And
duty
this is the
to
early
support
steps
a
of the
young woman
military genius.
who otherwise
Born,
is alone in
because in order
society.
to get
It's
her
particularly
back
written within the context of
requires
a
an actual
Middle Eastern
organization of
culture
troops.
where women
He
always
needs
are
allies.
existing within the
Allies.
shadow of
He
some
goes
male
to
figure, a
the
father,
man who
a
ruled the
husband,
Karyak people
a
in
son,
central
a godson,
Mongolia,
that kind of thing.
and
To
of
leave
the
a woman
River Don, where
alone
the capital
in
of
the
Ulaanbaatar
cold
is
would
today.
be
He
considered
goes
in
there
that society
because
very,
that
wrong
Van
and
is the name of
immoral.
Torkel
You can
Han.
see by the
He
fact
goes
that
there
if his
because Van
husband
had
refuses to
been
marry
lord
his
over
brother's widow,
his
then
father.
there's a whole
His
nasty
father
ritual
had
where you
gone
spit on the
to
ground
him.
and you call them names.
So he went
It's
there.
clear from the
And
context
actually he
that
took a
the
gift.
preferred thing
That's
to do,
because
at
Washington's
least in
mother
that
had
society at
brought
that
a sable
time,
coat
is Yibum, that he
as a
should
gift
marry
for
her
Mother
and take
Erlund
her into his family,
at the
perhaps
time
as a
of
second wife.
marriage.
Ashkenazi culture, living among Christians who are monogamous, at least nominally so, the you know,
And he said, "I'll send some
we
troops, but we need
Ashkenazim, we
more.
lost the
And
sort
you
of
need to
cultural norm of polygamy,
You need to
and so
ask him."
therefore in the year 1000, more or less, the great Italian Rabbi Meir Gershon Meir Hagola said that's it, there's a ban, no more polygamy. Ashkenazi men can only marry one wife, and therefore that meant that Yibum may no longer be performed, that is the levirate marriage. The alternative, chalitza, which means sending away the widow, must be performed. And that is in fact the Ashkenazi norm. But Sephardim never picked that up. Sephardim lived in many Arab countries where polygamy was accepted. And so therefore, if both parties are amenable to Yibum, what is the point of standing in the way, essentially, is what Rabbi Yosef said. This was very controversial because Israel adopted the Ashkenazi standard, which was more European in nature, but nevertheless, exceptions were then made because Rabbi Yosef said that ultimately this is well within the Sephardic tradition. He also was a great defender of Ethiopian Jewry, which at this time was learning to return to Israel. Ethiopian Jewry, by the way, we're going to talk about them going next semester in the fall. I hope to do a full lecture on their history, which is fascinating. It goes all the way back to the the ancient kingdom were not so amazing how far back they go. But there was a lot of question in Israeli society, are they really Jewish? And if they are Jewish, are they perhaps illegitimate? Because among other things, their divorce law was not the same. So a lot of kind of arguments. But Rabbi Rothschild was a staunch defender of admitting them to the country as
household
Jews.
group Sidney.
There's a lot
He grew up
more
with his
to
grandfather,
say
and his
about the
grandfather
story.
had several
We'll have to
wives, so he
read
grew
it
up
for
with a
next
bunch
week,
of old
but he was
women,
definitely
which later he said
very
he
much in
thought was
favor of.
an influence on
He
his
wrote,
life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different
I'm gonna
backgrounds,
pause
and
on that.
John does not
It's
derive
long
by any
distance.
means
He also argued that,
but he
with
has
regards to Sephardic
a
Jews, there's kind of this stereotype,
having not had
which
mother,
is
father,
based in
siblings,
some,
and he lives with these
rough reality that
The
it
two
was
boys
perfectly
meet, they
consistent
become
for a
good
Sephardic
friends
Jew
playing on
to,
the
like,
ice.
go
And
to
so
shul
they're
in the
playing on the
morning
ice,
and get a geschmack out of davening and listen
very
to
early
drasha,
on, I
and
think
then,
when they're
go
about
pick
10
up a
or
bag of
11 years
garim
old,
and drive to a
they
soccer game.
decide
That
to
was all
make a
part
habit.
of,
It's
kind of like the traditional
coming undone.
sense of what
Unda
is
more than a friend.
normative
A
among
friend is
Sephardim.
like
But as
in
one
the
Rabbi
language,
Yaakov Levi
there's
said,
several
the
different types of
traditional
friendship.
Jew desecrated
Unda
Shabbat more
is a
than
friendship
once,
that's
but
beyond
never
a
did he
friendship. It's
desecrate the
something
name
for
of God.
life.
I mean, these young Sephardic
They
men in particular
swore
would
that
feel
they
like,
would be there
oh,
forever
it's
to protect
these
each
things are
other,
just not as
to help
important.
each
There's a
other
much
in
greater
every moment.
value of
And
respecting
they
God,
exchanged
respecting the rabbi, and so on.
So
They're
each
less
one of them had the
orthodox
knuckle bone of a
and so we see that he shows
deer.
over and over again
Knuckle bones are used in
kindness
these
and
games that they
tolerance for
play. It's also
non-observant
used to
Jews that
forecast the
really is
future. You
remarkable
roll
for
them
someone
around
such as learning.
and all. It's very
Dress
strange.
codes
On
even
the ice,
allowed,
I will say,
non-normative dress for women that
up to 50
got him in
degrees
a lot of trouble
below zero.
with Haredi.
It doesn't really matter if that part
But
of
let's
the
just look at one last one. That's my special
what it
This
is.
is a picture of
You
Cardinal
slide something
Lustiger,
across the
Jean-Marie
ice, and it's
Lustiger,
just
who was
absolutely
a
smooth like
French
silk,
Jew
and it goes
who,
on for
as
a
a
long
child,
way.
was
If you put
taken
your
into a
ear down to
monastery
the
and
ice,
saved from thereby
you
from the
hear this
Holocaust.
celestial
He
sound
ended up
that's
growing up
unlike
in the
any
church,
sound
and he
on
was
earth.
elevated
It's
to the
just like
post
the
of
angels
cardinal.
are
In fact, he
singing
was
under
in
the
the running for
There's
the
one
position of a
relation
papacy at
about
one point.
Then
Amazing
a couple
thing.
years later,
He
they swear
never
it again.
denied
This
his
time they're
Jewishness.
slightly
In fact, he
older
had it
boys,
described
and they
on
have
his
bows and
tombstone.
arrows,
He said
and
he
so
was
they
born a
exchange
Jew,
arrows
and
with
he
each
never
other.
left it,
In fact,
just like the
the
apostles.
text is very specific.
But at any rate, he died in 2007,
took the horn
and
off
some
of
family
a 2-year-old
members
calf,
wanted to say Kaddish for him.
and he whittled it
And
down. And then
the
he
chief
drilled
rabbi
a
of
hole into
France
it
was
in order to
asked
make
to
a
say
whistling
Kaddish
arrow,
for Lustiger,
which
who
is
was a
used
cardinal of the
for
Catholic
several
Church,
purposes.
and he didn't know what to do, so he went to Rabbi
for
Yosef.
signals from
He said,
one
what should I do?
person
So
to
Rabbi Yosef
another.
apparently
But also
broke
when
down
you're
his
hunting,
ears,
if you want to move the
and
animal
he
in
said
a certain
that
direction,
before
you
you
send a
say
whistling
Kaddish for
arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move.
Why would
But
you
had a
not
lot of
think you
use.
should say
So
Kaddish
the
for
boys
him?
that exchanged
In fact,
rope
they
up
did.
and knuckles.
They,
This
when
time
they
they
had the
exchanged.
ceremony,
And
the
so
funeral
they
from
had
the
been
church.
close
They
friends.
brought the church
On the
with
hunt said,
the
okay,
body
John
outside, and
March
they said Kaddish in the street.
raise some troops
And
and go with
that's
you.
just a sense of
And he did.
Rabbi Yosef's
So the
sense that
three set out. Some troops from
every Jew is
Vahan. He
part
himself
of
did
the
not know
Jewish
he was too
community.
old.
Even the
But he
cardinal
sent some
of
troops.
the Catholic
And
Church
then
is
Jamaica
part of it.
and his troops. And then
He was
basically
known
just to
as a
mention that
very
his family,
popular
he just
teacher
had
to
his
the masses.
brothers.
He had a
That's all.
Saturday night radio
They
show
set off
long after
to find
he
the
had
market people
finished
of
his
the
term
Seleng
as chief
River,
rabbi. He was
which flows
tremendously
into
popular.
Siberia and on into
And
Lake
he
Baikal.
would,
They had to go
again,
through some
bring in his
extremely rough
stories,
territory.
his lessons with the Job,
You
and
see
his
in
stories.
this
He was
episode,
very
though,
much in favor of teaching as a
is
public
already a little
demand for
fierce
scholars. He wrote once
without necessarily
on
thinking it
solitary
through
scholars,
carefully.
meaning kind of like the Lithuanian
He
idea
said,
of
he
a
gives
guy who
this long
sits in
speech
yeshiva
about all
for
the things
30
they're going to
years
do
and
to the
doesn't,
market people.
stick his head
They're
outside
going
the
to
four
jump through
walls of the
tunnel
study hall. He
that
writes, this is
smoke hole in the
infuriating
top
to
of
me,
the
for
gear.
such
We're
teachers
going to
and
jump in
students
there
are
and we're going to
closing
kill
their
them
eyes
all.
so
We're
they
going
see
to kill
only
the men and
themselves.
the women and
They don't see the Jewish people
We will
and their
destroy
distress and
these
thirst
people
for Torah.
forever.
Yeshiva X issued an order that married students may not teach. This is wickedness
He's
without
also
parallel.
rather critical of the other
Very strong
people.
statement.
Han's
And here's
people
one of my favorites.
came late.
After 120 years, God will ask, he wrote, what have you done for my honor? You have to be able to answer, I ceased my Torah study for your sake. I went to teach others. I closed my Gemara.
We be there
I
on
went out
time.
and
And
taught.
so
Now, we
he's
got to talk about his politics
dressing
a little
down
bit.
his superiors. He's
Obviously,
very
this was
aggressive.
not his main area of activity,
So these
but
troops, they
he was
move in
drawn
on
into
the
politics,
revenue.
and he was the
They
figurehead
also
of
come
an
in at
extremely
night.
successful movement in
And
Israel
so
called Shas.
there's a
Shas
small amount
stands
of warning
for
because the
Shomrei
men are out
Sfaradim,
hunting sables,
the guardians of
market
the
men,
Sephardim,
and they
the
race back
guardians
to
of
the
the
camp and they
Sephardim
tell the people
tradition.
are
It also,
getting ready
ironically,
to get out
is
as
the
fast as
common
possible.
acronym for the Talmud.
But
Shas
has
is
no idea who's
Shisha
coming.
Sidrei, the
She
six
doesn't want to get
orders of
them
the
to
Talmud.
get
So it
to
has both an
somebody.
ethnic and a religious
So she
connotation
and
simultaneously.
to grab
Up
my
until
car,
the
shit
late
again,
1970s,
and so they're loaded
Sephardim
into
were
a cart
definitely
to go
second
away.
class in
So
Israel.
Temujin
There was a
comes
very
in, and
strong
there's a little school room
Ashkenazi
that night, so
dominance
they
to
can see what they're
society
doing.
because all of
And
the early
he's really
pioneering
searching for
Zionists,
her. He's not
particularly
paying too
in the
much attention
leadership,
to the battle.
came from
And he's calling
Russia,
for her,
Austria,
and
Germany,
she hears
England,
his
France,
voice.
and they all
She
came.
knows who it is.
They all.
She jumps
The
off
vast
the
majority of
cart
them came
and
with
she
very
runs to
Western
him.
European
And
secular
they're
ideas of what
reunited.
Israel
And he
should be.
grabs her, embraces
Shortly
her,
after
and then he
Israel was
said,
established, you had
"This
all
is
of
the
these
goal.
Arab
This is why we
countries
are here. We don't need anything
evicting their
else."
Jews, and you had a
He was very
massive
clear about
onslaught of
that.
Sephardim, but they were
That
coming
was
into a
his
society that was
first
already well entrenched in European
full-on
ways of thought,
military
European ways of doing things, and it took
Yes,
them a
aside from the
generation and a
thing,
half
yes, his
to
first
really begin
full-on
to find their
military
footing
engagement.
in Israeli
Now,
society. And that was expressed
along the way, in
primarily
addition to
through the
escaping
election
all
of
the
Menachem
explorers,
Begin and
he
his
had
coup
killed his
in
older half-brother.
1977. Labor, the more
And that, too, was a
socialist-oriented,
deeply
European-dominated
formative
party,
experience. So what was that
was
about? Can you
ousted
explain
for the first
in Mongol
time
society
since
the
1948
role of the
by a
older
coalition of
brother
more
and
right-wing
the power
parties,
struggle there?
like
And,
Jabotinsky-oriented parties,
not to moralize, but
and
there's also
the Sephardim, who said enough is enough already. We want to vote for a more conservative party, a more religious-friendly party, not a religious antagonistic party. And this was the beginning of when the Sephardim began to find their
None of the
political
Persian
national.
chronicles,
It was
none of the
finally
Chinese
expressed
chronicles,
in 1984 with this organization called Shas,
secret history
and
was
Ovadia Yosef was the
deciphered
natural
and
person to
translated.
be the spiritual leader
Victor
of
was
the
the
movement.
older
He
child
was not the
of
political
Sochka.
director. He
And
was
his
the figurehead that
brother
stood at the
has
top of all
complete
of it.
authority over the
Unfortunately, that meant that he was also drawn into
They have
some
to
of the
refer to
political
him with a
morass
special
that
pronoun
involved
all
Israeli
the time.
politics, specifically because in Israel, with the exception of the few times that it's had a national unity government to deal with the immediate threats, no majority party has ever ruled the country. It's always been a minority party, first trading with other small parties and forming a coalition, a very fragile coalition. So Shas, even though at one point they garnered 19 out of 120 seats, a very large chunk of the Knesset, they never were the majority, and so they had to align themselves with parties that did not necessarily share their values. Ovadia Yosef was especially pained when the Israel Power Company had to move a very large piece of equipment, and they could only travel 9 miles an hour down the highways, and they figured they'd better do it on Shabbat, because that's when the roads are least traffic. But he felt that was just intolerable to be in an Israeli country with a Jewish government and decide to do something specifically on Shabbat. They had non-Jewish drivers and things like that, but he was confident that a lot of Jews would nevertheless be involved in desecrating the Sabbath. But that was the difficulty of being involved in politics when you're essentially a religious brother. So to turn to his legacy and conclusion, and at this point, one of the things that I have not talked about pointedly is the many, many miraculous stories associated with Ovadia Yosef. We're talking about a very holy person, and there are dozens of published, very authentic sounding stories about miraculous cures associated with him. I'd just like to share two of them, just to give a sense of, it's beyond our purpose to speak about spooky things like this. But nevertheless, just to get a sense of how people regard Rabbi Rothschild. Nobody says these things happen for
like the final straw.
That's for a reason. Rabbi Rothschild is someone who's so great. One spooky story, apparently when he was a little bit older and he was giving a public lecture, and there were like hundreds of people in the room, a couple of young ruffians came in and started loudly disturbing the lecture in a very chutzpahdik and inappropriate manner.
somebody in your life and tipped your own shadow, and you were worse than everything that she could say to be worse. That she was outraged and went on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. We're subjugable, the mother of the boy. She may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing is shown up in the record.
And then he
So
said,
he does have this episode of having killed off his mother. I don't think it was a deeply meaningful. I think it was important, but I don't think it was emotionally deeply meaningful for Tibuchi.
Okay. One more spooky story,
was gone.
which is one that affects me a lot. I have to say, I was reading this on a Q train, and I started blubbering.
But
It was
it
bad.
does
I got
show.
too emotional, you know.
In fact, it's
People looking
interesting.
like, what's wrong with this guy?
Deal for him.
But,
It does show that
it's a
he's
story about his
willing
Rebbitzin.
to
You
resort
don't normally hear
to
stories
murder
about
and take
the
care
Rabbanit,
of a
as she was known.
bad
But it's
situation.
an amazing one.
Yes.
In
He is
2004,
capable of
a
doing
man
anything
came
that needs
to
to be done
Rabbi Rothschild
to
with a
resolve
6-year-old
what he sees
child
as a problem.
and asked the
If there was a
Chacham to
problem,
give him a blessing.
he resolved
And
it
he
at
told
a
him
very
that
young age. So he'd had
told him
that
that the
experience
6-year-old child was
behind him.
here
Now,
because
Victor's
of
younger brother,
his wife,
Belkatai, is on
who
the
had
raid
died
with him
many
and
years
with
prior
Topa
to
when
his
they
birth.
go to
And
capture
the story went like this, that the man was a rabbi who was hired by the absorption ministry to run a Seder for a whole Passover Seder for
So that
a
could
large
return to
number of
Persia.
Soviet immigrants.
Is it normal
300
to have
people.
such a
And
love story across
the
many
night
years?
of the Seder, his
separated,
wife went into
sort
labor.
of having that kind
So
of
they went to the
loyalty.
nearby
Because
hospital,
two-way
and
loyalty from Persia
the hospital, and I
Temujin,
actually have experienced this
and
myself in
Temujin,
Israel, the hospital was basically vacated.
And this is like
Everybody was gone.
before he was
For the
Genghis
holiday,
Khan.
there was
I
this
think
one
his
Harry
children,
nurse who was
he
running
was too
between a few
preoccupied
people
with
who were
staying
in the
alive,
maternity ward there.
trying to
And
find fish
the
and
nurse
fruits
said,
to
look, I'll do
eat
the
and
best
things
I
like that,
can,
to
but
really
I
be
can't
hiding for her
possibly
all
help
the
you. I have
time.
another woman in
But
labor
for
just down the
whatever
hall.
reason,
But
she came, and it could
Robertson
be that
said, you know,
her
you have
family
300 people
liked
who
him
are
in some
new to
way,
Judaism, who
or
are
that she
waiting for
remembered
you
him,
to
or
say
that
this.
she had no
It is
other
so
suitors.
important that you go.
Because at 17,
Don't
she
worry,
should have
I'll
been
be
married,
fine.
actually.
You go.
So
take care
I
of
can't
the
explain why,
amazing thing
but
that
it
she
was
would
certainly
say.
a strong love story
And then
after
she
the
went
fact,
into, and
if
then
not
he
before.
it was difficult, but he went to the
Those two were
Seder to
loyal
run the
to each
Seder.
other throughout their
And
lives.
when he came
She
back,
was, I would say, the most
his wife was holding
important
this little
person
boy,
to him.
and she told
After
him
that,
she went into
to
labor
literal
and she
war
was suffering. It was difficult.
to get her back.
he
And there
risked
was a
everything.
woman
He was willing
in
to
the room,
die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back.
And a woman came into the
And
room
he
and
got
said,
her back.
I am a Rabbi
And now
Yosef.
he's reestablished his relationship
The
with
Rabbi
her
Rothschild's
Jalmukah.
wife.
And so they
Don't worry,
decide
I'll help
to
you.
stay together.
And
And they all
the
go
story
off to the
goes,
Hohenlohe
the
Valley.
woman says that the Rebbitzin
And
actually delivered the baby. And then, of course, she was
she
gone.
is pregnant.
So, you know, what are you going to do with these kind of stories?
This
You
becomes
can't
a huge
exactly
issue
print
forever.
them in standard scholarly
It's one of
work.
those things that to this day,
It's the
almost,
kind of
it's
thing that I find
an
very
issue.
moving and
And what
powerful, that
happens,
the Rebbitzin,
but as
who was
he
not
says
known
much
for
later in
thousands of
life,
volumes of
when his own sons
response,
rebel against him, and they call
nevertheless
that
could
first
carry
child
such
a crooked
spiritual weight
bastard.
to affect
He
such
defends his
America.
wife.
But anyway, back to the
Viciously.
secular stuff.
His own
800,000
sons.
people attended
You
his
were
funeral
not
in
there. You do not
2013.
know who
It
loved who
was,
and who did
it
not.
was, a,
You
it was
did
an
not
amazing
see
thing.
the sky
It was the
turning
largest
around. You did not
funeral
see the stars falling. You did not
Jewish
see the
history.
earth turn over.
800,000
You don't know what was
people
happening.
came. You see,
And if
just
I
like,
say
it
he is
took
my
4
son, he
hours
is my
to
son.
move
Who are
the
you
coffin
to
just
say
a few
otherwise?
blocks
You were not
from
there.
the
You
yeshiva
come from the
to
same
the waiting
warm
car.
womb. And if
And
your mother
because
could
people
hear
simply
your
would
words,
not
her
allow
warm
it to move.
womb would turn.
So we come back to our
So
initial
he defended
statement,
her forever.
and I apologize.
But he's
I've gone
off
over time.
now.
I'll cut it
We
down
go
to the
back
internet.
to the beginning. She's pregnant.
Rabbi Yosef, I spoke to you earlier that he was in many ways,
He
I
and
think, the most
Jalmukah
important scholar
decided
of
to
the
renew
20th
their
century,
vows of being unknown.
not only
to each other.
because of his tremendous genius and his
So this
contribution
time,
to Jewish
it's
culture
more
and Jewish
serious
thought, he
than
won the
an
Israel Prize,
ceremony in front of
but
the
also
whole
because of his is very early
we can't say
decision
tribe.
to
It's not big enough yet
define
for a
the
tribe.
concept of
But the whole
Sfaradim
clan
as
that's there.
associated with one particular approach to Torah.
Then
And
Tonga
in
takes
this
off
way,
a
he
gold
actually
belt, which actually
broadened
gets
the
stolen from
tent
the Merkin.
for
Where
who
on earth
could
they had a
sit within
a
those
gold belt, I don't
boundaries
know.
and be
He took
considered
off a gold
Sfaradim.
belt
And at the
and he
same
put
time,
it
he
on
constricted the tent
Temujin,
because he said
and then
it has to do with
Temujin
these
gave him
laws as expressed by
a
this
mayor
particular
had
thinker,
never
Maran
had
Yosef
a foal,
Karo.
had never
And so in
given
many
birth.
ways, he
And it was
gave
unusual mayor who
Sephardi
had a little
Jews
growth on the
borders
on
around
the
which to
horn.
define
So it's
their
an
identity
unusual gift that I don't.
in
It
such a
has
way
meaning,
to
but I don't know
guarantee
all the
the
meanings behind
legacy
it.
of the
So it's sort
Sephardi
of odd to
tradition
me.
for
But
generations.
golden
Thank
belt,
you
and
very
then
much
kind
for
of
your
sort of
attention
think
and your
about it different
endurance.
ways. But golden,
See you God willing in the fall.
belt for the Mongol man is really the sign of manhood. And in fact, this belt of Tus, a woman was often then and even now called person without a belt, because that's how they were at that time. Today, women wear belts, of course, but they still use the word uskui, with no belt. So it's a very important symbol of manhood. So he gave that to Mujin, and they celebrated. And then the words of the secret history, they stepped apart under the same blanket, apart from the mother group, and they were happy together. And then when the baby was born, Temujin named the baby Tuch, which means visitor. Some people say, well, it's because the child was really the Merkin child. Other people say, no, it's because he was a visitor on the territory of Jaluk at that time. And other people can say, well, Jaluk's ancestor, who had been born from the kidnapped woman who was pregnant, they had named that Jarigadai, which meant foreigner. So it's kind of like a parallel, visitor to foreigner. And so Jaluk's clan took the name from him, called Jadalai. And so all these things that sometimes we can't quite understand, because we don't have the total mentality of that time, and we're not there.
But we should say that it's a pretty powerful part of his love story is that the child is likely not his, and he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And, but not long after the war, he and Jalukha break apart, or really is Temujin breaks apart at the urging of Rashtar. She said he lords it over you too much, he orders you around too much, you need to be free, we need to break away. She urged him, and he loved his wife more than anything. I think that it is certainly the most important other character in his life, adult life, would be the Anga relationship, which gets severely tested in future years. They run away through the night. They go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously loved Bertha the most and took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point of how did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have the Banghan, the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karyan people. And so Jalukha remains loyal to him, and at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually, some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Banghan, but he was even got the title Bang, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Banghan received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Banghan. And Banghan said no, his own son. His told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're Karyan people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now war, you would say, breaks out a feud, really. It's more of a feud. And the Mujid has to flee far away into the east to a place called Baljuna. And he goes to Baljuna, and at this time, then Jamaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Baghdad. The two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, if slight, breaking of loyalty, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on, when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways, that they claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then the Temujin eventually defeats Van Han. So he takes over Central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that at Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. He takes that title. That's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of, Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tingis, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like saying puns. They like words with multiple meanings. And it's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So that has different meanings in different languages. So in the Mongolian, it sounds like strong. Chin. But in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the Merkin themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning, and that the double meaning plays with each other, and it excites them.
Especially with the high point. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad is past now. About 20 years ago, it was popular to name children Michelle girls because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolian. So it's the power of three great languages and three great civilizations. And so many names are like that. And so I think Genghis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But, so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over, called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, you could say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Taiyang Han, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared about them. And he was left there. And he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaka has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jonathan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. But he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Van Han is gone, Tordohan gone, he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. But his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded, perhaps, for turning him in. And Genghis Khan does reward them immediately. He kills them all because they have betrayed their leader, who is his It's a very strange encounter. And so supposedly Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly Jamaica says, but I did betray you. My people fought against you. And you will always know that. And you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your dell. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing, and he was. It's not specified how he was killed without shedding the blood. Well, the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses or something like that. There are a couple of other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamaica was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had his, or Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people, very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under the relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamaica perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he was willing to accept the plea of Jamaica. Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again. Maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamaica offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationships that defines the nature of loyalty for Genghis.
I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from birth. But that relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, small things. So she was by him, she was positive in every regard, so far as we know, forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamaica, it was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, my evaluation of these things like, we're going to drop down on the market and we're going to come through the smoke hole, kill everybody and all. And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold belt to Temujin. Jamaica also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had Breshta. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, she just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have relations. So I think something about that rings true. There were some elements of that that were true. But he certainly didn't have the intelligence and real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, there's in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. He was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. It disappeared from the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Timucin was never interested in material goods. And as Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowed to him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent, and he said, I eat what my soldiers eat, I dress the way my soldiers dress, I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So he had no interest in the wealth. And he had sided before with Khan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's story is he came from nothing.
Absolute nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become sort of corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do. We hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never acquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even in the point of death, at the simplest gravestone. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a boy that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming not seeing the world clearly, not seeing surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the right the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't record, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down for a leader.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and
pull water out of the
yet
soil.
He maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, that went with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he'd already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until
as long as they did their
part, the 21st century.
It's incredible, but let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document, and I happen to love it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted from the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and write, and some did. Most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one with America when he rescued Berta, was he always adopted one orphan, and that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother Berta would raise the child. So she eventually had a whole household whole full boys of different tribes, but they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigi-Hutum, that's his name, Shigi-Hutum realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if the people who contributed helped him. It's still a little bit unclear. Almost, they don't specify that. So they always know exactly where something happened. So we know exactly where it happened in Mongolia. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of the mouse, so it was 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myth. It begins with the very gray blue wolf with a tawny deer. Then some people say, well, that's not the kind of myth. So telling it. What am I supposed to do? They looked at me. I asked them about this. They said, what? He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. They're practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because like Bonachar, they call it Bonachar the Fool, the ancestor of Yamujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a very Han Hai woman. She has the child who becomes ancestor. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Timuchin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigi-Hutum, he was there, sleeping in the same gear with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Burns just sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't do it, it's all recorded, right? So it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret, it was only for the family. They were trying to uphold Genghis Khan's prohibition against putting out information about the family. So it was secret for a very long time. So much so, the scholars began to think it didn't exist. And then in the 19th century, a Russian academic who was working in China at the time in Beijing, he discovered a manuscript which was very, very odd. That people didn't think was anything because it's all Chinese characters, but it makes no sense in Chinese. What he recognized, but if you read it, pronounce it, it makes sense in Mongolian. So it was in this code that had been used to record the information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They use Chinese characters to record sounds, which is always problematic in some little areas you're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Some of the Persians I trust very much. And I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed, and all of it. Some of it existed in Mongolia, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things had happened to it along the way. Some things have been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Timuchin they call him Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't the Han name. And sometimes they call him Han, which is like chief, and other times Han, which is emperor. Well, the Mongols are big different. So there are little things like this that move around that do not show why. But it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982, but Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher. and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be 2 volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's 2 volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that is translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things in it, and they disapproved of some things, so they would try to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that they tried to skip around. But so it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian notes, it's just so important. And for me, it was a guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and get more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exacted there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries, as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Bertha, so I went to that place, and I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the births that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I was just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear, it was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no, Granny Quanchen was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just like on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really set out mostly to visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all. And there was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known of whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know, if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text. The text is like it has no scenery, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the air faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, at this time, they were amazed that I would come. The Soviet era had just ended. Socialism was just ending. Democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history, that became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. They begin it with the words, anything is from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf, who was married to the tawny deer, and their descendants, who came from the great sea to live in the base of Mount
and then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains and the great sea, and this kind of like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. Certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people. Today, 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian step like? As we return to the feeling of Temujin and Genghis Khan, what's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
The first thing I think about this step is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it, but it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic, it sweeps down across Mongolia. It's cold as the dickens sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in, you have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then drops the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust. Again, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we were talking about Arctic live, so it's a place of pure waters. And that's how Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They don't, Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land, they refer to the earth as Dalai, the ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. To learn the rules about water. You don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So they're back, maybe in our water terms, about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river, to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to live close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, and they can get TV out the middle step, still they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the Mongol way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse. And thinking about this open steppe, from a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. So they learned how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs grew long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles so they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets with horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor, I was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, the costumes, out of the horse hair on their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside. They said, "Oh, I want to learn English." I said, "Okay, yeah, that's nice. Teach me some words." Mongolia, teach you the word. Then what color is that horse? I say brown. They would say brown. I say yes. Okay. What color is that horse? Brown. Well, you said this color was brown. What color is this? It's just amazing. We have words based on for how smooth the coloring is and the variation in the texture and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown. But the words for horses of course, by sex, and then they have three because they're geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the females, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised in the dust of many fast horses." It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body, where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end that they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. I don't know anyone's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way, even religiously important with the making of the fermented horses milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. They use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzle me in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be a gelding day when they were up there gelding would-be stallions who don't get to be stallions. This family, they had a bunch of boys, and only because like 1 or 2 girls, like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see him not so far away. He fell from the horse. He didn't get up. No one moved. In fact, they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had to range those horses, but he couldn't remount. He was trying to hobble back. So his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. Civil culture. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for NADA, the annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forested mountain area, and the horse bolted, took off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold, even though this was the summertime. The nights could be quite cold, that's for sure. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. And he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the next. He lived. And I realized, overboard, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Coleman, and he tells the story about mental toughness, that the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing. It was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, you build a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often at that time and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, the wrestlers come in and train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they take water. They do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And it's refreshing to them, refreshing.
Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop when all four of the feet of the horse are off the ground. You have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the composite bow, the recurve bow. And they've also already used crossbows later, adapted technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's just incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that the Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination, and it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse, and by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. When I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had somebody 3 years old racing. It's absolutely, of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. Well, by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability to then shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes and other things. In some areas there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raiding. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. That's, to this day, that's what they say, for human beings. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders. And it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, at the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan and these areas, your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. The army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan, how he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right? All cavalry. That's all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train, he had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that are utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anda was a Christian relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized this decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or every body. You don't leave anybody behind. This was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life for you. The army was organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have. But they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could not them in their bow, but the Mongols could use Russian arrows. Right? So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody had. It's a very odd thing when you think about the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Butter, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, and joggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It's said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. They have enough food to it. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty, of his bid to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the pole, the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. They usually didn't have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do it in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you could say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And This, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutuk, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was command one time of a group in the battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle. This is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him, said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger, but this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Tangut territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow River. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are, felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time in your life seeing a wall.
Yeah.
When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few even natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for a Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Tangut city. Well, they did. They didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough. Too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson. So we're going to improve it. That became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they called it Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all are, what do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology, understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds on itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, then over time, each generation creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes. And they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was innovated it. He was the best with it. And he used it throughout his lifetime. And he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we can go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired. And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Usually the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days. And then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is that later, at the time of the death of Abdul Khan, the word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speeds, does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding in the open steppe. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements in encircling a place. And then also, one of the other famous things is the feigned retreat that was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles and the Iliad and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose. And he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigehunto, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic. And they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the Parthian shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they're protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the remnants, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out, like loot from some place, valuables around, and the soldiers using that resistance. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell, going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the 2 hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, to people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating, you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history, and one of the things you write about, and in general, is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the feigned retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. Well, there were other things too. They didn't like roads. They just didn't like roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from, and the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is a beautiful, wonderful old city, a great place in the world to this day.
So first of all, I already got and I corrected you in saying that.
Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see ducks coming. They think, oh, caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that the other people were not thinking, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada of horses? It must have, the ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think the terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. That he cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city, because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth, eating children, and all kinds of horrible things. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So the psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. It was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country, their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to them. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Dojo, violated that and was stealing and looting from the people. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank. Then he said, the next city, you go first as a common soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle violating this law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, the Mongols won. They did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they usually killed the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot. It could be hammering out a metal plate. It could be weaving carpets. It could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared.
It has some value, but
so the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered. And many of them did, and they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all of a sudden, forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan sent word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. No, he stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it works.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, the what we call Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I would say only in Afghanistan, but sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. He had a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him. And he had the happy childhood that Temujin did not have. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the Greek mothers are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him, and did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly, and it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. And that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. It was something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn, we will cry.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered. Betrayal is punished.
I said he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir and will may have been of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hope, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number in the perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. Whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. And look, today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. There's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. supplying the weapons for violent people, invading Afghanistan, invading, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. And it's always, oh, but we're defending democracy. Yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people.
We'll read this and we will experiment with
You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all of Vietnam. He fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American, and there's nothing wrong with it. I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? We tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war.
Examples of
that sometimes things like dropping the atomic bomb, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. And then World War II, but what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for, and I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I am not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire, that they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and Mongols called The Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who cause immense destruction, but also pave the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this idea?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life. Even with ourselves, for example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works. Or we can destroy relationships that we're in. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. You know, the Mongols helped to unify many countries. You would think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms that pushed them together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center of it into Ukraine and Kiev. And they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now. And they began the process of the unification and had a great impact on it. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does rise out of the destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? And it often comes because the powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering the decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in the world sense. I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true and true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting. For example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger. They were fighting against Russians. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jatran clan, who's descended from Jamuk, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq to plead with Israel, he said the Mongols, meaning the Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the people. I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about, the ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest and the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing your respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime or describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty.
Steve Madden.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all. No, it's what comes afterwards. You know, just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people, and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you've mentioned from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so we're benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If it went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, and you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by the non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way, and the barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people, that there is a sophisticated, deep culture within that. There's all the different kinds of peoples that came from the steppe.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. There are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they're victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them, and maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision that I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? It's always, we're going to have peace, we're going to have a better life, and, vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and we're, what the heck are they talking about? There's no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare through history, legendary figures that come along that have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, hearts and minds through vision, but also have the skill to execute it, implement it, and all of those things combined. And have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way, all of those things. That's very rare in history. When they come along, they change their direction. Look at some of these world-defining ideas. Religious freedom is just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. From religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history and some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians, but reasonable. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia, was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, as we mentioned before, the Naiman king, Yayan Khan. His son Kuchlu had fled, no good, worthless son, but Kuchlu had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. And they ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian, the Naiman had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism. All his subjects were Muslims. And he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the emperors of China were too weak to protect them. So they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kuchlu from power. Kuchlu fled down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. Up to this point, it's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on a lot of the feuding. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over religion, they fight over religion. And so he made the law. Now, this was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we didn't allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that, and it presumed that, it allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose the religion. No one can stop them, no one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
That's a really powerful statement. That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. That religious freedom, yes, of the individual, but it's like such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that is one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reason. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you could think of and every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. So they flocked to him. Minorities after that, this was a minority effort of the Muslim leaders. Many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
So that religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society, and that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, on a more practical, political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews. They all have, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him, from uniting against him. There's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that you give every religion the right. Unfortunately, the only religion he didn't recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? The Taoists can do magic on the earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what did the Confucianists do? So people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expend all the tax-free rights. See, that was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions. Since the Confucianists were not necessarily fascinated. But then, of course, eventually that was abused so much because the religions were there. Hey, get everybody to donate property. You can still use it. You can still farm your land. It's ours. And now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. Got abused. But it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand, maybe you can correct me, of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well, as I understand. So he never chose any religion except the one which he came. I guess, I mean, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, he said after the death of Shimon, his friends on the and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts, famous Chongchang from China who won this prize. He came with all of his magic formulas for things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures from these people, and public debates, antagonistic debates, with discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons him, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours, and even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? No, he was exploring. No, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's not the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Khan Khaldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top, he would pray, he would take off his hat, he would take off his belt, he would stand there before the sky and pray. So later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away to pray, so we invade these people. So all around, the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. And so there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, the Mongols have so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around them, and you have to know them personally and pray to them about what they like and don't like. And should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do? You have to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China, they didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually, Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main focus work of his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for every people. And so for the Mongolians in their language, the word for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. And so, or Hostinker in the case of the eternal sky, when they're talking about it in religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky could embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person could communicate no morality within themselves. It didn't have to just be taught by somebody from a book. And in fact, as one of his grandson said, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, you people have your scriptures, you don't live by them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, throughout this conversation, it's just blowing my mind. The kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Just had the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things, because he did hopefully a lot of things that look like he's a feminist. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when you saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles and all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about the things he's implemented in each state.
Trying to say it in modern terms. When you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. And the men are fighting, and so he left women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around, such as the different the Uyghur were administered by his daughters primarily, and then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily in our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he has very strict laws about the use of water and also about not using water. That you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think, well, they're so stupid, they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy the irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This lasted a Kublai Khan was the one who changed it actually, and sort of allowing for irrigation and the movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of like a human rights crusader, or I'm saying he's a Democrat in the modern sense, or an environmentalist, or a feminist. But all of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. In 1240, that was the destruction of Kiev. This is after Genghis Khan already. This is Kublai Khan, his son. His army had come there under Subadai, the greatest general in the history of the world, I would say, Subadai, person who's up to that. It wasn't Genghis Khan, who was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. The military part was Subadai. So Subadai had been there. They sent him an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. The people of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. That's it. Kiev was destroyed for killing a Mongol.
The envoy is a method of communication in diplomacy. And so if you destroy that method of communication or disrespect it in any way, then that sends a signal to everybody else. You send an envoy, you respect it.
That's why these plans that I say that the making of the modern world, most of the ideas we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation, but in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. We accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. That's not. Theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they got to be more like us. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved something. And he did achieve these within his empire in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we've mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating and maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And, you can say a lot of stuff by basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned, I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like I mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network? connected to the Silk Road.
Nomads in general are interested in trade. Throughout most of history, they have been the traders who carried the goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. This was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money, and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain them down. And the Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. And his grandson or his son, Uncle was once asked, why do you do that? You've got to stop doing that. This was a Muslim financial advisor. He called in and told him, well, you've got to stop paying more than people ask. And Uncle said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually, And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two groups. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that, because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas. Whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical, mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout and constantly circulating. Can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged, even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius organization was knowing what skill people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, they conquered the little empire of Khorasan, from which we get the word algorithm, because it was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khorasan belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. The Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. The Chinese less so. They're very suspicious about the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they could say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be 5 cows count as 4 horses. 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse. we're going to 4 camels, count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take a census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, their occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so you had a combination. As I said, he himself had that genius for combining new bits of technology, but it created a new kind of cultural spirit in which other people were also combining technology at other levels and being encouraged. It was no longer heresy or the devil's work to bring in this thing. So we had the spread of printing, for example. We had the partial spread of something such as print money, for example. We had almanacs being created now through printing that combined different calendars and different information that was coming along. But one simple but lethal form of technology was that, for example, Chinese had gunpowder. Mostly it was used for fireworks, religious things. And then sometimes in warfare was used for kind of primitive hand grenade or primitive bomb that could be thrown with a trebuchet. And this is in the time of Kublai Khan more the grandson. But so they had that. The Middle Eastern, the Muslims, they had, and the Byzantines especially, they had naphtha, what we call Greek fire, flamethrowers that could set things on fire. The Europeans did not excel very much in technology. They were behind in almost everything, but they could cast bells for churches. Okay, let's take that bell and we're going to turn it on its side, and we're going to use the principles of the flamethrower. And we're going to use the gunpowder from China, and you've got a cannon. So the Mongols, even early on, by the time they got to the siege of Baghdad, not, I think, in the lifetime of Genghis Khan, but soon thereafter, his sons and grandsons, they were using some very primitive forms of cannon and even some like firing rods. We can't even call it anything like a rifle, but it can fire a very small ballistic device. So this combination of metallurgy, gunpowder, flamethrowers, you put it all together and you come up with something incredibly different.
So if we jump around a little bit, sort of on the topic of a cannon, what are some technological developments that Genghis Khan and his son Kublai Khan were using? So how much gunpowder were they using? In general, what was their approach to the siege warfare, for example? What are some different ideas there?
If we switch to the grandson Kublai Khan, first of all, he changed a lot of the strategies. They were no longer working. The Mongol system worked perfectly on the grassland. Well, by the time you get to Hungary, the grassland starts to give out. By the time you get to Poland, to get so many farms, it's hard for horses to get to the farms, and they don't want to go on the roads. By the time you get to the Indus River, it's too hot, too humid, the horses are exhausted. It's not working. So to conquer South China, Kublai Khan had to come up with new things. One thing, the South Chinese had built a great wall. It was called the Great Wall of the Sea. This is before the wall that we know as a Great Wall, which is really the Ming Wall. But the Great Wall of the Sea, and they used it as a defensive navy. That the largest navy in the world, it was defensive, and it was literally defensive. And then when it came time for warfare, they would chain the ships together across the mouth of a harbor to protect the city. And so,
so actually, if we rewind, Kublai Khan, who was he, and what was the state of China at that time? That kind of sets up this idea of ships and siege warfare.
In 1215, Genghis Khan conquered the city we now know as Beijing. It was the capital of the Jin dynasty of northern China. And at that time, southern China was ruled by the Song done this now. He used to go to Southern California. He'd already conquered the Shia kingdom of the Tangut people, and so most of northern China was under the control of the Mongols from about 1215. Then he conquered Middle. Later, his descendants conquered Middle, and then Kublai Khan was the one to take on the south. But Kublai Khan was born that year in 1215, about 3 months after the capture of Beijing, and he was noble. He was the second son of the fourth son of Genghis Khan. Well, he's got lots of cousins out there who've been riding around. They've conquered Russia, and they've already burned down India. They've conquered different places in the world. They're real Mongols. That's their whole life. And he's born, and he doesn't meet Genghis Khan was about 7 years old. Genghis Khan was away on conquest in Central Asia. And Genghis Khan came back, and he met him, and he said, oh, he doesn't look like a Mongol. He looks like his mother's people. His mother was Solakstani, who was actually a part of the royal family of the Market people, whom he had conquered sometime earlier. And it looks like his mother's people, who was a little bit more tawny. Mongols tend to be very white, very bright red cheeks, and have a very round face, and so on. And so he looked different. And for whatever reason, his mother, I think, she recognized the difference and treated him differently. Her oldest son was called Mongkhan, later Mongkhan, and she wanted him to become, even though her husband was drunk, who died of a campaign drunk, and she took over northern China, and she began to put it together, and she wanted her son to become the great Han, the emperor of the Mongol Empire. And this wasn't in line. This wasn't going to happen because he's the fourth son out of three. Others are way in line with her. But she caused a revolution. She made it happen. She put her son in Mongkhan in 1251. He became Great Han. He only lived till 1259. He died of something. It could have been cholera or the different stories that I don't know the truth of it. But he died on campaign in China, trying to conquer southern China. Up to this point, Kublai Khan had not been distinguishing himself. His mother she was a Christian woman. She had a Buddhist nurse for him, and she had Chinese scholars come in to tutor him. She had a very good education for him. And I think that she planned that he was going to be a great administrator under his own father, and he was going to administer the lands in China. So he was learning all this stuff. The older brother insisted on he was always something. And the brother was a siding people, who was the Subadai, the great general. He assigned him to teach him warfare. He was great. He was very smart. And he was a little bit lazy, like talking about the religion, sitting around, go hunting, as long as he had been with him to do the shooting, and then to prepare the food and all. And his territory in northern China was just being run in the dirt by these administrators the Mongols had brought in. They were just overtaxing the people, cheating the people, doing everything wrong. And his mother basically just pulled his chain and she said, go to your land. This is your land. You have to administer this land. You go there, you live there, you take charge. And everybody was terrified. And so he ran off to China and he started administering his land and he started learning how to do it. But when his mother died in 1259, some of the yellow were on the campaign that he was sent by his mother. He said, no success at all. And he thought, okay, the mother's dead, I should finish the campaign. Meanwhile, his youngest brother, Alexbook was another he was rather hot-headed. He was back in Mongolia, and his tolerance for religion. He was headed overseas to debate one time between the Taoists and the Buddhists because the Mongols thought the Taoists were overtaxing everybody, the Buddhists. So he had to oversee it. He got mad and he picked up a statue of the Buddha and beat the Taoists that represented to death. So he just wasn't good for moderating debates. So he was going to be the new great Khan. So he was declared the great Khan in Mongolia. But this was a turning line for Kublai Khan. He never achieved much of anything other than talking. So his wife, Chabi, sent him some coded messages, basically telling him, forget about southern China. It's going to always be there. You can conquer that some other time. Right now, your brother is taking over the empire. You should be the new emperor. You are the next son after Khan. And somehow she invigorated him. And he came back, and even though he didn't have all the military strategy, he had northern China. The resources were immense. He could cut off Mongolia. Mongolia was very dependent on northern China for food. All the Mongols supported Ali. All the ones in Central Asia, all of them were supporting Ali. And so he went to get food from them, and then they didn't want to give up their food. Yeah, we want to support you for Great Han, but we're not giving up our food. So he was basically kind of starved into submission in 1262. And then he was taken prisoner into China, and then he mysteriously passed away in 1264. A legal case was being brought against him for trial, but he never made it to trial. He was gone. So Kublai Khan had not really distinguished himself very much. But he didn't have the genius of his grandfather, I won't say that, but he was smart and clever. He understood more about China than most Mongols did, and he understood more about Mongols than most Chinese did. So the great thing left that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed, finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this, but they didn't know how. A great wall of ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All of these things were protecting them. So he had one of his very smart generals named Aju, who was a real Mongol, but he was also able to think innovatively. He was the grandson of Subadai, and he went with his father Urihan on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam. It's a They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and to conquer the Dai Viet. The Dai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So they had the Mongols on one side of the river, and the Dai Viet forces on the other side. Oriangadayo was a smart man, not a genius, but smart. And he already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on a goat skin. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going on a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Dai Viet cannot escape when we around the elephants. Well, the battle got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's carts? It's just not, floating. So they go and join the battle. They leave the boats. Well, the Mongols won the battle, but the Dai Viet forces got on the boats and sailed back to Hanoi. Then they evacuated the city, took all the food, everything out of the city, and they disappeared into the delta. The Mongols arrived, they conquered, quote unquote, Hanoi, the capital city, and they had nothing. They won every battle, they lost the war. They retreated. Aju was the son of Hangadai, and he saw all this happen, and he recognized the importance of water and boats, and so he knew. And he spent his time studying the Yangtze River and every little river around it, and the cities. The crucial thing he saw was the cities were heavily fortified on the land side. Because invasion comes from the land, and they expect this little line of boats to protect them from the water. And so the city walls are weak, the defenses are weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So they set off to Ilkhanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle, was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, cousins, nephews. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet, catapult. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it, and they attacked the first city. It fell. They attacked the next. It fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy. And then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult ship.
Catapult on a ship, but it's we call it trebuchet for this type of catapult.
This is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yes, fascinating. So that they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side,
yes.
Where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Soul. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. It's a long time. They're dissipated, they've had they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until there are no more. That was the phrase that was used for their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in, and because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint, or I don't know what the scholars do, but they were being scholars, yes. But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan, several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. But they didn't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there if they see us conquer Japan. Well, it was a total failure. You've got a bunch of ships that are mainly great on the river, that'll ride along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with a trebuchet, and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. I scare a few horses. You're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities weren't in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed with that invasion.
I should say that this is the time of the samurai, right? In Japan. So there was never a real test of like.
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had a ritualized way of life. It's like the knights of coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. It was just craziness. The samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. they're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this was unknown territory for them. And the weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Did they get off the ships onto the beach?
They did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on land. Yes, they did.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they could do their usual Mongol thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough horses for one thing. There were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer, and he's thinking like a Mongol that you rule those waters and lands, but he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan.
Okay, last question, Mr.
In a certain way, he lost, but he had won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, it gave him maybe some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in then. Aji was in command, but actually the head command was a man named Bayan, who was a Mongol who had been raised for Central Asia. He was perhaps more close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. But he came and he took over command of the army. He was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command, but Bayan recognized that he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are deserting the South Zone right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join them. Mongols get paid. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on a boat, and they're fleeing. They even desert their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, an old lady. She had no children. Xie was her name. The Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her Ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you demote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. She said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender.
Chronologically,
he said, no,
because it's complex, right?
I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her, he respected her, and there was no looting of the city.
I'll give you the broad sweep.
Later, they take everything in a very systematic way. Take their archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people, nothing like that.
Lingering questions left over from last
They've taken the capital.
Clear. Yes.
And she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way.
So
she was a little bit sick into to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the. He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He pretends trying to show the world this is the new face of Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore. We're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely.
Walk away with the end of this hour.
But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals. They made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to Emperor Mongol was his name. They made him the emperor.
It's a technical term.
Well,
sometimes referred to as
They're just floating
antiquity.
around in the ocean.
So antiquity generally
All
ends
support.
around the year 200.
City
There's
after
different
city.
ways in which you can measure it.
Muslims
Christian
who were controlling the
historians tend
trade
to look to the
and
fall of
controlling many of
Rome,
the ships
which would be
of
like
that area. They were Chinese Muslims,
400s.
but
That's
they were still
at the very
Muslims.
ends of antiquity.
They
Of
switched
course,
sides to the Mongols.
it
There's a
starts
religious
all the way
freedom
back
thing,
once
and
you have
because they were
religious
merchants
history.
and their status
Before
would be
written
raised.
history, like
So
Stone
the
Age, stuff like that, that's called
Muslims were
free
switching
history.
over.
We don't have any
The
free
fleet was
history
going
as
to go
far as
fleet
you
lost
know
without
of.
a country out
Definitely
there.
had
They had some
ancient
loyal
history,
supporters, some places.
and that's where we're going to start. I'm going to go a little bit into the
They
early
dropped the
medieval
emperor in the
era
ocean.
because we're going to take up to 7 or
How do you drop the emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled him in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So unfortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half brother. So on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore. I still think it's the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there, they had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. Certainly wasn't Hong Kong there anyway.
Sorry?
The Delta, the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island.
But I have no idea
They
why.
took it over, and of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace.
Because of the Muslim conquest of Spain, but
The Mongols are chasing you. Are you going to stop it? Build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese
The general army. And
those are competence issues.
Okay, so that's the first
we're
period.
going to protect it with
Ancient
a great
period
wall of the
coming
sea.
from the
They
origin
chained
of
together the boats across
the
the
Sephardic Jewish community, which is this, as
And
you
they
can
put
see,
the
basically
palace
first
boats
century
in
up
the middle.
until the Muslim conquest of 711.
The generals didn't trust their own soldiers
longer
enough.
than the ancient period because the
So
ancient
they made
period
all of
at
them
its
leave the
furthest
island and go
extent
to the
goes
boats
to
to
the
fight
fall
the
of Rome,
Mongols.
the 400s.
So Mongols arrived
By the way, it took
over and
a while
over
to
and they
fall,
asked
so
them to
some
surrender.
people date 405,
You won't
others
be hard,
46, or
all this
76,
kind of stuff.
depends on how you want to think about it.
But the Mongols now took over the
Then
land.
we're going to go to
So they had the water all around them, and they had the
the
land.
golden era, I identified a
Once the
particular
fighting
2
started,
centuries.
they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships.